Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 91. I want world peace. From Naruto's words, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura all felt unwavering strength and will. At this moment, they knew that Naruto was not joking. It's not like in the past, using an excuse to perfuse them at will, or even not answering this question at all. World peace, what will happen if there is peace? Little Sakura knew that she was just lucky to live in Konoha Shinobi village, the strongest ninja, but the whole world is still in conflict and war. Hearing the words at this moment, the instinctive vision for peace appeared in my heart. It's just that she is still young and has little experience, and she can't imagine what kind of world peace it is like. As for Sasuke, he has a bloody vengeance. What I think about the most all day is how to kill Uchiha Itachi and the masked man to avenge his lost parents. The term peace is too far away for him. It is better to say that what he wants to do is contrary to the peace that eliminates the struggle. Hearing Naruto talk about it at this moment, he couldn't help but fall into thinking. What exactly is peace? Of the three people present, only Kakashi fell into a melancholy mood after hearing the word peace. When he was born, it was the war years. His father died because of an unfavorable mission during the war. He himself was deeply involved in the war. He experienced killings and the death of his best friends. His teammate Lin, Obito, his teacher Namikaze Minato, and his wife Uzumaki Kushina all died because of the war and the darkness of this world. Deep down, Kakashi is also looking forward to peace. It's just that he doesn't know how to do it. At this moment, looking at Naruto who was smiling and telling them that I want world peace, Kakashi felt as if he saw a rising sun, glowing with warm light around him. World peace, how can it be achieved? Uncontrollably, Kakashi asked this question to Naruto, who was a dozen years younger than him and was his student. He hoped that he could get a feasible answer from Naruto. The confused little Sakura and Sasuke, who couldn't think of the answer, also looked at Naruto at this moment, hoping that he could dispel the confusion in their hearts. Faced with three pairs of confused eyes, Naruto did not waver at all. He didn't have a fierce incitement, nor was he serious, he just spoke quietly in a calm tone with absolute confidence. If you want world peace, you must first eliminate wars and build a world without disputes. Only by eliminating disputes can people break free from the precarious life, can produce with peace of mind, and can apply more creativity in commerce, scientific research, writing, education, and exploring the world. At that time, no one in this world will die young because of unnecessary disputes, and no one will starve to death because they don't have enough food. They can live freely under this sky. In this kind of society, every young child will get a good education, the elderly will be raised, the population will grow explosively, and our civilization will continue to progress. We will thoroughly understand all the unknowns on the ground and keep our footprints towards the boundless sea of stars. The old are dependent, the young are supported, the world is in harmony, and we will continue to move forward. This is my understanding of peace. This is in another world and has experienced a historical process that has been proven by facts. It was a prosperous world with a population of more than 7 billion. Despite many imperfections, it was still developing vigorously. Compared with today's ninja world, it is more than 10 times stronger just in terms of population. This is an essential manifestation of the productivity gap. Because of his firm belief, Naruto's words contain unquestionable absolute confidence. Following Naruto's words, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura unconsciously began to construct that picture. Although they had never experienced such a prosperous world, they couldn't concretely imagine what it was like. But just drawing an outline based on this phrase of Naruto, I have already felt the boundless beauty and yearning. Compared with the current ninja world, such a world is simply heaven. So, how can we eliminate the dispute and achieve such a peace? Naruto emphasized the problem again. The reality of the problem brought the Kakashi trio to come back from the beauty of their imagination. Then, they heard Naruto continue, "If you want to eliminate the dispute, you need to find the root of the problem. Based on my observations and research over the years, I found that the root causes of the war in this world are the ninjas and those of us Deming and nobles." Hearing Naruto say this, the Kakashi trio, who are ninjas and have enough sense of identity for this identity, subconsciously want to refute. But then he held back. After thinking about it, I had to admit that it seemed to be true. In this world, ordinary people have no ability to influence the development of the world. Neither ability nor wisdom is allowed. They are just tools for the superiors to exploit and squeeze. The purpose of living is to create value for the enjoyment of those at the top. Only those ninjas whose masters possess power and knowledge, and famous nobles have the qualifications to influence the progress of the world. The existence of ninjas has appeared as a fighting tool from the beginning. They take on tasks, earn money, protect or destroy targets, practice killing skills, and have never engaged in production. The positioning of the ninja in the Sengoku era was only a pure tool, and even a war would have very limited impact on the world. But with the establishment of the ninja village, the number and strength of the ninjas are increasing exponentially. They gradually have the power to influence the world situation. Once a war breaks out, they will destroy the city and the country. The ninjas are constantly fighting in order to share the mission, for more powerful secret techniques, and to consume the surplus number of ninjas. But the daimyo and the nobles, for their own interests, either fight for hegemony, or want to plunder the enemy's country and push behind them. All of these have contributed to the intensity of the war that has been getting bigger and bigger every year since the establishment of the ninja village 60 years ago. The ninjas may not want to fight, but the real ninja living environment will not allow them to stop, and the nobles and daimyos who are enjoying the dividends of the war will not allow them to stop. Chapter 92. The daimyo and the nobles are pushing the war behind their backs for their own power and interests, because they can't beat them. No matter how many ninjas and civilians below die, they have nothing to do with them. Ninjas have gone through wars and are tired of killings and sacrifices. They also have no way to stop, because they don't have other livelihood skills. They need missions to obtain funds to live on. This is also the reason why first Hokage Senju Hashirama has the invincible strength in the world, but there is no way to unify the ninja world and eliminate the dark profession of ninja. He wants peace, but the limitations of being a ninja don't know how the ninjas should live after peace. Ninjas are creating all the tragedies in this world, but they are yearning for peace. They want to end this dark and hopeless life, but they don't know how to change it. At this moment, as Naruto said, even if he tried to keep calm, his tone became agitated. Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke, whose expressions became unconsciously grim and excited, all had a heartfelt shock in their hearts. They vaguely felt that next Naruto would say something that even they felt shocked the world. So, this world needs to change, not just the current dark status quo, but also the hearts of all people. Let them experience the pain of war, be afraid of war, dislike war from the bottom of their hearts, and want peace from the bottom of their hearts. In this way, the world can truly be peaceful. Even if there are ambitious and militants who want to make peace in this world and start wars again, this world will not have their living soil. In this way, peace can last for a long time. So. Naruto couldn't help groaning when he said this. The next words, even if he wants to say it, require full courage. That is a trend of thought that can subvert the world. What the hell are you trying to say, Naruto? It was the first time that Sasuke listened to Naruto telling him the truest thoughts in his heart, or the pursuit of world peace, a great goal that would be enough to fight for a lifetime, and he couldn't help feeling that there was a wave of blood surging in his heart. Can't help but ask Naruto, the words he never said. I'm not a ninja anymore, Sasuke. At this moment, Naruto finally made up his mind to meet the gazes of the three companions and spit out these shocking words. A ninja said he would no longer be a ninja. Row is that the three of Kakashi have done some psychological construction, and they are also shocked. This is a betrayal of one's own identity and position. At this time, after Naruto broke through the obstacle in his heart, his thoughts became smoother and smoother. He met 3 pairs of horrified and inexplicable eyes and continued to speak. Yes, I won't be a ninja anymore, there is no need for a ninja in this world in the future. People who are unwilling to fight, but have chakra talent, can use them in production and life after learning the use of chakra and ninjutsu, and they can also be used for research on chakra tools. Civilization needs to develop, and chakra, a convenient tool, is bound to come in handy. And those who have the talent of chakra, and yearn for fighting, killing, and eager to become stronger in the process, can become full-time soldiers, who only exist for maintaining peace and order, and don't have to waste time in their lives. Middle. They fought for justice and are no longer dark ninjas. In this way, even if there are more people in this world who know how to use chakra, there is no need to go through the ninja wars one after another to reduce the number of ninjas. In this way, even the current ninjas can embark on the right path of pursuing peace. Listening to Naruto's account, the Kakashi trio went from horror to thinking. After a long time, they had to admit that although Naruto's idea was deviant, it was a complete denial of their ninja career. However, this is the only way for ninjas who are in the dark but yearning for peace. Naruto watched the expressions of the 3 of them. Seeing them from horror to thinking, to knowing and yearning, they knew that they had truly accepted their ideas. He didn't need to, the first time he told the people around him his true thoughts, he erased their memories. After they fully recovered, Naruto continued to talk about his thoughts. So, if you want to truly achieve world peace, you must destroy the old forces represented by the daimyo nobles and the shinobu system. Then form a new government according to our ideas to guide the people of this world towards true peace. In this process, we will face resistance and counterattacks from the entire world, there will be bloodshed and sacrifices, and even at this moment, I don't know whether we can truly succeed in the end. Perhaps, we will fall on the road of pursuing peace, or after we have achieved the peace we want, the undercurrents hidden under the world will counterattack, turning the entire ninja world into the ignorant and crazy appearance it is now. We will be the enemy of the whole world. However, I will not give up, I will always strive towards this goal. Now, I sincerely invite you, Kakashi, Sasuke and little Sakura, you guys come and help me. Are you willing? Finally, Naruto sent out an invitation to several of his relatives and friends in a sincere tone. To make the world truly lead to peace, you must not only have the absolute power to carry out your own will, but also have like-minded friends. Only when you have enough friends to support you and drive more people in the world to support yourself together, can you make this peace acceptable to everyone and continue in the end. I said that no matter what you want to do, Naruto, I will support you without hesitation. Even if this is the case now, be an enemy of the world. Ha ha ha, it's better to say that, it's more challenging. Facing Naruto's sincere gaze, Jainin couldn't help showing an excited smile on Sasuke's face. His eyes unconsciously changed to Manjiki Sharingan's look, and his eyes were full of eager agitation. Brother Sakura on the side, seeing Sasuke's unhesitating support and no hesitation, waved his fist and spoke firmly. Naruto, although my pursuit of world peace is not so profound and eager, I am also willing to support you. I will continue to work hard to become stronger and strive to grow up as soon as possible to help you and Sasuke-kun complete this ideal. To the point. Aside, Kakashi saw the 3 excited little ones, showing helplessness on his face. Peace, although it is difficult, it is really feasible. He is a mature adult, and it is impossible for him to make a hasty decision just because of his enthusiasm for a while. However, the more I thought about Naruto's hopeful words, contrasting the powerful strength he has already achieved at a young age, and contrasting the darkness in Konoha, Kakashi couldn't help but begin to incline to join Naruto. Naruto, who has strong strength and is constantly practicing and learning, is not a child who is venting his second illness, he really has the power to carry out his will. Facing the 3 little eyes looking at him, Kakashi smiled sharply, I'm an enemy of the world, teacher, I'm a little scared, but I can't be compared to you young people, I will join you too. I also want to see what world peace is like. Chapter 93. Kakashi also agreed to Naruto's invitation, letting Naruto breathe a sigh of relief. Sasuke is a close friend who has met since childhood. Kakashi is also an elder who has taken care of him for many years, and although the relationship between young Sakura is not too close, he is also a classmate who has studied in a class since childhood, and is also an avid suitor of Sasuke. These are all people who know the bottom line. If even the people closest to him do not agree with his ideas and refuse to face his invitation, then Naruto has failed in these years. At this time, Sasuke hit the railroad while it was hot. Since we have established the goal of working for world peace, we must establish a huge organization in the future. Let's choose a name for this organization now. On the side, young Sakura and Kakashi are also very interested. If an organization is established, then we are all veterans. Together, they turned their eyes to Naruto. Although it is not stated explicitly, Naruto will undoubtedly be the absolute core of this organization in the future, not only force, but also the core of wisdom, and a vein leading the entire organization forward. And if you want to unite more people to fight for the same goal, it is still very important to have a resounding organization name. This is something that cannot be careless. Since we are 4 people here, we have decided to establish an organization working hard for world peace, so the name of the organization can be called the 4-Person Council for the Implementation of Love and Peace, which is simple and intuitive. Naruto whispered to himself, and after a little thought, he nodded convinced. Hearing that, Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke all looked at Naruto with question marks. Brother, are you serious? Sasuke wanted to ask. At this time, Kakashi couldn't help but think of his teacher named Namikaze Minato. Worthy of being a father and son, this naming style is exactly the same. If he were here, he would definitely praise Naruto crazy. Let's change another one. Kakashi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in embarrassment. Little Sakura and Sasuke nodded in agreement. It's a name that I came up with after thinking about it for a long time. It's too shameless. Naruto muttered. In fact, he really thinks the name is appropriate, although it is a second grade. The Kakashi trio decisively ignored Naruto's complaint, and since they couldn't figure it out, they put it aside for now. Even if the organization has no name, it is called the Naruto Group, which is better than the 4-member council that implements love and peace. So, Naruto, what are we going to do next? Is it to collect enough funds for the development of the organization, or go to the ninja world to collect intelligence and find available talents? Or directly find a target to kill chickens and monkeys, and announce the establishment of our organization to the world? After a while, Sasuke spoke happily again. By now, his strength has been extremely strong, even if he is ready to destroy a country by himself, it is not a delusion. Kakashi is also a little eager to try. As an elite Jonin from Anbu, he has been working with children in recent years, although this job is not boring in his opinion. But inevitably, occasionally I want to do something challenging. If it was the former Kakashi, mentally numb, completing one task after another like a machine, naturally he would not feel any passion. But now it's different. He has a new goal worth striving for. Little Sakura also stared at Naruto with scorching eyes. Although she was not strong, she still wanted to contribute her own strength to the development of the organization when the organization was first established. Faced with the eyes of the 3, Naruto was speechless this time. I haven't learned how to walk, so I was thinking about running. The existence of intelligent creatures is easy to swell, just like the vixen in his stomach that just regained his full strength a few days ago. Naruto's frosty gaze was on Sasuke. I'm finished with high mathematics? Just thinking about messing up. There is a sentence that I don't know whether to say it or not. At this time, Sasuke thought of the many esoteric books he had to learn in order to practice the electromagnetic cannon technique. Up to now, he has only learned the beginning. Then, it was Kakashi, and you, Mrs. Kakashi, your seal art research is done? The problem of insufficient chakra is solved? Is there 1% of the chakra you can use now? At this moment, Kakashi looked at Naruto with a look of contempt, and wanted to refute loudly, "How amazing you chakra!" But it is estimated that Naruto will say, "Sorry, chakra is really amazing." Therefore, they did not take their own humiliation. In the end, Naruto's eyes were set on little Sakura, and he didn't say much. Just shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, little Sakura's cheeks were flushed. She was indeed just a genin who had just graduated. Even if you want to help, you have to grow up for a few years at least. In the end, Naruto concluded, a grand goal is an end that requires long-term hard work. We are still in the first stage of the goal. In the first stage of this goal, what we need to do is to continuously enrich our knowledge and strengthen our combat power. In this way, when we enter the second stage of the goal, we will have enough strength to push the plan forward, toward the third stage of the goal, and even approach the end step by step. Upon hearing this, the three were thoughtful. Facing a grand goal, if anyone says that he can accomplish it overnight, he is undoubtedly dreaming. Only by completing the small goals under this big goal can we get the final victory. At this time, Naruto looked at little Sakura. For this long hair, most of her thoughts are thinking about how to win Sasuke's favor. The beautiful girl said coldly, "Little Sakura, get ready. When you return to the village, you will accept the training plan I made for you. The difficulty is hell level, I hope you can stick to it. If you can't..." Naruto didn't say the second half, but Sakura knew it for himself. If she can't even complete the self-improvement training plan, then not only will she not be qualified to participate in this organization and accomplish that ambitious goal, she will not even have the qualification to stand beside Sasuke. This is something that young Sakura has understood from a long time ago, so Naruto will not be shocked by Naruto at this moment. She shook her fist and said confidently, "I will definitely complete the training plan you made, and I will become strong enough. As I said, I will definitely reach the level of help." Whether it is for the peace in her heart, or for Sasuke, she will not give up. Chapter 94. 3 days later, the four in class 7 ate and drank all the way, and returned to Konoha village leisurely. Kakashi went to the Hokage building to hand over the mission. Their first sea-level mission was declared a failure. Because it was a special situation, it was not included in the ninja file. And this is the last leisure time of the 7th class. The village became busy, visible to the naked eye. About 2 months later, it was time for the Chunin exam. Because it is a joint Chunin exam, many famous names and nobles will come to watch, so the village has been busy preparing for it from now on. However, this Chunin exam has nothing to do with the 7th class. Naruto and Sasuke are not interested in going to the Chunin exam to play games with children. Little Sakura doesn't have that strength. On the second day of returning to Konoha, Naruto issued a long-term guard mission to the 7th class in the name of the Heaven on Earth Hot Spring Hotel, isolating the regular task assignments from the task release hall. After that, the entire 7th class entered into a focused and busy practice. When Sasuke conducts daily physical intensive training, he is also assiduously studying the hundreds of books to be applied to the electromagnetic gun technique. And Kakashi, while practicing the ninjutsu of Hotake swordsmanship, is also learning ninjutsu in depth. In addition, he will also give little Sakura a class of J-nin skills to teach her some applications of illusion and sealing. 100 Healings Mark is indeed an excellent technique for ordinary people to increase the upper limit of chakra. Even for people like Naruto and Sasuke who are born with a huge chakra, it is extremely useful. But they have too many things to learn now, and they don't have the mind to focus on it for the time being. In the recent period, in addition to daily physical strengthening training, Naruto is also continuously researching and developing the sealing technique for Black Zetsu. Some of the remaining work is to develop a hell-level strength enhancement plan for the little Sakura. According to the plan of the young Sakura in the comics, Naruto positioned her as a battle nurse. In addition, it also takes into account the responsibilities of remote support using illusion and ninjutsu. Although Naruto basically doesn't need such an ability as a nanny, he can work part-time as a nanny by himself. If the young Sakura wants to heal his wounds after his medical ninjutsu is mastered, it will be easy for him to heal him, otherwise the wound will heal itself in 10 minutes. But in the future, the organization has grown, and the role of a nurse like Sakura is also indispensable. Little Sakura's practice is first of all the improvement of chakra. She is short in this aspect, so Naruto arranged for her an intensive physical training course that was more than 10 times more intense than before. Although it has not yet reached the level of practicing as long as it is not dead, it is also a life-threatening level of physical training. As long as the little Sakura can persist, it will slowly transition to the same strength as Naruto and Sasuke in the future. Only when the body is stronger and the will strengthened can the body produce more chakra. Kurama provides logistical supplies, but it won't cause problems. In addition, it is the practice of medical ninjutsu. Little Sakura is still in the basic stage, so he is not in a hurry, but after a period of in-depth practice, he needs a professional teacher. Previously, Kakashi wanted to ask an acquaintance at Konoha Hospital, but now that Sakura has joined his camp, Naruto directly asked Jiraiya to find Tsunade's whereabouts. His own shadow clone is also helping to find people all over the world. As long as I find it, I will take her to apprenticeship. With the face of Jiraiya and myself, coupled with the good talent of Sakura, Tsunade will definitely not refuse. If this continues, a few years later, Sakura will definitely have a strength comparable to Kage level. As for whether it can be stronger, it depends on the follow-up development. Such strength can't control the situation in Naruto's future plans, but it is also a force that cannot be ignored. Of course, the number of strong people in one's own camp is, of course, the better. Little Sakura's determination was not fake. Although the training plan arranged by Naruto was tortured to death, he had to accept Kakashi's seal and ninjutsu guidance, but he persisted. Although I sometimes complained to Sasuke and acted like a baby, Sakura never said to give up. This made Naruto a little bit mumbled, is the power of love really that great? Although in the books Naruto has read, there is no shortage of unconscious, deep love, and beautiful love that has been entangled for thousands of years, but in reality he has seen similar examples for the first time. Or is it still a Hinata? Suddenly, the face of the Byakugan girl appeared in Naruto's mind. In the comics, the weak girl is strong and confident in reality. In contrast, I think about the influence I brought to her. Naruto in the manga likes her kindness, so she remains kind and weak, but still retains a strong side, and can stand up when Naruto faces danger. In reality, I hope she can be strong and possess the strength beyond ordinary people. She tried hard to practice, put away her external weakness, and became what I thought of it. The current Hinata is also a qualified heir to the Hyuga family, and is no longer the crying and weak eldest lady who was bullied by 3 bear children. Really a girl who can't be rejected. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but mutter to himself. Hey, are you Uzumaki Naruto? At the end of the evening, after practicing, Naruto, a flying thunder god, arrived at the door of the Heaven on Earth Hot Spring Hotel. Naruto, who was just getting ready to take a bath, ate a meal, and went home to sleep, was stopped by an immature female voice. Naruto turned his gaze over, and saw a petite girl with black hair and white eyes with a bun face, looking at him with unkind eyes. And beside the little girl, there was another man with black hair, white eyes and Konoha forehead protector, who also looked at Naruto with an unfriendly look. Well, it's me. Are you Hanabi? Naruto thought a little, then thought of the little girl's identity, and asked tentatively. A Byakugan girl who didn't fight Caged Bird, except for Hinata, there was only her sister Hanabi. Hey, it doesn't look very good, How could my sister like you so much? Hanabi whispered, she likes playing with her sister the most. It's just that every time she is with her sister, the name Uzumaki Naruto is the one she says the most. Hanabi had never seen Naruto before. At this moment, it was a rare opportunity for Hanabi to come out with his brother Niji. They were on vacation in their own property, but they happened to meet Naruto. Chapter 95. Hanabi's muttering, Naruto heard it. Niji, who was standing next to her, naturally heard it too. Then, Naruto observed that the unkind look of the eldest uncle added a little bit of unpleasantness. Have you changed your job to become a sister? Naruto muttered in his heart. Although it is the first time that Naruto has faced Niji like this, Hinata has told him many times about this brother. In school, I occasionally see this elder brother. Niji's experience is generally the same as in the comics. He lost his father when he was young and was marked as caged bird. Although he has a strong talent for spiritual practice, he has always been full of resentment towards the family and the village. In the manga, Hinata has a weak temperament and has no ability to afford the clan at all. This also made Niji feel that his father was sacrificed in vain and felt unworthy for him, so he hated Hinata, who was the eldest of the clan family. It wasn't until he was stunned by Naruto in the comics, and he learned his father's true thoughts, that the hostility in his heart was eliminated. In reality, although Niji still hates the clan and the village, because of Hinata's outstanding performance, he no longer thinks that his father's sacrifice is not worthwhile. Coupled with Hinata's goodwill and often practiced against him, he also retained the close sibling relationship with Hinata when he was a child, and even became very caring for the little sister of Hanabi. At this moment, Niji doesn't want to protect the clan, he just wants to protect his sister. Now, facing Naruto, the BD who abducted his sister, Niji, as the older brother, was naturally unhappy. Of course, it's just unhappy. In the first 2 years, the story of Naruto's muscle show spread throughout the village and Jonin circles. Although the younger generations of them have not seen that scene, they have been warned by their elders not to provoke Naruto if there is nothing to do. Naruto didn't care about his uncle's upset, and smiled invitingly, Hanabi, Niji, do you have dinner together? I'll treat you. After a pause, fearing that the two would refuse, he added, I'll call Hinata. My sister is cultivating with my father, but she didn't have time to come out to eat, but I promised you, Hanabi's eyes rolled, and Naruto moved Hinata out. Naturally, she couldn't refuse. Quickly, wait a minute. After Naruto's words, a flying thunder god arrived outside the Hokage mansion. When the guard saw Naruto, he didn't need to say anything, he went to the mansion to report immediately. At this moment, Hinata is practicing Tai Chi, which he learned from Naruto, against his father. Under Naruto's generous teaching, the Hokage family has recently acquired a lot of new physique ideas, and they are thinking about perfecting them and integrating them into their gentle fist. Hearing that Naruto was waiting outside, facing the complicated eyes of the old father, he bowed back without hesitation and hurried to change his clothes. It seems that the training of Hanabi recently has to be put on the agenda. Watching Hinata's back disappear, Hokage Hayashi frowned and whispered. This eldest daughter has a strong talent for practice, and Byakugan's pupils are also strong, but she is focused on the BD named Naruto. As the son of the other party's 4th generation, it's a good match, but if Hinata gets married, he won't be able to inherit the Hokage clan. It is also unrealistic to let Naruto, Jinchuriki, become a parent. At least 3rd generation would not agree. It is even more unrealistic to refuse this marriage. Hayashi can guarantee that the kid who dared to show his muscles in front of 3rd generation lawlessly will probably demolish his Hokage house. What's more, this son-in-law is also quite good. Thinking of the huge and stable income brought by Shangaranjian Hot Spring Hotel that day, Hayashi couldn't help but laugh from ear to ear. In the beginning, the income of this hot spring hotel was only enough for Hinata to eat and drink, but as time passed, the hotel's reputation continued to increase, and the income it brought was also increasing. In this way, Hayashi can only retrain the trumpet Hanabi. Fortunately, Hayashi is not too old, he is more than 30 years old, and has enough time to wait for Hanabi to grow up and become a qualified heir to the clan. It is not impossible even if he is giving birth to a child. Outside the Hyuga mansion, Naruto waited no more than 20 minutes. Seeing that Hinata had just taken a shower and put on a dress, Hinata hurried out. I met your sisters Hanabi and Niji at the hot spring hotel, so I invited them to dinner together. Naruto briefly explained. Hinata nodded shyly, then grabbed Naruto's hand and was taken to the door of the hot spring hotel by a flying thunder god. At this time, Naruto saw a young man dressed as a wealthy businessman with a gentle look and wearing round glasses, talking to Hanabi and Niji sitting on the sofa in the corner of the hotel lobby. It can be judged from the shape of his mouth that he is close to the two of them. Looking at his words, it should be that they want to introduce some business cooperation with Hyuga's family after they are familiar with each other. This young wealthy businessman has a very high level of speaking skills, and within this short time Naruto left, he has achieved the goodwill of Hanabi and Niji. The two sides talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Yakushi Kabuto. Naruto muttered in his heart. No one else knew this person, but Naruto recognized him from his huge chakra and temperament. Come inquire about me, or just Sasuke's information. By all accounts, it's almost time for Konoha's collapse plan. Orochimaru was defeated by Itachi not long ago, and now I am desperate to get Sasuke's body. After ventilating with Danzo, I learned that Sasuke often stays here now, so I came over and stepped on it. Is it convenient for Orochimaru to start after a while? You should pray that the Hyuga people here will not open Byakugan casually, so as not to cause misunderstandings among guests, otherwise they should be exposed as soon as they arrive. Thinking of this, Naruto rolled his eyes. Let Hinata go over and meet Hanabi Niji. Naruto did not rush over, but found a Hyuga escort hidden in the dark, and asked, how long has the guest stayed in the hot spring hotel? Just checked in 2 hours ago. The guard hiding in the dark heard the sudden sound in his ear, and was startled at first, and when he saw that it was Naruto, he relaxed again and replied. Naruto heard the words and nodded and said, their fees are all super doubled. You can tell the accountant, and say that I said it. If the other party has any questions about the bill, just find an excuse to perfuse. The Hyuga guard was stunned for a moment and looked at Naruto for unknown reasons, not understanding why he wanted to target this guest. However, I didn't ask too much, and I went to inform as soon as my body shape flashed. Chapter 96. After the order was over, Naruto walked towards the corner where Hinata and the others were, as if they were okay. Seeing Naruto coming over, Yakushi Kabuto, a wealthy businessman pretending to be a rich businessman, asked along the way, this little brother is. Uzumaki Naruto is also one of the shareholders of this store. Guests are welcome to check in. If you have any instructions, please feel free to ask the waiter. Naruto smiled and introduced himself. After speaking, they greeted Hanabi to leave. There's still something to go with. Nodding to Yakushi Kabuto, Naruto left with Hinata, Hanabi and Niji. Watching Naruto leave, Yakushi Kabuto's eyes flickered slightly. Well, the start was still very smooth. The first time I lived in, I met one of the target characters. I think it won't take long to complete the task completely. Thinking about this, Yakushi Kabuto also found a waiter to take him to the hot spring for dinner. On the other side, Naruto, who was eating with Hinata, had his mouth cracking. Niji asked curiously, what are you laughing at? That guy just now was a spy, and I doubled his bill, so do you understand? Naruto said with joy. Hearing what Naruto said, Niji instantly thought why he couldn't stop laughing. Since it is a spy who inquires about intelligence, no matter how expensive the charges here are, it is impossible to leave, and can only be slaughtered obediently. Anyway, this kind of spy doesn't have the possibility of returning customers, so it is naturally slaughtered. Moreover, the dumb still eats coptis, there is a bitterness that can't be said. If the opposite party is unwilling to be slaughtered, it is better to call Anbua directly, and you can take it to drink tea soon. The 4 people eating here are all vested interests of this hotel, so naturally they have no opinion on this. You are so bad. Tong Yanwuji's child Hanabi smiled and said what he felt. Hinata and Niji couldn't help but chuckle. For a while, the private room was filled with cheerful air. The next day, when Yakushi Kabuto got the bill handed to him by the hotel director. Seeing that long string of zeros, my mentality almost collapsed. 100,000 taels a day? Even high-end hotels don't make sense to charge this way, right? Yakushi Kabuto demanded. He had read the approximate price list before entering this hot spring hotel. Even if he maintains high-end consumption that matches the identity of a wealthy businessman, he will only spend 30 to 4,000 taels at the end of the day, which is still within an acceptable range. As a result, now, a super double for him? Although the food and meticulous service here are really attractive, it still makes Yakushi Kabuto feel the pain. The hotel manager smiled and said unmovedly, "Dear guests, our hotel's consumption is clearly marked. This is the consumption details. Please check it out." While speaking, he took a bill and presented it in front of Yakushi Kabuto. Each of the above consumption items is clearly written, and the last service fee is the bulk of the consumption. Recently, as the Chunin exam is approaching, many dignitaries are competing for reservations to stay in this hotel, so we temporarily increased part of the catering and service fees. Please forgive me. See Yakushi Kabuto's eyes betting on the service fee column, the hotel director explained in due course. Yakushi Kabuto narrowed his eyes, and murderous intent bloomed in his heart. However, after looking at the 2 white-eyed Jainin wearing green vests next to the hotel director, he thought of his task of investigating Sasuke's intelligence, and finally decided to endure it. The wealthy businessmen cannot collapse. I want to live for 2 months. Yakushi Kabuto snorted coldly, took out a cash box full of banknotes, and threw it in front of the hotel director, acting extremely swiftly, as if he didn't care about this little money. The question just now was just that I didn't want to be deceived. Wait until the day the plan is executed, all will be doubled back to me, damn its black shop. Yakushi Kabuto is proud on his face, but he seems to be dripping blood in his heart. This money was not only the funds Orochimaru gave him for his activities, but also his own savings for many years, and it was gone all at once. Again, the wealthy businessmen cannot collapse. It is worth it to collect enough information to help Master Orochimaru get the container he wants. I just hope that by then, Lord Orochimaru can reimburse all my current expenses, otherwise I will lose a lot. The manager in charge took the money, with a humble smile on his face, and served Yakushi Kabuto with top-quality tea. On the other side, Naruto, Niji and Hinata Hanabi, who watched this scene through the Shui Jing technique, were all happy and crazy. Especially at the moment of Yakushi Kabuto, from killing intent, distress to pretending to be heroic, it was full of food, which made the appetites of the few people who were eating breakfast involuntarily. Brother Naruto, are you really not afraid that he will violently kill people? Hanabi hugged his sister and laughed, and it took a while for the ninja to smile, poked his head from Hinata's neck and asked Naruto. Hanabi got close to Naruto after spending the night together. From the beginning, the words were stabbed, and now he is called Naruto brother. Among them, in addition to Naruto's interesting conversation, Hanabi can understand his profound reasons. The scene of Yakushi Kabuto being played by Naruto round and round, fully reflects the difference in IQ between the two sides, and it is also a huge bonus item. On the side, Niji looked at Naruto with admiration. Now, he finally understands why Uncle Hayashi, who has always been stern, has nothing to do with this boy named Naruto. This means of making money has surpassed many adults. The bigger his picture is, the less likely it is to turn his face. Do you think he just paid for it? 10 million taels, a lot of money. Naruto replied with a smile. These words immediately made a few people overwhelmed with joy. However, no amount of jokes can last long. In the end, Hanabi, Hinata and Niji returned to Hyuga's house under the protection of the guards. They also have their own daily spiritual learning tasks to do, and Naruto does the same. As for the spy Yakushi Kabuto, it was easy to handle. Asking 3 Hyuga Jonin to stare at him, with Byakugan locked in his chakra, he can't do anything he wants to do. During the practice, time passed quickly. One day 5 weeks later, night fell, but Naruto did not stay in the village for a long time. Leaving a shadow clone to sleep at home, Naruto, a flying thunder god, crossed an extremely long distance and came to the border of the country of Sichuan that was buffered by the border of the country of wind and the country of fire. Here is a wilderness. There was a bonfire not far from where Naruto flying thunder god fell. 2 figures were sleeping beside the campfire wrapped in sleeping bags, while the other figure with a gourd on his back and the word love written on his forehead stared at the fire in a daze. Chapter 97. I didn't sleep at night, and my eyes were dark like a panda. The boy with no eyebrows and the word love written on his forehead traveled through the entire ninja world. Except for Jinchuriki Gaara of One Tail Shaojuru and Sand Shinobi Village, naturally there will be no one else. More than a month ago, Naruto took back Kurama's half-body and used the powerful complete body 9 tails gold body buff to hold his panel attributes to the limit of the current stage, and then began the next step. It is also the chakra that collects the remaining tail beasts, and uses Kurama as a base to synthesize a small 10 tails in his body. Wait until the tail beast chakra has been collected to synthesize a stronger buff than the 9 tails gold body, plus the improvement obtained during this period of practice and training. At that time, Naruto's comprehensive strength will rise to a higher level on the current basis, completely surpassing the level of ordinary ninjas. Recently, Naruto specializes in sealing techniques and conducts physical strengthening training. He has separated out Shadow Clone and wandered around the world, looking for the whereabouts of various Jinchuriki and tail beasts, while also checking in some special spots. As time passed, Naruto's flying thunder god mark gradually spread throughout the ninja world. As one-tail Jinchuriki, Gaara's whereabouts are relatively easy to determine, and you can find it in Tsunagakuer. However, Naruto not only wants to get Chakra, the tail beast of Morizuru, but also wants to have some conversations with Gaara by the way. Even with the current strength of Naruto, it is impossible to do it without disturbing others. Recently, Konoha's collapse plan is about to start. Orochimaru and Sand Shinobi Village's 4th Kazekage, Gaara's father, met to attack Konoha village together. Gaara, who is a tail beast weapon, also left Tsunagakuer in the name of taking the Chunin exam and went to Konoha. At that time, Konoha's collapse plan begins, and Gaara will use the fake sleeping technique to complete the tail beastization, releasing the Shao Crane to wreak havoc in Konoha. At this moment, Gaara is on the way to Konoha. The 2 sleeping in the sleeping bags next to Gaara are Gaara's older sister, Grandmaster Wind-style Ninjutsu, Temari, who possesses Chunin's strength, and Grandmaster Puppetry, his older brother Kankuro, who also possesses Chunin's strength. In addition to the 3 on the surface, there is also Jonin Baki, who is the leader of Gaara and is also responsible for monitoring and protecting him, hiding in the dark, guarding against possible enemies. The shadow clone following Gaara provides Naruto with precise coordinates that will not be discovered as soon as it appears. At this moment, the place where Naruto Flying Thunder God will appear afterwards is not far from the Gaara and Baki trio. Before going out, I deliberately wore a black wig, and put on a black plush coat Kasnami Kaze Naruto. Taking advantage of resuming the chakra consumed by the long-distance Flying Thunder God, I took out a fox face mask and put it on in these few seconds. Live together! Naruto whispered to himself, and then an instant appeared behind Baki. The sound of breaking the wind caused the Jonin, who is not weak, to perceive the danger. He subconsciously pulled out a detonating talisman tied to his tail and threw it in the direction of the sound. The imaginary explosion didn't appear. Baki looked intently, and found that someone raised his right hand and took the kunai he had just thrown in his hand. And the detonating talisman that had been ignited, at this moment, was also like a misfire, and it was held in his hand to play. In the next instant, Baki saw that the fox-faced man had appeared in front of him instantly. The bitterness in his hand was pierced into his abdomen, and the detonation talisman began to burn again. It wasn't until this time that Baki realized that he wanted to fight back. However, the fox-faced man ignored him, and disappeared in front of Baki. It's like stepping on an ant's foot casually, and doesn't care about its life or death, and there is no idea of making up the knife. Boom! The explosion of the detonation talisman awakened Temari and Kankuro who were sleeping, and Gaara who was in a daze. They subconsciously cast their gazes in the direction of the explosion, and saw a black-haired black-clothed mysterious person with a fox face appearing in front of them. As soon as this fox-faced man appeared, the air was covered with a strong murderous intent, which made several people in it feel chills. Fortunately, you are a qualified Jainin. Perceiving it, Baki decisively pulled Kyo out of his belly and threw it out at that critical moment. Although he suffered a serious injury and temporarily lost his combat power, he was also saved from the fate of being torn apart by the detonation talisman. Naruto had calculated all this, but he had no intention of killing anyone. Gaara saw the sudden appearance of Naruto, and was not afraid. Instead, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on her face. His eyes were also filled with extreme excitement, and there was a cold murderous aura in his body. Enemy! With a sneer, Gaara opened the gourd on his back, and a large amount of quicksand began to emerge. You two, go see Baki. Gaara at this moment has entered a state of combat, but after all, he has not completely lost his mind. Feeling that Baki's breath hadn't completely disappeared, he found a reason to dispel the two obstructive burdens around him. Shrouded by two murderous auras, Temari and Kankuro, who were trembling in them, were amnesty. They knew that they were not qualified to take part in the next battle, and it would be the greatest help to Gaara not to stay here and make trouble. Gaara, be careful, we'll go to the nearest sand shinobi stronghold for help now. After that, Temari and Kankuro didn't hesitate to turn around and ran in the direction where Baki was. The person who got in the way is gone. Naruto's disguised hoarse voice sounded, and ignored the two who left. State your purpose. Gaara spoke coldly, paused, then sneered and denied herself. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me, it doesn't matter what purpose you have, ha 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 ha. After speaking, Gaara raised her hand, and the overwhelming quicksand rushed towards Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto didn't care. At this time, Gaara, because of a series of stimuli arranged by his father, was completely autistic and could not communicate at all. The prerequisite for wanting to communicate is to wake them up. Seeing the overwhelming quicksand, Naruto also entered a state of battle. Wind style. Airflow control. Sage mode. In the next instant, Naruto's figure disappeared. Boom! A muffled noise rang out. When he appeared, Naruto had already hit Gaara's stomach with a strong punch. There was a clicking sound, and the sand armor on Gaara's body cracked. And the sand that was automatically defended by his side hadn't been reflected at this moment. Chapter 98. In the next instant, the reacting sand separated Naruto from Gaara. The sand armor that had been broken apart was also repaired, and then more sand rushed in, trying to wrap Naruto. Too slow. Naruto murmured, moving behind Gaara in a moment of thought. The sand that wanted to capture Naruto's figure couldn't keep up with his speed. With the blessing of wind-style chakra and sage mode, Naruto's speed is faster than Xiao Li at 5th gate. At this time, Gaara couldn't even keep up with Xiao Li's speed, let alone Naruto at this moment. Perhaps he is qualified to fight against Naruto in terms of ninjutsu, but Naruto does not have the thankless idea of using his own shortcomings to attack each other's strengths. Boom boom boom. A continuous muffled sound sounded. At this moment, Naruto turned into an afterimage in Gaara's eyes. There was a muffled sound from the body, the sand armor quickly shattered, and Naruto's fist began to attack Gaara's body. For the first time, Gaara realized what pain is. When he was a child, he once asked his uncle Yashawan how painful it felt. Yashimaru's words couldn't make him feel the same. At this moment, someone finally peeled off the armor made of sand that had been covering him. He experienced pain, it was a feeling that made people unwilling to face it. But now, this kind of feeling that people don't want to face is emerging one after another. The pain that kept pouring into his mind finally broke the string of reason in Gaara's heart. Roar! A wild roar like a beast came from Gaara's mouth. Under the earth, there was a violent shaking, and endless amounts of sand rushed out with chakra. The burst of power forced Naruto, who moved like a butterfly through flowers. Naruto hit Gaara without much effort at all. At this moment, he easily jumped away and retreated 200 meters away. Watching Gaara, who was gradually turning into a huge sand civet cat, a smile appeared on the corner of Naruto's mouth. "Are you out? I just ran into the woods and found Baki's siblings Temari and Kankuro." They looked back and turned pale in horror. He came out, "Gaara has completely lost control, and needs to leave here quickly and report the news to Master Feng Ying quickly," Baki said weakly. "Hi." In response, Temari and Kankuro both set up Baki, and ran away with the energy of milking. The huge civet cat's body gradually formed. Gaara, standing on the head of a civet cat more than 20 meters high, glanced at Naruto with hatred from afar. Then he closed his eyes completely and handed over the control of his body to Xiaohe. Xiaohe, who had just come out, didn't understand what was going on, so he raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. "Roar! My uncle has finally come out, damn Jinkraki, I'm finally free." After venting the long-lost joy of freedom, Xiaohe finally had time to look at his surroundings. There was nothing to care about. Morizuru's gaze finally settled on Naruto's body. "Hey, you have a familiar nasty breath about you, is?" "Shut up, fat man, dare to say my name and kill you." Before a sentence was finished, an extremely arrogant voice rang in his ear. "Kurama." Hearing this familiar voice, Xiaohe muttered in his heart in the exclusive chat channel of Tail Beast. "That's right, it's the uncle. Hey, little fat man, share a little of your chakra with my Jinkraki, and the benefits will be greatly reduced." In the sealed space, Kurama, who is watching the drama, opened his mouth and said. This tone is extremely inflated. It seems that the self-confidence brought by the recent recovery to full body has not dissipated, and it may take a severe beating to relieve it. "Can't speak well? I haven't taught you how to be polite." In the sealed space, Naruto scolded Kurama. When Xiaohe heard this sentence, it just emerged that this kid Jinkraki was quite polite, and actually helped him to reprimand Kurama. I heard Naruto turn his head and said, "Moritsuru, hello, I am Jinkraki Uzumaki Naruto from Kurama. I came to you this time for two things. The first is to borrow some chakra from you. The second is to ask you not to embarrass my little brother named Gaara so that he can get a good night's sleep. If you agree, you will be rewarded afterwards. If you don't agree, I can only beat you up until you agree." Ns. Naruto's words were polite, but the strong tone of the notice was exactly the same as Kurama. This made Morizuru, who had just developed a little affection for Naruto, blasted his hair again. "Smelly boy, you're looking for death." Xiaohe was furious, and the two chubby hands waved their arms, and all of 1,000 meters in a radius began to show signs of desertification. Sandfall funeral. Immediately afterwards, a lot of sand turned into an overwhelming waterfall to seal all the evasion space, squeezing Naruto from all directions. "You are ashamed to say that I am impolite? Are you different from me?" Kurama stopped watching the drama and began to enjoy the live broadcast of the Ninja vs. One Tail Morizuru. At the same time, he spoke with contempt for Naruto. You have to be polite, but you can't give in when you implement your own will. This is the way to be strong. Furthermore, you tail beasts, each one is better than a tsundere. You eat hard but not soft. You have to fight it before you can speak well. You were stubborn with me for a year at that time. Naruto stabbed Kurama. Faced with the overwhelming sand, Naruto did not evade and chose to deal with it positively. Sage Art. Wind Style. Tornado Wall. This ninjutsu, which was developed by Naruto a long time ago, was used to defend against physical attacks and was used for the first time in an enemy at this moment. As Naruto's hands turned into afterimages, he completed this S-level defensive ninjutsu seal in a very short time. Around his body, a large swath of tornado barriers that were constantly rotating at high speed suddenly appeared. The overwhelmingly squeezed sand, none of them can get close, being cut open by these high-speed rotating wind blades. Naruto did not stay in place, and flew into the sky along the tunnel cut by the tornado barrier around his body, temporarily escaping from the attack range of the sand waterfall. Not waiting for Shoujuru to control the sand to catch up, Naruto made another impression. Wind Style. Call the wind and call the rain. Seeing the clouds gradually gathering in the sky, Naruto sneered and pulled out a seal scroll full of metal pellets. It's raining right away, and your sand is useless. Are you convinced? Naruto started to remind Shoujuru. The answer to Naruto was the air training bullet spit out overwhelmingly from the mouth of the guard crane. Toast and not eat fine wine. Take me a trick, Wind Style. Spend a bullet. With a sigh, Naruto, who was floating in the air, began to pull out a large number of bullets, and then accelerated with Wind Style Chakra and swung it towards the Shao crane below. I can't hit someone less than 2 meters tall, and I can't hit you, a big fat civet cat who is more than 20 meters tall? Chapter 99. At this moment, Shoujuru didn't know what this little ghost flying in the sky was going to do. However, this did not prevent him from pouring out his anger. After discovering that I couldn't use Naruto with my aerial bombs and sand temporarily, I gave up this useless move. With a mouth, the tailed beast bomb begins to gather. The dark chakra gathered in Shoujuru's mouth, exuding a heart-palpitating power. Naruto glanced at the condensing tailed beast bomb, unmoved. The best defense is offense. Keeping waving his hands, Naruto swung the projectiles in his hands towards the Shoujuru below. Wind Style Chakra controls the airflow, adding powerful kinetic energy to the projectile at the moment it sways out. At the same time, Naruto also opened up a vacuum orbit in front of the projectile. These projectiles do not have to rub against the air to reduce their kinetic energy, which greatly increases the movement speed of the projectiles, directly reaching the level of 1,500 meters per second. Almost at the moment when he left his hand, the densely packed projectiles had already crossed the distance between the two, and blasted on Shoujuri's body. After being perfected by Naruto, the throwing technique not only increased its attack speed by a large margin, but its attack power also increased accordingly. Rumble. Continuous explosions sounded. After the projectile came into contact with Shoujuri's sand body, the movement was blocked, and the kinetic energy attached to it burst out suddenly. Shoujuri, who was gathering the tailed beast bomb, found that his body was continuously exploding with holes. Each of these blasted pits is not too big, but the number is extremely large. Many pits are connected together, and Shoujuri lost half of his body in almost an instant. And this was only because only a small portion of the projectiles fell on him. From the dense potholes on the ground at this moment, it can be seen that if all the pellets thrown by Naruto fell on him, he could be severely injured as a tail beast almost instantly. The pain of the body being torn makes Shoujuri's expression a bit distorted. It wasn't until this time that Shoujuri discovered the mighty power contained in the inconspicuous projectile. After understanding this, the scared Shoujuri quickly interrupted the aggregation of tailed beast bomb, used chakra to make sand to repair his body, and at the same time applied a huge amount of sand for defense, condensing a Shoujuri in front of him. Shield. Although the tail beast will not die, it will still hurt. At this time, the rain clouds in the sky had already condensed to the limit. The power of the wind-calling rain technique that Naruto used before began to burst, and a heavy rain began to pour down from the sky to the Showerhe, who was protected by a large piece of sand. As the rain dripped, the sand began to condense, out of Showerhe's control. But Naruto's projectiles showed no signs of stopping, and the rain that fell from the sky caused a double blow to Shao Crane. Although Shao Crane is a tailed beast, both the chakra volume and the recovery ability are very strong, but at this moment, under this double blow, he gradually feels unable to support it. Chakra's recovery began to fail to keep up with the rate of consumption. Previously, the geographical advantage created by the huge chakra was used, but it didn't work at this time, and it was completely overcome by the rain that continued to fall in the sky. The deserted land began to turn into mud. You won't be beaten to death by this human. Suddenly, this idea that had never been thought of before came to Showerhe's mind. At the moment this idea emerged, even Showerhe himself felt a bit ridiculous, but the reality made him have to admit that he would undoubtedly lose if he continued to fight like this. First, disperse the rain clouds. Although this projectile has a fast attack speed, the power is not a big deal to me. The big deal is to continue to consume it with him, and even if it loses, it will not be too ugly. Showerhe's thoughts turned, and the tailed beast bomb began to gather again. This time he did not choose to gather the powerful but slower large-tailed beast bomb, but to win by number. However, within a few seconds, Showerhe's mouth opened, and he continuously spewed out a huge amount of tailed beast bomb the size of an egg at Naruto in the sky. Naruto, floating in the sky, glanced at these tailed beast bombs that appeared to be rushing towards him. With a slight turn of his mind, he had already calculated their flight trajectory. Is the target the rain cloud behind me? This civet cat is not too stupid. Thinking of this, Naruto's figure moved a little distance and saw that all of Showerhe's tailed beast bomb fell through and flew towards the sky. Boom! Flames filled the sky. The rain clouds that were pouring down were already torn apart by a huge shock wave in a short time, turning into clouds and dissipating in the sky. However, I didn't intend to consume it with you. The bullet spreading technique has good power to clean up miscellaneous fish, and consumes less chakra, but it is not so effective for units like the tail beast whose blood bar grows back to blood quickly. Let's wait for Sasuke to get the electromagnetic cannon technique, then this technique can really be applied to large units like tail beast. Naruto muttered in his heart, and finally started to get serious. Shadow Clone Technique. Sage Art. Wind Style. Spiral Shuriken. In a flash, Naruto separated 100 Shadow Clone. To this day, Naruto has already practiced Sage Mode to the point where it can be advanced in seconds. Even if so many fairy shadow clones were separated at once, he did not withdraw from Sage Mode. At the same time when these fairy shadow clone appeared, the hands began to condense the spiral shuriken. A few seconds later, the spiral shurikens were condensed, and under the lock of Kagura's eyes, 100 shadow clones simultaneously threw out the high-speed rotating wind magic shurikens in their hands. Seeing that the situation is not good, Showerhe hurriedly recruited a large area of gravel to cover himself in an attempt to defend against the blow. But this is just in vain. In the next moment, many spiral shurikens almost simultaneously hit Showerhe in no particular order. The infinite wind blades spread out almost instantly. Wow! Boom! The strange screams made by Showerhe suddenly received such a powerful attack, accompanied by the earth-shattering explosion. Click! The earth cracked like a broken mirror. Densely dense cracks, like a spider web, spread in all directions, centered on the place where Showerhe was located. The dense smoke and dust permeated, almost instantly shrouded within a few thousand meters of Vice Admiral, and accompanied by strong winds, a disorderly dust storm formed. Such a scene is like a natural disaster. But Naruto, who made all of this, had no waves in his expression, standing in the sky overlooking the earth under his feet. However, after 10 seconds, Naruto had just consumed chakra, and a large part of it had already recovered. Kagura's eyes locked on the Shoujuru in the center of the pit and slowly fell down. Chapter 100. In the distance, Temari and Kankuro, brothers and sisters who had already escaped some distance, stopped suddenly. A shocking feeling from the heart caused the two of them to cast their eyes on the direction of the battlefield almost at the same time. Then, in the next moment, the two saw an unforgettable scene in their lives. Infinite smoke and dust, rising from the center of the battlefield, filled all the surrounding areas in a flash. Not good! Temari exclaimed, quickly opened the big fan in his hand, and faced one behind him. Scythe Taki! The air current wind blade emerged and collided with the air current blowing behind him. Tearing! Temari's sleeves were torn apart by the wind blade that was rolled back, but it also saved the younger brother Kankuro and the injured Baki from the fate of being blown away and eating sand. In the perception, those two heart-palpitating murderous auras and the huge chakra have gradually disappeared. At this moment, it was less than 10 minutes before the battle began. Can father rival this power? Kankuro lost his voice in shock. Is this a natural disaster? Even Baki, Jainin, looks ugly at this moment. This is a power far beyond his imagination, and even stronger than the tail beast. Such power made Baki's heart tremble. Just now Shoujuru came out, so powerful wind-style chakra. Is Shoujuru defeated? How is Gaara now? Temari looked at the direction of the center of the battlefield in the rear, frightened by such power, but more worried about the safety of his younger brother. Although this younger brother is not gentle and does not rely on her older sister, Temari still cares for her younger brother. Put me down, you quickly go back and move the rescuers. Baki clutched his gauze belly, and said with difficulty, such important news must be passed back as soon as possible. Jinkraki, who suddenly attacked us at this juncture, is Konoha who discovered our plan. Should we respond in advance? However, Konoha doesn't have a master who is strong enough to easily deal with the tail beast. Kankuro whispered to himself. Moreover, if it is Konoha's master, how can he hide his identity, and it is normal to warn us honestly. Is it a mysterious organization outside of the 5 ninja village in the ninja world that has a covetous heart for the tail beast? Temari frowned. There was a moment of silence, and the few people were no longer hesitating. Putting Baki in a hidden place next to him, the two siblings ran towards the nearest sand shinobi stronghold without looking back. As I said at the beginning, no matter what the purpose of the enemy is, you must report the news first. Falling from the sky, Naruto stood in front of Shoujuru. At this moment, Shoujuru looked a bit miserable. The huge figure of more than 20 meters is not there, only the pocket shape of more than 2 meters is left. Moreover, such a pocket-sized figure is also incomplete, and it looks very tattered and embarrassed. Looking at Naruto who fell in front of him, Shoujuru was extremely unwilling to open his mouth and said, "Smelly boy, you have the ability to fight with me next time in the desert, you see, I am afraid of you. I just used a little more force and you died." Glancing at Morizuru, Naruto didn't get angry at his dead duck's stiff beak, but unceremoniously pointed out a fact. The 100 spiral shurikens just now not only emptied Shoujuru's blood bars, but also emptied the blue bars. If Naruto used another shuriken, Shoujuru would have to wait for rebirth. Ns. This is not to scare him, because what Naruto used just now was only his own chakra, not counting Kurama's power. Hearing this, Shoujuru was silent. This kid really doesn't give any face. However, he had to admit that what Naruto said was true. What I told you before, do you think about it now? The benefits are so great, Kurama proves that it only takes 3 minutes and you will fall in love with the gift I prepared for you. Naruto didn't get too entangled in this topic, but changed the topic along the way, which is a step for Shoujuru. Hey, I don't care about your so-called gift. If you lose, I will lose. I won't deny it, but I will not lose to you next time I come to the desert. While speaking, he hummed coldly. With a sound, raised his hand. Dead Tsundere. Naruto muttered inwardly, but didn't say anything, raising his hand to face he with two fists. Then, I felt a powerful and pure chakra flow into my body, finally entered the sealed space, and merged into one of Kurama's tail. Naruto entered Kurama mode and didn't realize the difference to his own strength after adding a chakra. However, the benefits are not without. Naruto found that he has a new kind of blood inheritance called magnet style. Although this blood succession limit is very small, it can be strengthened after practicing. After doing all of this, Shujuru was completely exhausted because of the chakra that had just condensed, fell into a deep sleep, and retracted into Gaara's body. The sand covering the body gradually dissipated, revealing the red-haired boy who was sleeping with his eyes closed. At this moment, Gaara lacked a murderous and gloomy face, but added peace and happiness. This teenager, who has never slept well since he was a child, has enjoyed a moment of sleep and relaxation after a long absence. Gaara had a dream. In the dream, a person has been watching him gently. There is no hatred, no killing intent, only gentleness and love with endless kindness. Gaara wanted to get closer to the person who had been watching him gently, but he couldn't get closer. He stretched out his hand, but only touched a piece of sand. Slowly opening her eyes, wiping away the tears that fell unconsciously from the corner of her eyes, Gaara said in a low voice, "It's a dream." "It's not a dream." A gentle voice sounded. Gaara looked up and saw a blonde teenager wearing a black shirt, sitting on the gravel next to him, watching him with a gentle gaze. "Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Starting today, I hope to be your friend." Listening to these gentle and sincere words, I looked directly at the clear eyes of the blonde boy and the hand that was stretched over. At this moment, Gaara was moved. For the first time, someone is willing to accept his existence. The coldness in his heart began to melt, a smile appeared on his face, he sat up from the ground and held this hand, "Okay." At this moment, Gaara saw a teenager who had the same experience as him, who had been squeezed out from around and isolated by everyone since he was a child. Longing for love, but in the end it only ushered in alienation. His life was full of coldness and darkness like him, but he also got some bright colors after working hard. And now, he brought this bright color to himself. Chapter 101. Letting go of Naruto's hand, Gaara feels a little lost. Just now, he read part of Naruto's memory. The kind of childhood that seemed to be similar to him made him feel the same. It turns out that I am not alone in this world suffering from this kind of pain. Listening to Gaara's sigh, Naruto smiled and didn't care. The past experience and the pain have become a powerful part of us. We should be people who can understand each other and give each other support and warmth. Gaara nodded. At this moment, he recognized the existence of Uzumaki Naruto as a friend from the bottom of his heart. Although the two are from different villages, and despite their hostile positions, the same experience has become a bridge for mutual understanding and communication. People who are alone will become more sensitive to the likes and dislikes of others. The Shourhi in your body will no longer compete with you for your body. If you want, you can sleep well in the future. You ninjas from Sand Shinobi village are here, and I should almost leave too. Before leaving, as a friend, I will give you one last piece of advice. Remember to exercise more physical skills. Don't think that you can relax with absolute defense. There are too many people in this world that can break your defense. Take this, if you want to find me for something, just touch the mark, but it's better to choose a place where there is no one. Also, pay more attention to the people around you, sometimes not everyone will be indifferent to you. Then, goodbye. Naruto smiled and handed Gaara a trigeminal kunai. Then he waved his hand and disappeared in front of Gaara. Is this what a friend feels like? Gaara shook the kunai tucked in her sleeves and muttered to herself. In the distance, the sound of breaking wind sounded. Dozens of ninjas wearing khaki vests, led by the two leading men, broke into the center of the battlefield, which was like a natural disaster. They went straight to where Gaara was, and they were still far away, and they heard Temari and Kankuro shouting loudly, "Gaara, are you okay? We are here with reinforcements." In the eyes of this group of sand shinobi, they may not be able to beat the mysterious person, but there is definitely no problem with so many people and Gaara protecting themselves. This is the self-confidence from Dernan village. There is no abnormality. There is only one chakra reaction by Gaara, and there is no sign of rampage. A perception ninja reported to the surrounding people. Hearing these words, Temari and Kankuro no longer had any scruples. They rushed forward, hugged Gaara, and began to anxiously check whether he was injured. Pay attention to the people around you. Seeing the anxious expressions on Temari and Kankuro's faces, Gaara suppressed the thought of pushing them away. He recalled carefully and found that he had only noticed the fear they occasionally showed for these two people with the identity of brothers and sisters, but never cared that they would have the feelings of relatives towards him. Perhaps it was the man with the name of Feng Ying who prevented all of this? "It's okay, the masked man was beaten away by me." Gaara tried, clumsily responding to this kindness from her brother and sister. Regardless of the future, at least that man is not here at the moment. Not far away, he restrained his breath and stared at Naruto here with the eyes of Kagura, with a smile on his face. "Isn't that good?" Flying Thunder God technique was activated. This time, Naruto really left. In the end, the attack on Sand Shinobi village Jinkraki ceased. According to the report of the person involved, Gaara, after he released Xiao He using the fake sleeping technique, the two sides fought a battle and finally drove away the masked man. Xiao He was also seriously injured and fell asleep temporarily. As Jinkraki, Gaara temporarily ended his trip to Konoha and chose to return to Sand Shinobi village. A day later, 4th Kazekage Luosha, who was informed, met Gaara. Although he had already received the report from his subordinates, he still asked Gaara in person. Listening to his father's cold tone asking what happened, Gaara also said in a cold voice. Gaara, whose heart was slightly opened at this moment, still couldn't feel the kind of love called father from her father. It is estimated how long it will take for Shao Crane to wake up. After listening, Luo Sha asked Gaara. The birth of Gaara led to the death of Luo Sha's beloved wife, Gaara Lo, which made Luo Sha feel very complicated about her little son. This kind of complicated feelings made him not care about Gaara's life and death, all he cares about is whether his plan can be carried out. At this moment, Sand Shinobi village is already on the line, and I have to send it. Since the end of the war, the daimyo of the Wind Nation reduced the budget of Ninja Village, coupled with the failure of the 3 ninja wars, a large part of the task share was divided to Konoha, making the village's economy even worse. If it weren't for the precious metals obtained by Luosha's Shaijin technique to make up part of the funding gap, Sand Shinobi village at this moment is estimated to be even more difficult. Therefore, the current Sand Shinobi village urgently needs a war victory to prove itself. In this way, I will get back the funds cut by the daimyo and the share of the tasks that Konoha took away. Xiaojuru is an important force in Konoha's collapse plan, but even if this important force goes wrong, Konoha's collapse plan cannot be stopped because of this. Fortunately, Luo Sha was relieved by Gaara's answer. At most 1.5 months, the power of Xiao'er will recover. At this moment, there is still more than half a month from the beginning of the Chunin exam, and the final battle of the Chunin exam will be delayed for another month. Sufficient time must be set aside for big names from various countries to go to Konoha to watch the final game. In this way, the Konoha collapse plan this time has enough meaning. There is nothing more capable of declaring one's own strength than the collapse of Konoha in front of these famous nobles. Calculating the time, waiting for Xiaojuru to recover, and successfully participating in this Konoha collapse plan is completely feasible. As for the mysterious masked person, you can completely ignore it at this moment, and we'll slowly deal with it after this plan is over. Then, you guys rest for 2 days and wait for Baki to recover from his injury, so let's embark on the trip to Konoha again. Luo Sha commanded. Then, Luo Sha hurriedly left with his guards. He also had a secret meeting with the leader of Otanin village and needed to go to the appointment. Gaara stared at the back of his father's disappearance and didn't say much. With him in Konoha, a plan doomed to fail, it is a good thing to be able to take this opportunity to go to Konoha. Thinking about it, Gaara couldn't help but think of the friend who hadn't been apart for long. I don't know what his environment is like. Chapter 102. A New Day. As usual, after Sasuke had breakfast, he went to exercise under the waterfall. As soon as I got here, I saw Naruto's figure floating in mid-air, but there was no air around him. Isn't this my anti-gravity magnetic field technique? Sasuke has a question mark on her face. Brother, when did you learn lightning style? Sasuke did talk to Naruto about the method and principle of the anti-gravity magnetic field technique, but because Naruto has no thunder attribute, even if the lightning style chakra is forced to use this ninjutsu to fly, the effect will be half the effort. For this reason, Naruto has been using the wind style dance technique he developed. And now, this is silent, and I have practiced lightning style. Looking at the way Naruto is flying easily, the proficiency of this anti-gravity magnetic field technique is no longer lower than that of the air dance technique. Naruto fell and said hello to Sasuke. Morning, Sasuke, this is indeed the anti-gravity magnetic technique you developed. I didn't learn lightning style. This is the ability of magnet style's blood relay limit, but this blood relay limit is too weak, so I can barely use it for flying. Row. With this flying technique, I can make up for the defect that I can't fly after using the vacuum domain. By the way, explained it. The implication is, Sasuke, you should learn by yourself, don't think of copy from me with Manjiki Sharingan. In theory, after Naruto learns magnet style, he also has the qualification to develop and use electromagnetic gun technique. After all, the hundreds of books that Sasuke wants to learn at the moment are all things Naruto has learned. However, the magnet style of Naruto Master is still too weak and does not have the qualification to use the electromagnetic cannon technique. There are more question marks on Sasuke's head. Why did you step on a horse and suddenly magnet style's blood inherited the limit? Not even me. Regarding this matter, Naruto didn't say much. It just gave Sasuke a look and let him know it for himself. No matter how close friends are, they have to have their own secrets. I'm going to read. With a cold snort, Sasuke turned and left. Recently, in addition to physical strengthening training on the body, what Sasuke's shadow clone does the most is to madly learn the knowledge recorded in the hundreds of books in his mind. Although a little uncomfortable, Naruto has mastered new abilities, but he wants to surpass Naruto's strength in the near future. The most promising thing is to develop the electromagnetic cannon technique. Naruto watched Sasuke leave and continued to start physical strengthening training. Many shadow clones are doing sculpting operations. Today, Naruto can sculpt the image he wants as he pleases. Such an engraving level, it is not too much to evaluate a person who enters the room. After reaching this level, Naruto recently started microsculpting again. Through the subtle wind-style chakra control, the Lanting preface is written in regular script on a palm-sized hardwood block. Each word is only 1/10 the size of a grain of rice. I couldn't see clearly with the naked eye. Naruto kept Kagura's eyes open all the time when he was carving. This kind of practice is a test of concentration and control, but it has made Naruto's recent continuous improvement in chakra's control ability. The external performance is that Naruto is now using wind-style ninjutsu with more and more power, but the consumption of chakra is getting smaller and smaller. Naruto's dream of Super S-class wind-style ninjutsu is getting closer and closer to completion. Naruto is practicing. In the sealed space, Kurama kept calling Shaohe through the one-tail chakra sealed in the tail, wanting to call him over to play games and watch dramas as a happy house, but no one answered. Spicy chicken with fewer tails, just using this little chakra will not work. Finally, Kurama sighed boredly. If it wasn't for Sage of Six Paths eccentricity back then, you have the capital. Naruto, who was sitting on the sofa reading a book, mocked. Kurama didn't speak, his chin was raised high, and said proudly, "The old man likes me the most, that's something that can't be helped." Naruto put down the book, pinched Kurama's fur on the nape of his neck, lifted him up, and looked at each other. "Hey, I said you should do something a little bit. Playing games with this TV show all day, it's about to change. It's a waste, Fox. I also do things, right? You repair your body's masculine chakra, and the natural energy that enters the sage mode is not what I help you condense? I often use my chakra for you. Naruto, let me tell you, don't get too far." Kurama was angry, and slapped Naruto's hand with a paw, and his hair exploded. Standing on the sofa, said with an unhappy expression, "You have nothing to learn about accounting or law. When I am unified, you can help me deal with government affairs or manage the economy. You can also formulate various laws and rules, personally transform the world and make it run according to your will. Not beautiful?" Naruto moved a lot of books from the study space and flicked. "No, I'm too tired, don't think I don't know, you just want to fool me to help you work." Kurama curled his lips and looked at the pile of books dismissively. This fox has seen so many other world things, he has become a little smarter, and he is not easy to lie. Naruto rolled his eyes and brought a bunch of reference books. "Then you can try writing? After reading so much, I guess you will definitely have a thriving creative desire in your heart. Is it interesting to write your ideas and get more people's approval?" While talking, Naruto took out the Intimacy Heaven written by Jiraiya again. "Look, the writing written by Mr. Jiraiya is average. Little Liu Bei who has no plot can sell well in the world of ninja. It is conceivable that people in this world are aesthetically pleasing. How backward the level is. Think about it, you have so many high-quality works from other world as reference materials, and you have a crushing level in terms of strength reserves. At that time, when your work comes out, the whole Ninja Turtles will cheer for your Kurama-sama name. What a delightful thing that should be." Hearing that, Kurama was a little moved. After thinking about the scene that Naruto described, it seems that it is really feasible. After watching so much, even if Kurama is just a fox, he still has a lot of creative desire in his heart. Okay, the old man will reluctantly create for it. Let these turtles in the ninja world experience the super high-quality work from Kurama-sama. Kurama was eager to try, and took the reference book on the side. Starting from the 3 elements of a novel, systematically understand how to write a novel. Seeing Kurama finally starting to do business, Naruto was a little relieved. It seems that I have seen the huge benefits that Kurama's works have brought to myself after the big sales. He couldn't help but shook his fist and said seriously, "Kurama, come on." Chapter 103. In the sealed space, Naruto is reading, and Kurama is also reading. It is indeed a good experience for someone to read a book together to create a strong learning atmosphere. Naruto feels that the efficiency of reading books today has increased by at least 10%. The next day, Naruto thought for a while, and pulled Sasuke and little Sakura Kakashi over. Each of the 3 found a Naruto shadow clone as a login device and entered the sealed space. As a result, the number of people studying together in the sealed space increased to 5. In addition to sealing techniques, Naruto is also studying aerodynamics, thinking about how to construct a more powerful wind-style ninjutsu. Kurama is studying how to create novels and enrich his vocabulary. Sasuke is studying electromagnetic acceleration theory and wants to develop the electromagnetic gun technique as soon as possible. While Kakashi is studying sealing technique, Sakura is studying medicine in addition to studying sealing technique. Although the content of the 5 people is different, the atmosphere of so many people studying together makes the few people in them feel good. Every time I get bored with reading, as long as I look up, I can see that many people are working hard with them, and they are immediately filled with the motivation to learn. As a result, This activity was named the 7th class study meeting, and it became a daily fixed program. Until, half a month later, the Chunin exam is about to begin. Jiraiya, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly appeared and happily pulled Naruto and Sakura away. Naruto, Sakura, I finally found news about Tsunade. It just so happens that you don't have to take the Chunin exam. Let's go to Tsunade. Naruto kicked it, and Jiraiya was kicked off guard. You are a real ink. 2 months have passed. It is enough to go back and forth in the ninja world, right? Mr. Jiraiya. You have a powdery taste, I doubt why you went there all this time. Naruto said with a look of disgust. Since nearly 2 months ago, Naruto asked Jiraiya to find Tsunade's whereabouts. During the period, Shadow Clone, where Naruto wandered outside, also provided a lot of useful information to narrow the scope of her search. That's it, Jiraiya has only now discovered the exact news of Tsunade. To say that he hadn't forgotten the prostitution, he didn't care much about finding someone, and he didn't believe in killing Naruto. After all, the white-haired old man who is still alive in this world who cares most about Tsunade is probably the old man in front of him. Ha ha ha, I'm a writer after all, and occasionally when inspiration breaks out, Naruto, have you seen my recent publication of Intimate Paradise Special? This is my confident work. After being kicked, Jiraiya, who knew he was wrong, was not angry. He jumped up from the ground, then took out a palm-sized book from his ninja bag and handed it to Naruto grinning. Since Jiraiya promised Naruto not to peep, Jiraiya's book can also be renamed Peeping Paradise Liu Bei, and it has completely turned into a Ninja World Health Guide. Liu Bei's readers, who originally loved to peep, did not disappear. Instead, Jiraiya added a group of new readers who were big health enthusiasts. They were regarded as the Bible. There are even many custom shops that invite Jiraiya to experience it for free. I don't know if Jiraiya is a blessing in disguise. Naruto took it casually, flipped it through the quantum wave reading method, and then returned it to Jiraiya, commenting, "It's still such a dish, there is no plot at all, it is better to practice the fox writing for half a month." Although Naruto has reached the age of adolescence, he is not very interested in these books as a childhood sweetheart. At his age, his favorite is still the passionate works with plot and fantasy space. Jiraiya was puzzled, how can a fox write? Then I thought, there is a fox in Naruto's stomach that is not inferior to humans. It doesn't seem to be strange. Looking up, I saw Naruto stretch out his hand, and Jiraiya raised his hand subconsciously. With 2 punches facing each other, a fantasy novel called Nine-Tails Fox Emperor appeared in Jiraiya's mind. This is an article that Kurama just wrote today. It is a practice work that sets out the outline of the beginning of the fight against Chihuahua. It tells the story of a fox named Kurama whose genius fell due to some unknown reason, and was retired by his fiancée Sudaji, and finally awakened by the blood of Nine Tails. I didn't know that Kurama was translated by Jiraiya in a Hyuxia translation. I found out that the plot of this novel was unexpectedly wonderful, and he was fascinated by it accidentally. And Naruto and little Sakura took advantage of this time, went home, took a shower, changed clothes, packed their things and prepared for the trip. When I saw Jiraiya again, I saw this toad sage who was extremely confident in his own creative level. At this moment, he said with a look of despair and intent, I didn't expect that I was really inferior to a fox who practiced writing for half a month. The following is written all right? I really want to see it. Kurama hasn't written it yet, now I believe that I'm good? Teacher Jiraiya. Naruto broke Jiraiya's fantasy without hesitation. In the past, Naruto said that Jiraiya wrote the dishes, but he was completely dissatisfied. After all, his loyal readers are all over the ninja world. And now, in the face of reality, Jiraiya finally admitted this. However, he is an optimist, and he is not frustrated by this. Instead, he is pestering Naruto to see Kurama and to discuss with him how to write. However, Kurama, who is obsessed with creation, does not want to pay attention to Jiraiya. Naruto was so annoyed that he was entangled, so he sorted out some theoretical knowledge about writing that he knew, and then stuffed a copy into Jiraiya's mind with the chakra link. Like Jiraiya, who has won the treasure, he finally doesn't bother Naruto at this moment. Before leaving, Naruto met the red panda Gaara on Konoha Street. Although Gaara has been sleeping well recently, the dark circles that have accumulated over the years without sleeping are not so easy to eliminate. According to Naruto's estimation, it will take at least 3 months to completely disappear. When Daozo met, the two who were already friends pretended to meet for the first time. Are you Genin from Sand Shinobi village who came to Konoha to take the Chunin exam? Naruto stopped Gaara Temari and Kankuro and asked curiously. Yes, we are the elite Genin team of Sand Shinobi this year. Gaara nodded slightly. It looks like the 3 outstanding identities should be distinguished guests. The 3-day free experience voucher and a 50% discount voucher for the Heaven and Earth Hot Spring Hotel are presented to you. This is my property. I hope you will like it. I have a task to leave the village temporarily and see you later. Naruto smiled and passed the 2 coupons, then waved goodbye. Gaara nodded slightly, replied, and turned to leave. It seems that this is just an episode. Only the 2 parties themselves understand the meaning. Chapter 104. Naruto walked a little further, and saw Sasuke and Kakashi standing on the side of the road. It looks like it is planning to see off a group of people. Who is he? Sasuke leaned to Naruto's ear, and asked with a ugly expression. In the scene just now, Sasuke saw clearly. When you meet, you will get a 3-day experience coupon for free. This is a VIP treatment, and it costs a lot of money. Sasuke feels a little painful. But his instinct told him that this person should be more than just a potential guest of the hotel. Friend. Naruto smiled and patted Sasuke on the shoulder, and said to Kakashi on the side, I'll be back in a few days, no need to send it specifically, I left Mr. Kakashi. Seeing Naruto walk away, little Sakura hurriedly moved to Sasuke's side and said softly, Sasuke-kun, don't miss me when I leave. I will be back soon. I will definitely be able to worship Master Tsunade as a teacher. You make a delicious bento, goodbye. Sasuke nodded slightly, yet. Although Sasuke's attitude towards Sakura is still not enthusiastic, but because of the hard work and learning spirit of Sakura during this period of time, she barely recognized her as his teammate. Sasuke, who is arrogant but influenced by Naruto, doesn't care whether the people around him are strong right now, but at least he must have a hard-working heart. The farewell was over. Looking at Jiraiya, Sakura, and Naruto who were about to step out of the Konoha gate, Kakashi smiled and said. Come back early. Our 7th class has an A-level escort mission designated by the employer to protect the famous actor Fujikaze to go to the snow country for shooting. The other party must wait for us to execute it, but don't let the employer wait too long. Hearing that, Sakura and Jiraiya didn't respond much. Naruto frowned slightly, and whispered in his heart, is the theatrical plot of Yuki Ninfako? That guy named Santaifu is really obsessed with Kakashi. Fenghua Xiaoxia doesn't want to go back to Snow Country at all, but just wants to be an actor. Fenghua Nu Tao also had a dream of unifying the ninja world in that corner. She was beaten to death all of a sudden, so whoever can make sense. Seeing Naruto frown, Kakashi knew he didn't want to go. In other words, the price is too low. He hurriedly pulled him aside and explained, I didn't want to take this task, but the task principal really gave too much. Think about it, we will definitely have a lot of money to spend in the future. Employers can appoint ninjas to perform tasks. As long as they give more money, the ninja village can provide obedience to the arrangements they want. Upon hearing this, Naruto raised his eyebrows slightly. How much? 7 days, 1 million taels. Kakashi stretched out a finger. The general remuneration is 15 to 1 million taels for guarding important people, even for the task of joining the war because of other countries' requests. Now the other party directly gave the capped price of the A-level task, which can be said to be very sincere. After Kakashi recently got a handful of the best weapons in his hand, he was too poor to eat dirt. This high-value, short-duration task reward was a timely rain for Kakashi's shriveled wallet. However, Naruto still wants to say, what about the beggar? Am I someone who lacks this little money? Before Naruto refused, Kakashi whispered, the actor we are going to protect is actually a princess named Fukakoyoki, the daughter of the famous Fukaze Asuki in the Snow Country. Our mission this time is to escort the actors in name. In fact, it is to help the other party to regain the country. Of course, we don't have to work hard. We only need to protect little Snow Princess from leaving after the other party's failure to regain the country. Think about it, after the other party's success in resuming the country, we can get a genuine friendship with a big name. If it fails, we can get a lot of rewards for the task. Is it bloody? At the end, Kakashi blinked narrowly again, that Fenghua little Snow Princess is a beauty, only less than 3 years older than you, if you can catch her, hee. These are the intelligence that Kakashi recently investigated to prevent the Dazzner from falsely reporting the task level last time. Kakashi has now treated Naruto as a superior, and naturally will not fool him in some intelligence details. Make everything clear and leave it to Naruto to decide. This is what Kakashi does. Naruto frowned and looked at Kakashi, I know the truth, but why didn't I know that Mr. Kakashi is so wretched? And the place in the Snow Country is really small, how much oil and water can there be even if the country is restored? 1 year's income is estimated to be less than the princess's earnings from filming. Asuma's head is worth 35 million taels. Do you know how much Asuma, who's starring Princess Fengyun, is worth at the box office? After setting the goal of unification, Naruto deliberately combined reality and comics to study a lot of content. Among them are the first theatrical version of the Hokage Ninja, Snowheim Ninja, and the place where the story of the theatrical version takes place, Snow Country. Then he discovered that this place is really nothing special. Those things that look like black technology in another world are not too esoteric technology for this world with chakra. What is lacking in this world is not technology, but the soil that allows these technologies to spread and benefit the public. Coupled with the remoteness of the Snow Country, Naruto naturally lost interest in this place. If he wants to get up in the future, he will definitely need a base area, but this base area is definitely not in the poor country of Snow Country. Seeing Naruto's resolute attitude, Kakashi regrets that such an easy income can't be earned. It's really shameful, here you are. When Naruto saw Kakashi, he could guess what he was thinking. He took a scroll from his bag and handed it to Kakashi. This is the recipe for secret hot pot and the business method of opening chain hot pot restaurants, ranging from high-end to low-end types. Take it. It should make you a lot of money when you make it. I account for 20% of the technology stock. Let's take care of it. Remember not to buy all the stores, rent them all to prevent them from being bombed. After thinking for a while, Naruto kicked Jiraiya, who was wandering beside him, do you want to invest in stocks? Hey! Jiraiya looked blank. When Naruto was talking with Kakashi just now, he used airflow to block the sound from spreading. Although he was close, he didn't hear what the two said. Pick up money, invest in Kakashi to open a store, and make a steady profit, I said. Naruto briefly summarized it directly. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately thought of the Heaven and Earth Hot Spring Hotel opened by Naruto, and his eyes lit up. Although he has made a lot of money by writing books and doing tasks in the past, he spends money on prostitution and gathering intelligence, and no one will dislike him for having a lot of money. Suddenly, Jiraiya looked at Kakashi and said, how much do you want, just say it. Kakashi was overjoyed and took Jiraiya to negotiate. After half an hour, the group finally embarked on a journey to find Tsunade. Chapter 105. Walking out of Konoha village, Jiraiya's mouth kept smiling. I don't know whether it is because of the valuable writing knowledge gained from Naruto, or the reason for the investment in the chain hot pot restaurant that I just discussed with Kakashi. Or, are there other factors? I said, Mr. Jiraiya, are you looking forward to the death of the third-generation old man? After walking for a long time, Naruto said suddenly. Not knowing what beautiful things were thinking about, Jiraiya smiled like a mentally retarded. Jiraiya subconsciously replied, yes, he's not pleasing to his eyes long ago. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya reacted, as if he had said something terrible. However, while looking at the side, little Sakura looked down at the book for himself. I don't know if I didn't hear it, or if I didn't care. But Naruto has a thoughtful look on his face, no wonder I took us to Tsunade until this juncture. Teacher Jiraiya, you really pick a day? Did you know that Orochimaru wanted to attack the village? In the manga, it was known a month in advance that Orochimaru was coming to Konoha to do things, but Jiraiya ran into the jungle. And now, Jiraiya, who should have found Tsunade a long time ago, also brought Naruto, an important combat force, Nine Tails Jinchuriki, out of the village at this sensitive time. If Jiraiya had no other thoughts, Naruto wouldn't believe it. Are you disappointed in Sarutobi Hiruzen? With the death of my parents, all of Tsunade's relatives died on the battlefield or during the wood-style blood test. Only she was left alone, wandering outside under the name of Fear of Blood, and did not dare to return to life. She raised her in a village founded by her grandfather. And your best friend Orochimaru was also forced to defect from the village. You have a grudge against Sarutobi Hiruzen, but you still don't want to start with him because of your old feelings, so you choose not to help. Hearing Naruto's spicy words, Jiraiya's smile disappeared, but he saw a ghostly expression on his face. It was as if Naruto peeked into his heart. However, Jiraiya was silent and did not refute anything after all. Because what Naruto said were the most true thoughts he had hidden in his heart, and he had never told others before. Jiraiya loves the village and has a fiery will to fire in his heart, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions are all challenging his bottom line. If Sunin's Jiraiya and Tsunade really have such a deep affection for their teacher, then after the manga is over, Orochimaru, the teacher-killing villain, will not go back to Konoha village without being held accountable. Ns. A moment later, Jiraiya said, since you guessed Naruto, what do you think now? To the village, to Hokage, to the teacher, what do you want to say? Since Naruto has guessed his thoughts, but is still willing to follow him at this point in time, it proves that even if the two people have different ideas, at least they are standing on the same position at the moment. Jiraiya knows Naruto's strength. If he doesn't leave the village, no matter how many calculations outsiders have, they will be in vain in the face of absolute power. Orochimaru will not succeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen will only die in my hands. Naruto said calmly. Do you want to do something? Jiraiya frowned. Even if Naruto said he was going to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya was not too moved. No, I don't know how to do anything. I will follow Mr. Jiraiya to enjoy this journey. The knife you chose named Orochimaru has too much greed in his heart, and he will not succeed. Naruto said in a relaxed tone. Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan this time is not really for the destruction of Konoha. Hidden under the appearance are Orochimaru's three huge desires and demands. First, it is naturally for Uchiha Sasuke, a living body with the limits of Sharingan's blood inheritance. Orochimaru wants to use this as a springboard to gain more powerful power and defeat Itachi. The second is to get rid of the dead branches and leaves of Sarutobi Hiruzen, so that the village can break away from his mediocre and decadent rule and rejuvenate. The third is to find an excuse to weaken the violent beating Sand Shinobi, a dishonest ally, so that he can only continue to be Konoha's little brother. Orochimaru's desires and demands were supported by Konoha's internal Danzo, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were indulged, and Konoha's various families consciously or unconsciously contributed to the flames. Therefore, in the comics, Orochimaru seems to be accidental, but in fact it inevitably creates a quiet battlefield with Sarutobi Hiruzen 1v1. After years of growth, Orochimaru already has the strength to exceed that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. But he never expected that his teacher would still seal the ghoul with one hand at the limit, so there was a story of the prince chasing his wife after 1,000 miles. In reality, Orochimaru would not succeed from the beginning. Because Sasuke at this moment is stronger than himself 3 years later. If you were frustrated at the first step of starting the plan, and even the executor of the plan was seriously injured as a result, then naturally there will be no subsequent series of Konoha collapse plans. Like Naruto said, Sarutobi Hiruzen will only die in his hands. Then take a good trip. The former convenience is the famous tourist city Fenjai. Let's live here tonight. Teacher, I will take you to eat delicious food, ha ha ha. Jiraiya understood Naruto's meaning, no matter what his thoughts were in his mind, but at the moment he chose to let him go. As for Orochimaru's success, it doesn't matter to him. Naruto smiled, letting go, humming a song in his mouth, looking at the scenery along the way leisurely. And little Sakura, reading from start to finish, lowered his head. The air current cuts off the diffusion of sound. Therefore, she knew nothing about the conversation between the two. In the evening, I arrived at Fenjai City and heard that Jiraiya had a treat and had a luxurious beef dinner for dinner. Little Sakura cheered for it. Seeing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. It's just a bit of a pain when checking out. At night, little Sakura was already asleep, but Jiraiya didn't know where he went to fool around. And Naruto took out his black wig, fox face mask and black mink coat, cos became Namikaze face hemp. A flying thunder god technique has already appeared in the Death Forest not far from Konoha village. Kagura's eyes opened, and Naruto had already discovered a figure with vitality and chakra particularly exuberant as soon as he felt it slightly. Aromatic phosphorus. He whispered in his mouth, and then Naruto activated the anti-gravity magnetic field flying technique and drifted silently along the direction he felt. Chapter 106. At this moment, it was after the first written exam of Chunin's exam. The second elimination game in the Dead Forest. Dozens of genin teams were thrown into the Death Forest, holding the sky and earth coiling axes respectively. Only when the scrolls were assembled and reached the tower in the middle of the forest could they pass the second test. Because of this, genin's team entering the Death Forest, except for the 3 of their own team, are enemies. Moreover, the threat in this dead forest is not only the other genin team, the other giant animals are also a lot of trouble for the ninjas. I saw it when Naruto arrived. In the darkness, the trio of Cao Ren village hid in the bushes under the trees, guarding carefully. There are too many strong men taking the Chunin exam this year. The team sent by Rao Shiren has 2 powerful nurses, Genin and Xianglin, who are experienced, and they still can only tremble during the exam. Although the 3 people in Kushinen village were very alert, they still didn't notice Naruto who was almost standing in front of them. The gap between the 2 sides is too big. In this case, Naruto only needs to throw 3,000 copies at will to end their life. This is why Naruto didn't bother to take the Chunin exam, it was really boring. Observed for a moment, the little girl with red hair, red pupils, huge vitality and chakra, the skin on her body has many bite marks, and the little girl with glasses with a frightened small animal expression, it looks like phosphorus is right. Cough. Naruto let out a light cough, reminding the 3 people of Kushinen of their arrival. What greeted Naruto was the kunao thrown by the 2 Kushinen, and the helpless eyes of Xianglin. As soon as Naruto's thoughts moved, there was a flow of air curled up out of thin air. These air currents not only blocked the kunao in the air, but also turned into chains and directly pressed the 2 grasses to the ground immobile. Walking to the frightened phosphorus, Naruto took off the mask and revealed a face with a gentle smile. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, don't be afraid, do you know the Uzumaki family? We are still the same family. If you don't mind, you can call my brother. I should be a little older than you. Perhaps it was Naruto's gentle smile that made Xianglin feel cordial, and she did not resist Naruto's approach too much. Lifting the fragrant phosphorus from the ground, Naruto opened her sleeves and saw more dense tooth prints hiding it. The smile on his face disappeared, Naruto's eyes turned cold, and his heart was a little blocked. When reading the comics, Naruto already knew about the tragic experience of Xianglin as a child, but it was just a story after all. At this moment, seeing the miserable appearance of incense phosphorus with his own eyes, Naruto can better understand the bitterness and pain in it. It was a childhood that was as bleak as his childhood full of darkness. Xianglin and his mother were the Uzumaki people who lived outside the Uzumaki kingdom after their country was destroyed. Sage body shared Chakra's ability to heal other people's blood and boundary limits. It was discovered by Kainin village and used as a precious medical resource. The people of Cao Ren village have never accepted Xiang Fo and her mother. A few years ago, when Aroma Phosphorus was still young, her mother died because of chakra ingestion and excessive vitality. Then, aromatic phosphorus inherited her mother's mission and continued to be used as a medical item in exchange for meager food to survive. At this moment, Xianglin didn't even know how to use chakra to fight, but this time, in order to ensure that the Genin team in Kushinen village passed the exam, she was sent as a medical kit with the team, completely ignoring her life and death. And along the way, the two teammates were not good to Phosphorus. He beats and scolds at every turn, and doesn't treat him as a person at all. It's just a convenient medical tool, it's dead if you die. It's very hard. Naruto touched the girl's hair, her eyes full of sympathy. Before she knew it, tears kept falling from the corners of Xianglin's eyes. She wiped them quickly, choked up, and said, "It's not hard, I've been here for so long, woohoo." Naruto looked at the girl who pretended to be strong and was silent. A handful of kunao was taken from the ground and handed it to the fragrant phosphorus. Naruto said softly, "Whatever you want, just do it. Don't be afraid. I will protect you in the future." Xianglin froze for a moment, and then understood what Naruto meant. A complex emotion intertwined with gratitude and unbelievable emerges. After receiving Kyowu, Xianglin looked at the two so-called teammates on the ground bound by the air current chain, and there was a cold killing intent in his eyes. At this moment, the two Cao Ren understood their next destiny. They could not speak, nor struggle, they could only cast pleading eyes at Xianglin desperately. However, this is just futile. After a quarter of an hour, the exhausted Phosphorus dropped the kunao that was stained with the rich bloodline in his hands, and sat down to the ground and cried loudly. "After venting the anger in my heart, what is left is emptiness." Naruto extracted a pure yang chakra and sent it into the body of incense Phosphorus. As the gentle chakra played a role in the body, the physical strength consumed by the phosphorus and the tooth marks on the body were quickly disappearing. This physical deficit is really serious, and it is estimated that I will not live to be 20 years old. Observing the situation of the phosphorus, Naruto sighed. It is possible to make a young Uzumaki member of the Uzumaki clan who is known for his vigorous vitality live to be less than 20 years old. From this, it can be imagined that the people in Kushinen village do not even think of phosphorus as human beings. If no one saves the fragrant phosphorus, under normal circumstances, her fate is to give birth to a child with any man after she grows up, and she is drained of vitality and chakra to die, and the offspring that remains will continue such a dark life. Feeling the rapidly recovering body, Xianglin couldn't help but rushed into Naruto's arms, hugged him tightly, and howled. In her lifetime, apart from her dead mother, Naruto was the only light and warmth she felt. Condensed a small tornado to destroy the corpses. Then, after removing the disguised Naruto, a flying thunder god technique, he brought the fragrant phosphorus to the Heaven and Earth Hot Spring Hotel. Instruct a maid to bring phosphorus to solve the problem of food and clothing. Naruto warmly persuaded him in his fragrant gaze, soak in a bath, eat something, and get a good night's sleep. I will see you again tomorrow. Brother Naruto, goodbye. Xianglin reluctantly said goodbye. Naruto watched his back disappear, and his smile disappeared completely. If we don't change the world, tragedies like mine will continue to happen. Clenching his fist, Naruto whispered in his heart. Boom! Suddenly, the earth-shaking thunder sounded. Naruto cast his gaze in the direction of thunder, and saw that the direction of the waterfall where he often practiced was now covered with dark clouds. At this moment, the huge unicorn phase is condensing among thunderclouds. Chapter 107. As night fell, Sasuke still sat cross-legged under the waterfall to meditate. Even though Naruto, Tenten's practicing partner, left the village to travel outside, Sasuke did not relax for a while. After finishing a day of intensive physical training, he is now sorting out the learning and understanding memory of Shadow Clone for the pre-content of the electromagnetic cannon technique. Even though I have been studying these contents for almost 2 months, Sasuke still feels very big when looking at these high numerical physics contents. With Sasuke's temperament, he didn't really like to learn these things, what he liked more was directness. He is more willing to use this brain to defeat and kill powerful enemies than to study with patience. Fortunately, according to Sasuke's estimation, with the help of many shadow clones, he will be able to systematically understand all of these contents in at most half a year. The rest, you need to slowly understand in practice. And while Sasuke was studying diligently, Orochimaru, who was standing in the shadow tens of meters away from Sasuke, couldn't help sticking out his long tongue and licking his lips. Looking at the young and living Uchiha body not far away, sitting with his eyes closed, Orochimaru felt his emotions a little hot at this moment. Uchiha Sasuke? Itaka's younger brother, he looks pretty good at his young age. Thinking back to the information learned from Danzo. Knowing that this orphan of Uchiha followed Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto to practice, there are usually the village elite Jonin Kakashi and his classmate teammate Jiraiya give guidance. At this moment, Sasuke is still young, but he already has a lot of strength. No additional training is required, and it can directly exist as an Orochimaru reincarnated body. At this moment, Orochimaru saw with his own eyes that Danzo did not lie to him. Originally, Orochimaru planned to test the strength of his preparation container in the examination room when he was taking the Chunin exam, and then used his strength as a guide to seduce him to his own hands. It's just that the plan hasn't even started, and there have been some accidents. Sasuke, his favorite, didn't take the Chunin exam directly, which made Orochimaru lose many opportunities for temptation. Fortunately, Yakushi Kabuto, his proud spy, has inquired enough information to know clearly the usual work and rest habits of this Uchiha Sasuke. Therefore, at this moment, Orochimaru was able to accurately find Sasuke in this wilderness. It's the cost of collecting information. It's a bit expensive. Thinking back to the invoice that Yakushi Kabuto got back for the account not long ago, Orochimaru, who had never been short of money, felt a bit of pain. He spent more than 10 million taels in eating and drinking in the past 2 months, which was a luxurious life he hadn't enjoyed. Most of his money was burned in experiments. Fortunately, the end result is good. Thinking like this, Orochimaru is not hiding his breath. Walking out of the shadows, step by step, he walked towards Uchiha Sasuke who was sitting crouched under the waterfall. Sasuke, who was sorting out his memories, was a little irritable because of these mathematical and physical contents, and suddenly felt a strong and malicious aura appearing unabashedly, and his mentality exploded in an instant. Sasuke opened his eyes and looked at the visitor angrily. Suddenly I saw a figure with pale skin, long black shawl hair, guyu ornaments hanging from his ears, wearing a kimono, and a wicked smile on his mouth. Sabi is a bit familiar, but I probably haven't seen it before. The moment he saw Orochimaru, this thought came to Sasuke's mind. Before he could say anything, he met Orochimaru on the opposite side and spoke, with a magnetic voice and a strong self-confidence aura, "The first time I met, Sasuke-kun, I am Orochimaru." Sasuke frowned and said, "The legendary Sunin? Orochimaru." This powerful and gloomy breath is consistent with the legend. It seems that Sasuke-kun has heard of my name, so the next thing is easy to say. I am here to sincerely invite Sasuke-kun to join my subordinates. I can give you even more powerful strength. I have also heard about you and Ataka-kun. To be honest, your current strength is not his opponent, but it would be different if you can get my help. Come on, follow me, even if it is to avenge you. Seeing Sasuke's expression moved, Orochimaru knew that the other party had heard of his name, so that he could save a lot of tongue, so he didn't hesitate to persuade. Coupled with the powerful aura of wanton publicity on his body, it is absolutely attractive to the average ninja. If you change another person, you will definitely pay homage without hesitation. The same is true for Sasuke in the manga. He has witnessed the strength of Orochimaru and learned about the record of killing 4th Kazekage and 3rd Hokage in succession. After Ataka gave him a stupid Odoudou to deepen his hatred. The mentality collapsed almost instantaneously, and even Naruto, a good friend, didn't care and went straight to Odanin village, which led to the story of the Prince Senri chasing his wife in the following hundreds of episodes. At this moment, Sasuke is in a completely different state. After practicing with Naruto, Sasuke possesses great strength, and he has already started Manjiki Sharingan at a young age. If it hadn't been deeply influenced by Naruto's steady thoughts, he would have been eager to seek revenge from Itachi at this moment. What's more, his friends and his estate are all here. In this case, how confident Sasuke would care about an Orochimaru? Hearing Orochimaru's invitation, he suddenly sneered, "I will kill Itachi myself. You are so rebellious and arrogant, Orochimaru? Smelly brother, I will kill you today, and all the ashes will be raised." As he spoke, Jian did not hesitate, and a mouth was Long Yan singing technique and sprayed over. A sea of fire filled the sky, covering Orochimaru's figure almost instantly. The last time Sasuke wanted to take no more cut as his first whetstone since his debut, it was a pity that the plan failed and Naruto robbed him of the head. And this time, facing Orochimaru, Naruto won't be able to grab the head with him when he is away. It is a perfect opportunity. As long as he can defeat or even kill Orochimaru, the S-rank rebel, then Uchiha Sasuke can also prove his strength to this ninja world, proving that Uchiha is still that famous family. Moreover, the effect is many times stronger than not being cut as a whetstone. After all, no longer cut as just an elite genin. But Orochimaru has been known as a cage-level powerhouse for many years, and is recognized by the entire world as a top powerhouse. Your head, I'll take it. Sasuke's eyes were hot, his pupils naturally turned blood red, and the 3 tomos circulated among them. Chapter 108. Facing the sea of flames that Sasuke was spitting out almost instantaneously, the strength of Orochimaru was not able to escape. The next moment, Orochimaru's whole body was ignited by flames. It's just that Orochimaru doesn't care much, even sticking out his tongue and licking his lips. He. It seems that you need to get rid of your arrogance first, otherwise you won't obediently follow me and leave. With a sneer, Orochimaru used a snake stand-in and dived into the ground. When he reappears, it is still intact, as if Sasuke's powerful fire-style ninjutsu had never been released. For this, Sasuke didn't care. If Orochimaru could be killed so easily, it wouldn't be recognized as the top master in the entire ninja world. As soon as Orochimaru appeared, Sasuke sprayed several fire styles in succession. Fire style. Luxurious extinction. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Fire style. The fire is gone. In a short period of time, with the waterfall as the center, a kilometer in a circle turned into a sea of fire, forcing Orochimaru to dive into the ground to escape. The strength is good, but this one who doesn't seem to have enough combat experience, comes up with a bunch of ninjutsu bombing, so there is no way to achieve any results. Orochimaru's cold and playful voice echoed in this space, damaging Sasuke's confidence. As for Sasuke, he glanced at the water vapor around him, sneered and didn't care. Seeing Orochimaru appearing in dew, he raised his hand to take a long sword from the side, and then used a magnificent Tai Chi sword technique to stab Orochimaru towards Orochimaru. Do you want to compete with physical skills? It's interesting. Orochimaru sneered, spit out a pheasant sword from his mouth, and met Sasuke, who had killed it with the sword. With Orochimaru's physical experience, I don't know how old it is compared to Sasuke. Almost in just a few strokes, Sasuke was already overwhelmed. Chiang chiang! In the empty forest, two figures kept flashing, the two swords kept fighting each other, and the metal's high-strength friction caused sparks to burst out constantly. Sasuke didn't care much about the fact that he was under the wind. With a pair of Sharingan open, he kept copying Orochimaru's movements, experiencing his old fighting experience, and improving his own shortcomings. Your moves are very good, but it will be mine next moment. After playing for 5 minutes, Sasuke slowly began to have room to fight back under Orochimaru's hands. At 10 minutes, relying on the combat experience he learned from Orochimaru, he was able to fight Orochimaru well. Orochimaru didn't care about this situation either. With the same confidence, he gradually took out all his strength and frantically fed Sasuke. Your Sharingan is great, but it will be mine next moment. With their minds in mind, the two kept attacking their opponents with ultimate moves, and the battle came to the 15th minute. Unknowingly, the sky became darker and darker, and the moonlight had been obscured by dark clouds. The clouds are gathering and rubbing all over the sky, and there are faint signs that it will rain. At this time, Sasuke, who found that his physical skills could not make progress in a short time, forced Orochimaru back with a sword, and sneered, "Let me a trick, lightning style." Kirin. While speaking, an electric current appeared in Sasuke's hand. Then, raising his hand to the sky, he suddenly saw lightning and thunder from the sky, and huge unicorns began to interweave and form. Immediately afterwards, 3 unicorns in succession were guided and slashed towards Orochimaru, who was locked by Uzumaki Chakra's perception. At this time, Orochimaru, who had a bad instinct, also used a powerful defensive ninjutsu in advance. Summoning 5 Rashomon. Earth Style. Earth Flow Wall. Orochimaru Stream Body Replacement Technique. The 5-fold Rashomon overlapped and blocked Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru, who was unintuitive, used a mud wall and also used the body replacement technique he developed. In the next instant, the unicorn fell from the sky. Boom! The earth-shaking explosion sounded. Accompanied by the toothy metal rubbing sound, the 5-layer Rashomon was torn to pieces by the falling unicorns almost instantly. The fragments are entrapped by the current and hit the surroundings like a rain of flowers. Immediately afterwards, the thick soil wall shattered in an instant, and a huge thunderbolt fell on Orochimaru's body. What? A sharp scream sounded. Rumbling. Another series of explosions sounded. It was the fragments that were blasted off by the electric current that contacted the surrounding trees and rocks, and the huge kinetic energy triggered a second explosion. You died. Taking a look at Orochimaru, who was chopped into human-shaped coke, Sasuke thought to himself. Looking at the large collapsed trees around and the pits on the ground that were punched out by Rashomon fragments, Sasuke's eyes were burning. This is the prototype of the electromagnetic gun? The power is really great. The super weakened version is so powerful. The complete electromagnetic gun is 10 times more powerful than the Kirin, but it is easy. And at this moment, something happened suddenly. An Orochimaru suddenly emerged from the ground and appeared behind Sasuke. Then a sword pierced Sasuke's heart, and a successful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You are still too young. Although a lot of chakra was consumed, it was him who won the victory after all. At this moment, Orochimaru seems to have seen his sword penetrate Sasuke's heart. At that time, Sasuke will completely lose combat effectiveness. Orochimaru can also take advantage of this time to calmly plant a curse for Sasuke, then complete the seizure and repair this young body with great potential. At that time, not only can he easily seek revenge on Itaki, but he can also bring his strength to a higher level. Only the next moment, the smile on Orochimaru's face froze. Sasuke, who should have been unable to respond, had a layer of lavender-ribbed skeleton armor on his body. Orochimaru's inevitable sword pierced the armor, as if hitting a barrier of absolute defense. The huge penetrating force disappeared in a flash like a stone sinking into the sea. I didn't expect it. Smelly brother, go to hell! Sasuke sneered. At this moment, the three tomo in his eyes have been practiced. Between Orochimaru and his eyes, he exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost, impossible. Mangeki Sharingan, it is so possible that you have Mangeki Sharingan. Orochimaru was overly shocked by this, and his reaction was slow for a moment, but Sasuke did not slow down. He stretched out his hand, grabbed Orochimaru's arm, activated the Mangeki pupil technique of his right eye, and filled his life with all his vitality. Nailhead 7 Arrows Book. Infinite isn't a key. What? Orochimaru let out a scream, and his consciousness was instantly cursed by an irresistible force. His pale skin became dead grey in an instant, and his alive breath gradually sank. Sasuke, who should have died from an overdraft, stood full of anger, cast his eyes in one direction, and said vigorously, Naruto, come on Chakra. Chapter 109. At this moment, Sasuke is full of spirits. He was just defeated swiftly and neatly, but he was a famous first-rate master in the entire ninja world, the S-class rebel Orochimaru, known as the legendary Sunin. How many people can achieve such a record at a young age? Even the known as the strongest third Hokage, didn't he fail to leave Orochimaru when he defected? Naturally, Sasuke's self-confidence at this moment is constantly growing. Sasuke's confidence, Naruto felt it, and knew why he was so confident. Because when Sasuke released the unicorn, Naruto, a flying thunder god, had already arrived near the battlefield. And this is why Sasuke finally dared to use the Mangeki pupil technique with both eyes so decisively. Just adhering to the principle of giving Sasuke a chance to perform, Naruto didn't step in halfway to grab Orochimaru's head. He also admitted that the battle just now was very exciting. It was only after Naruto Flying Thunder God came over that the latter half of the period since the release of the unicorn had already demonstrated Sasuke's extremely high combat IQ. When the enemy's intelligence is unclear, the start is a series of big moves to quickly and decisively solve the enemy. It can be said that the results of Sasuke's practice over the years have all been reflected in this battle. But this is not the reason for Sasuke's expansion. Naruto, some chakra. Sasuke would never dare to speak to him in such an uncle-like command tone if he changed to normal. Almost called a younger brother. Seeing Naruto walking out of the shadows with a cold face, Sasuke's expression stagnated. Only then did he realize how arrogant his tone was just now. I couldn't help but think of the scene when two people usually practice physical skills. I want to explain it to ease the atmosphere. It's just that it's too late. Ah, don't slap your face. After a while, Sasuke, with a bruised nose and swollen face, was treated by Kurama's chakra, and drew Naruto's chakra to replenish the pupil power consumed by his eyes. After this battle with Orochimaru, do you have any thoughts? Naruto asked calmly, as if nothing happened. And the wounds on Sasuke's body were caused by accidentally hitting the tree by himself. Sasuke dared not speak, because he couldn't beat Naruto. Moreover, he is still receiving Naruto's treatment at this moment. You must maintain a calm mind at all times, and you must not lose control of your emotions due to any factors, otherwise it will affect your own rational judgment and make a wrong decision that you will regret later. Sasuke honestly reported his thoughts at the moment. He is usually calm, but at this moment, because of defeating Orochimaru, he is overconfident and loses control of his emotions. The result is a fat beat by Naruto. This is a decision that Sasuke, who has calmed down at the moment, regrets greatly in his heart. I shouldn't have bloated at the time. After listening to Sasuke's summary, Naruto nodded in satisfaction, exposed the matter, and told Sasuke a piece of news. Orochimaru is not dead. Sasuke cast his surprised gaze aside, the body that had lost all its vitality, and said in shock, "It's not dead like this? I'll make it up." As he spoke, Sasuke was about to struggle to get up. Keeping his previous promise, he lifted Orochimaru's ashes. Naruto pressed Sasuke back. At this moment, his body was still very weak and should not be moved. He explained, Orochimaru will use a forbidden technique called living corpse reincarnation, combined with an ability called curse seal, and it can be done. The ability to seize the body of others for a long life. Walking to the side of Orochimaru's body, Naruto took off the mask on his face, suddenly revealing a very young and beautiful woman's face. The body he is using now is the body of the ninja of the blood succession boundary that was taken from others, but it is cursed and killed by your Manjiki ability, and the soul fragments of this portion are also destroyed. If nothing else, Orochimaru should now be resurrected with the help of the soul fragments in the curse marks on other people's bodies. When Naruto spoke, Kagura's eyes spread, and he found the special Jainin named Mitarashi Anko in the village. In the perception, the imprint of the heavenly curse on Mitarashi Anko has not disappeared, and is still steadily absorbing the natural energy around it. This also means that Orochimaru has not completely died, but he has not chosen Anko as a resurrection vessel. No wonder this Orochimaru suddenly came to me because he wanted to take my body. But it shouldn't. According to your statement, his soul fragments are all connected. Then I use the Nailhead 7-Arrow Book curse to kill the body in front of me, then the corresponding Orochimaru's remaining soul fragments will also be affected. After all, my ability can kill enemies remotely. Normally, all of his soul fragments should be obliterated and his soul scattered directly. Upon hearing this, Sasuke was surprised. After a normal ninja died, he went to the Pure Land of Bliss, but the enemy who was obliterated by Sasuke's nail-headed 7 arrows was immediately dispelled, and he couldn't even return from the Pure Land Impure World reincarnation. The effect is equivalent to being hit by truth-seeking ball. However, limited to Sasuke's pupil power, there may be a situation where it is now obliterated and unclean. After Sasuke's eyes become eternal Manjiki, or Rinnegan, this embarrassing situation may not happen again. It may be that your pupil power is not strong enough, otherwise you can follow the connection between his soul fragments and obliterate all of his soul fragments. Of course, it may also be related to the fact that you only identified the goal in front of you. Naruto thought for a moment and gave a barely reasonable explanation. Anyway, his body is here, even though it was taken, but now that he has used it for so long, it can become a curse material. After my pupil power is restored, I can continue to curse him several times. Infinite Izanaki will have to wait a week, but the nail-headed 7 arrows book doesn't have to wait so long. Sasuke heard this, thinking about his ideas with interest. No, don't kill him, drain his usefulness. Naruto stopped Sasuke, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Within the range of Kagura's eyes, the specially marked Yakushi Kabuto made a special move. He seemed to have been instructed by Orochimaru beforehand. If he did not go back at a certain time, he would act according to his instructions. Under Naruto's gaze, Yakushi Kabuto called out Teiwa alone among the Odanin 4 people. With her unclear expression on her face, she used the imprint of the heavenly curse on her neck to understand evil. French seal. Then, this powerful female ninja let out a scream. After a while, the screams stopped, and Teiwa's appearance began to change, gradually becoming Orochimaru's appearance. At this time, Naruto took Sasuke, a flying thunder god, and followed the mark on Yakushi Kabuto to Orochimaru. Chapter 110 Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto. Located 50 kilometers from Konoha, in a quiet and unmanned underground base. Looking at Naruto and Sasuke who suddenly appeared in front of them, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto glanced at each other, and they all saw a strong color of astonishment in each other's eyes. Flying Thunder God Technique. Orochimaru turned his gaze to Naruto and asked with a frown. Although it was the first time I saw Naruto, Orochimaru already knew from the intelligence that the person standing in front of him was the generation of Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, who had the power of Master Nine Tails. Intelligence shows that more than 2 years ago, the opponent mastered the Tailed Beast Bomb ability comparable to S-level attack ninjutsu. Not to mention now, 2 years later, how strong his strength is, no one knows for a long time. However, didn't Uzumaki Naruto leave Konoha to travel with his fellow apprentice brother Jiraiya? Had it not been for this information, Orochimaru would not dare to come to Konoha. And, who can tell him, who taught the Flying Thunder God technique of Jinchuriki in front of him? When was the Flying Thunder God mark on his now free body, or the powerful subordinate Yakushi Kabuto beside him? Hello, Lord Orochimaru, take the liberty to come to disturb you, and please forgive me. Naruto stopped Sasuke, who had a grumpy face next to him and wanted to start the film directly, and smiled at Orochimaru. It seemed that he wasn't coming over to hit someone along the network cable, but just came to visit an elder who hadn't greeted him for a long time. However, even though Naruto spoke politely, both Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto knew that since Naruto and Sasuke appeared here, they had already become prisoners. With Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique and Sasuke's Manjiki Pupil technique, even if they can run for a while now, they will not be able to run for a lifetime. Even if Orochimaru has the ability to resurrect and can summon an astonishing number of impure world reincarnation army, this is futile. From Naruto's decisive action, it is not difficult to see that the other party has completely mastered all of his Orochimaru's information, and the master has determined a way against him. If the hostility between the two is not dispelled, whether it is Yakushi Kabuto or Orochimaru, it is very likely that the sun will not be seen tomorrow. After the greetings, Naruto answered Orochimaru's question, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru, this is Flying Thunder God technique. Thank you for your subordinates for taking care of the shop during this period of time. This is the Supreme VIP card of the Heaven on Earth Hot Spring Hotel. Please also accept it." As he said, he handed over 2 luxurious and gorgeous cards, and smiled at Yakushi Kabuto in tribute. "This kid cheated me." Yakushi Kabuto frowned. At this time, how could he still not understand that he was pitted by Naruto? It is estimated that the Flying Thunder God mark was also planted at the hotel. I said the charge is so expensive? So Kabuto was discovered long ago? I thought that the consumption of high-end hotels is like this. Orochimaru thought of the invoices that Yakushi Kabuto had brought back for reimbursement, and felt a little painful in his heart. At this time, Naruto didn't give them too much time to think, and continued to speak. "I came to visit Master Orochimaru this time, mainly because of a few unrelenting requests. Please agree, and I will thank you afterwards." "Since you know it's an unrelenting request, don't say it." Orochimaru wanted to answer Naruto that way. However, he glanced at Sasuke, who was standing next to Naruto, and glared at him with a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Orochimaru sensibly did not say that, "Please speak freely, you are welcome. I have been separated from my parents since I was a child, and I have missed them very much. I heard of Grandmaster Impure World Reincarnation technique of Orochimaru and asked me about this technique so that I can miss my parents, so that I can see each other at any time in the future." Naruto smiled. Sure enough, it was the master who got his information. Orochimaru twitched the muscles on his face and wanted to refuse, but in the end he agreed, "Okay." After all, he is a person who can clearly recognize the situation. While talking, Orochimaru handed over a scroll, which described in detail the usage of impure world reincarnation and the solution. Looking at this scroll, there are a lot of experience recorded on it. It should be something Orochimaru used. Naruto took it, looked at it a little, and confirmed that it was not fake, then smiled and thanked, "Thank you Orochimaru-sama for your advice. In addition, I heard that Lord Orochimaru also has a wealth of research on biomedicine and sealing techniques, and created the immortal forbidden technique living corpse reincarnation. I have long admired this for a long time, and I would like to ask for your advice." Then, Naruto made a new request without hesitation. Although Naruto is not very fancy to such a way of surviving life, but it is also very good as a reference material. Although Naruto is still young at this moment, he will eventually reach the end of his life. People who have no foresight and worries must have immediate worries. Naturally, they should prepare early. But this time, Orochimaru is not so easy to talk, his eyes are slightly narrowed, and the whole body is full of murderous aura. Even if he knew that he couldn't beat Naruto and Sasuke, Orochimaru was still outraged at the moment. In order to study the forbidden technique successfully, he didn't know how much time and energy he put into it. But the boy in front of him, White Fang's empty mouth, was about to take away such precious things, and he didn't give any guarantee. To be honest, Orochimaru at this moment has an urge to die. At this moment, Naruto entered Sage mode and turned on Kurama mode. At the same time, dozens of golden chains emerged from behind, waving wantonly in this empty underground space. After squinting his eyes, Naruto seemed like nothing had happened, and his expression remained calm and said, "Please also Orochimaru-sama to agree to my request, and I will thank you afterwards." Although Naruto didn't say anything serious and didn't show any killing intent, the huge aura on his body still made Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto who were enveloped in it extremely uncomfortable. It was a kind of suppression from the level of life. This gap is like Genin in front of Orochimaru. It was also at this time that Orochimaru sullenly understood that he was actually not qualified to die with Naruto. Because the gap between him and the boy who usually doesn't show up in front of him is as big as the gap between Genin and him. Just as he usually controls the lives of the weak as a strong man, the young man in front of him is also a strong man who can control his life at will. Isn't it just like that for first Hokage Senju Hashirama? Suddenly, this thought came to Orochimaru's mind. "I want to know what you can give me." But in the end, Orochimaru is a strong man who has been famous for many years in the ninja world. Although he has recognized the reality, he still has his last pride. In his heart, he has decided to hand over his living corpse reincarnation technique, as long as Naruto can give something of value and guarantee his life safety. But if Naruto fools him with something at will, then he doesn't mind burning himself up and retaining the last strong dignity. Chapter 111. At this moment, Naruto heard the meaning of compromise from Orochimaru's words. He smiled, didn't press too hard, and said, "Take your hand over and punch me." Orochimaru glanced at Naruto in surprise. He knows this kind of chakra usage, but he is limited to knowing it. After a lapse of thousands of years, people nowadays have long forgotten that Sage of Six Paths created Ninzang and spread the original purpose of chakra. It was just to use it as a tool for fighting. Only a very small number of people will use this method. With a touch of fun, Orochimaru stretched out his hand and confronted Naruto with 2 punches. Calm and vast, this is what Naruto's chakra feels to Orochimaru, like an endless sea. And Orochimaru's chakra gave Naruto an uncomfortable feeling, cold and mixed, as if it were dark dishes stewed with several unknown ingredients, and Sasuke's cold but pure chakra was completely 2 feelings. In the next instant, a lot of information passed from Naruto to Orochimaru's mind. Almost in the next instant, Orochimaru was already addicted to it. He raised his hand in the air, unaware that Naruto had already withdrawn his hand, completely forgot the fact that he was still a prisoner at the moment, and he could not extricate himself from indulging in new knowledge. It is as if there is a door to new world, which opens in front of Orochimaru's eyes at this moment. Yakushi Kabuto on the side glanced at Orochimaru nervously. Although he was a little scared at the moment, he still stood in front of him. "What did you show him?" Sasuke glanced at Orochimaru, who was so gagged that he didn't have any cage-level ninja qualities. He had forgotten even the most basic guards, and curiously asked. It must be a very explosive content that led to the current situation. The Catalogue of Biomedicine, from beginner to master. Naruto replied with a smile. The human body in the ninja world is very different from another world. The number of cells in the same size is 2 to 3 times worse. But the rest of the cellular skeleton and the macroscopic structure of internal organs are no different. Excluding that part of the content that is different due to world differences, the remaining parts are extremely advanced and essential biological knowledge for this world, and belong to the category of future technology. Especially the methodology of biomedical research is the most precious thing. If all of the knowledge Naruto gave Orochimaru can be learned, he can become a first-class scientist in the field of biomedicine. Many research directions and content are completely unimaginable by Orochimaru at this moment. Most of Orochimaru's understanding of the human body comes from the inheritance of second Hokage, as well as his own groping over the years. The thing that Orochimaru knows best is the bodies of those blood-bound ninjas. For Orochimaru, who is severely biased but obsessed with biomedicine, the basic things Naruto showed before him is tantamount to rebuilding the foundation for him. As long as he learns these contents, it is completely enough to make his original stagnant research, and he can make rapid progress again. Orochimaru is a person who knows goods, because he understands the weight of this knowledge, so when he sees a catalogue and introduction, he can't help but indulge in it. At this time, Sasuke thought of the scene that Naruto wanted him to learn a few months ago with the catalogue of electromagnetic acceleration weapons, from beginner to master. At that time, he had only one idea after getting these knowledge catalogues, and wanted to breathe fragrance. The catalogues are all so long, what year and month do you get after all? In the end, if it wasn't for Naruto to use the electromagnetic cannon technique to lure him, and kill Sasuke, there would be no dynamics. And now, looking at the expression of Orochimaru, it feels like a treasure just by looking at a catalogue. This made Sasuke couldn't help but sigh. People are really different from each other. Some people like to learn, they can experience fun from it, and use it as a kind of entertainment. But like me, it won't work. You can only set goals in compulsory learning. Naruto nodded, agreeing, it's rare for you to know it. Yakushi Kabuto on the side listened to the conversation between the two and was extremely interested in what Orochimaru was watching at the moment. But he knew his weight and status. No matter how curious he was in his heart, he could only endure it, but it was inevitable that he would guess what kind of knowledge it was, and it made Orochimaru, who had always been indifferent, so gloomy. It took more than half an hour before Orochimaru came back to his senses. As soon as he opened his eyes, he looked at Naruto with blazing eyes. Naruto-kun, I want to see the details. At this moment, Orochimaru doesn't care where Naruto got the knowledge. He just wants to know the specific content of this knowledge, and is even willing to pay all the price he can pay for it. Naruto looked at him with a smile, without speaking. Orochimaru was silent for a moment, and raised his hand. I will tell you the details of living corpse reincarnation technique. Living corpse reincarnation can be said to be the foundation of Orochimaru. This technique is absolutely impossible for Orochimaru to leave written information, and even the previous research information was destroyed by him. At this moment, in addition to rewriting a scroll for Naruto, the fastest way is to pass it directly through the chakra link as it is now. Although Naruto was very tired of Orochimaru's chakra, in order to get what he wanted, he resisted his unhappiness and fisted again. This time Orochimaru transferred his living corpse reincarnation to Naruto. After a slight inspection, after finding that it was not a fake, Naruto, who didn't want to continue eating dark dishes, quickly stuffed all the knowledge corresponding to the previous catalogue. Perhaps this is the price of growth. This kind of enlightenment flashed in Naruto's mind, and he glanced at Orochimaru, who was studying biological knowledge in LEZZ, and he turned his attention to living corpse reincarnation in his mind. Based on the two forbidden techniques, the Baki technique and the Linghua technique, with the help of a large number of human experiments, it has been revised and improved to become the current S-level forbidden technique living corpse reincarnation. After activating ninjutsu, you can transform yourself into the Yachi or Ikai, use it as the foundation of your own life, isolate the flaw that the spiritualization technique cannot be separated for too long, and then transform into a spiritual state to obliterate the spirit of merging with others, and occupy its body. It's a bit like the Yuan Ying seizing shelter in the Xiangxia novels I have read. It is very similar to the sequelae. You must choose a body that fits you well, and your mental power must not be stronger than yourself, otherwise it is easy to lose the shelter. It will be eaten back by the body. In order to facilitate Naruto's understanding, Orochimaru also specially gave the original Linghua technique and Baki technique as a reference. After flipping it for a while, Naruto probably understood the principle of living corpse reincarnation. Chapter 112. What happens if you reincarnated on your own clone? This was the first thought that came to Naruto's mind after watching Living Corpse Reincarnation. Although Living Corpse Reincarnation can gain longer life and strength by taking the body of others, it also has many risks. It may fail in the seizure, or the soul may be wiped out in the struggle and cause mental weakness. If this continues, it is very likely that the body will not die, but the soul will be exhausted and die first. Moreover, even after winning the home, there will be a long period of weakness. Taking away others may be risky, but a new body made based on one's original body is likely to have no such defect. Then, Naruto, who had a big brain hole, thought of using his own body genes as the basis to make a series of Kagaya blood inheritance boundary genes such as Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Take Torai, and Lunar Tsutsuki in the process of creating clones. Is there a chance to synthesize SSR, a body with a bloody trap? Having such a body has greater potential than Naruto's current body. At that time, as long as you practice step by step, wouldn't it be a guarantee of 6 paths level strength? Even reaching Kagaya's strength is not a dream. And even if it is unsuccessful, if such research is feasible, even if the strength is not enhanced, it will continue to reincarnate on its own clones, always maintain youth, and still have the strength of its peak. For Naruto, that is also very attractive. After all, no one wants to die. To be alive is a biological instinct. After just thinking about it for a while, Naruto left the idea behind. I don't know how much effort will be needed to make this idea or reality a reality. At this moment, this is not a top priority, but something that can be put later. After calming his mind, Naruto saw Sasuke's concerned eyes. How about it? Sasuke is asking if Orochimaru does ninjutsu. The immortality is tempting to anyone, even Sasuke who is as young as Naruto. You look at Yakushi Kabuto next to you, and when you see Naruto and Orochimaru trading, you are crying. Because of your strength, you can only keep your desire for immortality in your heart. Chicken ribs can only be used as a backup plan when there is no other choice. Naruto gave the answer. The reason for saying this is to prevent Sasuke from having any thoughts of death, and the other is that this is also true. At the moment, living corpse reincarnation is a real chicken rib, but there is still a lot of room for improvement. What Naruto is interested in is not that living corpse reincarnation can bring him a long life, but after making the SSR blood reincarnation body, he can use this technique to help him change to a body that fits perfectly but is stronger. If you really just want to simply gain a long life and maintain a strong strength, Naruto has a better choice. After 100 years, Sasuke will use Rinnegan to cast Revolving Heaven against each other, or find another unit with a huge amount of chakra to cast the Revolving Heaven technique against themselves. In an environment where there are no enemies, it is really difficult to die as long as one does not die. But these, after all, are not the real law of longevity, they can only be regarded as trickery. After hearing Naruto say this, Sasuke didn't doubt it. Nodded, glanced at Orochimaru, and asked eagerly, what to do with him. As soon as I met Orochimaru, he had no good intentions. Sasuke naturally planned to kill him directly. Had it not been for Naruto to stop and say that he wanted to earn the value of using him, Sasuke might have done it a long time ago. But at this moment, the two parties had some exchanges, and Naruto got two forbidden techniques that sounded very powerful, which was a blood gain. Sasuke is asking Naruto if Orochimaru has any residual value that hasn't been squeezed out. If not, I will do it. Naruto promised to guarantee the safety of Orochimaru's life, but Sasuke has no guarantee. Glancing at Sasuke, who was eager to try, Naruto didn't speak, but the meaning was obvious. How can such a rare scientific researcher as Orochimaru kill at will? If the soul is exhausted without being a tool, he will not be able to repay the lives he once killed at will. This is the way Naruto has thought about it for a long time, so there is no need to worry about it. At this moment, Naruto thought of another question. Speaking of Rinnegan, why haven't I opened my eyes? My eyes have been absorbing Sasuke's pupil power and Kurama's shadow. Chakra has undergone transformation, but has not been able to open Sharingan. Is there something wrong? Do I have to let myself be stimulated, get love, and lose love? When thinking of this, Naruto subconsciously touched his eyes. I can feel a powerful force gestating in my eyes, at least the pupil strength of Sasuke's double hook jade, but there is no way to burst out completely. Reminiscing about the eye-opening method that Sasuke had tried, Naruto wondered if she should also find something to stimulate herself, so that she might be able to open her eyes soon. Before Naruto could come up with an eyebrow, Orochimaru raised his head and said with scorching eyes, "Thank Naruto-kun for the gift. Compared with the two ninjutsu I gave you, the knowledge you gave me is better. Great value." After thanking him, Orochimaru explained his Konoha collapse plan and explained it all. Finally, he said, "I heard that Naruto-kun was at odds with the villagers and was treated harshly by Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have the power of Otonin village and Sand Shinobi village in my hands, and I am willing to sharpen the shame in your hands and wash away the shame. You will look for opportunities, but when the time comes, I will do it myself, so I don't have to trouble you." Naruto sneered, rejecting Orochimaru's words of loyalty like a retainer. Orochimaru is a young man who wants to advance by retreating to get rid of Konoha's decayed branches and educate his younger brother Sand Shinobi village. Sasuke, the living flesh, didn't have to take it, but he couldn't come back empty-handed. 3 goals can achieve 2, which is not bad. And getting so much precious biomedical knowledge from Naruto, even if he didn't get Sasuke's body, it would be a blood profit for Orochimaru. Go back and count your forces and personnel, and then submit a list to me. Starting today, you must live under my supervision, and you must apply for any experiment in advance. In return, I will provide you with enough experimental funds, as well as experimental content that you will definitely be interested in." Naruto unquestionably opened his mouth and ordered. As he spoke, before Orochimaru could react, he had already come to his side, and a finger was placed on his neck, planting a flying thunder god mark. Then, another 8-sign seal was used, and it was printed directly on the body of Orochimaru. This seal is a semi-finished product prepared by Naruto for Black Zetsu. It has no other effect for the time being, it can't be cleaned off, and it can continue to provide positioning for the operator. Orochimaru. Chapter 113. In the recent period, Sand Shinobi and Otonin who started approaching Konoha lightly or darkly under various excuses suddenly received an order to evacuate. The Konoha collapse plan has been cancelled. This caused many ninjas who were gearing up to do a big fight in Konoha, all of them were shocked. They don't understand what unknown changes happened behind this order. Otonin had Orochimaru covering the sky with one hand. Naturally, he could only accept the orders from above. Although he was dissatisfied, it didn't matter. As for Sand Shinobi, before he had time to be dissatisfied, he was attracted by another big event. Their 4th Hokage Luasha died tragically more than a month ago, and the body of his guard was found in the desert. No one knows who did it. It took too long to wipe out all traces. The Sand Shinobi had an uproar for this. Some people think that it was made by their ally Otonin village, because before Luasha disappeared, she was the leader of the secret Hwai village. Some people also think that Konoha discovered Sand Shinobi's movement, and started in advance, first assassinated 4th Kazekage for the strong, and wanted to ask Konoha village for an explanation. At this time, Sand Shinobi were shocked. Who gave the order to cancel the Konoha collapse plan? Or the order for them to attack Konoha, or it was not issued by their 4th Kazekage? Problem. In this situation, this Sand Shinobi village has become a mess. Konoha, who discovered that the situation was wrong, also made a series of responses to this. However, this has nothing to do with Naruto. At this moment, he and Sasuke are happily accepting all of Orochimaru's assets and influence. Money is only second. Although there is some income, Orochimaru's usual expenses are also very large, and there is not much left. What is really valuable is the various blood-bound biological specimens and ninjas collected by Orochimaru, as well as a series of biological experiment data that Orochimaru is currently conducting, as well as various forbidden technique data that have been researched. Xiaoming was pinched by Naruto, and with various advanced biomedical knowledge as bait, Orochimaru was extremely cooperative at this moment. Almost what Naruto wants to give, and what he doesn't want, Orochimaru will take the initiative to sell it. To see if he is not interested, it can be said to be full of retainer's posture. With Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique, the group quickly visited a series of Orochimaru bases. Wow, I have made a fortune. With this foundation, are we officially embarking on the path of pursuing world peace? Sasuke sighed after shopping. Although Sasuke doesn't know how to achieve world peace, but under Naruto's precepts and deeds recently, he knows that if you want to achieve this goal, you must first have a base. On the surface, Orochimaru is just a traitor, but he is actually the leader of Otonin village, and he secretly controls the small country of Tanokuni. Taking this as the foundation to develop and grow their own forces is quite feasible. It's the first step, but this piece of business is too weak, and it's a bad name, and it needs to continue to work hard. Naruto nodded, barely recognized. In the beginning, Naruto's plan for the Chunin exam was just to find a sparring NPC named Orochimaru for Sasuke. Unexpectedly, things went so smoothly. Thanks to the close cooperation of a good teammate, Yakushi Kabuto, Naruto was able to catch Orochimaru directly. Then it smoothly took over Orochimaru's ticket-based business, which can be regarded as a surprise. World peace? Does Naruto-kun still have such ambitions? Orochimaru, who was by the side, heard the conversation between the two and asked with interest. The former Orochimaru was just an ordinary Konoha shinobi. He has close friends, loves his disciples, and has great prestige enough to inherit Hokage. But the death of his parents, the death of his disciple Nawaki and his friend Kato Dan, made Orochimaru feel the fragility of life, and since then embarked on a path of no return to pursue immortality and learn all ninjutsu to strengthen oneself. Orochimaru at this moment has been regarded as immortal. From the bottom of his heart, he couldn't help but regret. If there were no wars, then maybe those people he cherished would not die, and he would not go where he is today. However, time cannot return. Therefore, after hearing that Naruto wants to pursue world peace, Orochimaru will inevitably be interested. Yakushi Kabuto also showed some moving expressions. He has always been a spy. He has been acting as others, and he has lost himself. Therefore, he is very yearning for those who have firm goals. Looking at such a person will make Yakushi Kabuto feel the power of peace of mind. Once, it was Orochimaru that gave Yakushi Kabuto this power, but now even Orochimaru has been lost in the hands of this boy. Yakushi Kabuto also wants to know whether this boy can also be a person who can guide him forward. Naruto glanced at Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto who were watching him, but didn't go to talk to them. Because, for such a person who has formed 3 views and has a firm will, no matter how much you say, it will be of no use, and they will not take it to their hearts. Better to be pragmatic. Tell them directly what you can get after peace. Because of this, Naruto simply nodded. Then he said, well, I do want world peace. After peace, other benefits are not mentioned. The funds and various resources that you need to do experiments need to be supported by the state machine, which can also be much easier. At that time, there will be no more internal friction in the whole world, the population and productivity will be greatly increased, and more wealth will be created. As long as a small part of it is taken out, many useful results can be researched. Sure enough, after hearing Naruto's words, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto immediately became interested. The gap in the consumption of various experimental resources and funds can be said to be a problem that has been plagued them. Naruto tells them this is more useful than saying 10,000 words. Involuntarily, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto had a great yearning for the peace depicted in Naruto's mouth. It's just that they didn't wait for them to think too much about what kind of situation it would be like after peace. He heard Naruto say, Orochimaru, I heard that you used to collect 8 tails while the tail beasts of Cloud Shinobi village got out of control. Cells, cultivated and cloned a large 8 tails body tissue. I need it now, please give it to me. Orochimaru. No matter what the situation is after peace, at least now he can't get rid of the fate of being beaten by Naruto. Chapter 114. In the empty laboratory, there is a huge petri dish. In the light green nutrient solution, there is a huge horn floating, and there is an ominous breath blooming in it. This is the body tissue of 8 Tails Jiki. After becoming 8 Tails Jinchuriki, the predecessor Jinchuriki in Cloud Shinobi village, because of being isolated by the people around him, his spirits became weaker and depression, and he needed to take sleeping pills every day to barely fall asleep. Orochimaru took the opportunity to sneak into Cloud Shinobi village, pretending to be a psychologist who used illusion and drug addiction to turn over Burubi, unlocked the iron seal on his body, and released the violent 8 Tails Jiki. Later, during the battle between Third Raikage and 8 Tails, Orochimaru took advantage of the chaos and retrieved a horn. Except for some experiments that have been used over the years, the rest is in the petri dish in front of me. The horns contain chakra from 8 Tails Jiki. In the comics, it was used as a material for impure world reincarnation Bulabai. Orochimaru brought Naruto here. Naruto looked around and left a sentence, I'll come to you again if I have something. After that, he placed one hand on the petri dish and the other on Sasuke's shoulder, and he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared here. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in the hidden cave of the End Valley. Randomly smashed the petri dish with a punch, ignoring the nutrient solution flowing out of Pabo, and Naruto pressed his palm to the horn. In the sealed space, Kurama exerted his force to extract the 8 Tails chakra contained in the horns. The blood-red chakra was extremely violent, but as soon as he came into contact with Naruto, he became quiet, and soon the chakra in the horns was taken out by Kurama and sealed in his own tail. The power of the tailed beast chakra is difficult for ordinary ninjas to tame, but for Kurama, who exists as the strongest tailed beast, it is nothing more than that. Sasuke on the side watched this process, and then suddenly realized, no wonder you suddenly became the magnet-style blood inheritance limit, is it because of the tail beast chakra? Well, but you can't use this method now. Although Manjiki can also suppress the tail beast chakra, if you want to make perfect use of the tail beast chakra, at least you have to evolve to the Eternal Eye. I also have Kurama's help, so I can absorb chakra the tail beast without any scruples. Of course, you can also consider studying the seal technique. Naruto explained that he had entered Kurama chakra mode when he thought about it. After joining the chakra of 8 tails, there is still not much enhancement to the 9 tails golden body, but after careful experience, Naruto still found a little difference. He has an extra 8 tails ability. Is the octopus leg substitute? Naruto muttered in his heart. After using this ability, Naruto can create a stand-in exactly the same as himself to avoid some mortal attacks, or pretend death to fool the enemy. However, because this 8 tails chakra is not too much, it must be restored by transforming Kurama after it is used up, so the cooling time is a bit long, and the cooling time for one use is half a month. Forget it, it's better than nothing. Naruto comforted himself. At this time, I saw Sasuke next to him automatically filtering Naruto's suggestions for him to learn, and said nonchalantly, "One-tail Jinchuriki, is that the little panda I've seen before?" According to Sasuke's understanding, the tail beast who knows magnet style is also one-tail Shower-he. The reason is obvious when Marozuru is in Sand Shinobi village, and Naruto suddenly gave a free trial coupon to a stranger Sand Shinobi. Naruto glanced at Sasuke in surprise. The young man's reasoning ability has improved a lot. With this clue, he discovered the real reason for Naruto and Gaara's acquaintance. However, Naruto did not deny either, nodding and saying, "It's him." Putting away the golden body of Nine Tails, Naruto looked at the sky and said, "It's getting late, it's almost dawn. Let's take you back. I have to continue traveling with Jiraiya-sama today." Sasuke nodded, saying nothing. Naruto pressed on Sasuke's shoulder, and the Flying Thunder God technique was activated. First, he sent Sasuke back to his home in Konoha village, and then he returned to the hotel in Fenjai City. Walking out of the shadow of the room, Naruto casually took off his coat and got into the bed. "There is still some time before departure, so I can sleep for a while now." And just after Naruto lay down for a long time, Jiraiya, who didn't know where he was going to fool around, came back through the window with the smell of powder. Jiraiya didn't care if Naruto slipped out. After returning, he took off his coat, got into the bed and fell asleep. The sun rises high, the old and the young are still sleeping sweetly, there is no meaning to get up at all. Until, after washing, the little Sakura, who had waited for a while after eating breakfast, went crazy, kicked the door open, and the two woke up reluctantly. "I said, Naruto-kun, you won't go out and fool around with Jiraiya-sama? Be careful, I tell Hinata." Little Sakura threatened preemptively. Naruto looked calm, and said unmoved, "What, are you in a hurry to travel? You should eat, drink, or not. Anyway, Mrs. Jiraiya will pay for it, and you don't need to pay." As he said, he turned to Jiraiya, who was sleepy on the side, and said, "You're right, Mr. Jiraiya." "Ha ha ha, Naruto is right." Jiraiya let out an awkward laugh. "I don't know if I was going out fooling around last night but was pointed out by the juniors with a guilty conscience, or because of my wallet." "Well, keep sleeping, Sakura, if you are bored, read a book." Naruto nodded, lay down, tilted his head and fell asleep again. "It was when I was growing up, I delayed my sleep last night, and now I have to sleep for 8 hours. Upon seeing this, Jiraiya tilted his head and fell asleep. Little Sakura clenched a fist, with blue veins on her forehead. However, after measuring the difference in combat effectiveness between himself and the two people in front of him, he sat down with a cold snort, and started to read it with a book in his arms. It was not until noon, after the three of them had their lunch, that they embarked on the journey again. And little Sakura, also gradually relieved. Although she was anxious to apprentice to improve herself, the two referees were not in a hurry at the moment, and it was useless for her to be anxious. So he settled down, and gradually merged into the atmosphere of travel. When traveling leisurely, time passed slowly, and soon 4 days had passed. On this day, Jiraiya took Naruto and Sakura, and the three of them walked into a small coastal town called Yanbo Town. Although the distance is still far away, Naruto's Kagura's eyes have already sensed a huge chakra reaction that exists in the town. And this also represents the end of this journey. Tsunade, found it. Chapter 115. Naruto stepped into the town, heading straight to the perceived chakra. The further you go, the more prosperous it is. Soon, he has come to a shopping street. At the entrance of a casino with slot machines, the group of three stopped. Not far away, a beautiful blonde woman wearing a green gambling jacket, black pants and a double ponytail hairstyle was sitting in front of a slot machine and screaming for gambling. Next to him, a woman in a kimono hugged a pig, accompanied by a helpless smile. Although I have never met these two people, from their iconic dress, it can be determined that these two people are Tsunade and her disciple Kato Shizuan. In the original comic timeline, Naruto would see these two women more than a month later, but now, more than a month earlier, he moved to this small seaside town. However, Naruto studied the map while on the road, and found that it was not accidental to find two people here. According to the route of the two people, sooner or later they would go to the short book street where they had originally met. Jiraiya looked at this familiar woman, with a trace of nostalgia in her eyes, but she didn't get close for the first time. Shizuan saw Jiraiya appear with a surprised expression on his face. Just about to say hello, Jiraiya raised his hand to stop him and motioned to wait for Tsunade to finish his betting. "Do you like Tsunade-sama?" Aside, Naruto asked abruptly. "Ha ha ha. After being scammed by Naruto last time, Jiraiya, who has gained a bit of wisdom and ate his wisdom, has not been fooled anymore. Haha, just want to fool the past. There is no acknowledgement, let alone denial." But from Jiraiya's twinkling eyes, Naruto still read a lot. "A lot of age, what innocent play, Master Tsunade, I remember she is still single? If you take the initiative, maybe your granddaughter can be my childhood sweetheart." Naruto sneered unceremoniously. As a girl, Sakura watched the conversation between the two just now. Hearing Naruto's words at the moment, although I feel a little sorry for Naruto's speech from a playboy like Hinata, he nodded in agreement. Naruto said that, "Jiraiya can also comfort yourself what a little kid knows." At this moment, even the little Sakura said so, and Jiraiya immediately caused a crit. Unable to help, Jiraiya reflected on herself, is Tsunade really waiting for me to take the initiative? Otherwise, why has she been alone for so many years? I haven't thought about it in this direction before. Thinking like this at the moment, Jiraiya feels more and more likely that this is the case. At this time, Naruto added fuel and jealousy to the side, fearing that the world will not be chaotic. Actually, it is very simple to pursue a girl. You only need to approach her slowly and let her feel your charm when you approach. Then a wall bang, lift her chin, and kiss it gently. You have to know that wall dong is a secret technique for face value detection, especially for handsome and attractive men. Teacher Jiraiya, you are undoubtedly a handsome man with a mature and stable charm. You should be aware of this." Hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but became confident and became more and more ready to move. "Yes, I am indeed a handsome man with a mature and stable charm." After all, Jiraiya has many admirers in the entire ninja world and Konoha village. Gradually, one of the three delusions in life, she liked me and dominated all of Jiraiya's thoughts. However, after all, Jiraiya still didn't lose his mind completely, and hesitated. "Naruto, although you have been very smart since childhood, but you practice Tenten, don't you know much about girls?" "Oh, I have a girlfriend when I was 7, how do you compare with me?" Naruto sneered. Jiraiya thought of the Byakugan girl who was so desperate for Naruto, speechless. In order to increase the credibility of his words, Naruto randomly swept in the street, and finally his gaze stayed on a young girl with white sunglasses, only showing a small part of the white face of melon seeds. Naruto smiled kindly on his face, smiled slightly at the girl, and then walked towards her. The girl walking aimlessly on the street, facing Naruto's warm gaze, a hint of shyness suddenly appeared on her face, her cheeks gradually dyed a faint red, a girl's heartbeat gesture of a deer bumping into it. Seeing Naruto's handsome face gradually approaching, the girl couldn't help but feel her heartbeat. As Naruto approached, the girl became more shy and involuntarily lowered her head slightly. While Jiraiya and Sakura watched the whole time, Naruto had already walked up to the girl. Then, with his right hand stretched out, he slammed it against the wall of a shopping street. Immediately, Naruto stretched out his left hand and raised the girl's chin. The two looked at each other, and Naruto's face gradually approached. Subconsciously, the girl wanted to push Naruto away. Although the girl liked Naruto, a handsome blonde boy who was as warm as a little sun, it would be too unreserved to kiss him just after they met. "Cooperate, I'll give you 1,000,000 taels." The expression on Naruto's face remained unchanged, and the action continued. However, words that sounded like a mosquito sounded in the girl's ears, which made the girl the last stop trying to resist. Allowing Naruto to approach, kissed her gently on the forehead. Looking at Naruto who came back, Jiraiya looked shocked. At this time, he didn't have the slightest suspicion about the words Naruto had just said. Even the little Sakura on the side, the look in Naruto's eyes is a little weird at this time. Suddenly, he began to hold back his thoughts. Is this trick really so powerful? Fortunately, Naruto is not interested in me, otherwise I can resist his charm. Or, I will try Sasuke another day. Maybe Sasuke is a shy and introverted character. As long as I take the initiative, I will succeed in making him my boyfriend. At this time, I saw Naruto shook his fist at Jiraiya and encouraged him, "Go boldly, Mr. Jiraiya, life can last for several decades. Don't let yourself regret it for life, and don't let Tsunade-sama wait long." Jiraiya was greatly encouraged by the words. "Then I'm going." After being silent for a while, I cheered myself up, then adjusted the clothes, checked the appearance, and gathered great courage, and walked in the direction of Tsunade. Just after leaving Naruto, the sound cut off by the airflow hit Jiraiya's ears. The many noisy voices in the shopping street almost immediately dissipated the courage in Jiraiya's heart. At this time, Naruto's voice came just right. "Come on, Mr. Jiraiya, I'm waiting to eat your wedding drink with Tsunade-sama." The words from the love sage Naruto made Jiraiya immediately full of courage. This time, he no longer hesitated. Chapter 116. Naruto-kun, do you think Jiraiya-sama can succeed? Watching Jiraiya slowly approaching Tsunade, even the bystander Sakura couldn't help becoming nervous. They are really well matched, not just people of the same era. The steady Jiraiya is indeed charming, and the still young and beautiful Tsunade can be described as a talented girl and full of CP. Deep down, Sakura is looking forward to Jiraiya's success. In this way, with the two successful examples of Naruto and Jiraiya, she will have more courage to go to the wall of Sasuke. Naruto also watched nervously. Hearing the words, he said casually, "It should be possible for no accidents." In the second half of the sentence, Naruto didn't say it, and it didn't matter if he failed. After such a straight ball confession, even if Jiraiya was violently beaten by the shy Tsunade and seriously injured, he still had to treat Jiraiya by Tsunade. Tsunade's impression of the passing Kato Dan is so profound, but he is dead after all, and Jiraiya is the one who accompanies her in the end. There are many signs that Tsunade is not unintentional to Jiraiya. After the two people who are familiar with each other have broken the barrier, it is only a matter of course that they will be together in the end. Anyway, the result is the same. The difference is just how much Jiraiya has to pay. In this way, it is not in vain that Naruto spent 1,000,000 taels. On the other side, Jiraiya is here. In spite of Naruto's words, as well as his gangster behavior of successfully picking up a girl in just 3 minutes, it gave Jiraiya a strong encouragement and motivation. But when things came to an end, Jiraiya still became nervous involuntarily as she got closer and closer to Tsunade. As a handsome, mature, stable and attractive man, as long as I take the initiative, I will definitely have a new story with Tsunade. Looking back, I did have the idea of avoiding Tsunade, but from now on, I won't run away anymore. Come on, Jiraiya, you can do it. Doing psychological construction for herself, Jiraiya finally walked within 3 meters in front of Tsunade. Tsunade. Jiraiya spoke softly, her voice softer than ever. Tsunade, who was gambling, heard this sound and stopped the movement involuntarily and turned his gaze to Jiraiya. Then, she saw Jiraiya, which she had never seen before in her own image, without pretending to be frivolous, and without the lewd and insignificant appearance. Jiraiya at this moment, unprecedented stability and gentleness, is like the most perfect look in Tsunade's expectations of Jiraiya. Such a Jiraiya can be like a harbor for her to shelter from the wind and rain. Looking at Jiraiya like this, Tsunade's dead soul also throbbed. It's been a long time, Tsunade, I'm a little embarrassed to say it, but I suddenly miss you very much recently. Jiraiya smiled and slowly approached Tsunade. So, I came here and wanted to take a look at you. As Jiraiya approached, Tsunade's heart beat faster involuntarily. I'm so old, and my heart beats faster like a little girl. Tsunade couldn't help but complained in her heart, but she couldn't hate it just looking at Jiraiya like this. If you were so stable earlier, so reliable, then I won't be so sad. At this moment, Tsunade thought of the scene of two people getting along in a young age. Jiraiya Tenten confessed to her as a teammate, but Tsunade didn't like his frivolous appearance. Although the feelings of being a comrade in arms are deepening, but there is no possibility of becoming a couple. If Jiraiya became like this early, that would be great. She will not know Kato Dan, even if she loses her brother, there will be a place where he can cry. At this moment, Jiraiya has already walked in front of Tsunade. After starting, Jiraiya let go. He forgot the facial value appraisal tricks he learned from Naruto not long ago, and showed his sincerity. After being silent for a while, he said seriously, you know, I have always liked you, Tsunade, I want to marry you, take the responsibility of being a man, we form a family, and we will live together forever. Looking at Jiraiya who had never been serious before, as if she was shining, Tsunade was startled. At this moment, she was so confused that she didn't even know what she was thinking. It hadn't been seen for many years, but suddenly appeared and became what she likes. Then there is confession and marriage proposal. The ups and downs in this life are too exciting. Do you want to agree? Still refuse? Tsunade didn't understand what he thought of at the moment. Shizun on the side covered his mouth and watched this scene in extreme surprise. However, she didn't do too much to say anything, she just watched from the side, with blessings in her eyes, looking forward to the two people really being able to be together. As someone who accompanies Tsunade, she deeply knows that Tsunade is usually too hard. There is nothing better than this to have a man who knows everything and can give her comfort. If you don't refuse, it's as if you agree. At this time, Jiraiya smiled, stretched out his hand and slowly embraced Tsunade's waist, embracing her in his arms. Before Tsunade had time to make any movements, Jiraiya swarmed into his broad arms. With the force of his arms, the breath belonging to Jiraiya entered Tsunade's nose. Scent of powder. Element detection. Tsunade woke up instantly from her disorientation. She raised her head and watched Jiraiya slowly lower her cheek, which was less than a palm distance from her lips, and her eyes suddenly filled with endless anger. Tian Shao feet. Boom. There was a loud noise suddenly in the shopping street. With Tsunade as the center, the earth broke apart within a radius of more than 10 meters, and the cracks spread in all directions like a spider web. In the smoke and dust, the slot machine burst into pieces. To bear the brunt, the unsuspecting Jiraiya screamed, and his figure was lifted into the air with a huge shock. At this time, Tsunade's strange power punches followed one after another, without the slightest fancy BG on Jiraiya's chest. Click! The sour sound of bone fracture sounded like popping beans. Jiraiya snorted and disappeared into the sky without a pause. Damn Jiraiya, Tenten drinks flower wine, and now he still has the face to come to me. At this time, Tsunade's roar resounded throughout the street. Tisk, Route 1 directly confessed success and failure, and now we have switched to Route 2, which takes care of the wounded and long-lasting love. Poor teacher Jiraiya, who has broken 7 bones, I don't know how long it will take to heal. Naruto sighed from the side, with an uncontrollable gloat in his tone. Let you fool around everywhere, get retribution. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 117. In the end, it was Naruto who went and picked up Jiraiya, who had flew far away. When I found Jiraiya, it was on a hill far away from Yanbo town. At this moment, Jiraiya described it as miserable. The whole person appeared to be large-shaped and deeply embedded in the earth, and he had passed out in a coma. Just like what Naruto had seen with Kagura's eyes before, 7 ribs were broken, the internal organs were shaking, and there were multiple skin and flesh injuries all over the body. If it weren't for Jiraiya, who was beaten a lot by Tsunade, he had a thick skin and had learned fairy skills, which greatly improved his physique. In addition, at that time, Tsunade subconsciously regained his strength, otherwise it is estimated that Jiraiya has already gone to see Sage of 6 Paths by now. Such injuries, with Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, at least need more than a month of uninterrupted treatment to heal. Even if Naruto used Yang to escape, it would take several hours to heal him. However, Naruto didn't treat him, and gave him a little bit of shame. Chakra awakened Jiraiya, then manipulated the airflow to grab Jiraiya in the air, and headed back to Yanbo town with him, who was unable to move. As soon as he woke up, Jiraiya, who was floating in the air, saw Naruto flying slowly with him beside him, and suddenly became angry. Naruto, you stinky kid, pit me. After being beaten by Tsunade, how Jiraiya calmed down didn't know that he was calculated by Naruto. Fortunately, he didn't listen to Naruto's going directly to the wall. Now such a normal confession has been beaten so badly. If he goes directly to the wall, wouldn't he die on the spot? The smell of her perfume on you is the crime of my nose. I shouldn't smell her. Naruto ignored Jiraiya and even sang happily. A sentimental perfume poisonous was sung by Naruto with the festive taste of gong xi fa cai. This shows how Naruto feels at the moment. Seeing Naruto, Jiraiya not only didn't mean to reflect, but even sang a song happily, and suddenly had the urge to clean up the door. It is a pity that at this moment his physical condition and strength are not allowed. After listening to the meaning of the lyrics, and thinking of the roar from Tsunade he heard before being beaten up, Jiraiya suddenly felt guilty. Only then did he find out where he failed. If I had a good shower last night, I should discuss the marriage date with Tsunade right now. Jiraiya asked Naruto on the side with an annoyed look. Although Naruto pitied him, the previous act of slamming his sister with a wall bang left a deep impression on him. At this moment, I unconsciously consulted Naruto for emotional problems. In theory, this is the case. Naruto finally held back a smile and answered Jiraiya's question seriously. Not long ago, Jiraiya played well and opened Tsunade's heart with her sincerity. If Jiraiya hadn't taken a shower after drinking flower wine last night, maybe she was really discussing the wedding with Tsunade at this moment. No matter how bad, you can completely determine the relationship, and then move towards the palace of marriage after a period of running in. It's like now, I was beaten up and almost died on the spot. Seeing Jiraiya's expression getting lower, Naruto couldn't help but comforted. Actually, there is no room for recovery. Tsunade-sama didn't know that I have chakra who can quickly recover from the injury. When I go back, she will definitely treat your injury. Your injury will not heal for a long time. You have been getting along for such a long time. With the previous preparation, you are taking the initiative to ensure that you will not go fooling around in the future. Maybe Tsunade-sama will agree to you. When Jiraiya thought about it, it really made sense, and his expression instantly lifted up. But in an instant, a suspicious look appeared on Jiraiya's face again. You don't have any horrible ideas waiting for me to jump into the pit, right? And Tsunade still has panicemia, maybe Shizune is treating me. Naruto waved his hand and said seriously, I really didn't cheat you this time. If it wasn't your own problem before, wouldn't it be successful? Are you embarrassed to blame me? After a pause, Naruto sneered, also, fear of blood, Do you really believe it? In the manga, Tsunade was dying of life because he first met Naruto, who was like his younger brother, and he overcame years of fear. This reason seems very passionate and convincing, but it is undoubtedly full of loopholes in front of Naruto at this moment. Once third generation died, Tsunade's phobia healed, and she didn't even gambling and drinking to numb herself. She didn't even hate Orochimaru who killed third generation. She was willing to treat him, if not for fear that he would attack the village again. Without the slightest hesitation. In the end, even Orochimaru, the man who killed third Hokage, returned to Konoha grandiosely. Tsunade may really have panicemia, but it doesn't seem to be insurmountable for decades. It depends on whether she is willing to face it. Perhaps, what she was afraid of was never blood, just her own teacher. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was silent. Sometimes after pretending to be a pig for a long time, it really becomes a pig. Does Tsunade really look so decadent and feeble? Jiraiya didn't know. While chatting, while flying slowly. When the words were over, he had already returned to Yanbo town. At this moment, Tsunade stood in place, folded his arms around his chest, his face was not good, he was obviously still angered. On the side, Shizune apologized to the casino man with an embarrassed look, and was discussing compensation. And little Sakura is also standing aside in embarrassment. At this moment, she is not only unfamiliar with Tsunade and Shizune, but she is also entangled by the girl who has been slammed by Naruto. She keeps asking her about Naruto. Matter. Seeing Naruto come back with Jiraiya, the little Sakura quickly pointed to Naruto and said nothing. The girl with sunglasses just wanted to come over to talk to Naruto, when she saw him smiling, put her index finger on her lips, and made a gesture that we will talk about later. I'll talk to you in a while. In the ear, there was a voice that sounded like a mosquito. Hearing that, the girl stood aside obediently. At this time, Naruto brought Jiraiya to Tsunade and smiled and said, "My first meeting, hello Tsunade sister, I am Uzumaki Naruto, the disciple of teacher Jiraiya, and Namikaze Minato is my father." A sister called Tsunade exuberantly. After recounting the Syrian relationship, Tsunade's eyes on Naruto suddenly became cordial. Reaching out and patted Naruto's shoulder, Tsunade said boldly, "Naruto? The young man is very nice." Naruto's expression remained unchanged, and Jiraiya was stuffed into Tsunade. "Sister Tsunade, Mr. Jiraiya is seriously injured right now, so please give him a treatment as soon as possible, lest it gets worse again later." Chapter 118. Tsunade reached out subconsciously to take Jiraiya. "Then I realized, why should I hold this stinky man?" However, looking at Jiraiya who was dying at this moment, Tsunade still failed to give Jiraiya away cruelly. "Naruto, I will take Jiraiya to the hotel for treatment first. You will wait for Shizune to take care of this place, and come over together." Tsunade pointed to Shizune next to him, and then glanced at the girl with sunglasses waiting aside. It is true that there are students who have their own teachers, and they are all romantic. He hummed, then turned and left with Jiraiya in his arms. When Tsunade didn't pay attention, Jiraiya, who was weak and unable to move, couldn't restrain his inner excitement, and gave a thumbs up to Naruto behind him. This action was clearly shown by Naruto and Sakura behind him. A knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Naruto turned his head and saw little Sakura looking at him in shock. Brother Sakura pointed to Jiraiya who was being held by Princess Tsunade and left, and his eyes widened and said, "Is this also in your calculations?" Naruto. First, he encouraged Jiraiya to confess, and then it would be good if he succeeded. If he failed, he could turn into the wind, and immediately enter the second plan. If all of this is in Naruto's calculations, it would be terrible. This makes little Sakura rejoice again, but fortunately Naruto is not interested in her, otherwise she doesn't know if she can guarantee her loyalty to Sasuke. Low-key, low-key. Naruto said modestly. At this time, the girl with sunglasses on the side came over. She took off her sunglasses and said with a smile, "Hello, brother Naruto, this is Fujikaze. My sister has never been in a relationship. You did something like that to your sister just now, but now you have to take responsibility. Come on." Just now, she was soft and hard and asked little Sakura about Naruto's name and age. At this moment, Naruto is only a few months away from reaching the age of 13, which is just 3 years younger than her. Naruto turned his head and looked at the face after he took off the sunglasses, Xiao Xiaoyan's familiar cheek, suddenly speechless. Naruto swears that he really just picked one at random on the street, the beautiful young girl closest to him. But who knows, there is such a coincidence in this world. With just such a random selection, he could find the target Fenghua Xiaoxia who he had just refused to escort for the A-level mission. Is this the legendary unsuccessful book? Do you want to learn Byakugan's ability to see through to prevent such an oolong from appearing? Naruto was speechless. Aside, little Sakura said in shock, "Wow, superstar Fujikaze." This suddenly attracted the attention of many people around, and many people turned their attention here. Recently, Feng Yun Princess starring Fenghua Xiaoxiu is being shown in various parts of the ninja world. Therefore, Fenghua Xiaoxiu's popularity is extremely strong. Even in this seaside town, many people know her. It's Princess Fengyun. Quickly, ask her for an autograph. I didn't expect to meet it here. Princess Fengyun, I love you. Shouting, people around came rushing over. At this time, little Sakura shuffled her mouth and realized that she had done a stupid thing. Slide first. The star chasers in this world are completely indistinguishable from those in another world. As soon as Naruto thought, he manipulated the airflow to refract the light around the 3 people's bodies, entering a state of optical invisibility. Then the airflow surrounded the 3 of them, and they soared into the sky. The people around looked confused, not knowing what happened, why the 3 big living people suddenly disappeared, and Chaizuan, who had just negotiated compensation, also looked surprised. How come all the people are gone in a blink of an eye? On the other side, in a secluded alley, Naruto put down Sakura and Fenghua Xiaoxiu. After that, he took out his wallet, took out a thick stack of 10,000 tael banknotes and handed it to Fenghua Xiaoxiu. "Thank you Miss Fengxui for cooperating with my performance. This is the appearance fee that you promised before." Naruto also explained before that when the matter is over, rewards will be given. However, looking at Fenghua Xiaoxiu's appearance, it was obvious that he didn't want to get paid and left. So Naruto cut the mess with a sharp knife, pointing out that it was just a performance before. For actors, it is inevitable that there will be some physical contact during the performance, which is also inevitable. At 1. Naruto's simple gesture of paying for money is also explaining that the previous kissing gesture has no other extra meaning at all. If Naruto is really interesting to her, she will not kiss her forehead, but will kiss her lips directly. Little Sakura, who watched all of this, was surprised and closed her mouth from ear to ear, and said in shock, "Actually, is it a show? When did the negotiation have been made? But I thought Naruto, you are really so good." Unfortunately, Sakura thought Naruto was really so powerful, she had already calculated it in her heart, and when she went back, she planned to make a wallbang for Sasuke. Now it seems that if she does not know the truth of the matter and does so, it is estimated that the result will not be much better than Master Jiraiya, right? Fortunately, Naruto didn't intend to cheat her, so little Sakura couldn't help but feel lucky. At this time, Fenghua Xiaoxiu was completely unmoved, not even looking at the thick stack of banknotes that Naruto handed over. Hyunran wanted to cry, "Naruto-kun, does Naruto-kun treat me like that?" While speaking, 2 lines of tears fell from the corner of Fenghua Xiaoxiu's eyes. With her rainy expression on pear flower at the moment, I couldn't help but feel pity. Even if he is indifferent like Naruto, his tone can't help but soften at this time. "Little Snow Princess, okay, Don't perform anymore. You look at me like this and it's hard to help you solve the killer? Will I help you solve the killer? It's just a reward for asking you to help perform. While speaking, Naruto's figure disappeared for a moment. When he reappeared, two black-clothed muscular men who seemed to be ill-intentioned were already in their hands. After discovering that this girl with sunglasses was Fenghua Koihoki, Naruto increased the accuracy and range of Kagura's eyes. In this way, it was natural to discover the two people who had been monitoring her, and probably also guessed the current situation of each other. According to the normal timeline, the 7th class at this moment should have fascinated Fenghua Xiaoxiu, and then went to the direction of the snow country with the Santeifu who was his agent, who was actually a retainer. At this moment, Naruto was going out and refused the task. Santeifu had to find Kakashi again, so Fenghua Xiaoxiu slipped away and unknowingly arrived in this small seaside town. Perhaps she had exposed the key she was carrying on the way, and was stared at by Fenghua's men. Fenghua Xiaoxiu also discovered her own danger, so she took the opportunity to find Naruto and his group with Konoha Forward Protector, and wanted to seek protection. Chapter 119. Seeing these two muscular men suddenly appeared, Fenghua Xiaoxiu was startled. But seeing the two people being thrown on the ground by Naruto like trash, the shock on her face turned into surprise again. For a while, I even forgot to cry. If you have to describe Fenghua Xiaoxiu's expression at the moment, it can be described as extremely complicated. On Iwa's beautiful cheeks with rain, there are surprises and residual scared eyes, which really makes people wonder what to evaluate and how to make the expression so vivid. Look, I said this is an actor. Naruto motioned to the little Sakura next to him. At this time, little Sakura was even more stunned. I thought it was a simple and beautiful encounter. Naruto relied on his handsomeness and charm to successfully make this big star named Fujikaze fall in love with him. This proves that Bidong is the simplest, direct, and effective method to seduce girls. Then, Naruto told her that this was actually an actor I paid for. Before Xiao Sakura digested this fact, Fenghua Xiaoxiu used actual actions to tell her that, in fact, I was looking for protection. This made the young Sakura, who had just graduated from the ninja school and not been born in society for a long time, couldn't help but sigh. The human heart is sinister, and the adult world is too complicated. Naruto didn't pay much attention to this. At the moment, he was in a good mood. He smiled and asked the two muscular men who were thrown on the ground by him, "Let's talk about it, the two big stars Fujikaze, who followed us, what's the matter?" Attempt. The two black-clothed muscular men didn't mean to answer. They looked at each other, and then wiped out the sharp kunai without hesitation. They leaped forward and rushed towards Fenghua Xiaoxiu. Naruto caught him who didn't respond. They couldn't beat such a strong man. Only by taking the target hostage and letting Naruto throw a rat trap can he barely escape from birth. It was just that the two people had just saved. They saw Naruto standing behind them appearing in front of Fenghua Xiaoxiu. With two kicks at random, two muscular men were shot against the wall. Then under Naruto's illusion, everything was explained. The real identities of the two of them, as Naruto had previously guessed, were sent by Fenghua Ruotao to monitor that it might be one of his niece Fenghua Xiaoxiu's men. Not long ago, Fenghua Xiaoxiu refused the director's request to go to the snow country to film the scene, and took advantage of the agent Santeifu ran out inadvertently and fled all the way to the seaside town. Originally, there was only one person monitoring Fenghua Xiaoxiu, but Fenghua Xiaoxiu not long ago exposed the key in her hand, allowing the other party to confirm her true identity. So the number of personnel was increased to 2 people, and they wanted to arrest Fenghua Xiaoxiu. Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who sensed that he was being hunted, fled hurriedly from the hotel where he lived, and wanted to make the opponent throw a rat trap in the downtown area. This action effectively delayed a certain amount of time. Then Fenghua Xiaoxiu met Naruto. Naruto randomly used a flying thunder god guiding technique, started the teleportation and sent the 2 Snow Country agents to an Orochimaru experimental base for waste utilization, and then said to Fenghua Xiaoxiu, "Okay, now that we have helped each other once, it's a tie. Next, I suggest you go to Konoha to post a long-term escort mission, so that you don't have to be afraid of your uncle. If you are willing to make an extra tens of 10,100 million taels, it may be possible to ask someone to help you restore your country. After all, you are the righteous heir of the Snow Country. I think Konoha will not help this, and there should be other shinobu villages who are willing to help. In terms of your income, this is not a difficult thing. Let's say goodbye to this, let's say goodbye." After that, Naruto turned his head and said to little Sakura, "Let's go, Sakura brother, Tsunade sister, they should be anxious." After that, Naruto turned and left without hesitation. "Sakura brother? What the hell is called, my old lady is a girl?" Roaring in his heart, little Sakura said nothing except for a twitch of the corner of his mouth. Seeing Naruto walking away, Sakura hurriedly followed. Without Naruto leading the way, she didn't know where to go. In the quiet alley, Fenghua Elementary School froze for a while, only then sorted out the series of things that happened not long ago. "Is my identity exposed? Uncle started to send someone to arrest me. Nowhere is safe in this world." After gritting his teeth, Fenghua Xiaoxiu looked at Naruto's disappeared back and quickly followed. "Naruto-kun, can I ask you to protect me? Look at your forehead protector, you are also a Konoha shinobi? You are so powerful, you should be able to protect me well. If you don't agree, I may be uncle in a few days. Men were killed." After catching up with Naruto, Fenghua Xiaoxiu's eyes were full of water, and she said pitifully. After a pause, he hinted shyly, "Naruto-kun, I am a pure girl who is single to be married. Not too dumb." Ignoring Fenghua Koihoki's hint, Naruto muttered in his heart. His words are so obvious, if Fenghua Xiaoxiu still doesn't understand, that would be too stupid. While thinking about it, Naruto manipulated the airflow to take Xiao Sakura and Fenghua Xiaoxiu and quickly flew to the hotel where Tsunade was staying. Asking Sakura to open the room, Naruto asked Fenghua to sit down at the table in Tsunade's room. Suddenly, a gentle smile facing God appeared on Naruto's face. "His Royal Highness, regarding the security services you require, I have made a list for you here. Excuse me, please take a look." After speaking, he took out the scroll just written and handed it over. Fenghua Xiaoxiu glanced at Naruto, whose attitude turned 180 degrees, and the corners of her mouth twitched. "So it's okay to just give me money? It cost me so many tears." Then he lowered his head and looked at the content on the scroll. Security service. The S-Class Ninja provides meticulous 24-hour security service to ensure that customers will not be harassed or dangerous. The unit price is 10,002 hours, starting at 100 hours, and you can enjoy a 20% discount for a long time. Assassination service. S-level ninjas provide assassination services. The price is based on the target's strength and status. For example, Fenghua Rage, 50 million taels, uproot its power by 100 million taels, add 50 million taels, and provide help rejuvenation service. Looking at it, Fenghua Xiaoxiu's eyes widened. It turns out that the nightmare that has plagued her for 10 years can be solved by spending money. In recent years, Fenghua Xiaoxiu has made a lot of money as a well-known actor. After removing various expenses, several tens of millions of taels have been saved. Although the money is not enough for her to ask Naruto to assassinate the wind and the raging waves, it is entirely possible for Naruto to protect her from any danger. Moreover, she is still young and can still make money. It will not be a problem to ask Naruto to help restore the country at that time. And Naruto's powerful strength, she has seen with her own eyes just now, can easily take people to fly, and can use space abilities. This is definitely a rare master. Thinking of this, Fenghua Xiaoxiu raised her head and looked at Naruto with scorching eyes. She was moved. Chapter 120. Amidst Naruto's gentle smile, Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who was beloved, signed a security contract with him. And paid a deposit of 10 million taels for this. After the contract was signed, Naruto moved into action. Kakashi, who was busy with chain hot pot restaurants, Sasuke who was learning under the waterfall, and Orochimaru who was also learning in his base, were all drawn by Naruto's shadow clone. With Flying Thunder God technique, there is no difference in the size of the ninja world. Naruto still maintained a gentle smile, smiling at Fenghua Xiaoxiu and said, "Your Royal Highness, this is the S-rank ninja we can provide you." He said, pointing to Kakashi and introduced, "This is Konoha's elite Genin Kakashi, a well-known Konoha technician in the ninja world. Although his title is only the A and elite Genin, his strength has reached the level of an S-rank ninja. Your uncle Fenghua Rage is only Genin S level. Such a Kakashi can hit 10. Solved the problem that Sharingan was using too much mana. Recently, Kakashi who picked up White Fang's sword technique has greatly increased. If he used to face a strong player like Orochimaru, he was not an opponent at all, and now he has the qualifications to oppose him. Of course, he has to fight to know the outcome." Looking at Kakashi with a dead fish expression, Fenghua Koyoki's expression showed obvious disgust. Kakashi, who had just arrived, had a question mark on his face. "Naruto, didn't you refuse the mission? So why is Fenghua Xiaoxiu here? And what does your disgusting look mean?" Naruto observes his words. Immediately, pointing to Orochimaru on one side, he introduced to Fenghua Koyoki, "This is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunnins, and the two famous masters over there, the famous S-class rebels in the ninja world, although the temperament is a bit colder, but his strength is also real." While speaking, Naruto pointed to Tsunade who was treating Jiraiya who was lying on the bed, and introduced. Tsunade and Jiraiya, who was lying on the bed, stared in shock at the sudden appearance of Orochimaru, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Are these two nonchalant people also S-rank ninjas? Fenghua Xiaoxiu had never thought about Orochimaru, her eyes stayed on Tsunade and Jiraiya, and she suddenly felt that she was wrapped in an unprecedented sense of peace of mind. In line with the request that the customer is God, Naruto was not impatient, and pointed to Sasuke, who had been entangled by Sakura and declared his sovereignty, and said, "This, Uchiha Sasuke, after Konoha nomenclature Uchiha, a proper master. Although the title is only the lowest genin, Orochimaru is not its opponent, you see, is this appearance very seductive as a vase? And it will never harass you, 12,000 hours is definitely worth the money." Sasuke is obsessed with spiritual practice, and is not very interested in girls. As a guard, he will not harass his employer, which Naruto dares to guarantee. Fenghua Xiaoxiu showed a little heart, but after hesitating, she finally looked at Naruto and asked, "Then what about you? If I only want you to be my escort, is it okay?" Naruto was silent, and then divided a shadow clone. "Shadow clone, only I have 50% strength, is that okay?" He still has to practice, but he doesn't have so much time to be a guard, and being able to give a shadow clone is considered to be a face. Is there any difference between shadow clone and myself? Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who didn't know much about ninjas, hesitated and asked. It makes no difference except not resisting beatings. Naruto answered in the affirmative. Then you. Fenghua Xiaoxiu clapped. She was also a little cautious, and the strong men in front of her were obviously a circle formed with Naruto as the center. In this case, a good relationship with Naruto is more useful than anything else. Even if it's just a shadow clone. After making the decision, Naruto engraved a seal on Fenghua Xiaoxiu's earrings, allocated plenty of chakras to his shadow clone, and put a few into weight. Then, nodded, "Okay." Fenghua Xiaoxiu was a bit speechless. Dead straight man. On the other hand, Kakashi and Sasuke, who had just passed the popular science of Sakura, understood what was going on, at this moment, they don't know how to describe their feelings at this moment. When I watched Naruto, I looked at God with a shocking expression on his face. It's no wonder that even the A-level missions of 1 million taels in 7 days were rejected. Within a few days, a one-time short-term mission was turned into a long-term mission, and an additional thoughtful service was specially customized for the employer. This kind of earning power, even though Kakashi and Sasuke have seen it in Naruto more than once. However, seeing Naruto apply this kind of earning power to a short-term task that they should have performed at this moment, this kind of shock is more intuitive and powerful than previous business behaviors. Ming Brother V587. In addition to Kakashi and Sasuke, there are also the numb little Sakura who has been shocked today, as well as Tsunade and Jiraiya. The shock in their hearts at this moment is not inferior to the previous ones. Big Orochimaru, why are you here? Knowing Naruto. Just after being treated, Jiraiya, who barely recovered a bit, couldn't speak well at the moment, and questioned the man standing not far from him who he had chased for half his life in shock. Naruto said that Orochimaru would not succeed because they had been in the same group for a long time. Has Konoha's plan to collapse completely changed now? Tsunade didn't speak, her movements were more direct. He entered into a fighting state without hesitation and stopped in front of Jiraiya. She is upset that Jiraiya is her business, but she never wants to see Jiraiya die in front of her. Don't be nervous, I am not hostile now. Orochimaru took a funny look at Jiraiya lying on the bed. Seeing this injury, did Tsunade hit it? Is this dead again? Involuntarily, Orochimaru thought of helping Jiraiya pursue Tsunade, pretending to be an enemy and letting Jiraiya come over to save the beauty. He was almost beaten to death by Tsunade. Naruto watched the three of them communicate with a funny expression. Unexpectedly, Sunin would finally have a party, and it was still in its current form. I don't know what the three people think at the moment. This Orochimaru also wanted face, and never said that he had become a prisoner. However, Naruto won't pierce him either. Do you want to return to Konoha with us? As long as you are willing to regret it, I think the village will accept you again, and the teacher will forgive you. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya began to persuade Orochimaru. Although he himself didn't believe this, he still said it at the moment. Perhaps, you are looking for words without words? Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue, licked his lips, and said with a smile, don't say such boring words, since it's rare to see each other, why not have a drink together? For these former friends, he is not completely without feelings. Chapter 121. After many years, the legendary Sunin actually sat at a table drinking. Although Orochimaru has become a prisoner, even though Jiraiya describes it as miserable, and even though Tsunade is also depressed, the mood of the three people at this moment is still elevated because of this rare reunion. There was silence, 3 rounds of food and 5 flavors of wine. Finally, Tsunade put down his wine glass and had a heavy meal, with a grumpy expression on his face and asked, let's talk about it, why did you meet Naruto? That's a long story. Orochimaru can't even think about how to fool Tsunade. Sasuke, who was eating quietly, raised his head abruptly and said, I was caught by Naruto and I. Now it's our trophy. Orochimaru is speechless, I don't want face. Except for Naruto and Sasuke, it was the first time that the rest of the people at the meal heard about it. They all cast their curious eyes on the corners of their mouths, smiling froze, and Orochimaru with an awkward expression. The atmosphere is a bit subtle for a while. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru, you will have today. After a moment of silence, Tsunade laughed boldly, and then he leaned forward and begged to fit his laughter, and the waves in front of him followed. Several men glanced at them and then looked away embarrassedly, while Fengwa Koyuki and Sakura, who were eating together at the same table, looked at Tsunade's rough waves, and there was a complex expression of lemon on their faces. Although both of them are beautiful girls, their figure is a bit hard to describe compared to Tsunade. After Tsunade laughed, Naruto briefly talked about what happened a few days ago. And this also aroused the amazement of several people present. It turns out that Sasuke-kun is already so good. Little Sakura exclaimed. Kakashi also felt that he had eaten lemons. Although he knew that Sasuke, the disciple, might no longer be inferior to him, but after confirming this at the moment, he was still a bit mixed. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at Sasuke, who was eating quietly, and there was some scrutiny in their eyes. They are all old people who have come from the war years, and they know the Uchiha clan very well. It can be said that the stronger, the closer to paranoia, especially those who have strong power at a young age. After just watching for a long time, Sasuke is normal, just like when they first met. In Sasuke, it seems that the ancestral loneliness and paranoia of Uchiha cannot be seen at all. This time we are looking for Sister Tsunade for you, because Haruno Sakura's apprenticeship is for Haruno Sakura. Young Sakura has outstanding chakra control ability and is very suitable for learning medical ninjutsu. She herself wants to be a medical ninja, so I want to invite you accept her as a disciple. Naruto spoke at the right time, interrupting the slightly solemn atmosphere on the table. You two look at it again, Sasuke is going crazy. Immediately, everyone at the table turned their eyes on Tsunade and Sakura. At this time, Jiraiya is also an outlet. Little Sakura is a good child, Shizune is not too young, and she can't always let her take care of you. Tsunade groaned and began to carefully look at the little Sakura who was sitting not far away. At this time, little Sakura also bowed solemnly, please also ask Master Tsunade to accept me as a disciple. I will definitely learn from you. After watching for a while, the solemn expression on Tsunade's face disappeared, and she smiled, okay, then I will accept you as a disciple. Being my apprentice takes a lot of hardship, so you have to be psychologically prepared. Hi, I will work hard, Tsunade-sama. Little Sakura said excitedly. After serving the tea, the banquet dissipated, and Fenghua Xiaoxiu and Xiao Sakura went to the next room to rest. Kakashi and Sasuke were also sent back by Naruto's shadow clone using Flying Thunder God technique, while Orochimaru stayed and had tea with Jiraiya and Tsunade, while Naruto sat with him. At this time, Jiraiya asked Naruto seriously, Naruto, what are your plans? He had promised Naruto that as long as Naruto didn't want to destroy the village, he would support him no matter what Naruto wanted to do. Only now, Naruto's series of actions have allowed Jiraiya to discover some dangerous signs. Telling him without evasiveness that he wanted to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, and deliberately left Orochimaru as a betrayer to take over his influence, these actions all revealed a signal that Naruto had no small plans. Although Tsunade didn't speak, she looked at Naruto seriously. Although she hated the village that killed his family and lover, it was also a dream created by her grandfather. She didn't want to see problems in this place. Are you planning to? Then before answering this question, I want to ask you, what do you think of the will of fire and peace? Naruto put down the teacup in his hand and asked with unchanged expression. My grandfather Senju Hashirama, in order to end the war, so that those young children do not have to fight on the battlefield, they can study in the school, they can eat well, and they can dress warmly, so he established the village and wants to make it permanent. Maintain it. And everyone who wants to destroy all this and destroy peace is the enemy of the village. This is the will of fire. For me, peace is the will of fire. Tsunade squeezed his fist and told Naruto earnestly about his childhood. He heard from his grandfather that his deceased brother Nawaka had broken up with his lover, and he carried out his lifelong thoughts for this. Jiraiya did not speak, but nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Orochimaru watched with interest. Naruto nodded and said, the will of fire sounds wonderful, but what about reality? The war is still going on. Both Sister Tsunade and teacher Jiraiya have experienced 3 ninja wars. The young children in the village still need to go to the battlefield. Your loved ones, friends, and loved ones have all died on the battlefield. Now the entire ninja world maintains an apparent peace, but there is a surging undercurrent in the dark. According to the current trend, it will be a few years before a new ninja world war will erupt between several Darren villages. In your opinion, first Hokage's accomplishments are undoubtedly great. He ended the Sengoku era, created the now more prosperous Ninimura era, and achieved the peace he wanted, so you wanted to make this your own. The peace of the village will be maintained, even at any sacrifice. In my eyes, this peace is narrow. You only saw the luxuriant trees called Konoha, but you didn't see the others in that forest. They still suffer pain and suffering. Have you ever thought that this world will truly eliminate all wars one day? People are no longer fighting, can understand and help each other, even ninjas who are engaged in dangerous jobs can live to the end of their lives. This is what I want to do, the peace I want. Chapter 122. Tsunade and Jiraiya listened quietly and listened to Naruto expressing his conscience. Looking at this junior who has a huge connection with them, he denounced first Hokage for creating only a narrow peace. They faintly yearn for the peaceful scene described by Naruto, but instinctively feel that Naruto is wrong. If the village they guarded and the peace they guarded was wrong, then what was their contribution and the sacrifices of their relatives and friends in the past few years? Guarding Konoha and maintaining Konoha's survival are the bottom line for realizing all dreams. Now, Naruto's idea is to challenge this bottom line. Tsunade put down his teacup, slapped the table, and said angrily, "Naruto, give up your dangerous idea. Do you want to be an enemy of the village? Even if you want to achieve peace, it should be achieved on the basis of continuing the village." Jiraiya also became serious. "Naruto, I don't require you to have the will to fire. I said that as long as you don't attack the village, then I will support all your ideas, and your current ideas are too dangerous. Give up." This is Naruto, who is a close junior and also has a strong strength. For someone else, Tsunade and Jiraiya must be tempted to do it right now. Naruto heard the anger from the two, but his expression did not change, but he was still calm. He is here to make sense, not to get angry with them. Without rushing to refute them, Naruto began to explain in detail his plans for how to achieve peace in the future. There are those I talked about to Kakashi Sasuke Jr. Sakura, Orochimaru, and Yakushi Kabuto, and there are also some more detailed things that I have recently thought about and improved. It includes everything from politics to economics and people's livelihood. So, I will ask you one more question from Tsunade and Jiraiya. Do you think the name Konoha is more important, or the people living in it, and the people living in the whole world? After the conversation, Naruto asked calmly. Hearing about Naruto's understanding of the world today, his thoughts on how to achieve peace, and what the world will look like after peace. Tsunade's grumpy expression gradually calmed down. Although she didn't want to admit it, at this moment, she had a great yearning for the peaceful world that Naruto said. A society where there are no wars, no exploitation, where the old are dependent, the young are supported, and where continuous progress is made. Compared with today's ninja world, it is like heaven. After experiencing joys and sorrows, and seeing Tsunade, who is accustomed to the darkness of the world, I can feel the beauty of that world even more. After a long silence, Tsunade finally calmed down and began to think about Naruto's problem. After setting aside those prejudices, she could barely make a sensible answer. If Konoha's name is abandoned, the world will be peaceful, so that everyone who lives in Konoha can have peace and live a better life. Then I think my grandfather would be willing to live, right? After being silent for a long time, Jiraiya also nodded in agreement. Although his character and experience are very different from Tsunade, he has a similar understanding of Konoha and peace. So why are you opposing me? Naruto tilted his head and said in doubt, if you want to achieve peace, it will inevitably be accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice. This makes me have to hold absolute power and call on the people of the whole world to support me. If my concept can be recognized by everyone, under the general trend, all the ghosts that hinder peace will be nothing more than a praying man's arm. And if my philosophy cannot be recognized by everyone, then I am against the world, and I am destined to fail. As my elder, if you think my philosophy is correct, even if it doesn't help me, it's not. It should be a hindrance to me. Even if I have caused huge losses to this world on the path of pursuing peace, it will never be worse than this crazy world now. At that time, all merits and demerits will be left to future generations to comment on. At this time, a wry smile appeared on Jiraiya's face. He also wanted to pursue peace, but limited to his vision and knowledge, he could not find a correct answer. But now, his disciple put a detailed and feasible answer in front of him. But he, who has always wanted to pursue peace, couldn't understand it in the first place, and instead opposed him. Is he really a competent teacher? Looking at Naruto's head and the big toad sage's prophecy, the prophet's son has exactly the same yellow hair and blue pupils. For the village today, Jiraiya was more disappointed than sentimental. Gradually, the scale in Jiraiya's heart was leaning towards Naruto. Such Naruto, maybe real peace can be achieved, right? Tsunade was also struggling. On the one hand, he was confused and pursued a lifetime of peace. On the other hand, it was created and passed down by her grandfather. In the village where she grew up, the weight of the two was placed on the balance and swayed in Tsunade's heart. This is a duel between rational and emotional. But Naruto's words did not end there. He looked at Tsunade and Jiraiya with complex expressions, and said in a calm tone, "Moreover, now, what you want to protect is Konoha that belongs to everyone, not Sarutobi Hiruzen's Konoha, right?" This sentence was like the last straw that crushed the camel, completely crushing the hesitation in Jiraiya and Tsunade's hearts. At this time, Tsunade thought of his brother Nawaki, who died on the battlefield, and his lover, as well as those tribesmen who were beaten by Sarutobi Hiruzen to increase the village's combat power and flicker to carry out the wood-style experiment. As for Jiraiya, he thought of his dead comrades and his disciple Namikaze Minato. The peace belonging to the village they guarded has no meaning. As long as the war continues, it will continue to create such tragedies. At this time, Orochimaru, who had been listening quietly, licked his lips with a smile, and then added to his jealousy, "There is one thing I didn't tell you about. I was doing the wood-style human experiment at the time, but it was secretly instructed by the third generation." "Oh! Master first generation, Master second generation, Master Mito and the remains of many special characters are still in the laboratory at the root." Hearing that, Tsunade couldn't help clenching his fists, his expression changed, and then he laughed at himself. "If I didn't leave the village, maybe I would die and be sent to the laboratory for some inexplicable reason at the moment." Jiraiya stretched out his hand, took Tsunade's cold palm, and comforted, "Don't worry, everything is over, I will protect you from now on." After a moment of silence, Jiraiya raised her head and said seriously, "Teacher, I am also longing for the peace you said about Naruto. I can't be sure whether your approach is right or wrong, but I will always look at you and will not let you do it. It's wrong. I'll watch you well, Naruto, don't let you mess around." On the side, Tsunade also said in a grumpy tone. After the conversation, Tsunade and Jiraiya couldn't fully accept Naruto's willingness to destroy all obstacles, including Konoha's idea, for peace. After all, that is where they grew up and have been fighting for half their lives. It is impossible to say let go. But they were willing to watch Naruto do it and supervise him from the side, instead of stopping him before it even started. Chapter 123. A party ended in every thought. This time Naruto's purpose has been achieved, and this trip has also reached the end. Next, it's time to separate. Tsunade intends to stay in this Yanbo town for a while. One is to teach little Sakura some basic medical ninjutsu, and the other is to help Jiraiya heal his injuries. If nothing else, when Jiraiya's injury heals, he will accompany Tsunade to continue traveling, and Sakura, as a disciple, naturally needs to accompany them. And Naruto and Orochimaru plan to go back to each other. Orochimaru was teleported back by Naruto using the Flying Thunder God technique. Before leaving, Orochimaru kindly invited Jiraiya and Tsunade to visit him, especially Tsunade must come. He had many experiments and wanted to ask Tsunade to cooperate. Regarding this, Tsunade was non-committal, did not agree but did not refuse. After learning about Naruto's strength from Jiraiya, I gave Tsunade some sense of urgency. Although she and Jiraiya said that they would always supervise Naruto, they could only dissuade him from the elder's standpoint and did not have enough power to carry out their will to the end. Perhaps, I should get serious too, and can't be so decadent anymore. Tsunade muttered to himself. And if you want to improve yourself, study with Orochimaru, who is also Sunin, to strengthen your medical ninjutsu is a good choice. Naruto glanced at Tsunade, whose expression was uncertain, and Jiraiya, who was also thoughtful, thinking about going to Mount Maiboku to practice celestial arts, and smiled, probably knowing what they were thinking. However, this is a good thing. When a person wants to become stronger, no matter if the other party is his enemy or friend, he can bring him a certain promotion effect. Only if there are enough powerhouses in this world, can one's path forward be able to go further. Not to mention, Tsunade and Jiraiya are his elders. Then, I'm leaving too, little Sakura, come on, look forward to your return from your studies. Naruto waved his hand, and after bidding farewell, he planned to return to Konoha with Flying Thunder God. As for whether Jiraiya can catch Tsunade in the end, it depends on him. Naruto can't help. Goodbye. Tsunade replied absently. Jiraiya didn't speak, and winked his eyes, thanking Naruto for his assist. The little Sakura pulled Naruto aside and said, Naruto, you help me look after Sasuke, don't let other girls approach him, especially Ino Pig, which needs special attention. Naruto was speechless. Sasuke is not interested in the sense of girls, don't you have any points in your heart? Still need me to watch? But in the end, Naruto responded perfunctorily. And little Sakura has a relieved expression on his face. Before she came out, she told her family and she would send a letter back later, so she didn't have to worry too much about the reaction of her parents. What little Sakura worries most is that she is afraid that other girls will pry Sasuke away when she is away. Now that Naruto has promised to help, she has no worries. With a wave of his hand, Naruto, a Flying Thunder God, has disappeared in Yanbo town. When he reappeared, he had already reached the small waterfall where he usually practiced. Sasuke, who was suffering from high numbers, sensed Naruto's arrival, but didn't care, just glanced at him, then closed his eyes and continued to work hard. And Naruto, after stretching his waist, felt in good condition, and started to practice in Shadow Clone. It is still the main body for physical strengthening training, Shadow Clone for chakra control training, and along with the practice seal technique, more usages of Flying Thunder God are developed. In this practice, Naruto discovered a little difference. I thought that if I stopped practicing for 5 days, my physical condition would decline. I didn't expect this condition to be much better than before. Naruto whispered to himself a little unexpectedly. This time Naruto went out to play, he really went out to play. Not only did he fail to perform physical intensive training, he even cancelled the 24-hour on-hook learning Shadow Clone. For the past few days, he was sleeping without thinking about anything. It's not like before, just switching to study in the learning space, and as a result, not only the state has not declined, but the physical state is better. Now, in the process of practicing, Naruto finds that he can enter a state of concentration more easily, and his efficiency has improved a lot. Is this the right way to relax? A few days of rest gave me a full rest from the body to the spirit, and completely relieved the stress. After reflecting on it, Naruto probably found the reason. Humans are not machines after all. Although both physical strength and spirit can be recovered by Kurama's yin-yang chakra, and with the aid of a learning space, proper rest is also necessary. From then on, I will take 2 days off every month. 1 day off every 2 weeks. I don't want to do anything. It's perfect. Naruto patted his head, thinking that this is probably a blessing in disguise. After a long absence, I was lazy and discovered a new practice experience. Sharing this newly discovered practice experience with Sasuke next to him, Naruto asked, "Hey, Sasuke, do you want to play games? I can share a shadow clone to play with you." Sasuke didn't stop studying. He glanced at Naruto and said, "Then let's go together during the next break. Become more conscious." Naruto was a little surprised. He thought that Sasuke had basically never rested like him, so he told him to relax. Unexpectedly, the young man refused, consciously not working. If Naruto asked him to play games before, he would be more excited than anyone else. "Humph, I'm playing now, are you beaten back again? I want to develop the electromagnetic cannon technique earlier and stand on the same starting line with you again." Sasuke snorted coldly in his heart and closed his eyes to continue learning. After assessing Naruto's strength, Sasuke felt that it was a bit difficult for him to rely on this technique to securely defeat Naruto, but if it reached a level comparable to his, it would definitely be no problem. Then continue to practice. Naruto didn't think much, and then continued to practice. Just always feel that he seems to have forgotten something. In the hot spring hotel, the maid meticulously took care of the fragrant phosphorus, which had been delicious and drunk for a few days, boredly looking out the window, expecting when her brother Naruto would be able to come to see her when he was busy. In Yanbo town, Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who woke up looking for Naruto when she was young, learned that he had returned to Konoha when she was young, and almost burst her lungs with breath. What about the 24-hour meticulous personal service? Hey, just plugging in a toolman, shadow clone, completely forgot about me. With a cold snort, Fenghua Xiaoxiu ran out to look for transportation. She decided to go to Konoha to find Naruto. Chapter 124. It was late at night and ended the day of practice. When Naruto arrived in the hot spring hotel and prepared to take a bath and eat, he remembered what he had forgotten. But it was normal. For Naruto, although Xianglin was a member of his clan, in terms of relationship, it was just a stranger who had just met after all. Anyway, it is not an important thing, even if it is forgotten, it is normal. However, this is a very rude thing after all. After taking a bath, Naruto, who was a little embarrassed, asked Xianglin to have dinner with him. Brother Naruto. Not seen for a few days, Xianglin was extremely enthusiastic and rushed over. With a guilty conscience, Naruto didn't evade, hugged fragrant phosphorus, and then took her to sit down at the table. During the meal, I kept holding various delicious foods for the fragrant phosphorus, and at the same time briefly explained that I had something to deal with in the past few days, and it was by no means to forget her. Xianglin didn't care about it, and happily told Naruto about his life in the past few days. After Naruto's inquiry, he told him about his physical recovery without reservation. After the meal, Naruto pulsed the Xianglin number and checked her carefully with Kagura Zinyan. It was discovered that after the incense phosphorus had not been drained endlessly with vitality, coupled with eating well and living well, the body condition had recovered a lot, at least it was no longer the premature death of the former who could not live to be 20 years old. However, the problem of serious physical deficits still has not been completely resolved. Even if it has been maintaining such a favorable living condition, it is destined to not live long. Fragrant phosphorus. Starting from tomorrow, I will prescribe a prescription for replenishing qi and blood, as well as calming the nerves and replenishing the brain. It is divided into internal and external use. I will ask the maid to help you prepare a medicated bath. You must take the bath on time. Your body is good. In addition, I will hire a teacher for you to teach you some basic ninja knowledge. After you learn it, I will teach you the exclusive abilities that belong to our Uzumaki clan. Letting go, Naruto smiled. There is a lot of medical knowledge in the learning space, and Naruto has learned a lot. At this moment, it is not a problem to find 1 or 2 prescriptions for phosphorus that can be used in the ninja world to make up for the lack of body. However, when I was a child, the living environment of Xionglan was too bad, and even so, the maximum life of Xionglan was able to live for ordinary people. It is impossible to live as long as a normal Uzumaki tribe. Thank you, brother Naruto. Unconsciously, Xionglan cried again. Tears are like broken bead chains, constantly falling. However, the cry of Xionglan at this moment is not sad, but full of joy. Since childhood, no one has ever cared about her like Naruto. Naruto was the first person to give her a warm feeling of being valued. Okay, don't cry, it's all a little cat. Naruto was a little helpless, and pulled out a tissue from the side to wipe away the tears of phosphorus. Although his situation when he was a child was no different from that of fragrant phosphorus, he had long been accustomed to these and honed a hard heart. Even when he was crying, he had to bear it alone. So Naruto can empathize with the idea of fragrant phosphorus, but he has no experience in coping with it. His girlfriend Hinata is not a timid girl who loves to cry. After comforting for a while, the fragrant phosphorus stopped the tears, and then reluctantly said goodbye to Naruto, and went to bed obediently. And Naruto, after giving orders to the maid, he also left the hot spring hotel and went to sleep in his own home. Early the next morning, Irika was called out from home by Naruto. C-level task, a tutor, for 1 month, teaching the task goal Uzumaki Phosphorus from basic 3-body technique to stepping on water and climbing trees. This series of basic ninja knowledge, the task reward is 1 million taels. After Naruto had finished speaking, he squeezed a task list that he had just brought from Sarutobi Hiruzen into the hand of Irika, who was stunned. Before Irika refused, Naruto had exploded into smoke and disappeared. There is such a good thing. Irika looked at Naruto, who was exploded into smoke and disappeared, but Monk JG was puzzled. When Irika prepared the teaching tools and arrived at the Heaven on Earth Hot Spring Hotel, he was even more daunted. I heard that Irika was the tutor Naruto was looking for phosphorus. The hotel director immediately showed his attitude towards the distinguished guests. First, he took Irika to take a good bath and then had a meal. Then, he brought him to the front of Xionglan. Looking at Xionglan's red hair and the same red pupils, Irika suddenly understood why Naruto would call him over. The remaining Uzumaki people. Irika muttered, and then took the most serious attitude and began to teach the basic knowledge of a series of ninjas. This is not only to be worthy of Naruto's entrustment, but also to be worthy of the high remuneration of 1 million taels, which is a huge amount of money that Irika can't make in a year. Under the waterfall, Sasuke, who was sweating for intensive physical training, asked puzzled Naruto, who was also sweating, "Why do you pay such a high reward for a sea-level mission? Isn't it easy to earn $1 million?" Naruto kept moving and replied, "There are 3 reasons. One is to explain to 3rd generation that this is a member of my clan. I take it seriously so that they don't get crooked. The second is to use money to block their mouths and let them go. Solve the BB of Kushinan village. The third thing is to use this to give Irika some benefits. Anyway, it is also our teacher." Sasuke heard the words and showed interest. "Will Hokage do what you want?" "What do you mean?" Naruto didn't want to answer this question at all. If Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't follow the steps he gave him, could it be possible that he would forcibly hand over the phosphorus, and then give him an excuse for 9 taels Jinchuriki to go crazy? And, anyway, the friendship between Uzumaki and Konoha is handed down from the ancestors, and now Konoha Shinobi still has the Uzumaki logo painted on the back of his waistcoat. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others don't care about this, they can do whatever they want, but they must always protect the remaining Uzumaki people. Sasuke curled his lips, feeling that he was despised by Naruto again. But he didn't get too angry. "If you want to say why, I'm used to." By the waterfall, it was quiet. After practicing for a while, Kurama in the sealed space suddenly called Naruto. I divided a shadow clone to see what happened, and then Naruto heard Kurama holding a laptop with excitement and slid it into Naruto's hands. Look at it, this is the enhanced version of Nine-Tails Fox Emperor after I carefully revised and reset. After reading it, remember to express your opinion. I will tell you that this time I completely overthrown and rewrite it. The changes are very big. You will definitely like it. Chapter 125. Not long ago, Kurama read some writing reference books. He tried enthusiastically for the first experience of writing, and then confidently opened the opening chapter of the classic fantasy novel Dochi-Hwama, Nine-Tails Fox Emperor to Naruto. Well, that's the version Naruto showed Jiraiya before. Then, Naruto criticized Naruto as having too much imitation traces, almost translating, which is no different from direct copying. The confident Kurama was hit hard, but when he calmed down, he found that this was indeed the case. If Naruto wants to be a copywriter, then what does Kurama need to do? What he really wants is for Kurama to do something meaningful. As a creator, the most basic initial intention is to write the works you want to write. Kurama still has this pride, so he decided to rewrite a brand new story of his own. And now, after a few days have passed, Kurama has started his new story. So, I can't wait to call Naruto over, wanting him to comment on his new work. Listening to Kurama being so confident, I have said a dozen times in a row that I feel very much about the new work. You will love it. Naruto can't help but look forward to it. Is it possible that Kurama is really a writing genius? He learned a lesson in a short period of time and changed. With this idea in mind, Naruto took the notebook that Kurama had handed over, swiped the document to the front, and began to read it. Title: Nine Tails. Introduction: A generation of Fox Emperor Kurama, heaven-defying, changed his fate, invincible, rises, sweeps the world, and finally becomes the story of a generation of monster emperors. Seeing this, a question mark slowly appeared on Naruto's head. Why are you so old-fashioned? Naruto wanted to vomit so much. But after thinking about it, this seems to be for the buns who have never read fantasy novels in the ninja world. Such a profile is actually fine. Back in the day, when Naruto read fantasy novels for the first time, when he saw a more old-fashioned profile, I felt enthusiastic. So, patiently continue to look down. This time, Kurama didn't have a translation, and he started to write according to his own ideas. There are 30,000 words in this document. Naruto kept flipping down, his expression gradually distorted. From the very beginning, the enthusiasm became a little weird, and then it became a stomach flu, not knowing how to vomit. I wrote a bunch of settings and irrelevant supporting roles with 30,000 characters. After reading it, if it wasn't for the introduction that the protagonist is Kurama, Naruto still doesn't know who the protagonist is. If you have to ask Naruto to comment on Kurama's new novel, then Naruto has only one feeling: this horse riding is not as good as the previous translation, even the Liu Bei written by Jiraiya, who has no plot. Liu Bei of Jiraiya can still see other people's color as a selling point. Looking through this Kurama novel, Naruto can only read 2 words from it. Boring. But Kurama didn't realize it at all. Seeing Naruto drew to the end of the document, he said enthusiastically, How? Isn't it exciting? This is a wonderful, vast, and complete setting that took me a long time to come up with it. Isn't it great? Have you been amazed? Looking at the excited Kurama, Naruto thinks that it is best not to be too venomous, lest this new author is shocked, and it would be embarrassing if he loses his passion for writing. At this time, a Sasuke shadow clone entered the sealed space through a Naruto shadow clone as a login device. He came in to calculate a mathematical problem with the help of the supercomputer placed in the sealed space. Seeing Naruto and Kurama, who were getting together, they asked strangely, "What are you doing?" Taking a look at the laptop in Naruto's hand, Sasuke leaned in curiously, "Is this a novel you wrote, Naruto?" I didn't expect you to have time to do this. Let me see how it is. Kurama took the notebook and stuffed it into Sasuke's hand. Look at it, isn't it good looking? Before Naruto had time to speak, Sasuke began to look down and began to express his opinions while looking down. Nine-Tails Fox Emperor? A novel written with Kurama as the protagonist? Kind of interesting. Why are all settings? This is too boring, right? The text and narrative structure are also messy, I can hardly watch it anymore. Grass, this is not the protagonist, I can't bear it. It's not even a dragon suit? Is this dead? FK, Kurama is still green? What the hell? The heroine Tsudachi and an inexplicable dragon are together. Naruto, what kind of dog XX stuff are you writing about? You still write novels at your level? I think you are insulting the reader's IQ, not as good as the Intimacy Heaven written by Lord Jiraiya. Sasuke was still very interested at first, after all, it was a novel written by an acquaintance around him as the protagonist. But looking at it, Sasuke's mentality collapsed. Especially when I saw that the protagonist was turned green, and the beautiful and innocent face of the foxtail with fox ears and the illustration, Tsudachi was actually arched by a passerby, and she couldn't help but start to breathe fragrance. Although the reality commander is not very interested in girls, there is such a disgusting plot when reading novels, Saima. Let me tell you, Naruto, at your level of writing, it's too early to reach the level of selling money. If I were a reader, I wouldn't be bored to read this rubbish novel. I have been practicing for 100 years. Right, spicy. Before the spray was finished, a foxtail suddenly drew on Sasuke's body. Haha. Sasuke was stuck on the wall without hesitation, and the shadow clone smoke exploded. At the same time, Kurama's mentality collapsed, and his roar resounded throughout the sealed space, "Smelly boy, I will kill you." In reality, Sasuke, who was undergoing physical strengthening training, was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became cold. Unexpectedly, there are such hot novels in this world. Next to Naruto's helpless expression, a blood-red chakra began to appear on his body. A little fox jumped out of Naruto, and his mouth began to condense the oversized tailed beast bomb. "Smelly boy, I killed you." While condensing the tailed beast bomb, Kurama roared. "You wrote this spicy chicken novel? Stinky fox, don't write a novel if you don't know how to write it. FKU, it's disgusting to me, Naruto, don't worry, I have to beat him up today." On the side, Sasuke was more excited than Kurama. Without hesitation, his eyes turned into the shape of Manjiki, and then purple ribs began to appear on his body. Susanoo. As soon as this rib appeared, it quickly transformed into a complete human shape and began to grow muscles. If you say hit you, I don't need illusion today. Chapter 126. At the sight of these two postures, Naruto frowned. If this fights, the training ground will be gone, and Naruto has no plans to change the training ground. Reaching out and pressing on Sasuke's Susanoo, Naruto, a flying thunder god, has appeared in End Valley. At this time, Sasuke's Susanoo and Kurama's tailed beast bomb were also formed. The little fox standing on Naruto's shoulders leaped up and turned into a behemoth tens of meters tall, and opened his mouth to exhale a beam of light exuding a frightening atmosphere towards Sasuke. Sasuke was also unwilling to be left behind. He was floating in the air, manipulating Susanoo, blocking the beam of light with one hand, and swiping a long sword with the other hand and slashing towards Kurama. Click! Boom! A violent sound burst, and Susanoo's arm blocking the virtual dog cannon instantly cracked. And Kurama was also controlled by Sasuke, and Susanoo slashed into the lake with a sword. The collision of two powerful forces instantly caused the surrounding air to boil. At this time, the battle didn't mean to stop at all. Sasuke's pupil power increased wildly, and his Susanoo began to grow larger and began to transform to a full body. At this moment, Sasuke didn't feel pressure at all because of this behavior. Recently, I have been persistently exchanging chakra with Naruto, and Sasuke's pupil power is already different from when Manjiki just awakened. It is unprecedented to open Susanoo with ordinary Manjiki Sharingan effortlessly. This gave Sasuke great confidence. Kurama didn't want to stop fighting either. He jumped out from the bottom of the lake, mobilized natural energy, entered the Nine-Tails Fairy Fox mode, and completely activated his huge chakra. In an instant, the orange-colored Kurama turned into a golden color, sparkling. At this look, it looks like it is full of money. Over the years, Kurama is not simply wasting time. He has not only learned the ability to manipulate airflow with Naruto, but also developed the Sage mode he can use. Although the panel attributes have not changed, but in terms of actual combat power and mobility, it is better than in the past. In terms of attack methods, it is still slightly lacking. Hey, stop, hit me again and get angry. Naruto frowned, her figure flickered, and she stood in between a man and a fox. It was the first time that he could see such a rage by reading a novel. Go away, Naruto, it has nothing to do with you. This stinky kid belittles my work so much, I have to teach him today. Kurama didn't lose his mind completely, even playing with Naruto, just roaring to let Naruto go away. That stinky shit you wrote is embarrassing to call it a work? Children write better than you, and have a green hat? This is too disgusting, I have to beat you today. Sasuke was not to be outdone, and ridiculed. Give me face, don't fight. Naruto persuaded. Don't stop, even if it's giving me face. Kurama and Sasuke said in unison. Immediately, he glanced at each other and hummed coldly. No discussion. Naruto frowned. No. He must be beaten today. These were Sasuke's words, and Kurama had passed Naruto in the wind without a word, and rushed towards Sasuke. I think you two owe you a beating. Naruto's expression also went cold, and he untied the weight of his hands and feet. Shadow Clone Technique. Wind Style. The airflow accelerates. Sage Mode. 8 Inner Gates. 7th Gate, open the door. In a flash, Naruto broke into two. Immediately afterwards, the body shape flashed, and he was already stopped in front of Kurama and kicked it. The power of horror bursts out. The air became red in an instant. In the entire Valley of End, a violent wind is blowing. In front of Naruto's foot, the ignited airflow turned into a fiery red tiger and pounced towards Kurama. Day Tiger. Wow! Unprepared, Kurama was kicked by Naruto's volley and arched and fell into the lake again. A jet of water splashed high. And it's not over yet, Naruto set his posture. Both hands vigorously waved palms one after another, palm strength surging out. Cooperating with Naruto's ability to manipulate the airflow, the tiger's form was changed, and it turned into a dragon-shaped vigor containing terror and destructive power, and it was a violent bombardment towards Kurama who fell into the lake. While booming, it was accompanied by the voice acting. Kong Long has regrets. Don't use Qianlong. After using up a set of Naiuhu revamped Zhonglong 18 palms, Naruto then hit Kurama with another set of Feng Shen legs. On the other side, Naruto's shadow clone stopped in front of Sasuke, who was driving Gundam, and without hesitation, he took out a huge amount of projectiles from the seal scroll, and launched the wind style. Without Kurama, a powerful charging treasure, Naruto at this moment did not deliberately use a vacuum rail to reduce the resistance of the projectile. As a result, between Naruto's swings, the projectile rubbed against the air at a high speed to generate heat, and a long string of fiery red lights lit up in the air, although the penetration was slightly reduced compared to when the vacuum rail was used. But relatively, the projectile that can be blasted has a larger kill range. Susanoo's defensive power is very good, a projectile blasted up unscathed. But being densely packed with thousands of flying at high speed, and hit by projectiles with explosive properties, Sasuke was suddenly turned over by the bomber. Rumble. The explosion sounded one after another, and Sasuke's Susanoo began to crack. Although Sasuke is constantly urging his pupils to repair, it is still to no avail, and he starts to feel pain in his eyes. The pupils were moved one after another, causing blood and tears to fall from the corner of Sasuke's eyes. When Naruto threw 10,000 projectiles in his hand, Susanoo on Sasuke also broke apart at the same time, leaving a projectile exploding under his feet, which instantly exploded Sasuke's body into the air. On the other side, Naruto also stopped the bombardment of physical skills. At this time, Naruto turned off the 8 inner gates. It was his physique. After such a high-intensity physical attack, he still felt a little tired. Flying down, Naruto lifted up Kurama, who had been beaten with a bruised nose and swollen face, and turned into a little fox state, and went to the other side of Sasuke, who was also blasted by the bullet. "Do you still fight?" Naruto snorted coldly, looking down at the person and fox lying on the ground. "Do not fight." One person and one fox met Naruto's indifferent gaze, and at this time began to become honest. Although Sasuke has overestimated Naruto's strength as much as possible, he never thought that he could even beat Naruto's shadow clone. This also intensified Sasuke's determination to develop the electromagnetic cannon technique. This incomplete version of Naruto is so powerful, what about his complete version? Kurama was even more daunting. He knew that Naruto had great physical skills after all these years of hard training. But never expected that with the help of physical skills, Naruto could beat him without fighting back. This is still in the absence of him, without the blessing of Kurama mode. How strong is that state of heyday? Chapter 127. After a beating, Kurama and Sasuke both calmed down. Think about it carefully, there really is no need to make such a fuss. Any opinions can be discussed. They are all old acquaintances, so there is no need to fight. Fortunately, Naruto promptly dissuaded the two of them from getting angry, causing unpredictable consequences. And this was the first time that the two of them saw Naruto's full firepower. With such a strong strength, Naruto still dare not claim to be invincible, and continue to practice low-key to become stronger. Their strength is not as good as Naruto. Why not continue to work hard to improve themselves? So, the next day, in the sealed space, Naruto saw Kurama and Sasuke sitting together calmly talking about the topic of writing. "I want to apologize to you, Kurama, what I said yesterday was a bit too much. You are not a human being, and you may not know our poison. A plot like the green hat giving off a girl is absolutely impossible. Most of your readers are humans, so you should pay attention to their emotions when you write." Sasuke pointed to the maddening plot that he had watched yesterday, and calmly put forward his own suggestions. Kurama nodded and accepted humbly, "I have something wrong, no wonder you were so angry when you saw it, I remembered it, and I won't write such a plot again later." "Kurama, have you seen the Intimate Heaven? It's the one Kakashi Tenten holds. I was bored to take it and read it. Although there is no plot, there is quite a set of colors. If you can't structure the plot at the beginning, you can go to the start with the direction." Sasuke continued. "In reality, coloring will be trampled to death by crabs, but no one cares about this in the ninja world. Can Liu Bei of Jiraiya sell well in the entire ninja world?" Looking at the two people living in harmony, Naruto nodded in relief, and after a short rest, he began to practice again. After Sasuke and Kurama talked, the two of them got back together and started doing their own things. After Sasuke healed his injury, he also started practicing, while Kurama continued to study how to write. Isshin wanted to write excellent works that everyone would like. On the other side, Phosphorus is also familiar with the necessary knowledge of being a ninja under Iruka's teaching. In the manga, the foundation of these ninjas, plus the abilities of Kagura Zinyan and Adamantine sealing chains, were all taught by Orochimaru, and now they are responsible for Iruka and Naruto's shadow clone. In Yanbo Town, Sakura's path of learning medical ninjutsu officially began under Tsunade's teaching. At this moment, Feng Huaxiaoxu was still on his way to Konoha. After practicing till late at night, Naruto soaked in the hot springs, and after having dinner with fragrant phosphorus, just about to go home to sleep, he felt that one of his Flying Thunder God coordinates was lit up. This coordinate, don't you want to cut it again? Naruto whispered in his heart, but without too much hesitation, he chose a Flying Thunder God coordinate that was close to and never cut and flew over. He wouldn't be silly and fly directly at the coordinates. What if there are hundreds of masters waiting for him over there? Although it may not necessarily be on the street because of this, it is inevitable to be embarrassed. It just so happened that Naruto's shadow clone had been to this place at a distance of 5 kilometers, leaving the mark of Flying Thunder God. After Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to fly here, he opened Kagura's eyes and glanced around. Then, not far from him, Nuo Zhan and Bai Zhang stood quietly on the beach waiting for his arrival, and besides the two, there were 3 other figures standing beside them. Judging from the breath alone, the chakra volume of one of these strangers has undoubtedly reached the level of Kage level. The other 2 ninjas also have the level of Jainin. Seeing that their auras were calm, it didn't look like they had a conflict with the people who weren't cut off, and then they couldn't be beaten again and called Naruto over to help. Calling Naruto over at this moment, there should be something else. While Naruto's Kagura watched several people with his heart, one of them also changed his complexion, discovered the arrival of Naruto, and hurriedly reported the news to the people around him. Terumi Mei, Kojuro, Ao. After observing the breath and looking at the trio's iconic costumes, Naruto recognized their identities. At this moment, Terumi Mei does not wear a Mizukage hat, but is still the familiar outfit of the 5 Shadow Talk in the comics. The upper body has a blue shoulderless long dress, the lower body is wearing black shorts, and a pair of long legs are wrapped in black fishnet stockings. He has a brown shawl and long hair. The right eye is covered by slanted hair. The whole person exudes a kind of mystery. Oni-san breath. And next to Terumi Mei was a teenager. He was the 3rd batch of 7 ninja swords, double sword and flounder users. At this moment, he was carefully guarding Terumi Mei's side. There was one person left, Ching. In his right eye was transplanted a Byakugan snatched from the Hyuga clan. It was with this eye that he could find Naruto's arrival several kilometers away. At this point, it should be when 4th Mizukage Yagura was in power. Under the control of Uchiha Obito, he initiated the blood fog policy in the village of Mist Shinobi. It can be said that the vitality of the whole village was greatly injured, and it was half dead. This also makes many people in Wurin village dissatisfied with 4th Mizukage. Not cutting it is one of them, but unfortunately he was killed by the protagonist as a small boss in the novice village in the country of Wave. So, in the original timeline, 4th Mizukage was finally overthrown by a group of ninjas in the ninja village headed by Terumi Mei, and now he is still alive without being cut, and I don't know how to get on the line with Terumi Mei and the others. So, Terumi Mei and his party, who were not sure about overthrowing 4th Mizukage's rule, called me over by not being cut as an introducer, wanting to ask me for help. Although this may be an answer very close to the truth, is it really okay to just ask Konoha's ninja to help and leak out the information about his own village outsiders? The moment he saw Terumi Mei, Naruto almost guessed the cause and effect of the incident. He hadn't planned to deal with the mess in Vunin village before, but he planned not to stun the snake, lest Obito found out that he was not strong enough, and went straight to hide and fight with Naruto. Go will come out to do things for dozens of hundreds of years. But I didn't expect that Naruto ended up doing something wrong and got involved here. However, all came, and Naruto still did not leave directly. Those just now were just his guesses, and he still needs to confirm with the parties about the actual situation. After a Flying Thunder God, Naruto appeared by the side of Nostalgia, intending to listen to what these people wanted to say before deciding what to do later. Chapter 128. Looking at Naruto, who was still 5 kilometers away just now, he had already arrived next to him. Ching, the most insightful among the crowd, was taken aback, and subconsciously put on a guard posture. At the same time, Chnin couldn't help being surprised. It's worthy of being the inheritor of the Flying Thunder God technique famous in the world of shock and endurance. This speed is also terrifying. Compared with Konoha's instantaneous body Shisui, it is far inferior to that. Fourth Hokage's fame stunt. At this time, Terumi Mei and Kojuro, who had reacted, both had their eyes on guard, but they had restrained their too obvious distrust. After all, they are not here to fight. Only the two people, number 1 and Bai, were extremely calm, because they had already experienced Naruto's powerful strength personally. This is because you don't need to use Flying Thunder God, you can easily overcome their existence just by relying on physical skills. I'm afraid that the god of ninjas resurrected back then, that's all. Good evening. Naruto spoke, greeted a few people in a calm tone, and didn't mean to do anything. At this time, the atmosphere was greatly eased, and he smiled stiffly without cutting his face. Good evening, Lord Naruto, I invite you over this time because there is a task I want to ask you for help. If you don't cut it anymore, he said straightforwardly, and at the same time pointed to Terumi Mei on the side, these are ninjas from Vunin village, they have the same aspirations as me, and they have long been dissatisfied with 4th Mizukage's rule. Want to overthrow his blood mist policy. Soon, we will launch a coup to overthrow 4th Mizukage. At that time, we hope to get your help from Lord Naruto. Don't worry, we will pay you Super S-grade mission rewards. 300 million taels. What do you think? On the side, Terumi Mei also spoke as the principal. Hello, Lord Naruto, it is completely true if you don't cut it anymore. After the task is completed, the task reward will be paid to you in the same amount. If you agree to accept the task, we will first give you a deposit of 30 million taels. Naruto originally wanted to refuse, but these people gave too much. As a result, a gentle smile facing God appeared on Naruto's face, and the rejection words to his lips turned into, okay, no problem, I'm free lately, anytime. At this time, Naruto suddenly thought that if he helped Terumi Mei and others complete the coup, in addition to the 300 million taels of cash, there would actually be a lot of hidden benefits. After that, if you do business in the territory of Kirigakure, the country of water, wouldn't it be a big profit if Terumi Mei doesn't cut these ground snakes as an umbrella? Moreover, Naruto at this moment is not afraid of Obito. It would be even better if Black Zetsu appeared with him. Although the powerful sealing technique for Black Zetsu has not yet been completed, you can first use the 8-sign seal to change him to a dog tag of the same style as Orochimaru, and there are ways to clean them up. Thinking about it this way, Naruto is more and more looking forward to the mission released by Terumi Mei and others. Instead of looking for Obito, who doesn't know where, it's better to wait for him to deliver him. Seeing Naruto's promise, both Terumi Mei and Naruto let out a long sigh of relief. Vunin village at this moment is undoubtedly the weakest time in history. After many years of the blood fog policy, the powerful blood ninja family in the entire Wu Ninja village, and many powerful ninjas died at this moment, and fled. Kirigakure is a big one. Although there are still 5 great ninja villages and there are many ninjas in them, there are very few masters in the whole village, and I am afraid it is slightly better than some medium-sized ninja villages. The family remnants headed by Terumi Mei gathered all the ninjas secretly dissatisfied with 4th Mizukage's policy, coupled with Terumi Mei's strong strength, so that they have the confidence to launch this coup and kill 4th Mizukage Yagura. However, 4th Mizukage is not muddled. Not only is it powerful, but it also has many subordinates. At that time, even if Terumi Mei and their coup succeeded, the strength of the entire Vunin village will be greatly reduced as a result, leaving a mess that is worse than it is now. If possible, they did not want to consume too much of their own power to complete the coup. In this way, when they take over Wurin village, they can redevelop the village better and faster and survive the current period of weakness. And because of this, they came up with the idea of looking for the help of trusted masters. Not long ago, after hearing the suggestion not to cut again, Terumi Mei sent someone to Konoha to inquire about Uzumaki Naruto in detail. It was unexpectedly discovered that this is not only the son of 4th Hokage, but also Jinchuriki of 9 Tails. Logically speaking, such a person should have been a supporter of the hardcore Hokage series. But by collecting some of Naruto's usual actions, as well as the details of contact with Zaibuzang. Due to Konoha village's policy towards Jinchuriki, Naruto has no sense of belonging to the so-called village. In itself, Naruto is a person with a strong opinion. Nowadays, Naruto and the village are only in the state of the well water and the river water. Even if they know the news of their Vunin village, they will not and need not betray their news to Konoha. And after this time of contact, if there is a chance in the follow-up, this 9 Tails Jinchuriki can be fooled to Vunin village, it will be even more bloody. And this is the reason why Terumi Mei and the others decided to invite Naruto to help. Success is gratifying, and failure is also true. There is not much trouble. The most happy part is that Naruto actually agreed to their invitation. Terumi Mei breathed a sigh of relief and began to confirm the specific time of the mission with Naruto. After contacting Naruto, a strategic master, Terumi Mei decided to launch a coup a month later to overthrow 4th Mizukage Yagura's rule in one fell swoop. During this time, Terumi Mei will make all preparations for the coup d'état and the success of the coup d'état. In order to ensure that the most complete Vunin village will be taken over. After the negotiation, Terumi Mei took the 30 million taels he had brought from the seal scroll and handed it to Naruto. This is the deposit. Naruto took the deposit, reached out and shook it, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled, happy cooperation. After this, Naruto took another trigeminal kunai to Terumi Mei. Then say goodbye, goodbye. Putting away kunai, Terumi Mei turned and left with Ao and Kojuro. Naruto did not leave for the first time. He turned his head and looked to the side and said, "Who is the Mizukage of you and Terumi Mei after the success of the coup? Have you discussed this issue?" He didn't cut the corners of his mouth and twitched, he had really thought about this before. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two sides is really big. Although Terumi Mei is not as easy as Naruto, it is also a strength gap of the crushing level, and it is not his opponent at all. Fortunately, Terumi Mei promised to give him the position of Minister Enbu in order to get the wholehearted support of number 1 and his subordinates. In the disappointed look in Naruto's eyes, Buken refused his suggestion to increase Hokage by 100 million taels. "I have a few caddies and a few taels, and I have already understood deeply if I have been educated by reality now. Actually Minister Enbu is not bad too." And this also made Naruto sigh. "I originally planned to discuss with Terumi Mei and distribute 50 million to her, so that the idea of doing Mizukage for a while without being cut was frustrated." Chapter 129. Chapter 130. At this moment, Naruto is full of question marks. After watching this anime called Day on Campus, he didn't feel refreshed or angry. In the end, only nausea was left in his heart. Makoto Ito gradually degenerates from an ordinary innocent high school student into a scumbag bulldozer. Gui Anyi gradually transforms from a slight male fear of introversion to a young lady into the ultimate licking dog, and the world of Saiwan Temple gradually changes from a vigorous girl to black into a sick girl. The charm of the main character's personality collapsed, leading to the gradual loss of Naruto's sense of substitution. Even the anger at first seeing Huang Mao and Gui Anyi disappeared. Looking at Kurama, who was rolling on the sofa with a smile on his face, Naruto said in a calm tone, "After watching this anime, extract the core of the story and re-understand it from the perspective of God. It's a cool fan. It tells the story of a scumbag high school student who gradually exposed his nature. Not only was he turned green by the yellow hair, he was finally killed and divided by his sick girlfriend. It implies the cycle of cause and effect, and the philosophy of life that retribution is unhappy. It's cool." Kurama, who was laughing wildly, stopped abruptly. He sat up and looked at Naruto with an incredible expression on his throat. Wrong, brother. Your story is wrong. Based on Sasuke's reaction yesterday, shouldn't you be so angry that you should come and chase me? I am ready to be beaten. Even if Naruto was mad at Manjiki, Kurama would not be surprised at all. Because of Naruto's terrifying physical foundation, it does have such potential. But now, Naruto's expression is calm, still in this serious analysis. This made Kurama's excitement about the success of the prank all disappear, and instantly became dull. There was a sense of suffocation of hitting the air with heavy punches. Naruto's expression remained unchanged, and she continued to read the content recommended by Kurama. Ah, this Crimson Eyes fights very courageously, but in the end only the protagonist is left to die. Even Tajmi, the great partner Kakuzu, has died, but it is quite realistic. I think it is really too dramatic to be reunited and make revolution. 5 centimeters per second is very artistic, but the expression is a bit weak, and you need to taste it to discover the flavor. It is not strong enough if it is not intuitive and impact. Nice. Magic Girl Madoka Magica? I don't like watching Magical Girl. Let's watch White Album 2. It's a sadomasochism again, but these 3 main characters are Haruaki Kitahara, Toma Kazusa, and Aji Soyukana's modeling is very attractive, but it is much better than on campus in Japan. Also, this person grows hatred of Shui Changdong. Is the pre-story is the TV series Baolian Lantern? It's a bit interesting. I can guess at the beginning of the face that Chen Xiang will be beaten. Everyone will do it for themselves. It's really cool to regret things. While watching these plots, Naruto still commented with a calm expression. And the calmer Naruto, the more upset Kurama. But no one knows, Naruto at the moment just looks calm. Seeing that the protagonist group was completely destroyed, only one red pupil survived. Seeing that Kitahara Chungzi did not open the harem. The last 3 people went to each other. Watching Yang Jian finally sacrificed himself for the 3 realms, God knows how emotional Naruto exploded. But he didn't show it at all. Following Naruto's comment, Kurama's whole fox seemed to have lost its light. However, looking at Kurama's extremely dull and listless look, Naruto felt a sense of pleasure in hurting each other, and the uncomfortableness in his heart gradually dissipated. It's just a fox, fight with me, you're still a little tender. Naruto snorted coldly in his heart, resolving his emotions, and flipping through the video library at will. Naruto, who was in an explosive mood at the moment, did not find any satisfactory content in it, so he went back to the learning space and copied all the content of the reward. Why don't you look at Hokage Ninja again, maybe you will be touched to open your eyes. At this time, Kurama seriously put forward his own suggestions. It's fun, noisy, no ambiguity about business. Just now, Kurama deliberately pitted Naruto to watch that kind of poisonous and explosive anime. When satisfying his own mischievous psychology, it might not have helped to stimulate the eye-opening thoughts. Sharingan's condition for opening his eyes, getting love and losing love, is to be so caught off guard, in order to be more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It's just a pity that it ultimately failed. Although the ups and downs of mood did touch Naruto's pupil power, the stimulation was obviously not enough. The current Naruto's mentality is a bit broken, and Hokage can't get in, so he rejected the proposal. Continue to search aimlessly in the film and television library, trying to find a work I want to watch. Unknowingly, Naruto clicked into the animation zone, and then saw a familiar cover in it, with pictures of him and Sasuke growing up on the cover, as well as some unfamiliar characters. Hokage Ninja New Generation, Boren Biography. This is the name of this anime. Naruto glanced at the profile, which is about the story of the generation of his son Boren after the Hokage Ninja official biography is over. Seeing this, an interesting look appeared on Naruto's face. Although through the theatrical version of bloggers, Naruto knew that there would be manga and anime behind bloggers, but he didn't give him a study space before, but he saw it here at the moment. It seems that the learning space thinks that this thing is not important, it can only be used as a recreational thing. As a result, there was no mention of it in particular, but it was just casually stuffed into the award-winning film and television library. Naruto scanned the catalog of TV anime and found that there were more than 140 episodes in total, and there were more than 40 manga content beside it. After a brief look at the introduction, Naruto found that the content of TV anime is composed of the main plot of the manga and part of the original plot. Kurama on the side also noticed this scene, and an expression of interest also appeared on his face. Let me see what will happen in more than 10 years. Although the learning space thinks this is not important and has nothing to do with my life and destiny, it still has some reference value after all. The story of the ninja world has been drawn in Shippuden. At the end of the anime and manga, there is information about the Tsutsuki clan. It seems that besides Kaguya, there are 3 other Tsutsuki masters who are the same. This blog post tells the story of his growth from the perspective of the blogger, and joins forces with the older generation of ninjas to fight against the Tsutsuki clan. Or a little more exciting, has already hit their hometown. Compared with comics, it is true that the content of anime is richer and more three-dimensional. With this expectation, Naruto opened the first episode of Boren Chuan's anime. Chapter 131. Don't forget to like, subscribe and share. Chapter 132. The Age of Ninjas is coming to an end. This is the first line that appeared after the animation officially started. Yes, the ninja is indeed a backward thing that needs to be eliminated. Naruto agreed. Then, when the camera in front of Naruto turned around, he saw that Konoha had become a ruin, and even the 7 Hokage Ninja had collapsed. 2 teenagers with black tattoos, 15 or 16 years old, are standing sideways on the broken Yan and fighting. The 2 are very strong, although Naruto can't estimate the actual combat power of the 2 due to the expressiveness of the anime, but from the collapse of Konoha around, no one is weaker than him at the moment. From the conversation between the 2, Naruto learned that the black-haired tattooed boy was named Kawaki. The other yellow-haired one is naturally his son Uzumaki. I'll send you to the 7th generation site, too, blogger. Chuan Mu spoke indifferently. Naruto stroked his chin and thought, look at this, in another timeline, that stupid Naruto dropped the connection, and it seems that Sasuke also dropped along with it, otherwise the 2 of them would not have the strength. Room for junior performance. They are all popular characters. It is impossible for the author to let them die directly. It may be that they are trapped or seriously injured and temporarily lose their combat power. Guessing like this, Naruto hasn't waited for the subsequent plot to unfold and tell him what's going on. Seeing the screen jump, I went back a few years ago and began to tell the story of the blogger when he was a child. Naruto wasn't eager, just watched the growth of her stupid son so calmly, and didn't jump directly to the episode. After seeing the blogger in trouble, driving a minecart and derailing, directly colliding with Hokage Yan, Naruto's eyes twitched. Damn bear kid! The unfolding of this plot makes Naruto feel that there is a sense of sight, which is like a tribute to Hokage's opening Naruto prank, but it always gives him a feeling of fire. After that, the blogger entered the ninja school. As the plot progresses slowly, in order to highlight the new roles, the older generation's roles are crazily weakened and deflated, and the plot of pupils saving the world is constantly staged. Naruto doesn't care much about these content. What he really pays attention to is the details of the new era that are mixed in the plot. Naruto sneered, sure enough, nothing can be changed. He keeps saying that he wants to pursue peace and make everyone understand each other, but he just integrates himself into the ruling class. These details have already been reflected in the Boren Chuan theatrical version, but at this moment they are just more abundantly presented in front of Naruto's eyes. As he once despised, he in another world line has not changed anything, and has not achieved real peace. War is still hidden secretly, threatening the entire world. As soon as Naruto and Sasuke die, the peace will fall apart, just like Hashirama once did. Moreover, when Naruto of 7th Hokage was busy with work, he did not even take care of his family. As a result, his stupid son, Boren, is so lawless, just like when he was a child, relying on pranks everywhere to attract attention. Failure, quite a failure. Career life and education for future generations are all a mess. Seeing Naruto shook his head straight. After one episode of the plot, old and new characters are also alternately appearing. Naruto, who has watched Shippuden, feels that the early stage of the anime is a bit boring, but he can still watch it. It's just that Naruto didn't expect it. That Orochimaru's disciple, Jainin Mitarashi Anko, who has a slender and beautiful body, turned into a sweet potato more than 10 years later. He has nearly doubled his weight and lost his life. Is this how time makes people fat? Naruto couldn't help sighing. However, considering that Boren Chuan and Shi Feng Chuan were not painted by the same author, it is not surprising that such a ruined character appears. It wasn't until the episode arrived at Hokage's Crimson Flower Moon that was drawn by Kishimoto himself, nicknamed Zorana looking for her father, that Naruto felt wonderful. In this story, Sakura and Sasuke's daughter Uchiha Zorana suspects that their mother is not the little Sakura, so under the leadership of Naruto, they find Sasuke, a father who has been away from home for many years. Because she was about to see her father, Zaliangna was too happy to open Sharingan directly. Then, the uncle Sasuke showed the same mentally handicapped parent-child relationship treatment method as 7th Hokage Naruto, and almost didn't choke his daughter to death. The plot continues, Orochimaru's experimental subject, Shin. A villain who can transplant all the other organs without side effects and without any rejection reaction brings his bunch of clone sons to the stage. However, Sasuke and Sakura were beaten violently, allowing them to show off their strength in front of the younger generation. In the end, Zorana's misunderstanding was solved, and everyone was happy. Sure enough, the plot drawn by the original author is more interesting. Did Sasuke go to find a clue to Tsutsuki? It turns out that there is such a strange physique. It seems that my SSR blood succession network experiment tool is available. This plot also shows that Manjiki Sharingan can also be cloned wholesale, but it is meaningless. The weak will not become very strong after taking Manjiki. After all, they still have to practice hard and improve their essence to become a real strong. Naruto thoughtfully continued to watch the blog post. The next plot enters the storyline of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Boren, and other ninja school students going to Wurin village for a school trip. Up to this point, Naruto still feels that this blogger's anime is not particularly good looking, but it is still improvised. I just watched a bunch of negative emotions caused by the gloomy story, and because of this, a lot of it disappeared. At this moment, the corner of Naruto's mouth is smiling. As the Bo and his team arrived at Wurin village, it became a modern port city. For this, Naruto is nothing strange. The technology for these reinforced concrete high-rise buildings is now available, but it is limited to the world environment and cannot be promoted. Only then, at this point in time, the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, who had already abdicated, appeared and gave Naruto an opening lightning strike. The beauty of this former shipwreck who was worthy of being alongside Tsunade, Terumi Mei, who is now less than 40 years old, has a sudden change in style at this moment. Directly from the mysterious and intellectual Oni-san that Naruto saw not long ago, she became an aunt who looks at least 50 years old. Puff, like Anko, is this offending the author? Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Naruto was still smiling. I even thought that looking back, I could give myself this god who just sent a large order of 300 million taels, and popularize some skincare and body care methods as a gift. Then, with the development of the plot, the 7 ninja swords officially debuted one by one. The smile on Naruto's face gradually solidified. Chapter 133. Briefly summarize the plot of this new Ninja 7. At the beginning, some people in Wurin village were dissatisfied with the current high-level policies, so 6 genin confuses a genin, stole the 7 ninja swords from Wurin village, calling themselves the 7 ninjas, preparing to launch a coup to seize the position of Mizukage, and finally set off a war. In order to stop their conspiracy, the current 6th Mizukage Kojuro took Boren and other ninja students to stop. After a hard fight, more than 10 years later, Chongjuro, who was at least 30 years old and had the strength of an elite genin, was defeated and injured by 3 genins. Finally, ninja student Boren and others displayed Kamui to resolve the rebellion. Smashed the villain's conspiracy, successfully ended this school trip and returned to Konoha. Naruto, who is watching this plot, is full of question marks. The above content, he didn't have a bit of magical modification and added vinegar, just the content he saw in the drama, which made him very doubt whether he had watched a fake Hokage. The strength of Kojuro can also be called a shadow? It's Mizukage, it's really enough water. Kojuro, you still don't leave the group, just delete the account, it's too spicy. There is no plot logic, the combat power system collapses, and the details of the plot are full of ultimate awkwardness. In order to highlight the protagonist, even the brain is not needed, so people don't know how to complain. Naruto's mood is a bit complicated. No wonder the learning space directly defines this thing as an entertainment product. Without even the most basic logic, it is impossible for such a thing to happen in reality. Especially his son, Boren, is doing all kinds of mysterious operations, so Naruto can't wait to go to the future to beat him up now. If I have such a son, I'll just shoot at the wall. Naruto was unable to complain. Kurama, who was watching the blog post with Naruto on the side, looked as speechless as Naruto at this time. Originally, in the previous episode of Crimson Flower Moon, I once again appeared on the stage, using the power of the tail beast to overwhelm the clones of those letters, and showed off the strongest tail beast's sense of existence, which made Kurama quite happy. As a result, looking at the plot behind this, Kurama felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten dark dishes. The story of Boren Chuan continues. Naruto and Kurama thought that they would be better after this mentally handicapped story, but the original story of this TV fully illustrates a problem. The most mentally handicapped is never this episode, but the next episode. And Naruto's son, as the protagonist of the blogger, is also particularly stupid and mentally retarded under the background of these mentally retarded plots. Naruto and Kurama, who originally had a good innate impression of bloggers, are also declining crazily in their favorability. Naruto, if you are a son with Hinata in the future, arrange for him to do endless homework, so that he won't go around messing around, and increase his IQ by the way. Now it's not like you with such a low IQ. Kurama turned to look at Naruto, and sincerely suggested. Good. Naruto nodded without hesitation. Needless to say, Kurama would do the same. When the time comes, I will follow my current learning standards, at least half the intensity, and just give me a beating if I can't do it. A filial son is born under the stick, nothing more than that. The two of them discussed here. Although they were extremely responsive to this anime, after all, they were closely related to themselves. Naruto and Kurama pinched their noses and continued watching. Soon, the bloggers and others graduated and began to divide into classes. Naruto's son Boren, Sasuke's daughter Zorana, and Orochimaru do not know if they used their own genes to add Jiraiya, and the asexually reproduced son Minya formed the new 7th class. In Konohamaru, Naruto's younger brother, Jainin takes them as a guide. Although the plot has the same spicy eyes as before, it is approaching the main storyline. The bloggers and others started the Chunin exam and connected to the theatrical plot of the blogger's biography that Naruto had seen. Satsuki duo, peach style and gold style appearances. Then, it came to episode 65. The painting of this episode has reached an unprecedented peak. Compared with the plot version that Naruto has ever seen, it is more refined, more courageous, and has a feeling of peak fighting. Oh, it smells like that, Hokage Ninja's bondage. Kurama grinned as he watched Naruto hug the injured Sasuke. In the screen, the blogger on the sidelines just rightly followed the sentence of dead gay. It was at this time that Kurama suddenly had inspiration for what he was new to write. Naruto rolled his eyes and felt a little embarrassed. No gay, brother, don't compare characters with reality in virtual works. My sexual orientation is normal. At this time, the BGM sounded, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. Wing Chun Naruto and Uchiha fought against each other. 8 trigrams peach style, high-burning physical skills duel. The constant complaints of Kurama and Naruto disappeared, and I quietly continued to watch the plot progress. In the end, the blogger relied on a huge daddy raise nan that Naruto rubbed out for him, and won the match, successfully turning Peach into interstellar dust and gaining the power of Wedge. That is the power of the tattoo used by the blogger at the beginning of Borenchu on TV. This is different from the theatrical version, which is a new setting added in the middle and late stages of the comics. Perhaps because of the bonuses in this episode, Naruto and Kurama looked pretty good in later episodes. Until the end of the Chunin exam, the plot became awkward again, and the scriptwriter seemed to have no brains. Naruto and Kurama looked straight through Byakugan. Given that the plot is too brainless, Naruto no longer wants to remember. Anyway, just refer to the plot of the 7 ninja swords, the mental retardation will only increase, and it will never decrease. Then, after looking at it, Naruto and Kurama came up with a pattern. As soon as the bloggers spread the story about the bloggers, they would be awkward, but the daily part is often pretty good. Naruto and Kurama, who were vomiting embarrassedly, saw the 93 episodes of Parent-Child Day here all the way. Looking at the familiar Shippuden characters and their children, the daily life of warm and interactive together, I feel that it is not bad. Until, in a new chapter, the new Tsutsuki villain Urashiki appears. His stupid son Boren found an excuse for being mentally handicapped and ran to the desert to find his master Sasuke. Then Sasuke, Gaara, Temari, and other masters of the older generation just gave it for nothing. Seeing Boren and Gaara's son Xingxi, 2 genin, who are the most powerful but Chunin, fought back and forth with the Shengxianpu style on 6 paths, Naruto finally couldn't help it. It's no wonder that this anime scored 4.1 points in Otherworld. Was the scriptwriter who grew up eating xiang? What did he write? And this painter, are you painting your horse? What did it collapse into? Chapter 134. At this moment, Naruto is in a grumpy mood like never before. To be able to make a popular IP that sells feelings and has a strong popularity bonus from the previous work, I have to say that this production team is really a damn individual talent. When it comes to making garbage, Naruto is willing to call it the strongest. Click. Without paying attention for a while, Naruto, who was in a collapsed mentality, had no strength to hold back, and directly squeezed the remote control into pieces. In the pupils, an invisible force bloomed, directly exploding the coffee table in front of him to pieces. Kurama, who subconsciously turned his gaze over, saw that Naruto's azure blue pupils turned to blood at this moment. In a pair of blood-colored pupils, each has 3 tomo flowing in his eyes. At this moment, Naruto, the whole person exudes a cold breath, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to drop by several degrees. Naruto, you have opened your eyes. Kurama said in surprise. Naruto nodded, but didn't feel much happy. After Sharingan was turned on, he could feel his dynamic vision and insight, and these eyes-related abilities were greatly improved. At this moment, Naruto can feel that after opening his eyes, his mental strength has soared, driving the amount of chakra to increase a lot. After this change stopped, the chakra of Naruto's whole body was converging in the eyes quickly, and there was a stronger force gestating in it. If you guessed it correctly, it was Mangekyou's power. With this pair of Sharingan, Naruto's strength can be improved a lot on the previous basis. It's just that Naruto, whose mentality has collapsed at this moment, is too lazy to worry about the problem of not opening his eyes. He wants to see how this anime called Boren Chuan can be mentally handicapped in the future. Kurama on the side was silent, did not say much, quietly, and Naruto continued to watch the few episodes left. It's just that the content of the next few episodes gradually eased the expressions of Naruto and Kurama. After the mentally handicapped plot, there are rare daily episodes, which fully relieved the discomfort caused by the mentally handicapped plot, and also made a time machine. Sasuke and Boren traveled back to the story of Shippuden. This makes Naruto's head again a question mark. Am I watching Dragon Ball? How is this story exactly the same? Shiryu couldn't beat Monkey King, so he wanted to travel back to the past and kill the weak chicken Monkey King when he was a child. Seeing episode 129, Boren and Uncle Sasuke successfully passed through and stood on the water tank overlooking the entire Konoha village. Naruto used the newly brought remote control to pause. Kagura's eyes spread, and Naruto found the place among Konoha. According to the calculation of time, the time that the other party crossed should be the end of the Chunin exam, after Sasuke defected, and before Naruto went out for a trip, right? It's probably a month later at this point in time. Naruto seemed to be muttering to himself, and he seemed to be asking Kurama on the side. What do you want? Kurama asked in surprise. Of course it is to discipline my son. Naruto sneered, and cracked the joints of his hands. Hearing that, Kurama fell into deep thought and touched his chin and said, "This idea seems to be a good idea." But immediately, Kurama thought of another question, "But now you are so much stronger than the original manga, plus you will not give up practice after the story of the 17-year-old Shippuden is over. Maybe when Piyushi comes to ninja to make trouble for you, you can slap him to death. Naturally, there will be no such a story that travels through time and space." It seems to be. Naruto was silent. At this time, Kurama said again, "You have learned it yourself. In theory, it is impossible to travel through time. If it is really like this animation, they really appear. That is probably not your own son, just the son of Naruto in the parallel world. In the original comic setting of Shippuden, the setting of the parallel world has appeared. If so, what position do you have to discipline your son?" Hearing Kurama said this, Naruto was completely calm. "That's right, let's finish watching the rest of the animation first. Then I'm going to Lulin to verify whether it is possible to travel through time. The rules of each world are different, but since Fenghua Xiaoxu has appeared in the theater version, the dragon veins should also exist. In the past, he didn't deliberately find the dragon veins, because he felt that it was unnecessary to travel through time, but it was very necessary at this moment." After Naruto said, he stopped talking and continued to concentrate on watching the remaining episodes of the blog anime. The entire episodes 129 and 130 are good. The protagonist groups such as Naruto as a child were brought out to show their sense of existence. This feeling sells real fragrance. At least at the moment, Naruto feels much calmer after watching these two episodes. And in episode 131, when the fighting scene began, Naruto felt the familiar mentally retarded aura again. Mentally handicapped scripts and simple paintings have brought together ultimate awkward content. After watching this episode, Naruto's mood began to be irritable again. This time, not only did the blogger and Sasuke Jiraiya continue to be disconnected, but even his IQ was also disconnected. In the comics, Naruto's IQ is not high at first, and he is still offline. This is no longer the level of Hot Eyes. When I saw the next episode, Naruto completely exploded. Jiraiya was beaten by Piyushi with a fishing rod, and it was okay, in line with Piyushi's Six Paths God. It's just that the Uncle Sasuke came here to rest for a few days, throwing a shuriken. There is no chakra operation. Naruto really didn't understand. Are you sure you are not fighting a fake match? Or did the little Sakura treat you a kidney deficiency? There is also the position of Bo, who deliberately goes around to attack Piyushi from behind. What does it mean? The sinister frontal attack of the restaurant? Is the deceptive behavior of humans a great reward? At this time, Naruto seemed to understand the real name of the anime. Is this Boren Swan? Loved love. And afterwards, Sasuke rushed towards Urashiki like a silly. The two Six Paths gods are like ordinary people. You kick me, I kick you, and when Sasuke is stepped on the ground by Urashiki, Naruto's mentality is completely blown up. A spiral shuriken appeared in Naruto's hand, and then he threw it towards the TV without hesitation. You are drawing your horse. Boom. In the sealed space, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The entire entertainment room was torn to pieces by the raging wind blade almost instantly. Before Naruto could continue to blow something, Kurama came up and hugged Naruto, locked his arm, and said, calm down, Naruto. Chapter 135. Calm? I calm down your watermelon head. Naruto's heart was full of fragrant words, but he was sane, but he didn't vent to his friend Kurama. Standing in place, after a long silence, Naruto said, okay, I'm calm, Kurama, let me go. Kurama didn't dare to let go of Naruto, and watched the jade pattern gradually linking in his pupils. Even he felt a sense of oppression and muttered, you calm down, Manjiki is out of breath. The problem is not big, I really calm down. Naruto put away the blooming pupil power, and his tone became calm. Just now, his anger has almost vented out, and he is controlling himself at this moment. There is no big problem. At this time, Kurama watched Naruto whose pupils turned back to azure blue, and then carefully let go of his hand. But he had already planned to go up and hold him as soon as Naruto had plans to explode something. But Naruto really calmed down. He didn't lose his temper anymore, and separated Shadow Clone to clean up the debris around him. At the same time, he went to the study space and brought a new piece of furniture. Anyway, Naruto's points are too many to use up. This time Naruto even changed a bunch of more luxurious decorations and furniture. After a while, the recreation room in the sealed space reappeared, and the degree of luxury went straight up to 3 levels. Looking at this change, Kurama thinks it's pretty good. As the saying goes, the old will not go, and the new will not come. Seeing Naruto who was reloading the blog post to the episode before the TV was bombed, Kurama asked curiously, Naruto, what is your Manjiki ability? Everyone's Manjiki abilities are different, and Kurama is curious if there is anything special about Naruto's Manjiki abilities. After adjusting, Naruto sat back on the more spacious and comfortable sofa. When I heard Kurama's question, I didn't conceal it. He explained in a calm tone, the left eye ability is the time ability, and the right eye ability is the forced brainwashing, because when I awakened Manjiki just now, I wanted to go to the future and educate my stupid son, and then awakened this ability. Through time. Kurama's eyes lit up. If you can really travel through time, wouldn't it be possible to go to the future to beat the bear boy who owed him? Looking at Kurama's expression, Naruto guessed what he was thinking. Shaking his head, Naruto said, not as strong as you think, it's just Manjiki. It can observe and travel through the future 3 seconds in the future. I don't know if it is real-time ability or it is achieved through powerful computing power. I was already practicing this kind of ability. Before I exercised my subjective perception and calculation ability, I was developing in this direction. If I succeed in my practice, I can rely on my brain's calculation ability to achieve similar effects. This Manjiki's ability is more like helping me to manifest this ability in advance. With this ability blessing, my physical skills can directly reach an unprecedented level. During the battle, the enemy's attack in the next 3 seconds can be predicted. In a battle at the same level, this ability is almost undefeated, and if it is not as good as yours, let alone, this is the advantage of the crushing level. Try it and you'll know. Kurama took a carbon ink pen and drew on the paper. Then, he handed the paper to Naruto, you take it and try to activate this Manjiki ability to come back in the future, try a few more times to see if it will speed up the drying of the writing on the paper. Naruto nodded, took the paper and started experimenting. He has just awakened from Manjiki, his pupil power is still in the stage of rapid growth, and he can only support this ability for half a minute at this moment, but it is already enough. After activating the Manjiki Sharingan ability, Naruto felt that the time in his senses had become 3, one is now, one is the past 3 seconds, and the other is 3 seconds in the future. If he wants to, he can choose to cross 3 seconds later. This time perception ability of 6 seconds before and after is stronger than the approximate ability that Naruto felt when Sharingan first awakened. After half a minute, Naruto put down the paper and came to the conclusion, it is indeed time ability. The handwriting on the paper dries up faster, and I found that if I use subjective calculation ability to assist in this ability, it can reduce pupil power consumption. It seems that my previous guess is correct. This is indeed an ability formed by my ability to practice independently and Manjiki's pupil power upgrade. I don't know if the eyes can really span a long time after the eyes are advanced. Kurama smiled and commented, this ability is really powerful. It feels stronger than Sasuke's ability. What is your other eye ability? Is it similar to distinguished heavenly gods? Naruto awakens such a powerful ability, he also feels happy for it. Each has its own strengths. Naruto said modestly, and then when Kurama asked about the ability of his other eye, he explained with a smile, it's not as simple and rude as distinguished heavenly gods. If you want to say something similar to the ability, it looks like Izanami. You can force the other party to change their minds and follow their own ideas. If they don't accept it, their perception will be permanently trapped in the cycle of time. After use, the pupil power will be consumed, and the eyes will not be blinded. After the pupil power is restored, you can continue to use it. The cooling time is about 1 week. Kurama was speechless. I couldn't help but vomit, I always feel that the bond between Ashura and Indra is at work again. Sasuke awakens an infinite Izanaki, and here comes an infinite Izanami. No, it wasn't on purpose. If you want to blame the blogger. Speaking of this, Naruto groaned, the name of an eye is a ready-made one. Well, my other eye ability to predict the future is called Kunlun Mirror. I hope that my pupil power can grow to the kind of contemplation of the past, the present and the future, traveling through time and space. Level. Naruto's name is not tangled this time. The right eye is directly covered with a template, and the left eye is named after a strong god-tier device with the same ability as his eyes. Let's turn this blogger into the last part of the plot and read it. After reading it, go to make up the comics. After talking about his Manjiki abilities, Naruto continued to watch the blog post again. Naruto is a person who has a beginning and an end, and the rest of the series is just a little bit, even if it is ugly, it will almost come to an end. Kurama nodded. On the newly changed screen-level TV screen, the content after Sasuke was stepped on the ground began to be played. And the content after this, as always, spicy eyes. Chapter 136. In Naruto's expression with a question mark on his face. Sasuke got up when he was trampled on the ground, went up to a bear hug and locked Urashiki, a god who can use space ninjutsu, and then jumped off the cliff with Urashiki. In order to delay time, let the bloggers run away. It's okay to jump off the cliff. At this time, Naruto felt that he had just calmed down and became irritable again. A pair of eyes unconsciously opened Manjiki Sharingan. Naruto's forehead throbbed, feeling the pupil power in his eyes increasing crazily. Calm down, let's see how ruthless the plot behind it can be. Naruto forced himself to calm down. Behind Jiraiya spit out a fire dragon fire bullet, circled Pushi, making it easy to jump away from the actor behavior. Naruto was too lazy to complain. Then use poison to poison the immortal Pushi, and the last sand sculpture story that Genin uses Raise Nan to fly it, Naruto, also endures it. But the latter ate his own fish basket and Rinnegan, turned into a birdman whose face was run over by a car wheel, and grew a new golden Rinnegan. What the hell is this setting that has become more powerful? Isn't it necessary to observe the law of conservation of energy? Although the world is so big, Naruto still felt a terrible experience in which his IQ was rubbed crazily on the ground. Then, in Naruto's expressionless face, there was also a final battle between two masters of Sasuke Jiraiya playing soy sauce, Boren, and Xiao Naruto, two genin using Tai Chi Raise Nan to crush Tsutsuki, the classic genin that killed the Shengxianpu style. Is this the Tsutsuki star god who is stronger than six paths and scares Kaguya? Seeing this, not only Naruto, but Kurama also fell into deep thought. Take a look at the strength of this Kaihapu style, and compare it with Kaguya's painstaking efforts to create white Zetsu's soldiers and give birth to sons to strengthen his power in order to fight them. With Kaguya's strength, you can hang them with one hand. So, the Hokage Ninja can change the name. This Kaguya Ji Ming is super strong, but too cautious. Kurama, who was silent for a long time, started to complain. It may also be that you don't want to see these poor and low relatives come to find yourself, so prepare in advance and want to send them casually when they come. Naruto was also speechless. The story of Boren's Wan continues. Unexpectedly, Sasuke finally erased everyone's memory and brought Boren back to the future, keeping history unchanged. At this time, Kurama and Naruto are two, and they don't even have the mood to complain. The last few episodes have Tilly were irrelevant. As always, mentally handicapped, without any key information content, Naruto opened the comic book by the blogger. Although at the beginning, the expressions of Naruto and Kurama were cold. But as I read the manga more, the facial expressions of both people softened. There is no harm if there is no comparison. If they hadn't just watched a TV anime with extremely spicy eyes like trash, Naruto and Kurama would not have thought this blogger manga was so good looking. At this moment, looking at the manga passed by the blogger, both Naruto and Kurama felt it was okay. Among the comics written by the bloggers and others who graduated out of the school and took the Chunin exam encountered the existence of a new organization, Shell Organization, during the mission. Among them, the members are divided into the inner line and the outer line, each of which has extremely powerful strength. They fought a battle with a member of the outer front of the Shell Organization, Ching, that is, Jainin, in the Misty Ninja Village with Byakugan that Naruto had seen not long ago. At this moment, Ching has gone through 4 battles and did not die under the tailed beast bomb of 10 tails. However, he also lost Byakugan. He was also disabled. He could only fight with equipment. He took out a handful of Gatling and fought with the bow weight for 300 rounds of battle. Seeing this, Naruto wanted to complain again. My lord, the times have changed. The following plot fully embodies the theme, my lord, the times have not changed. Boren and others eventually defeated and killed Ching, and communicated with a mysterious member of the inner formation of the Shell Organization and learned some information about this organization. In the plot after this, the bloggers and others found another important character in this comic, Chuan Mu, on the road. A young man who had the power to escape from his adoptive father. The boy was taken back to Konoha and became a disciple of Naruto, but it also attracted a master of shell tissue. Naruto first fought a battle with one of the biohazards who had the ability to absorb chakra, and then directly fought with Ji-Hyun in a different space, and was defeated by the opponent together with Sasuke. Afterwards, Naruto was trapped in a different space and dropped. Sasuke was also seriously injured, and managed to escape to Konoha, and then dropped. At this time, Naruto outside the comics realized that this Ji-Hyun was a Tsutsuki-style vest. In his hand, the master holds the power of another 10 tails, and is very low-key. He doesn't know what is being shown. It is a more threatening enemy than Tsutsuki Kaguya. This is the end of the comic, and the follow-up content needs to continue to wait for updates. What I have seen so far has already made Naruto and Kurama feel a lot of pressure. Look, I said I can't relax, the world is so big. The ghost knows how many powerful masters among them. Naruto glanced at Kurama and sighed. Kurama, who also read the manga with Naruto, has to admit at this time that Naruto's caution is extremely reasonable. They are not strong enough to do whatever they want without scruples. Not to mention the presence of these enemies in the ninja world, the Tsutsuki who will or are already in the ninja world are also a huge threat that Naruto has to face. As long as Naruto wants to realize his dream, wants to pursue world peace, and guard these pieces. So inevitable, Naruto will clash with these enemies hidden in the darkness of the ninja world. If there is not strong enough strength, then all dreams and ambitions are just futile. The delay has been too long. I haven't studied for half a month. I've just watched these things. I should almost study again. There was a moment of silence, and Naruto sat up from the sofa. He was going to study. And Kurama, it is rare to get serious. Naruto, I have to study too. Pick out the subjects you are not good at, and I will find out what I am interested in learning. There are many enemies in the future, and the future world is still very broad. He can't continue to waste time like this. He also needs to become stronger, so that he can always accompany Naruto to play his role. Otherwise, if this continues, Naruto will one day not be able to use him. Good. Faced with Kurama who actively asked to learn, Naruto smiled. Chapter 137. Naruto has learned a lot of things, very mixed. But in the final analysis, it can be divided into three categories: science, liberal arts, and combat. Science includes knowledge of mathematics, physics, biology, and various natural sciences, while liberal arts includes economics, finance, philosophy, sociology, psychology, and management, which are closely related to people. And fighting, needless to say, there are all kinds of secret techniques in body skills, ninjutsu, and pupil skills. Of these things, what Naruto currently learns most is the knowledge of liberal arts and combat. The purpose is naturally to achieve world peace, and there are enough ways to protect this peace. Science can only be said to have something to dabble in. The purpose of learning is also to cultivate logical thinking skills. Kurama wants to learn subjects that Naruto is relatively not good at, to complement him. So, Naruto gave Kurama a catalogue of natural science knowledge such as mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and asked him to pick out some interesting content to learn. As soon as he saw these complicated numbers and formulas, Kurama wanted to retreat. Just thinking about the determination he made just now, and then facing Naruto's expectant look of trust, Kurama didn't feel embarrassed to say it, and finally picked and chose the content of the chemistry category, planning to learn. Speaking of which, these magical natural phenomena of reactions of various chemical substances are quite interesting. Come on! Naruto reached out and patted Kurama's furry shoulders, smiling and encouraging. After that, he also left the sealed space, first went to the learning space and divided a few shadow clone on hook learning. Then, the spirit returned to reality, and a few tool people, shadow clone, went to find the Lulin site. The shadow clones, who have the same mentality as Naruto, are not dissatisfied with being a tool person this time. Instead, they work very hard. They want to test whether they can travel through time at will with the help of dragon veins, and then go to beat the blogger. After doing this, Naruto began to stop daily practice for many days. The body is undergoing physical strengthening practice, and Shadow Clone is beginning to exercise chakra control and the development of seal art. Are you okay? I think you have been a bit irritable lately. Not long after Naruto was practicing, Sasuke leaned in and asked concerned. Seeing Naruto's whole body exuding negative emotions before, as if not close to me, Sasuke didn't look for boring himself, but just brought food to accompany him every day to prevent him from forgetting to eat and hungry. It's okay, it's not a big problem, it's eye-opening. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, then stopped talking. Originally, I wanted to show Sasuke Shippuden and Boren Chuan together, so that he could feel the same pain as himself. But thinking that Sasuke is different from himself, he hasn't converted into sage body at this moment, and he can't evolve eternal eyes with yin and yang. So he planned to wait until Sasuke got his brother's eyes, and then show him Shippuden and the blogger. After all, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is not the end of the eye legend. There is also the presence of Rinnegan on it. If it is more exciting, maybe Sasuke will directly Eternal Mangeki Rinnegan? His calm personality was so angry that Mangeki, not to mention Sasuke, who was more violent. What method did you use to open your eyes? The process must not be so wonderful, right? At this time, Sasuke smiled gleefully. Although I didn't ask how many Tomo Naruto opened his eyes, but since he opened his eyes, then it is not a big problem. And when Sasuke thinks that in order to open his eyes, Tenten has been in line with those otherworld Sabi netizens, living a painful and happy life, he wonders what Naruto has experienced these days. If you have something unhappy, just tell it to make everyone happy. Fine. Naruto's expression instantly became cold. Originally planned to teach Sage Mode to Sasuke, and cooperate with his Ashura Chakra to help him convert to Sage Body more quickly, but also gave up at this time. Sasuke, who asked himself to be boring, also went to the side to practice. Time passed, and soon it was nightfall. As soon as Naruto returned to the Heaven on Earth Hot Spring Hotel, he saw Hinata in a white kimono standing slim at the entrance of the hotel, waiting for his arrival. Not far from the side, wearing a pink kimono, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, is also waiting for the arrival of Naruto. After they learned about Naruto's recent situation, they were also very worried about Naruto and wanted to comfort him and help him through this period of depression. It's just that Sasuke stopped them and said that Naruto could solve it by himself. However, despite listening to the advice of Sasuke, a close friend of Naruto, they still closely followed Naruto's activity. Knowing that his spirit had recovered at this moment, he couldn't wait to see him, so he unanimously chose to come to the Hot Spring Hotel to wait for him at the time when Naruto usually finished his day of practice. From a distance, Naruto looked at Hinata and Xianglin occasionally, with undisguised hostility in his eyes. If it weren't for worrying about the large crowds here, maybe the two of them would have a good fight, although Phosphorus is just a 5 scumbag fight compared to the current Hinata. However, when they found Naruto, the hostility in the eyes of the two quickly condensed, and a surprise smile from the heart appeared on their faces, and they greeted Naruto. Although he was dissatisfied with the appearance of potential rivals, he could not bring this negative atmosphere to Naruto-kun, who had just recovered some mood. Thinking about this, Hinata stood still in front of Naruto and greeted him softly, "Naruto-kun." On the side, Fragrant Phosphorus followed closely, with a smile on his face, and he greeted Naruto vigorously, "Brother Naruto, it's been a long time since I have seen you. Shall we have dinner together?" As he spoke, Xianglin naturally hugged Naruto's arm and continued smiling with a smile, "I recently learned a lot of things from Mr. Irika, basic ninjutsu and ninjutsu throwing, and I've been practicing tree climbing recently. NS." Seeing this scene, Hinata's eyes twitched, just about to say something. "I saw another black-haired woman wearing a brown windbreaker, a white shirt and a black skirt inside, a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings, and a strong Oni-san temperament. Naruto-kun, I'm looking for you, and left me a weak woman alone in Yanbo town to fend for herself. Is this what you said to take care of me in every possible way? I'm not responsible at all." As soon as he walked in, he asked Naruto. This is Fenghua Xiaoxia, who has been in Konoha for a while, but only today did she meet Naruto as she wished. Just this opening gave people a strong feeling of being abandoned by others after being cheated on her emotions and body. Seeing this, a gloating expression appeared on Sasuke's face on the side. Chapter 138. Sasuke is gloating. After little Sakura was gone, no one would bother him anymore. It was really good. Naruto glanced at him, silently remembering the incident in his heart. Then, I glanced at the actor Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who was always abandoned by my sweetheart, and looked at the pitiful actor Fenghua Xiaoxiu, and his expression became cold. "His Royal Highness, my shadow clone has been protecting for the past time. A total of 3 assassinations by agents of the Snow Country were blocked for you, 8 kidnappings by ninjas and gangsters, and 32 enthusiastic fans chased and intercepted. If you feel that my service is not in place, you can start discussing the termination of the contract now. Hearing that, Hinata and Xianglin, who had a slightly stiff expression on the side, breathed a sigh of relief. The moment they saw Fenghua Xiaoxiu, they already recognized her true identity. After all, the movie Princess Wind and Cloud played by this woman was really popular recently. Even if you haven't been to a movie theater, you can still see her poster. Because of this, seeing her being so close to Naruto-kun, both Hinata and Xianglin felt a great deal of pressure. At this time, they knew that this woman was just the employer of the task, not the kind she created deliberately, after being abandoned by Naruto-kun. And Fenghua Xiaoxiu couldn't play it anymore. Originally, I just came here to join in the fun and take revenge on what Naruto had left her before, but I didn't expect that Naruto would not eat her at all. If you don't make a move, take it, and hit the point as soon as you make a move. Without Naruto's protection, she was indeed dangerous, and Fenghua Xiaoxiu had no intention of committing suicide. He quickly put away his acting skills, and snorted a little unwillingly, "I'm kidding, a man of incomprehension." With that, he turned his head. Naruto nodded slightly and gave her a step down. It turned out to be a joke. "It was me, Meng Lang, who offended Her Royal Highness." The gloating Sasuke's expression froze. This brief remark not only explained the relationship between Naruto and Fenghua Xiaoxiu, but also warned Fenghua Xiaoxiu to figure out the status of both parties and not to mess with things casually. "I was eaten to death by Naruto. It's really not wronged." Sasuke sighed in his heart. Although Sasuke thinks that IQ will not be lower than Naruto, the gap in EQ is too big. But this feeling is not bad. It is really reassuring to have a strong friend who can help oneself solve all kinds of troubles. A storm was eliminated. In the end, Naruto had a treat, Sasuke paid the bill, and the group had a lively meal. During the dinner, everyone listened to Naruto telling some interesting things, chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was not dull. Regardless of whether it was Hinata or Xianglin and Fenghua Xiaoxiu, they were all honest at this time, and there was no act of making trouble or targeting each other. Because Naruto doesn't like it. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, a group of people sat around drinking tea and chatting. "You have to stay in Konoha lately? Don't you go filming? I heard that your agent was crazy looking for you," and the director agreed. "As long as you go back to filming, you can give up your plan to go to Snow Country to film." When chatting, the topic came to Fenghua Xiaoxiu, and Sasuke asked curiously. "The next scene will be filmed in Konoha. The crew is almost here, and I will start working soon." Fenghua Xiaoxiu took a sip of tea gracefully and exhaled contentedly. "I heard that you are going to appear in Amazing Heaven, is it true?" Naruto had some interesting expressions on his face. A few days ago, Jiraiya excitedly lit up Naruto's Flying Thunder God coordinates, told him that his work had investors who wanted to be adapted, and he would also invite the big star Fenghua Xiaoxiu to play the leading role. For a writer, nothing is more exciting than putting his work on the big screen, and then Jiraiya was patted on the wound by the emotional Naruto. Let Jiraiya scream where it hurts for a long time. There is no plot at all in Intimacy Paradise. The main content is battles in various scenes, or various plots adapted from Jiraiya's voyeuristic experience. Naruto is very curious about what her mood will be after Fenghua Xiaoxiu gets the script. "Yes, I'm going to play in Love in Heaven. The reward they gave is too much. It is twice as high as usual. I have no reason to refuse." Fenghua Xiaoxiu agreed naturally. Then, Naruto disappeared for 2 seconds, went to Kakashi to take a copy of Intimacy Paradise and threw it to Fukakuoyoki. It didn't take long for this book to be brutally murdered by the girl. Fenghua Xiaoxiu's face flushed, and she stared at Naruto angrily, but only a burst of laughter came. And Jiraiya's big screen heroine also changed. After the banquet, Naruto sent Hinata home. What do you think of aromatic phosphorus? Naruto took Hinata's hand and walked slowly, neither of them spoke, enjoying the quiet and ambiguous air. When approaching home, Hinata suddenly asked. On the first day that Naruto brought back the fragrant phosphorus, Hinata received a report from his family escorting the hot spring hotel and learned of the existence of this orphan of the Uzumaki clan along with Naruto. However, she didn't care too much about phosphorus before, and even sent someone to send gifts to this clan girl of Naruto to express kindness. Today, Hinata, who has been concentrating on spiritual practice, is a rare time to go out and meet Naruto. After seeing fragrant phosphorus, I discovered that Naruto is not as simple as a pure clan girl. She also has other thoughts about Naruto, just like her attitude towards Naruto. When asked this sentence, Hinata sensitively noticed that Naruto held her warm palm tightly. Then, I saw Naruto turning around, with a smile on his face. With a slight effort, he pushed her to the wall next to her. A frightened expression appeared on the girl's face, just like an ignorant deer. Looking at Naruto's star-like blue pupils and looking at those handsome smiling cheeks, Hinata had no extra thoughts at this moment. What do I think of aromatic phosphorus? Of course I see it with my eyes. Smiling, Naruto slowly moved his head over. Be my girlfriend, Hinata. Away from the flushed cheek, Naruto smiled. Although the two have known each other since the age of 5, they have become very familiar since the age of 6, and there have been many intimate behaviors since then. Hinata has already acquiesced to the existence of Naruto. Just like now, Naruto officially confessed to her and let her be her girlfriend. This is the first time. Although the relationship between the two has long since become a reality, Hinata's heart is warmed by such ritual questions at this moment. But haven't we been boy and girl friends long ago? Under the night sky, the girl's soft and timid answer and Naruto's cheerful laughter sounded. In the Hyoga mansion not far away, Hyoga Hayashi with blue veins in the corners of his eyes always feels like he wants to hit something. It's a pity that in the end, I forcibly suppressed such a desire. It is not easy to make money. Raising a daughter is really costly. Hayashi sighed, turned around and went back to the room to work hard. My daughter is old and can't control it anymore, so hurry up and practice a trumpet. Chapter 139. When they were separated, Hinata asked Naruto to watch the final of the Chunin exam half a month later. Although Hinata did not take the Chunin exam, his elder brother Niji made it to the final. In addition, several genin in Sand Shinobi village, who are far beyond the specifications, withdrew from the competition because of the death of his village Feng Ying. Niji is very hopeful to win the championship of this Chunin exam final. If Niji wins the championship, it can greatly increase the reputation of the Hyoga family, so Hayashi also attaches great importance to this. Naruto agreed to Hinata's invitation. His only recent itinerary is to go to Wurin village to help Terumi Mei in the coup, and the time is after the Chunin exam, without delaying him to watch Niji's match. The two sides separated. Naruto went home and went to sleep, while the spirit entered the sealed space. Together with Kurama, who were watching the chemical formula, they began to study in 2 rows. After Hinata went home, he was blocked by Hanabi, who was puffed up before entering the door. Sister, you promised to accompany Hanabi to practice gentle fist tomorrow afternoon. Hanabi asked Hinata. I went to find Naruto-kun. Hinata touched his sister's hair and spoke openly and generously, without the shyness of being in front of Naruto. If Hinata in the manga is shy and introverted, then Hinata in reality is a more cheerful, generous, and strong type. Only in front of Naruto can she become weak. Hearing that, Hanabi's eyes lit up, and then he complained, Brother Naruto asked you to eat something delicious? Bad sister, you didn't call me. Tell me what you did before. Okay. Hinata agreed with a smile. After the two sisters took a bath, they started a night talk around Naruto, and slept together when they talked about the drowsiness. The next day, the two sisters went as usual and started to eat breakfast after washing. Hinata noodles did not change the color and ate 10 bowls of ramen, in addition to sushi, beef, shrimp, crab. Although Hanabi learned from Hinata that the more he eats, the faster chakra and pupil power increase, and he eats hard by the side, but compared to Hinata, it is far behind. Finally, after eating half of Hinata, she still gave up the idea of chasing Hinata, who was still eating. After resting with my sister for a while, I started today's practice. And when Hinata began to practice, Naruto also began a day of daily practice. But this time he put the place of practice outside Yanbo town, and the physical intensive training program has changed from the previous load-bearing running and the like to using a sword to split the sea so that the sea can't get close to him. This kind of practice takes a lot of energy and tests the practitioner's insight. Naruto can only start practicing after opening Sharingan. He is trying hard to develop a powerful sword intent to divide the sea. While practicing, today Naruto also branched out an extra shadow clone to do some things. So, when it was time for lunch, Sasuke, who had finished his arduous practice in the morning, had not had time to think about what to eat for lunch. I saw Yamanaka Ino, a blonde beauty with a single ponytail haircut, with a gentle smile on her face, and came over with a bento box. Before approaching, I heard Ino greet enthusiastically, "Sasuke-kun, long time no see. Why did she come?" Sasuke muttered to himself in confusion. Since graduating from the ninja school, Sasuke has seen Ino for the first time, and even a long time ago, Ino has never come to this forest to find Sasuke. Because she didn't know that Sasuke was practicing here. The reason why he appeared here today was naturally Naruto told her. Naruto only said one simple sentence, "Ino, have you seen Sasuke recently? After little Sakura is gone, there is no girl to accompany him, Sasuke-kun is very lonely." To be honest, Ino is envious of the little Sakura who can be grouped into a group by Sasuke, and can get along with Sasuke day and night, but at this moment, knowing that little Sakura is gone, Ino feels that his chance is here. So, Ino spent a long time dressing up and preparing exquisite food to find Sasuke. The white forehead is not there, it seems that my chance has arrived, come on, Ino. Ino glanced around and found that apart from Sasuke, there was only Naruto who had practiced farther away. I was overjoyed and cheered myself up. Sasuke has learned the 3 tricks of Cheng-ji without taking the initiative, not rejecting, and being irresponsible. Of course, compared to Cheng-ji, Sasuke has a resurrection armor, and he is not afraid of being hatched. Although I was a little puzzled why Ino came here, but he didn't mean to get to the bottom of it. While eating the exquisite bento made by Ino, he chatted with Ino casually. Then, watching Ino leave with joy. And this matter seemed to have opened a valve. In the next few days, girls began to visit Sasuke with small gifts such as flowers, food, and fruits. The girls who came here are basically the same age as Sasuke. Some were students who were the same grade as Naruto in the previous ninja school, and there were students who were 1 grade higher or lower than Naruto. They have one thing in common, they are both pretty long girls who have a good impression of Sasuke. In addition, there is another thing in common, that is, it is very easy to flicker. After being stunned by Naruto's few words, he eagerly came to find Sasuke, and in order to ensure their success rate, Naruto also specially taught them some ways to please Sasuke and get along with him. Although Sasuke instinctively felt that there was something wrong with the girls who came over suddenly. But these girls are cute, they speak nicely, and they give him gifts. They know that they don't disturb his practice, and they just come over when he rests. Sasuke didn't like their existence, but it wasn't an annoyance either, and he acquiesced in their existence. Once Tenten passed, the frequency of these girls was not high. But one day, they still came to find Sasuke at the same time and at the same place. So, Sasuke realized for the first time what is called the Shura field between girls. Looking at the 5 cute girls who looked at him with pitiful eyes and asked him to be fair, Sasuke caught in it was uncomfortable, and he racked his brains and didn't know how to solve the situation in front of him. And let him learn Naruto's handling method, he was not so decisive. In the end, Sasuke chose to run. It was also at this time that Sasuke, who had calmed down, realized that Naruto hadn't been to the waterfall for several days to practice. And every day when he ate at the hot spring hotel, he ignored this matter. I seem to have been cheated by Naruto. Sasuke muttered to himself uncertainly. Chapter 140. In order to verify whether he was pitted by Naruto. The next day, Sasuke deliberately changed to a place farther away from the waterfall to practice. It's just that those girls still accurately found Sasuke's location, and even Sasuke's successive changes of training venues didn't help. After the girls came, they would never disturb Sasuke's practice. On the contrary, they were very good to him and took care of him with great care, except that occasionally the quarrel between the girls made Sasuke feel very annoyed. And this also made Sasuke sure that Naruto was definitely behind the scenes. Suddenly, Sasuke was furious. It's just that Sasuke's upbringing made him unable to do nothing wrong with these, instead he was angry with his nice girls. So, at night, Sasuke blocked Naruto, who had not seen him for several days, at Naruto's house. "Hey, Naruto, are you doing things?" Sasuke asked fiercely. Naruto nodded naturally, and directly admitted without any evasiveness, "Yes." "Why?" Sasuke became angry. If it weren't for it, he wanted to punch Naruto's calm cheek with a punch right now. Naruto looked up and down at Sasuke, a gloating look appeared on his face, and he smiled and said, "When you invited Hinata to dinner the other day, didn't you smile very happily? I'm just doing it the other way. That's it. Now, I am also very happy. Is the Shura field fun?" Ha ha ha. Sasuke wanted to slap himself very much, and his heart was full of regrets. Where did the trouble start? Recalling the time when Ino came to find himself, Sasuke found that Naruto had fully implemented the idea of revenge not overnight. Looking at Naruto who was smiling happily, Sasuke felt like he was about to explode. It's just that the explosion can't solve any problems. He has been annoyed by the Shura field recently. Sasuke knew in his heart that the simplest solution was to get colder and drive people away. As long as there were no girls around, there would be no Shura field. It's just that those girls didn't do anything wrong, and if Naruto is not solved, the Shura field will not stop. One batch will be driven away and there will be another batch. Let's talk about it. How do you stop? Sasuke waited for Naruto to finish laughing, and spoke very bachelor. Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder, sat down on the sofa, took a bottle of juice and took a sip, then smiled and said, "Why stop, isn't it good? You can choose the one you like from the group of girls open branches and loose leaves, and grow the Uchiha clan." Seeing that Sasuke, who was sitting across from him, subconsciously showed disapproval, Naruto said again, "I told you a long time ago that the way to grow a family is to have more children. You would not think that the famous family is a people can support it, right?" Sasuke nodded in agreement, "Isn't it? When I become one of the best masters in the ninja world, as strong as the ancestor Uchiha Madara, Uchiha will still be a famous family even if I am alone. What about after you die? Uchiha isn't there anymore." Naruto struck mercilessly. "I have infinite Izanaki, and I won't die. Our brothers join forces. Who is the best of ninja world? And didn't you get living corpse reincarnation from Orochimaru? Maybe you can rely on this research in the future. The real law of immortality." Sasuke refuted without hesitation. Naruto was also not angry, nodded and said, "It is true that we may live forever in the future, but think about it, what if you and I are killed by a powerful enemy? Accidents in this world can happen all the time, you can't deny it. So at least you have to have a child? Whether it's a man or a woman, you always have to pass on Sharingan's blood succession boundary to Yuya's Haibo's name. Sasuke thought for a moment, as if that was the truth, and reluctantly nodded in agreement. With a child, you have to think about your child's future life? Shouldn't you buy more industries and make more money? To provide them with a good life and good education since childhood. Naruto persuades him. Sasuke thought for a moment, and continued to nod. There are more industries. Apart from hiring professionals, you also have to have some trusted cronies to manage them. At the beginning, you can manage them yourself, but do you have to hand over the industries to them when your children grow up? A person is lonely and lonely. If he has a few brothers and sisters to help him out, would it be easier? So when you have a child, you can't just have one, right? There are many people, powerful people, and enough industry to provide the whole family with a good life, helping each other and supporting each other. This is a famous family. Even if you are away from you, you will still be a famous family. Sasuke thought of the meticulous care she was taken by her brother and tribe when she was a child, and in recent years, Naruto, a brother-like friend, was able to live easily and comfortably, so she continued to nod. Seeing this, Naruto applauded and asked, "So why do you reject those girls? Listen to me, find the girls you like, and then work hard to have children, and work hard to grow Uchiha." Sasuke thought for a while. What Naruto said was really reasonable. He didn't seem to have any reason to refuse the intimacy of girls, and he had to get married, otherwise the Uchiha clan would really be gone. After a moment of silence, Sasuke finally expressed his deep concerns. "Actually, I don't really hate the closeness of girls, but the family vengeance has not been reported. I don't have the heart to fall in love. Naruto, tell me honestly, how big is the difference in strength between Itachi and the mysterious man with a mask?" Itachi doesn't have to think about it, no matter how strong or weak he is, seeing Sasuke must be released anyway. Not to mention that Sasuke at the moment is stronger than Itachi in terms of panel attributes, and what it lacks is only some combat experience. As for Obito, knowing his pair of Kamui's intelligence, using Sasuke's current chakra to bomb him with ninjutsu for 10 minutes is not impossible, but Obito itself is not weak. And in the face of Sasuke, Obito will not release the water. If it really fights, Sasuke at the moment is not strictly Obito's opponent. But after Sasuke has developed the electromagnetic cannon technique, his strength comparison will undergo essential changes at this time, and he will be able to fight under 6 paths. So, in response to Sasuke's expectant look in his eyes, Naruto didn't lie to him this time, and said with a smile, "When you develop the electromagnetic cannon technique, it will be enough to defeat them. Even if Itachi goes with the masked man, it won't be your opponent." Chapter 141. Hearing what Naruto said, Sasuke's learning motivation is more sufficient, and at the same time, the worries in his heart are also let go. According to Sasuke's own estimation, within 2 years at most, he will be able to truly develop the electromagnetic cannon technique, and any enmity can be reported at that time. Since they are going to get married sooner or later, those girls won't disturb his practice. With the help of Naruto, the chances of success in revenge are infinitely close to 100%. Then you can start to cultivate relationships from now on, wait until you grow up, and get married directly after the revenge is successful, and give birth to enough offspring to grow the Uchiha clan. It's not beautiful. While the iron was hot, Naruto taught Sasuke, a straight titanium alloy man, how to deal with relationships with girls and how to deepen his affection. In this regard, Sasuke accepted all orders. Walking out of Naruto's house, Sasuke's head was a little dizzy. After being blown by the cool breeze, Sasuke suddenly came to his senses. "I stepped on a horse to stop Naruto from doing things, and I was a little colder." After a long time, those girls gave up and completely solved the problem of the Shura field from the source. Why now, I have become active in the Ashura field. Sasuke hated it and felt that he was fooled by Naruto. He must not have made suggestions for his own reproduction and growth, Uchiha, he just wanted to see me being tortured by the Shura field. But thinking rationally about what Naruto said just now, Sasuke slumped to find that he seemed to be doing everything for his own good. Even if he wanted to see himself scorched by the Shura field, he was really not harming himself. Is this Yang Mu? People can clearly see the problem, but they can only solve the problem according to the other party's thinking. Sasuke sighed droopingly. He couldn't find a better way, so he could only follow the path Naruto had designed for him. At this time, a funny smile appeared on Naruto, who had sent Sasuke to the door. He shook his fist to cheer, and said, "Come on, Sasuke, get a wife and children early, and we can make a baby kiss at that time." When saying this, Naruto had already thought of a beautiful scene in which a Uchiha girl with a temperament like Sasuke would beat up her stupid son Boren. Naruto Hinata. Sasuke didn't want to talk to Naruto anymore, waved his hand and disappeared. After this day, Sasuke is still deep in the Shura field. However, thanks to the help of Naruto, Sasuke didn't let Sasuke play off. Although a little embarrassed, the relationship with those girls is gradually getting better. Although Sasuke is still wondering which one he really likes and who he wants to marry, but among these lovely girls, the general policy of finding a marriage is definitely not changed. In order to prevent Sakura from complaining about herself in the future, Naruto gave her a karma, which also allowed the little Sakura to use Flying Thunder God to bring her back to spend with Sasuke for a period of time. Little Sakura, who was away from home, missed Sasuke very much and was very enthusiastic when they met. If it were to change as usual, Sasuke would definitely push her away and refuse without hesitation. Now, Sasuke, who has begun to look for a marriage goal, is not rejecting the kindness of Sakura, and occasionally responds to her kindness, which makes the relationship between the two gradually heat up. This also made the little Sakura overjoyed. She didn't know what Sasuke had experienced recently, but she was able to get Sasuke to resuscitate her, and be able to take her initiative. In Sasuke's social circle, only Naruto has such an ability. Thanks Naruto! Little Sakura couldn't help but praise. Time passes in this slightly noisy daily life. Soon, it was the day of the Chunin exam finals. Early in the morning, Naruto dressed in black casual trousers, a black slim-fitting shirt, and a black windbreaker as the outer cover. He was handsome and solemn. Today, he did not practice, but chose the body to watch the game. To say why, in addition to agreeing to Hinata's date, it is also because 2 months ago when Chunin's exam was just started, he went to the Black Village and beat Neji to win 100 million taels. Although the odds were only 1.5, and he could only make 50 million taels in the end, it was enough for Naruto to pay attention to the game. But now, because Neji was overwhelmed too much, the odds were even lower, which made Naruto lament that it was fortunate that he started early. He is not afraid of the Black Village and dare not pay. In his own capacity, even if he does not make a move, in order to prevent himself from doing it, Konoha also has a way to get the Black Village to take out the money. At the door of Hyuga's house, Naruto received Hinata wearing an exquisite sakura flower kimono with the same exquisite makeup painted on her face. There is also the Byakugan girl Hanabi, who wears the same color kimono as Hinata, but is one size smaller. The three met, the two sisters ate the candied haws brought by Naruto, Hinata held Naruto's hand, Hanabi held Hinata's hand, and the three talked and laughed all the way to the test venue. It's still early, so don't worry. But Neji, who was going to go to the venue with a few people, was caught by his uncle Hayashi. At first, Neji didn't understand it. He didn't understand until he saw Naruto appear. Hanabi is not sensible and has to go with it. It's really hard to be a light bulb by herself. I glanced at the Hyuga mansion that was recently renovated, and recalled that I had recently improved the food level of several grades. To be honest, Neji was very grateful to Naruto. If it weren't for him, the entire Hyuga family wouldn't have undergone such a change. Otherwise, with the appetite of Hinata and Hanabi, although the strength of the two has improved very quickly, it is enough to support the future of the family, but it is estimated that the life of the whole family is going to be tight now. After Naruto and his party walked away, Neji and his uncle Hayashi went out together to the venue of the Chunin exam. Today Konoha is very lively. In addition to the aboriginal people of Konoha village, there are also dignitaries from various countries and civilians who come to see the excitement. Because of this, even though Naruto is still being ignored when walking on the street today, more people are looking at him curiously, without the slightest strangeness in his eyes. On the way, Naruto met Mr. Guy, who took Xiao Li and Tenten, and the three were doing morning exercises. Seeing Naruto holding hands with Hinata, they didn't come up to bother them, and they ran away farther than a thumb. The young girl Tenten looked back enviously as she ran. During the close date between Naruto and Hinata, the day passed quickly without any twists and turns. Not surprisingly, Neji won the Chunin exam and was promoted to Chunin on the spot. And Naruto, after enjoying a sweet day of dating, also has 50 million taels in the account. Sending sisters Hinata and Hanabi back to the Hyuga mansion, this is the end of a beautiful day. On the second day, Naruto, who was doing daily practice at the beach, received the news from the dissipated shadow clone. Lulin's sight, found it. Chapter 142. Upon receiving the news from Shadow Clone, Naruto had already activated the Flying Thunder God technique. The next moment, the scene changed, and Naruto was already on the Lulin site. Surrounded by yellow sand, there are remnants of buildings and weathered sand everywhere. From these remaining buildings, it is not difficult to see how prosperous Lulin once was, which is exactly the same as the huge and prosperous desert city described in the theater version. Only after seeing this building, Naruto's expression sank. The plan to beat up his stupid son Boren in the future seems to be in vain. Walking slowly towards the location of the underground dragon vein, Naruto separated his spirit in the sealed space, and said to Kurama, who was writing and drawing in front of the desk, "It seems that your previous guess is correct. This dragon vein really cannot travel through time. If it can be used, it should be able to travel to the parallel world." Hearing that, Kurama stopped the hand that was calculating the chemical formula and looked up at Naruto in surprise. "This hasn't been tested yet, you know. The seal of the dragon veins is exactly the same as the appearance in the theater version, with the chakra atmosphere of 4th Hokage inside, which shows that the content of the theater version is still very valuable. Unlike Naruto, which must be received after the shadow clone dissipates, Kurama can contact each chakra that exists in the shadow clone, and see things remotely from the perspective of the shadow clone in real time. Therefore, Kurama can basically confirm that the dragon veins in the Lulin site here are genuine. Under the seal, there is a majestic and vast energy, and the energy that flows at all times is many times larger than his chakra. Kurama initially estimated that if he accumulates all chakra, it will take at least 20 years to make up the amount of this dragon vein. Even with Naruto, it will take at least 10 years. And the most important thing is that they have no place to put such a huge chakra. The content of the theater version is very simple. It is about Shippuden Naruto tracking a vicious ninja centipede to this Lulin site. Then Centipede, who has long studied dragon veins, wants to use the power of dragon veins to strengthen himself and defeat the chasing soldiers. But in this process, the time-space tunnel was opened by accidentally hitting, and it was sent by the power of the dragon veins decades ago, when my father Namikaze Minato was still a boy. So, he took root in Lulin, fooled Queen Lulin, became the Prime Minister, alias in Lushan, set up a puppet factory, strengthened his own strength, and therefore has the prosperity of Lulin. And Naruto, who entered the time tunnel almost at the same time as Beiju, came to this world only a few years later and met his father Namikaze Minato, who came here to investigate. In the end, the father and son teamed up to defeat Beiju, who was strengthened by the dragon vein. In the end, Namikaze Minato chose to seal the dragon veins and sealed the memory of everyone present having seen the future son. Naruto also traveled back to his own time, and the story ends here. Naruto briefly described the theatrical plot of the Lost Tower. Kurama didn't know why he said, "I know the plot," then? Is there any problem? Reaching out and touching Kurama's head, Naruto showed an expression of caring for the second fool, and said speechlessly, "But now, when I am here, the seal of the dragon veins is still there, 100 feet obviously won't have the opportunity to cross again. And I definitely won't be alright, staying and doing things for a long time in the past." With Lulin's population, coupled with the conservative nature of the queen, without enough puppets to provide productivity, can such a prosperous city be created? But there still exists such a huge city ruins here. This can only illustrate one problem. In the past time of our world, that is, my father's time, Naruto and Beiju, who are in the parallel world, traveled through each other one after another to interpret the content of the theatrical version. At this moment, if we open this dragon vein, we will probably not go to the timeline of the past or the future of our world, but will go to the approximate time period in the parallel world of the Hokage Ninja world. If this infinite loop continues, the number of parallel worlds may not be 1 or 2, but infinite. At the end, Naruto's expression was already a bit irritable. People are unique in their self-knowledge. If there are countless mess in the parallel world, my scalp will numb when I think about it. Kurama is speechless. Is that true? Such a detailed thing is really not an area where he is good at thinking. After thinking for a while, Kurama comforted, "In fact, to confirm whether there are infinite parallel worlds, you only need to use the dragon veins to actually experience it. If it is to cross the timeline compared to the past of our era, then it can be explained that the number of parallel worlds is infinite. As long as people in one world use dragon veins, a new parallel world will be automatically opened, so infinite loop go down. And if the dragon veins' ability to travel through time and space directly fails, or if it travels to a future era relative to our time period, it means that there is only one parallel world in our world. That is the ninja world we have seen from manga and anime. In order to ensure the accuracy of the results, you can also try to traverse several times. According to the information provided by the theater version, you can know that you in the parallel world have passed from 16-year-old Konoha in 64 years to when your father was about 20 years old, that is, Konoha in our world in 43 to 44 years. And now is the 61st year of Konoha, and you have crossed over from the parallel world Shippuden era. Time has passed 17 to 18 years, if the time flow of the parallel world is the same as ours. Let me do the math. You in the parallel world were married at the age of 19, and you had a blogger at the age of 20. The current plot of the blog has progressed to a little more than 12 years old after graduation. At this time, you in the parallel world are also 32 to 33 years old. This is exactly what our world will look like after 17 to 18 years. If this conclusion is true, counting the time, Boren and Uncle Sasuke should almost cross over with Pushi. This is what happened in the past few days. You are the bloggers of the parallel world, right? Your own son is not so good if you have an education. If they come, your wish to beat your son can now be realized. After all, this dragon vein is something we don't know. Unpredictable changes may happen if you open it rashly. Even if you want to use it, I suggest you make sure that the bloggers and Sasuke of the parallel world will not come over and talk about it." Upon hearing this, Naruto fell into deep thought. Chapter 143. Naruto still has the safety protection of dragon veins. Anyway, no matter how long it takes to travel to other world, it will only pass a very short time when I finally return. You can call Sasuke over and let him watch. If he fails to return as soon as possible, he will directly open the infinite Izanagi, rewrite the reality that he opened the space-time tunnel through the dragon veins, and directly pull him back. However, when it comes to other worlds like this, I just don't know if the priority of Sasuke's Sharingan ability is enough. And if Sasuke's Sharingan ability fails, then Naruto has a backup plan. You can go to the root lab to find a 3-tomo Sharingan, cut off your eyes first, and then install this spare Then, in this Sharingan, a transliteration seal is used to seal an Izanagi. Sasuke can't save him at that time, and he can save himself. Just change his eyes when the matter is over. Anyway, it's just one click, and one touch. It's very simple. After thinking about it, Naruto decided that regardless of whether the bloggers and Sasuke of the parallel world would come or not, he would study the dragon veins first. Walking to the side of the dragon vein, Naruto did not violently crack it, but began to study the seal structure left by his father, and the flying thunder god Kunao inserted in the center of the seal. The simple dragon veins definitely cannot travel through time and space, otherwise the Hokage world will not only travel through time and space as the parallel world of Naruto after so many years. If the function of traveling through time and space can be used later, then this technique is used in conjunction with Flying Thunder God to infuse huge natural energy or chakra, which is a technique that can travel through time and space autonomously. This is the Flying Thunder God technique across the world. With such an ability, there is only one opportunity for master if he wants to. If you miss it, Naruto won't have the opportunity to learn even at the peak of his combat power many years later. Because of this, Naruto began to study seriously. While Naruto specializes in Flying Thunder God technique, one of his shadow clones has already arrived at the root underground base at this moment. Although there are various seals and barriers that obscure perception, it is really unrealistic to stop Naruto. When Naruto came here, without the slightest concealment, he swaggered straight in through the gate. These root ninjas didn't know what Naruto, Jinchuriki was doing, but when they saw him, they were like enemies. They knew Naruto's strength as imaginary enemies. After swiping, dozens of ninjas gathered around, and some people ran to inform Danzo without thinking. Master Naruto, this is the base of the root organization. You can't enter without permission. Please leave. A root ninja wearing a mask stepped forward. Although panicked in his heart, he still resisted his respectful tone. Since the identity of the son of Naruto 4th generation was announced, the ninjas and civilians in Konoha village had chosen to ignore him when they saw him, but sometimes they couldn't avoid saying hello. So the young master became what they called Naruto. Isn't your root weaving disbanded? This is no longer a military forbidden area. I came here to stroll, do you have any comments? Naruto's expression is cold, and his tone is equally cold, and he doesn't give face at all. After speaking, he directly ignored the surrounding root ninjas and walked toward the depths of the base swaggeringly. Stop him! The root ninja who spoke before had a numb scalp. Although he didn't want to conflict with Naruto, he had to do it because of responsibility. At the next moment, dozens of ninjas approached Naruto, and dozens of shurikens had already shot at Naruto faster. Wind style. Wall hanging technique. The Naruto seal didn't end, and as soon as my thoughts moved, there was already a violent wind blowing in the roots of the underground organization. The airflow scrolls at high speed, forming a wind blade visible to the naked eye. The shuriken that came from the blast was flicked almost instantaneously, and together with a dozen ninjas rushing around, it was hung on the wall at the same time in the next moment. The internal organs were injured, and blood gushed out from the mouth. At the same time, Naruto did not stay in place. He wandered at high speed in the field, his body shape turned into intermittent afterimages because of his moving speed too fast, and then the screams of the root ninjas continued to sound. They didn't realize that they had been beaten just now when they were hung on the wall and vomited blood because of the severe pain of their internal organs. Danzo, who had just arrived, found that all his subordinates had become paintings on the wall, and he was vomiting blood. And the assailant just stood there in his spare time at this moment, waiting for his arrival. Guiyin, Danzo Jainin. Naruto leaned slightly and said hello very politely. Danzo's mouth twitched when he heard this call. I was used to being called by Lord Danzo and Elder Danzo until now I realized that I was relieved of his position in root organization by Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage. According to his job title, he is just an ordinary Jainin in the village. At this moment, Danzo wanted to do it, but when he thought of the fox in the kid's belly, he suppressed the thought, and said coldly, "You, Genin, do it as soon as you come. Have you ever put the old man in your eyes? Old man? Deprive you of your ninja qualifications." While speaking, he pretended to be angrily stepping forward, and then activated the distinguished heavenly god's pupil technique in his eyes. Let Uzumaki Naruto give up the idea of being an enemy of me and get close to me in the future. He didn't directly try to control Naruto. First, it was too obvious and easy to be spotted. Second, it might not be successful when used by the strong. Without a sound, a pupil power spread towards Naruto. Naruto sensed this and bounced him back with a kick of his eyes. Distinguished heavenly gods can indeed modify the will of others silently, but if you face someone who is guarded, especially someone who also has strong pupil power like Naruto, it will be of no use. Not to mention, Danzo's is a second-hand distinguished heavenly gods. Then I'll give it to you. Naruto took off the forehead protector on his forehead, and threw it towards Danzo with the technique of a slap technique. When he tilted his head subconsciously, Danzo felt an explosion behind him. Shadow Clone's fake forehead protector exploded as soon as it touched the wall, but because the forehead protector was fake, it didn't do any damage except for a blast of air. At this moment, there was a vaguely red light passing through the field of vision at the corner of the eye. A wisp of cold sweat fell from Danzo's forehead. Fear, involuntarily appeared in Danzo's eyes. If you didn't subconsciously hide in advance, have you already got a headshot? Chapter 144. At this moment, Danzo is extremely frustrated. Compared to the last time he was forced to apologize to Naruto, he was even more aggrieved. If he just lost face before, then Naruto is now stepping on his face. However, no matter how suffocated, I can only endure it. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki who can enter the Nine Tails mode, especially when this Jinchuriki was a Uzumaki clan, how strong his strength is, Danzo has already seen a lot from Mito. Looking at Naruto's performance just now, it is clear that there is a stance that the blue is better than the blue. Not only was he immune to his Sharingan ability, but with the purely displayed wind style and physical skills, he already had a strength that was not inferior to the shadows. In this case, how strong can Naruto be with the power of Nine Tails? Although after liberating the Hashirama cells and Sharingan sealed on the right arm, Danzo is confident that he can fight with his own strength, but this ability is obviously not something that can be used casually in the public. Listen to what this kid is going to do? If it's not too much, agree to him, and if you can't bear it, you'll be conspiring. Danzo comforted himself. Of course, secretly Danzo is also ready to do it. Give me a Sharingan with a 3-hook jade. Naruto spoke, but gave Danzo a bit of face, using the voice transmission to secretly speak. Danzo saw this, but at this moment he was still angry. If Naruto simply knows the location of the root organization, this is not a big deal, even if no one tells Naruto, he can find it by himself with his powerful strength and wisdom. But coming here with such a clear purpose and asking him for Sharingan of 3 Guyu Jade, this is not a simple matter. Damn Orochimaru, it's no wonder that Konoha's collapse plan was suddenly cancelled, and there was no contact afterwards. It turned out to be bewitching Jinchuriki. I don't know how much news he told Jinchuriki. It seems that after this incident, Orochimaru can no longer be left. Find a chance to solve him, otherwise it will definitely pose a huge threat to Konoha. Danzo hated him, he was already ready to become the 5th Hokage after Sarutobi died. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru not only released him the pigeons, but also sold him. But in the end, Danzo still didn't say much. Good. Gritting his teeth, he agreed to Naruto's request. Although the Sharingan of Sangu Jade is precious, he still has a lot of reserves here, but if Naruto makes trouble here and even blows up his entire base, he has no place to reason. You wait for me. Danzo said, turned, and left. Such precious resources as 3 Tomo's Sharingan are of course kept in his own hands, and only he can control. It's just that Naruto didn't wait in place as he imagined, but ignored the surrounding root ninjas and followed. Facing Danzo's glaring expression, Naruto took it for granted, "My parents' corpses are also with you, I want to take them away. You should be okay. Revolving heaven can only resurrect people who have just died for a short time, and it needs to consume a huge amount of chakra, so even Obito who becomes 10 tails Jinchuriki can't sustain the huge consumption. But if the round of revolving heaven and impure world reincarnation is adding a tool man to sacrifice, then there is no problem. If given the opportunity, Naruto still wants to resurrect his parents, so that the family can be reunited." In the 4 battles of the comics, the Dream Master Kabuto never summoned his mother Kushina and the previous generation of 9 tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito. This can only explain one problem. He failed to find the bodies of Kushina and Mito. Similarly, Naruto could not find his mother's body, even his father's body. It is reasonable to speculate that their bodies are not at the roots, so Naruto can eat the suffering in his hands. At this time, Danzo became even more angry. He had determined that Orochimaru and Jinchuriki were mingled together. Otherwise, how did Naruto know about such a confidential matter? Would you like to kill people and kill them? This idea unconsciously emerged in Danzo's mind. Just looking at the performance just now, this is obviously just a shadow clone. As if feeling Danzo's killing intent, Naruto entered the 9 tails fairy fox mode and raised his eyebrows with a smile, as if to say you can try. Seeing this, Danzo was silent. Shadow clone is so strong, how strong is the body already? He did not send a sample of Jinchuriki's body tissue to Orochimaru for research, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know it. He naturally had his own ambitions. Naruto asks, he dare not give it to Naruto. One is that he can't beat Naruto, and the other is because his is dirty. If Naruto reports that he has illegally studied the bodies of so many important Konoha people, the first thing to clean up is almost all Konoha Jonin, and Sarutobi Hiruzen can't cover him. You can't talk outside, and don't be greedy. After holding back for a long time, Danzo warned Naruto. For this sentence, Naruto directly regarded it as a deaf ear. Followed Danzo into his biological experiment material library, where he not only got the necessary Sharingan, but also saw a lot of the dead bodies of special characters among Konoha. Uyushihas, Senjus, and Uzumakis. There are also many Konoha shinobi corpses who can't name Naruto, but are familiar with blood inheritance boundaries. You really are not afraid of death? Naruto couldn't help but feel a little shocked when he saw this scene. Would you like to cooperate with me? I have a lot of material here, maybe I can work out a way to become stronger. I think you don't mind becoming stronger. Looking at the crystal coffin that Naruto had transferred from another location by Shadow Clone using Flying Thunder God's lightning guiding technique, he filled the corpses of his father and mother in. Danzo twitched his eyes, and started to persuade him. If you can't beat it, then join. Naruto turned on the Flying Thunder God guiding technique again, and sent the bones of his parents along with the 3 Tomo Sharingan he took from Danzo. He sneered when he heard Danzo's invitation. The dirty mouse in the gutter is worthy of being shoulder to shoulder with the eagle in the sky? Regardless of his strength or his own wisdom and structure, there is nothing in Danzo's body that can make Naruto's attention. To be honest, Naruto wanted to kill Danzo directly at this moment. But just like Danzo has concerns, he also has his own concerns. After solving Obito and Black Zetsu, I will send you and Sarutobi Hiruzen to reunion with them. Naruto whispered in his heart. Haha. However, he didn't say much, just sneered. The smoke burst, Shadow Clone lifted and disappeared in front of Danzo. Danzo heard Naruto's disdain, but he dared not say anything. He stood still and his face was uncertain. The speed of change was like a Sichuan opera unique skill. It took him a long time to calm down and let people transfer these biological materials. Otherwise, for Naruto who knows Flying Thunder God, this place is just like the back garden. Chapter 145. Among the dragon veins, Naruto glanced at the 3 Tomo Sharingan in the potion in his hand. Without paying too much attention, he set it aside and continued to study the seal of the dragon veins. At this moment, Naruto has memorized all the techniques used to seal the dragon veins, including his father's flying thunder god mark, and began to study why such a combination can travel through the world. Today, Naruto's understanding of space ninjutsu has reached a very high level. After all, the research of Flying Thunder God and the sealing technique that has been going on for several years is not in vain. After studying carefully for 3 days, Naruto discovered the truth about this combination of techniques that can travel through time and space. Is it the universal rule of the universe to vigorously perform miracles? Looking at the dragon vein seal technique in front of him, Naruto touched his chin with a strange expression. Through analysis, Naruto found that there is nothing special about this seal technique. It is a seal technique that prevents energy leakage and at the same time can absorb energy to maintain its own existence. In the entire seal structure, the only thing that is linked to space is the sword of forbearance with the imprint of his father Namikaze Minato Flying Thunder God. From this, Naruto came to a conclusion. There is only one reason for such a combination of techniques to travel through time and space, and that is to make miracles vigorously. At the moment when the seal was torn apart, a huge amount of dragon vein energy surged out. With the help of the space force attached to the Flying Thunder God mark, it penetrated the space and formed a space comrade that can transport people to other worlds. The reason for crossing into adjacent parallel worlds may be because the 2 worlds are relatively close, or because there is the energy attraction of another dragon vein over there, and more likely because the imprints of Flying Thunder God of Namikaze Minato in different worlds resonate. And the energy of this dragon vein is not unlimited. Although Naruto observes that it can convert natural energy and restore it, there is a possibility of exhaustion in the transition of mining. So, is the existence of this dragon vein a leak of planetary energy, or is it similar to the dragon veins mentioned in Shiusen novels? Approximately estimate the energy intensity of this dragon vein. If chakra, which Kurama and I have accumulated for 10 years, use this technique to release it in a short time, the same effect can be achieved. If Sasuke and the bloggers really cross over, then they obviously don't consume a lot of energy with that time machine. It must not reach the current intensity. It is estimated that 1/10 of the energy consumption is not. This shows that there is a more efficient and direct method to travel through the world, but it belongs to a very high technology category. If I use this crude and powerful time and space shuttle device to perform miracles, I don't know how long it will take to achieve it. Want to try to open the dragon veins to travel through time and space? Or use this huge dragon vein energy for something else? Involuntarily, Naruto fell into deep thought. This dragon vein energy can be directly absorbed and converted into my own chakra. Although the conversion rate is not high, it is better than the quantity. If you can find a way to store this energy, you may be able to activate the wheel revolving heaven without damage. In addition, you can also cooperate with the seal technique to use this dragon vein energy to develop chakra weapons. Before Naruto came up with an eyebrow, Kurama's excited voice sounded in his ears. Naruto, in the eastern forest of Konoha, there is a huge chakra reaction. I perceive it, it is Rinnegan's pupil power, which is very similar to the old man. In the forest, he is 33 years old this year, his cheeks and body are obviously blessed, and some kidneys are weak, and he is obviously not as handsome as the young Uchiha Sasuke. He brought his apprentice Uzumaki to the past era. According to history, the Chunin exam and Konoha collapse plan have just ended at this moment. Konoha village welcomed their 5th Hokage back, Tsunade, the granddaughter of 1st Hokage. Not long ago, Uchiha's last orphan, Uchiha Sasuke as Genin defected from Konoha, and went to the S-class Konoha rebel Orochimaru without hesitation. He wants to gain strength and seek revenge on his brother Itachi. As a friend, Naruto is about to follow one of Sunin's Jiraiya out to practice, vowing to bring Sasuke back when he becomes stronger. It hurts. Both people landed in this era with their face on the ground. If it weren't for his strong physique, he would have been thrown to death if he landed like this. The Uncle Suzuki stood there for a few seconds, covering his eyes and suddenly kneeling on the ground, weakly saying, "Ah, Chakra is exhausted." As expected of Kakashi's personal disciple, he contracted more than half of Hokage's *X scene players, and said the classic lines of Master Kakashi when he opened his mouth. Sure enough, if there is a teacher, there must be a disciple. Are you okay? The blogger greeted the Uncle Master, and then looked around. Where is this? There is no PU-style atmosphere. It seems necessary to investigate. Uncle Suzuki stood up and spoke. Then, the two stood up, walked out of the forest, into Konoha's city. Standing on the water tank, Uncle Suzuki came to the conclusion with a shocked look, this is Konoha from the past. The Shadow Rock has become so few, my father's is gone, and the Shadow Rocks of Uncle Kakashi and Tsunade are gone. And there is no Zenshi Street, many streets are gone. Aside, the blogger was also shocked. Obviously, no one can remain calm about traveling through time and space. Naruto, who used Flying Thunder God to fly over in advance and turned on optical invisibility, listened to the same conversation between the two people and the animation, and finally determined one thing, that is, the two people came from the era of bloggers. If nothing happens, 3 days later, it will be the time when Tsutsuki Urashiki arrives. Looking at the Uncle Suzuki, who had kidney deficiency, Naruto felt that he probably didn't need to panic. According to the calculation of combat power, that Pushi should not be an opponent, and it is not a problem to stand alone. Of course, the detailed information will be confirmed later. And now, Naruto can finally do something he wants to do for a long time. Without hesitation, he waved the iron fist of love, and directly hit the head of the blogger who was shocked through time and space. The tremendous power directly hit this stupid son with a big bag visible to the naked eye. Oh! The painful blogger exclaimed. Who? Immediately afterwards, the Uncle Suzuki, who was a master, reacted and subconsciously wanted to throw a shuriken over. Just as his eyes were cast, his expression froze. Then, Uncle Suzuki saw a familiar but unfamiliar teenager standing behind the blogger. Seeing how he just retracted his hand, there is no doubt that he made the punch. Dad hitting his son, it's okay. Chapter 146. Boren was holding his head with tears in his eyes, turning his head and saw Naruto who had just finished beating himself and hadn't retracted his hand. Looking at this familiar face and blonde hair, the blogger who had seen Naruto's childhood photos many times at home, instantly recognized the identity of the boy who had just punched him. Although he was wearing a sportswear that was not yellow, he was undoubtedly his father Naruto. Subconsciously complained, "Father, why are you hitting me? It hurts, I'm going to tell my mother." Suzuki, the uncle on the side, felt a little bit in his heart. Although he doesn't know what to pay attention to after returning to the past, the most basic thing is to try not to contact familiar characters, so as not to accidentally change history. Who knows what terrible things will happen after history changes? As a result, Boren, a silly boy, directly called Dad when he came up. "What can I do?" "Oh? Tell Mom." With a smile on his face, Naruto stretched out his hands and pinched Boren's cheeks. With both hands, he pulled Boren's cheeks and bounced back. "Then screw to the left and screw to the right. Every time I twist it," the painful blogger screamed, trying to struggle, but found that his chakra was dead at this time, and the hand that held him was like a ruthless iron hand, completely unable to break free. The ninja school crashed Shadow Rock on the first day of school, went out for school trips to participate in political affairs of other countries lawlessly, and cheated on an exam. Not long ago, Master Suzuki, who killed you, was almost beaten to death by Pushi. You tell me why I beat you. Naruto's expression remained unchanged, still smiling. It's just that every time you say a word, the dissatisfaction on Bo's face disappears, and it turns into a guilty conscience, because this is indeed what he has done. How did the father of this era know? When Boren was guilty, he was also extremely shocked and puzzled. Not only him, but the uncle Sasuke on the side also showed a clear shock. How does Naruto in this era know what will happen in the future? But the Naruto in front of him, from appearance to breath, is undoubtedly Naruto. It seems that the drawing in the animation is correct. These two guys have indeed traveled from the era of bloggers in the parallel world, and the plot development is basically the same as the animation records. Naruto whispered in his heart, the temptation just now gave him a lot of news. Dad didn't wrong you, right? Boren. Looking directly at the red cheek that the blogger was pinched, but still with a guilty conscience, Naruto asked with a smile. No. No. Looking at the boy in front of him who was obviously about his own age, Boren had a sense of fear that he had never felt before facing his 30-something father in the future. The blogger cast a look for help at the uncle Sasuke on the side, but got a helpless reply, although I don't know how Naruto knows what happened in the future, let your dad put the fire out. Otherwise, if he doesn't marry your mother, you will be gone. It's fine if you are not wronged. Naruto slammed behind Boren and lifted him up with a slight force, facing the ground on his raised thigh. Looking at the blogger lying on his stomach, Naruto held down the struggling blogger with one hand, and raised his other hand high. Face the wind. Under the blessing of wind-style chakra, Naruto's palm turned into an afterimage and waved towards Boren's A. Wow! The screams of the beating bear child resounded throughout Konoha. After a while, Naruto launched the Flying Thunder God technique and took his uncle Sasuke to a beach outside Yanbo town. This is a new place for Naruto's practice. It is quiet and unmanned. It happens to be a good place to talk. Naruto was walking in front. Although the uncle Sasuke had a lot of doubts in his heart, he didn't rush to ask questions. But Boren, with a bitter face, clutching his swollen butt, limped and walked behind them. It's the first time I traveled through time and space to go back in time, and the first time I saw my father when I was a child. Both are very happy things. These two happy things are intertwined and should have brought greater happiness. But why? Why are two happy things intertwined and become a beating? The blogger's eyes were full of tears, and his heart was extremely bitter, and he wanted to plunge into his mother's arms and cry for comfort. And Kurama, who had been watching all this in Naruto's stomach, was laughing frantically on the sofa at this time, and entered a state where he was crazy and completely unable to communicate. No wonder he was so happy. At that time, Kurama and Naruto watched the blog post together. They were also exploded with anger. At this moment, it is really happy. It seems that Kurama wants to calm down, and it will take a long time. Naruto took the uncle Sasuke and the blogger to the table and chairs that looked exquisitely carved with dragons and phoenixes. This is a byproduct of Naruto's usual practice of chakra control. Pointing to the chair, Naruto said, "Sit down." Uncle Sasuke sat down in Yian, and then saw Naruto take out the tea set, and began to soak the tea smoothly. After a while, the tea was brewed, and the rich tea fragrance overflowed. Naruto pushed a cup to Uncle Sasuke, another cup to the blogger, and said, "Please." Looking at the blogger who was standing on the side with tears of tears, because of the redness and swelling of his A, Naruto didn't dare to sit down. Only then did Naruto remember that he had been beaten just now and couldn't sit down. "Bogai, come here." Naruto smiled and stretched out his hand. But Boren took a step back subconsciously, then pulled the wound, and took another breath of pain. The poor child was beaten by Naruto when they met, and there was a psychological shadow. Of course, Naruto is not embarrassed at all. If it weren't for the guests here, he needs to maintain a little appearance and politeness, he even wanted to laugh like Kurama. However, Sharingan's pupil power that suddenly rises in his eyes at this moment can fully prove how happy Naruto is at this moment. Standing up, 2 steps forward, Naruto grabbed Boren's hand and helped him heal with Yang Ian Chakra. In Boren's surprised eyes, his body was healed by chakra from his father, his whole body became warm at this moment, and the physical discomfort was quickly subsiding. After healed, the blogger was pushed on a chair by Naruto and sat down. At this time, because of Naruto's treatment behavior, the blogger's fear in his heart was slightly reduced, and he became a little closer to Naruto. Although he was still a little restrained, Yin picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip with Master Uncle Sasuke. Suddenly, the blogger's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Father, the tea you make is so delicious, why haven't you seen you make it in the future? Did you forget the skill of making tea when you are too busy?" Chapter 147. The blogger was young, and he was beaten up by a fat meal when he came up. In addition, the blogger didn't know what Naruto was like when he was a child, so he didn't think there was any problem with his father. The Uncle Sasuke on the side is different. He grew up with Naruto since he was a child. Although the appearance and chakra breath of Naruto in front of him, even the chakra belonging to Ashura on his body is exactly the same as the Naruto in his memory. But only in this short time, Uncle Sasuke found many different places. First of all, the appearance and temperament. The Naruto in Uncle Sasuke's memory is not as tall as the Naruto in front of him. He always maintains optimism and sunshine, with a carefree look of Wu-Yu, but secretly hides an inferior silly boy personality. But this one in front of me is not so sunny. Calm, wise, confident, and powerful, these are the labels on Naruto. He possesses stealth abilities that even he can't find. He will be able to become 4th Hokage's famous stunt Flying Thunder God technique, he will be able to quickly treat people with medical ninjutsu, and he will have a strong physique, and he can also make tea. And this is just a demonstrated ability, how many abilities have never been demonstrated? Just observing the breath of Naruto in front of him, Uncle Sasuke felt that the opponent would not be much weaker than the self in his heyday, at least the strength level of Madara. According to reason, these abilities, including this height, should not be what Naruto of this grade should have. This puzzled Uncle Sasuke, wondering what happened to it. Naruto watched Genmei drinking tea, and gradually forgot the blogger who had beaten him up just now. He smiled and said, "Because I am not your biological father, so I can make tea, but he won't. This is the parallel world. I am Naruto of the parallel world. Welcome you here." Listening to Naruto's answer, the blogger's mouth grew in shock. "Hey? Didn't we go back in time? The tortoise said the same thing just now, as if it told me not to reveal my identity and change history." The Uncle Sasuke on the side was equally shocked, but he was more clear in his heart. If it is a parallel world, then it can be explained. A specious world, like the world we live in, but not the same world. In the ninja world, there is also a parallel world theory. Listening to Naruto's words, Uncle Sasuke can understand it. Although the Uncle Sasuke is still very curious, how does Naruto know what will happen in the future? "I don't know what happened to this turtle, but if you came to me through time, you should be at least 15 years old now, not 12, because I plan to get married at 16. Naruto glanced at the blogger and continued, "If it is the same timeline, then when I have this idea, you will be corrected by the causal power generated by the timeline. As my thought changes, or disappear, either grow up." The blogger touched his head suspiciously, "Is that right?" But immediately, the blogger thought of a question and asked angrily, "Then why are you hitting me? You are not my father. 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto is your father, and I am also Uzumaki Naruto, so I am also your father, understand?" Naruto punched again and hit the blogger's head directly, and the bag that had just been eliminated suddenly grew again. And this time, Naruto didn't treat him anymore. This bear child has forgotten the pain after the scar is healed. The blogger is speechless, tearful, and can't beat his anger. The Uncle Sasuke on the side watched quietly. Although he sympathized with the blogger, he didn't mean to stop Naruto. To say why, the Uncle Sasuke is also a little bit angry with the blogger, but because of his bad identity, he directly beat him. Talk to business, what are you doing here? Originally, I just found the dragon vein. I wanted to try if I could travel through your world. I didn't expect you to come here. Naruto put down the teacup and watched Uncle Sasuke speak. How much do you know about the history of our world? Uncle Sasuke did not immediately answer Naruto's question, but asked curiously. From the Kaguya era thousands of years ago, to the later Sengoku era, to your current history, I know everything. Naruto did not hide it, and answered the question directly. Then Itachi in this world, me in this world, Uchiha in this world, how are you doing? Uncle Sasuke asked hopefully. Although decades have passed, these things are ultimately regrets in his life, a hurdle that will never pass. Although this is just a parallel world, Uncle Sasuke still hopes they can live better. In the Nine Tails chaos, my father fourth Hokage did not die. My mother Kushina split Nine Tails into two halves, half on my body and half by her weak body, which saved her life. After that, Uchiha was not squeezed out. Thanks to my father's efforts, he gradually integrated into the village, but then Shisui, Uchiha's top master, didn't know what went crazy and slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. Only Sasuke survived under the protection of his brother Itachi. Now Itachi has left the village in order to hunt down Shisui. Sasuke has practiced with me since childhood. Now he is very strong. You have reached the age of 16 when you fought Danzo. Degree, maybe stronger. Other than that, Tsunade and Orochimaru failed to compete for Jiraiya. They defected and left the village in a rage. Now Orochimaru and Jiraiya are chasing Tsunade and want to get him back. Uncle Sasuke listened with a smile on his face. He could imagine what a lucky scene for Uchiha if Naruto's father fourth Hokage were not dead. Just heard that at the end, Tsunade and Orochimaru grabbed Jiraiya? Is he Spartan? What the hell is this development? And the blogger who was listening to him, who knew Jiraiya's identity and deeds, also had the same expression, the boss who opened his mouth involuntarily. What is going on in this parallel world? At this moment, I heard Naruto pause and gloat, of course, I made up all of the above. Not to mention, it's really fun to lie to these parallel worlds. This time, Boren and Uncle Sasuke's expressions became more complicated, and they glared at Naruto. With a sigh, Naruto narrowed his smile. So far, the historical development of my world should be the same as yours, but there should be a different future. Chapter 148. Rubbing his cheeks, Uncle Sasuke and Boren finally calmed down. At this time, they really realized the difference between Naruto in front of them. At least, the Naruto they knew wouldn't make such a joke with them, just to lie to them. After organizing the language, Uncle Sasuke said, since you know the whole story, I won't explain too much. According to the turtle who took us here, Piyushi will arrive here in 3 days. His purpose is to seize the Nine Tails Chakra from you, in order to make yourself stronger, and this Urashiki is also Tsutsuki, although his strength is not as strong as Kaguya, but at least he was at least as strong as in the Fourth World War. Madara in the heyday of the resurrection is 1 level. Although I don't know how strong your strength is, it should not be Piyushi's opponent. These days, I will accompany you with Boren to meet Piyushi together. When Piyushi is killed, or he is driven back to our world, Boren and I will also leave. Naruto glanced at Sasuke with a weird look. Are you sure that Urashiki, who was killed by 2 genins, was really so powerful? However, considering that the animation has collapsed, there is a problem with expressiveness. But now it is the real world, and the specific combat effectiveness of the PU style has yet to be verified. After a while, Naruto decided to stay safe and ask for more information. Raising his hand, Naruto motioned to Uncle Sasuke. Right punch? I didn't expect you to do it now. Uncle Sasuke thought of the Naruto he knew, and some nostalgic smiles appeared on his face. Raised his hand and confronted Naruto with 2 punches. Through the link of chakra, Uncle Sasuke sent Naruto the details of his battle with Pushiji. From the first perspective of Sasuke, Naruto found that Pushi is not as weak as it appears. Although it is not particularly strong, it is also a 6 paths level existence in terms of pure panel attributes. However, Urashiki also has its fatal weakness, or it can be regarded as a common problem of almost all Tsutsuki, because the power is too easy, so the combat experience is weak and the attack method is lacking. Of course, it can also be said to be too ridiculous. Looking at Pushina foreseeing the future and going to Ping A, you will know more dishes. In terms of actual combat power, Pushi is really not necessarily much better than Naruto, which is now fully fired. And Naruto, while fisting, gave the Uncle Sasuke with kidney deficiency a lot of Yang Chakra, which was about 500 calories. Just now I took the opportunity to give Sasuke a pulse. Naruto discovered that this person had a real kidney deficiency, and it was not as simple as chakra being pumped by Pushi. This makes Naruto wonder whether he should say that Sakura's juicer is too good or Sasuke is too weak. After watching the output of so many chakras, Naruto still started to analyze the information without changing his face. Uncle Sasuke was shocked. This amount of chakra is amazing, right? Although I knew that there were more Naruto chakras, the amount of chakra at the age of 13 is not less than that of my heyday. As Naruto's chakra was cancelled by the body, Sasuke also discovered some differences. These chakras from Naruto were not only nourishing and restoring his body, but also the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan in his right eye, which had not been converted into Rinnegan, was touched. Following the absorption of Naruto's chakra, Uncle Sasuke felt that his eternal Mangekyou's pupil power that had not increased for a long time began to grow slightly, and there was a faint sign of transformation to Rinnegan. In order to keep my brother's Mangekyou Sharingan, I did not receive a Hashirama cell arm transplant. I didn't expect Naruto's chakra to have the same effect. Uncle Sasuke couldn't laugh or cry, and controlled the flow of Naruto chakra toward his eyes. After analyzing Pu-style intelligence, Naruto noticed the actions of Uncle Sasuke, and kindly reminded, "Don't have that naive idea anymore. The enemy you are facing is getting stronger and stronger, so now you need to be stronger. The power of it will do. You don't think that you have sealed Kaguya by trick, right? Tell you a piece of information for free. There is also an enemy called Tsutsuki in the ninja world. He has a complete 10 tails. Kaguya is weak." Hearing that, Uncle Sasuke was silent. He has indeed been used to the loneliness of being invincible after being invincible. Even the Tsutsuki people who appear in the ninja world one after another do not care very much, because although these enemies are strong, they are not desperate. The information Naruto told him at the moment was undoubtedly reminding him not to be too optimistic, which made Uncle Sasuke unable to help but start to reflect. "May I help you grow this severed hand?" Naruto said. After being educated, the blogger, who had been listening to the conversation between the two quietly, was finally unable to restrain his surprise at this time. "Father, do you still have this ability? But you in another world, you are also holding hands." His prosthetic limbs didn't grow out either. After taking a look at the blogger, Naruto pressed his hand to the place where the Uncle Sasuke had acquiesced in his severed hand, and said in a calm tone, "Theoretically, your biological father is also capable of this. Ordinary medical personnel can't do this, but Kurama's Yang Dun Chakra can be combined with medical ninjutsu, but he hasn't learned medical ninjutsu, so naturally it won't work." Yang Dun Chakra surged and turned into majestic vitality, poured into the hands of Uncle Sasuke. Under Naruto's fine control, the necrotic cells on the severed arm were activated. The next moment, Uncle Sasuke's already grown severed hand, the skin cracked, flesh, bones, and nerves began to grow continuously under the continuous chakra perfusion. It is extremely painful to be derived from flesh and blood. With Uncle Sasuke's willpower, he couldn't help but scream in pain at this time. And this process of arm regeneration lasted a full 3 hours. When Naruto stopped infusing chakra, the Uncle Suzuki almost passed out in pain. But when the Uncle Suzuki slowed down, he felt that his condition was better than ever. I took a look at my arm. Although the complexion was too pale and different from the other skins of the body, it was full of power. As long as it worked for a period of time, Sasuke's strength could go further. Lifting his head, Uncle Suzuki looked at Naruto excitedly, not knowing how to express his gratitude. "Okay, you don't have to look at me with such a look. In return, teach me the Six Paths magic that you and Naruto learned from the old Six Paths man. Don't tell me you haven't studied it with Naruto." Naruto, who was also a little tired, was more free and easy, and waved his hand. "Good." Uncle Suzuki nodded and agreed. Chapter 149. After Uncle Suzuki agreed, he directly raised his hand to fist. He gave Naruto all the Six Paths magic that Sage of Six Paths taught them back then. High-level applications of the power of yin and yang, advanced applications of spatial abilities, the cohesion method of truth-seeking ball, the practice method of blood succession elimination, Six Paths planetary devastation sealing technique, and a bunch of other high-level sealing techniques. There are so many advanced uses of natural energy, and there are even conjectures about how to cultivate to advance toward the snare of blood. "Yes, old man Six Paths, I have changed my view of you." Perceiving the news from Uncle Suzuki, Naruto, who has been guessing Sage of Six Paths with the utmost malice, was extremely surprised. Not to mention his character and other purposes, just from the things Sage of Six Paths gave to Naruto and Suzuki, he knew that he was really good to his son. This is serious, and he took out all his coffins. It's a pity that Naruto and Suzuki in another world are busy realizing their ambitions after Invincible, and they haven't worked hard on these things. This also made the two of them have improved in strength after the age of 17, but they were not that big. At least without the yang power given by Sage of Six Paths, the Uncle Naruto could not rely on himself to gather the truth-seeking ball, and the Uncle Suzuki failed to transform himself into a sage body through practice. Although this is Sage of Six Paths in another world, if there are no variables in the two worlds, they are actually the same. This also represents some aspects of Sage of Six Paths in this world. At this moment, although Naruto's wariness of Sage of Six Paths has not been completely let go, his impression has improved a lot. It's genuine. When Naruto received this information, he also gave Kurama a copy for him to appraise it. Although this fox was busy sleeping and didn't listen to the class much, he always had a few words. Although he couldn't spell it well, it was still okay to verify the authenticity. Now, for a long time to come, the direction of spiritual practice will be there. Hearing Kurama's reply, Naruto couldn't help but feel happy. "If it's okay, I want to take a break." Seeing Naruto opened his eyes, Uncle Suzuki asked to rest. The 3-hour regenerative operation of the severed limb, without anesthesia, really tortured him. The blogger on the side also nodded frantically, wanting to leave this scary parallel world father. "Well, I can rest here. You will stay here this time. I will help with daily use. Try not to contact people of this era, otherwise it will be difficult for me," Naruto exhorted, and took the two of them to a villa with a sea view not far from where they were drinking tea. Arranged a room for the two of them, and personally cooked, and invited them to have a hearty meal. The exquisite dishes from all over the world from the other world made Boren and Uncle Suzuki a feast. At this moment there is still a big bag hanging on his head. The bloggers who are obviously psychologically shadowed by Naruto are very satisfied with eating at this time. They can't help but sigh, "Father, your cooking skills are so good. If my father has such a great cooking skills." "Enough." Naruto smiled, but did not answer. Since childhood, the environment of life is different, even if they have the same parents and the same genes, they will eventually become two people. "Then I'm going to rest." Uncle Suzuki greeted him and went back to the room. The blogger also wanted to sneak away, but was directly caught by Naruto. Reached out, healed the bag on Boren's head, and then divided a shadow clone to carry him back to the room and brought him to the sealed space. The blogger is no stranger to the sealed space in Naruto's body. Just compare the sealed space with water from his own father. Looking at the luxurious decoration here, the blogger suddenly dislikes his own father. Isn't his taste too bad? The bloggers in this world, having such a powerful father, do not know how happy they are. Recalling that I rarely saw Hokage's father since I was a child, the blogger became a little depressed. Unexpectedly, the blogger became sour for himself who hadn't been born in this world. But where did Kurama go? After scanning in the sealed space, the nine-tails fox as big as a mountain was not found. At this, on the sofa, there was a lazy voice, and a raised orange-haired fox's hand. Boren rushed over and found that Kurama on the sofa had become a meter in size, and he was suddenly transformed by this super cute little fox. Wow, Kurama, you're so cute when you became younger. The blogger screamed and rushed towards Kurama on the sofa. Boom! But the next moment, the blogger was kicked back. Kurama is very upset by the blogger. How could he let him touch himself? After kicking, Kurama went up to the blogger and punched and kicked, and then he was cured and beaten again. Kurama didn't stop until he knocked the blogger unconscious. It's comfortable now. Kurama walked back to the sofa refreshedly. Arranged for the outside world, Naruto entered the sealed space, and then saw the blogger who was knocked out on the sofa by Kurama, and suddenly a little bit of laughter and cry, "You are too cruel. It's okay to just faint. You kept saying that you want to beat your son, but in the end you were reluctant to start. It didn't hurt or itchy, I helped you make it up," Kurama said confidently. "Then I really thank you." Naruto was speechless. It's okay to hit the sun, but it shouldn't be too heavy, otherwise it will be counterproductive. Kurama obviously doesn't understand the truth. Adjusted the TV to the first episode of Hokage Ninja, awakened the blogger, and Naruto pointed to the TV, "Start watching, you don't have to do anything next, you can go back to your world after watching, otherwise Pushi will be beaten. Don't even think about leaving when you die, do you understand?" The blogger opened his mouth in shock. "Hey! I don't understand why Naruto let him watch TV here," but as the plot progressed, the blogger gradually became silent. After a long time, he said dryly, "Did his father grow up in such an environment when he was a child? The identity of his parents was concealed, and he was isolated by everyone saved by his parents in the village. He ate instant noodles and noodles every day. Expired milk to live. It's just you, how did you maintain such sunshine and warmth, and finally became the 7th Hokage loved by everyone? This kind of life is unimaginable by bloggers. According to bloggers, no matter how bad the life is, there is always a lot of fruit and vegetables in the daily life, right? But, unexpectedly, his father grew up in such a difficult situation. Comparing with his ignorant self, at this moment the blogger suddenly understood why the father of this world, Naruto and Kurama, wanted to beat him the first time I saw him. Chapter 150. Looking at the blogger who seemed to have a feeling, Naruto smiled and answered his question. "Because I didn't admit defeat, I wanted to make those who once looked down on themselves look at themselves with admiration, and want not to be isolated or ignored, so I have been working hard to become stronger, so I finally grew up to become the 7th Hokage." Although Naruto looks down on Uncle Naruto very much, whether it is his poor work and life conditions, his mentally handicapped parent-child education, and his inability to change the world without changing anything, Naruto is very distracted. But he has to admit that both are actually the same in their bones. The same stubbornness, the same reluctance. The former Naruto didn't understand why in that environment, the Uncle Naruto could still be so sunny, but now he understands that it is not only Ashura's passive brainwashing, but also the different educational environment. The difference in educational environment makes people with exactly the same blood and living environment, but in the process of gradual expansion, they become two completely different people. And because of understanding, Naruto at this moment can answer this question from the blogger. Is that so? Boren whispered to himself. With the continuous broadcast of TV series, Nami no Nation Mission, Chunin Exam, Konoha Collapse Plan, Suzuki Defect. The image of Naruto, the uncle when he was a child, gradually became fuller in the eyes of bloggers. Although the uncle Naruto was not good when he was a child, and he seemed very impulsive and reckless, the spirit of never admitting defeat in him was something that bloggers did not have. And his father, Naruto, not only had to be isolated by the villagers when he was a child, and had a terrible life, but also constantly confronted Kurama. At this time, bloggers knew that Kurama was not what he saw at the beginning, but a gentle, amiable, and harmless big fox. This is a tail beast known as a natural disaster. Although there are still hundreds of episodes that have not been played, the blogger has already been shocked at this time that his father, who looks extremely useless, has really not bought his Hokage position with money. In addition, there are other information that shocked the blogger's eyes. When I was a child, Naruto liked Zorana's mother, his little aunt Sakura, his perfect master Sasuke, who had become a betrayal in pursuit of power. It turns out that Shikamaru, and his mother, Temari, knew each other like this? And that amiable Uncle Gaara was such a terrifying violent murderer when he was a child. These are all things that have subverted the three views of bloggers. Compared with the pain and training that my father endured when he was a child, the label of Hokage's son that I worry about can only be regarded as a happy worry, right? After watching Hokage's first plot, Boren smiled bitterly. Well, your troubles are not a trouble at all. Now you just need to sink your mind, study hard to become stronger and improve yourself, make yourself good enough, and then prove yourself on a suitable stage and show the results of years of learning. In this way, when people mention you in the future, they will naturally recognize you as a blogger of Uzumaki, not the son of 7th Hokage. And if you are like what you are now, you obviously don't have much knowledge in your mind, and your own strength is not strong, but you want to force the limelight and prove yourself in a beautiful name, then it will only help you in the end. Not only can you not let people look at you, but it's easy to make a big mistake. In life, you can prove that you are just the beginning. You can't be proud and complacent just because you have achieved a little. Then, in this process, you will find yourself unconsciously throwing most people behind you invisible, becoming the most dazzling person in the world. Naruto calmly talked about the principles of being a human being, but these are the things that the uncle Naruto has never told the bloggers. In order to increase the persuasiveness of the words, Naruto took the blogger to the place of his own practice. By the sea, Naruto's body holds a long sword, challenging the sea head-on, using the turbulent waves to hone his physique. The fierce sword aura continued to bloom, constantly separating the waves. In the beach not far away, there are hundreds of shadow clone, some are training chakra's control ability, some are studying the sealing technique, and some are studying the newly obtained 6 paths magic. Father, you are so good, you are still practicing so hard. The blogger was shocked. He recalled the words Naruto told him just now, and compared to the busy practice place in front of him, he listened to the preaching of others for the first time. In the heart of the young man, it is not that he has no determination to work hard, but he has never seen the scenery at a high place, so naturally he does not know where to work hard. Well, these years, I have come here in this way. You know what strength your father is about when you are about the same age, and your master told you about my strength. If I hadn't practiced hard like this, how could I have become so strong? At this time, Naruto said in a timely manner, to make yourself better requires not only the belief that never give up, but also the correct method. Do you want to learn? Hearing this, Boren's eyes shined. In theory, Naruto in the parallel world is the same person as his father Naruto, but the strength of this Naruto is so much stronger than his father at the same age. To say that there is no special practice method, bloggers do not believe it. At this moment, Naruto is willing to teach him this method, and bloggers naturally have no reason to refuse. Well, I want to learn, my father teaches me. Boren said excitedly. Naruto smiled, took the Boren back to the Sea View Villa, and relogged into the sealed space. Asking the blogger to sit down at the desk, Naruto threw a stack of papers in front of him with a chirp. This is a comprehensive academic test paper. It contains biology, ninja theory, mathematics, and language knowledge. They are all taught in the ninja school. Please answer me to see your knowledge level. What? Bo people grow up their mouths, don't they want to teach me to become stronger quickly? Why did the exam suddenly come again? You have 90 minutes to answer the question. Naruto took a pointer from somewhere in his hand, placed it between his hands, and looked at the blogger indifferently. You can watch Shippuden anytime. If you don't have enough time, you can use the chakra link to put the content into the blogger's mind. But the most urgent task is to improve the IQ of this stupid son first. Reading can be wise. Facing Naruto's threatening eyes, the blogger obediently picked up the pen to answer the question. Chapter 151. 2 hours later, the blogger grievedly clutched the bulging bag on his head and listened to Naruto tutoring him from elementary school math. This bear kid hadn't listened much to the class at all, and the paper that could pass the test in any ninja school just now was ashamed of only 20 points. Really owe it. But when the blogger was pressed by Naruto to tuition at his desk, Uncle Sasuke came to the north of the border of the Fire Country. In the forest trail, Itachi and Kisame, dressed in black uniforms with red clouds and robe, are walking in it with unhurried steps. Mr. Itachi, what are we doing in the land of fire? It's not time to capture Nine Tails, right? On the side, Obito's hardcore supporter Kisame questioned Itachi suspiciously. Of course, Itachi would not tell him that he had heard of Konoha's recent turmoil and worried about his brother Sasuke's safety, so he came out to make a bubble and warned Konoha's senior management not to do anything. Come and investigate the news about Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Itachi said with a blank expression on his face, opening his eyes and talking nonsense. Is that so? Kisame wondered. Although he intuitively felt that Itachi might have another purpose when he came here, but he could not see any flaws in Itachi's expressionless face. Itachi was silent, and the two continued to walk forward. With the sound of the breaking wind, a figure wearing a black cloak and a hat suddenly appeared, blocking Kisame and Itachi's path. Kisame glanced at the uninvited guest who had long hair covering his eyes, slightly lowered his head and couldn't see his face. He pulled out same hata on his back, and his tone became cold. Your Excellency stopped us, what's the point? The person in front of him is not weak at first glance, which is why Kisame did not rush. Uncle Sasuke ignored Kisame's questioning, looking at the familiar figure not far in front of him. Sasuke's eyes showed mixed emotions of sadness and nostalgia. Although this is not his brother, Uncle Sasuke still wants to meet him. Court death. Kisame's eyes fell cold, and he raised his hand and threw 3 shurikens towards the Uncle Sasuke. At the same time, he did not look at the results of the shuriken, and he was so tall that he was already copying same hata and looking towards the Uncle Sasuke. Uncle Sasuke raised his head and glanced at Kisame. Before Kisame could see the face of the person in front of him clearly, he felt that the field of vision in front of him was darkened, and the gloomy past memories in his memory began to surging out constantly, tearing Kisame's heart. He recalled the only girl who would not dislike herself because of her strange appearance, but was killed by her own hands. Kisame's heart began to cramp. Illusory. Kisame barely maintained a clear look, trying to make the seal of unlocking illusion. Only in the next second, he was overwhelmed by the surging negative emotions, immersed in the gloomy memories of the past, unable to extricate himself. Itachi glanced at Kisame who was standing still stiffly while keeping his sword swing. This kind of illusion is something his Tsukuyomi can't do. After looking at that one and raising his head again, although it was slightly vicissitudes of life, he was very familiar with the face, as well as the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and Ryoga Rinnegan in the eye sockets. The surging pupil power can be clearly sensed from far away. In an instant, Itaki understood everything. Sasuke from the future? It seems that my plan was successful. Sasuke successfully got my eyes and upgraded to eternal Mangeki Sharingan. His eyes did not lose light, and he became such a strong man. At this moment, Itaki was ecstatic in his heart. Sasuke. The gentle voice sounded, and the ice on Itaki's face melted, revealing a soft smile. Well, it's me, brother. Uncle Sasuke answered in a calm tone as much as possible, but his voice began to tremble unconsciously, and his eyes became moist. Itaki approached, patted Uncle Sasuke's shoulder, looked at this familiar but unfamiliar face up close, and was stunned for a while, not knowing what to say. All these years, brother is alone, it's very hard, right? Uncle Rukin was in his throat, and it took a long time to squeeze this sentence out of his throat. At this time, Itaki was not cold, and there was a smile between his eyebrows and eyes. He didn't speak, but shook his head. For Itaki, who is in the gloom and has no bright color in his life since that bloody night, there is nothing happier to see such a powerful Sasuke appear in front of him. And the Uncle Sasuke who heard these words finally couldn't help but burst into tears. This is my daughter, your niece Zorina, the child of me and young Sakura. She is 12 and almost 13 years old this year. She is very talented and started Sharingan years ago. Tears slipped silently from the corner of his eyes, and Sasuke took out a family portrait from Kabuto. Above, Sasuke hugs Haruno Sakura and Zorina with smiling faces, and the three of them have smiles from the bottom of their hearts. So good. Itaki took the photo, looked down at his little niece, and couldn't help but be stunned. I hope you can watch the birth and growth of Zoliang Na. I think Sasuke in this world also thinks like this. You definitely don't want him to regret it like me. Uncle Sasuke spoke and persuaded. Sasuke of this world. Itaki froze for a moment, and then thought of something. Not Sasuke from the future, but Sasuke from the parallel world? Silent, Itaki felt his heart shake. But in the end, he still resolutely returned the family photo in his hand to his uncle Sasuke. Although I really want to live to see the birth of his little niece, Zoliang Na. I also want to see her growth, and finally become an excellent girl, marrying and giving birth to the next generation, but Itaki will not do this. He is just a sinner, so he is not worthy of happiness. What he has to do is to go to hell to confess his sins after doing his last for his brother. Go back, Sasuke, fate can't be changed easily, don't let me hate you. After putting the family photo in the hands of Uncle Sasuke, Itaki stepped back and walked back to the original place. His expression became cold again. Only this time, his heart was no longer confused about his decision. Uncle Sasuke read the determination in Itaki's eyes and couldn't help but smiled bitterly. If Naruto is here, he should be able to convince Itaki. Only in the end, there was a moment of silence, but Uncle Sasuke didn't say much. He flashed and left here. In the woods, only Itaki standing indifferently, and Kisame, who remained in a posture of wielding a knife, was deeply trapped in illusion. Did you see it? This is my brother Sasuke, eternal Mangeki Sharingan and Rinnegan. They are still 6 Go Jade. Isn't that great? This is the 6 Go Jade Rinnegan that Chief Pain doesn't have. After a while, the coldness on Itaki's face suddenly melted, and he roared with excitement at Kisame, who was still deep in illusion. Chapter 152. Not far away, Sasuke, who had just strangled a monitoring white Zetsu, heard Itaki's laughter vaguely. So does my brother still have such a side? Uncle Sasuke felt that he had discovered the door of new world, and the image of the gentle and steady brother in his heart was gradually collapsing. But in the end, the Uncle Sasuke never went back to find Itaki. Although he wanted to persuade Itaki to change his mind, he didn't know how to persuade it. It was just embarrassing to meet again. checked it again and found that there were no abnormalities around. Uncle Sasuke sighed and said, "It seems that only Naruto of this world is pleased. I hope Itachi and Sasuke of this world will have a relatively better ending. Don't regret it for life like me." Standing in place for a while, Sasuke sighed again, and finally left. After a while, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground. "Look at what I found, oh, the big event, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Rinnegan," suspected Sasuke from the future. "Itachi really has a problem." A handful of trigeminal kunai pierced the white Zetsu's head, and Naruto's figure suddenly appeared. "You found a big watermelon, thinking I didn't know the reason why I was careful to make the 10,000 years ship." Naruto had already anticipated that the Uncle Sasuke would go to Itachi. Although he knew something about the character and personality of the Uncle Sasuke, he still had to take precautions. After all, it is the Sasuke of the parallel world, not the Sasuke of the future timeline of his world. So Naruto arranged a shadow clone and followed his Uncle Sasuke's side. With his wind style, optical invisibility coupled with wind style, scent isolation, coupled with the stealth knowledge learned from the ninja school, it is not weaker than Moonlight Storm's blood penetration and boundary. There is still no problem following Sasuke, an uncle with kidney deficiency. Although the Uncle Sasuke recently took the medicine that Naruto gave him to nourish yin and nourish the kidney, but this kidney deficiency cannot be cured in a day or two. No, Naruto's play chess moves come in handy. Although White Zetsu's concealment ability is great, it can't hide from Naruto's malicious perception. Fortunately, White Zetsu didn't let White Zetsu spread the news, otherwise Naruto would have a headache now. He was very afraid that Obito, who had received the news, would fight with him directly and couldn't hide. Then some play. Watch Itachi so that it will be convenient to find him in the future. Don't look back. Sasuke has practiced the electromagnetic cannon technique, and he eagerly wants to find his brother Itachi for revenge, but in the end he can't find anyone. It would be embarrassing for someone to release the water to expose his whereabouts. After the corpse was destroyed, Naruto opened Kagura's eyes and malicious perception and sage mode repeatedly swept around more than a dozen times. After confirming that he did not leave anything, he started long-term surveillance activities on Itachi. Although it is a simpler and more convenient way to leave a Flying Thunder God mark, Itachi is also a cage-level master at any rate. If you want to leave a Flying Thunder God mark on him quietly, even if it is as strong as Uncle Sasuke, it is not realistic. On the side of Uncle Sasuke, Naruto asked Kurama to relay the message, and the ontology sent a new shadow clone over. Not long after, a shadow clone came to the Uncle Sasuke's vicinity with the help of the Flying Thunder God imprints all over the continent, but after that, the Uncle Sasuke did not do any more things, and went straight back to the Sea View Villa next to Yanbo Town. On a new day, the bloggers are still deep in the hell of makeup lessons. Fortunately, the ninja school doesn't care about theoretical grades, otherwise Boren's poor cultural grades would not even be able to graduate. What is gratifying is that bloggers are born with a good IQ. Although they have not been developed, they still have the ability to learn. If this goes on, in the last 3 months you will be able to make up your cultural class scores and reach the level of a normal ninja school graduate. Naruto looked at the blogger who was frantically doing questions and comforted. "Oh, I want to go home, I think my mother still has sunflowers." The comfort of Naruto was obviously counterproductive. The blogger who was working on the topic suddenly wiped a bit of bitter tears, crying very sad. At this time, the blogger suddenly felt that his old waste material, who was extremely despised on weekdays, became extremely amiable at this time. But when we cried, the blogger did not dare to stop the rhythm of doing the questions, otherwise Naruto's love pointer would be ushered in. That's how the bag on his head came from. Finally, the blogger finally finished a set of math papers. Naruto corrected it a bit, the progress was obvious, and he could barely pass. Just when the blogger thought that he would be greeted with a new set of test papers, Naruto took him to sit down at the computer and said with a smile, "Good job, come, Dad, I will teach you how to play heroes. Alliance. Because it is rewarding, Naruto has no orphan teammates. In addition to the roles of Naruto and Boren, there are 3 ordinary teammates on one side and 5 ordinary opponents on the other side. After a while, the blogger yelled, "Wow, Ash is so fun, Dad, your glorious support is really awesome, I have 10 heads." The blogger likes to play games, but he only had some rudimentary game consoles in his time. Similar to the Red and White Machine, I have played a powerful game like League of Legends there, and I fell in love with this game after a while, coupled with the help of Naruto, the king, to feed him heads, making his game experience excellent. So, soon, bloggers forgot about the pain of learning. In the second game, Kurama also came. The 2 kings brought the crazy carry of Boren, so he was too happy to find North. But soon after the 3 games ended, Naruto pulled him to the desk again. But this time, looking at the paper in front of him, the blogger no longer felt painful. In order to continue playing the game, he began to learn actively. Games plus pointers are really a good way to teach and educate people. Looking at all this, Naruto smiled with satisfaction. In reality, Uncle Sasuke found Naruto who had just finished his physical training and was resting. Sitting down next to Naruto, the Uncle Sasuke told Naruto about his worries about changing the fate of Itachi, and then asked, "I don't want to see Sasuke in this world suffering in the future, so Naruto, what can you do?" Naturally, Naruto had thought about this a long time ago. Just about to talk to Uncle Sasuke, I heard a beating sound behind him. "Yo, Naruto, long time no see, who is this kid with kidney deficiency next to you?" Sasuke, who was brought over by Naruto's shadow clone with Flying Thunder God technique, saw the strange middle-aged man with hair covering most of his face sitting very close to Naruto. Feeling unhappy, I subconsciously came to say hello from the Zhuan people. Chapter 153. Watching the young man who walked slowly, dressed in black slacks, a white shirt on the upper body, and metal accessories, dressed up in a very irritating manner. If it weren't for his familiar cheeks and hairstyle, the Uncle Sasuke would not have recognized that this is the parallel world as a teenager. Such a trendy and fashionable dress style makes Sasuke, who is biased towards the steady dress, extremely uncomfortable. And when he heard him open his mouth, he sprayed his weak kidney, which made the Uncle Sasuke, who has been eating in Piyushi's hands recently, angry. I didn't bother to ask Naruto, how did this Sasuke look like this? Uncle Sasuke appeared behind Sasuke in an instant, raising his hand and cutting his neck with a knife. Sasuke reacted quickly, raising his hand to block. It's just that the speed is not as fast as the Uncle Sasuke after all, and he was taken the lead, and he was directly cut in the neck by the Uncle Sasuke with a knife, and he threw into the sand with a chirp. "You angered me." Uncle Sasuke looked at the boy Sasuke, who was lying face down on the sofa, and did not pursue him. As for the young Sasuke, he was more angry than ever before, except in the hands of Naruto. Getting up from the sand, Sasuke released the load on his hands and feet. Then the lightning-style chakra was turned on to accelerate, and the figure turned into an afterimage in an instant, and he punched the Uncle Sasuke's blessed cheek without hesitation. So fast! Uncle Sasuke was a little surprised. He thought that facing the boy of this era, this should be a crushing battle. Unexpectedly, the boy Sasuke in front of him showed a speed that surprised him. However, that's all. Facing the young man Sasuke with full physical skills, the Uncle Sasuke can deal with it easily. After all, he is a Six Paths master who can compete with Satsuki's hard steel physical skills. Sasuke is not his opponent now. Manjiki Sharingan, is this Rinnegan? Or is it from Ryuguyu? While tapping, the boy Sasuke looked at the middle-aged man's eyes on the opposite side, and his expression became shocked. He also learned of the existence of Rinnegan when he was listening to fairy tales. Unexpectedly, in reality, there are people who have Ryuguyu. And as time passed, the face of this man became more and more familiar in the eyes of the boy Sasuke. Sasuke, the teenager with his brain on the line, thought a little, and suddenly realized, isn't this who I am when I grow up? This is the future me? When I grow up, I will become the appearance of kidney deficiency. So are you scolding yourself? After thinking about it, the boy Sasuke was stupid. His head is full of question marks, and he can't figure out how there is such an operation in this world. If you scold a stranger, you can scold yourself. After several hundred moves, the uncle Sasuke copied all the extremely useful physical skills of the young Sasuke that he had never seen before, and began to take it seriously. His power speed suddenly increased by a step, and Sasuke, the young man who was able to fight him back and forth just now, instantly found that he couldn't keep up with the rhythm. In physical combat, if you can't keep up with the rhythm, you are greeted by being crushed. Bang bang bang! A series of clashes of flesh and skin sounded. After a while, the uncle Sasuke appeared refreshed, and the boy Sasuke was lying on the ground with a swollen nose and a swollen nose. Looking at the young Sasuke like this, Naruto didn't feel sympathy at all, and even wanted to laugh, gloating, "It makes your mouth smelly and you can't beat someone, right? Damn, how did you travel here? There is a time machine in the future? And Naruto, you are going to heal me soon, it hurts to death." Being beaten to the ground, the boy Sasuke still didn't settle down. Looking at the bluffing young Sasuke, the uncle Sasuke twitched his mouth. This guy didn't have the cold temperament that he had when he was a boy, but the temperament was exactly the same. With a smile on his face, Naruto didn't care about the disrespect in the boy Sasuke's tone this time. While reaching out to treat him, he smiled and said, "I asked you to come over, isn't it just to tell you about this?" After briefly talking about Pushi, the uncle Sasuke, and the blogger, Naruto smiled and said, "In addition to introducing you to the two, it is for you to help. When playing Pushi, it is safe when there are many people. A little. As a result, you didn't say a word when you came, just ridiculed and deserved to be beaten." Sasuke, a young man who had just been cured, sat up and said with a burst of mentality, "Who would know that such things as parallel worlds really exist? And this guy does have kidney deficiency, so let's not let anyone talk about it." Sasuke Naruto. Uncle Sasuke's face was sinking, he didn't want to answer this question at all, and even wanted to beat himself in this parallel world. "Don't tell him about my future life experience," Uncle Sasuke reminded Naruto secretly. "I know, didn't you see that I didn't tell him anything? You are both the same person. You should know that he is also the kind of person who doesn't like to think with his head." Naruto couldn't help but laugh. "Do you mean Sang Shuhui?" Uncle Sasuke was speechless. But at this time, the young Sasuke was still restless, relying on Naruto's support, and said bluntly, "What ninjutsu did you create later, as well as powerful physical skills and pupil skills? Teach me all so that I won't waste time studying on my own. Don't think I didn't see it, you just opened Sharingan to copy my physical skills." Uncle Sasuke's face was stinky. He pointed to Naruto and said indifferently, "I've given it all to Naruto. If you want to learn, you can go to him to learn." The boy Sasuke looked at Naruto expectantly, but got a perfunctory answer, "I will teach you next time." And the boy Sasuke didn't hear Naruto's perfunctory, and said with interest, "Then say that. Since the PU style is so strong, let's plan the tactics now. What will I do next?" Although Pushi sounded very strong, young Sasuke was not afraid, and even wanted to let this parallel world see his strength in full state so that he would not underestimate himself. When he was fighting with Uncle Sasuke just now, he didn't use all his strength. Uncle Sasuke spoke indifferently at this time and directly hit the backstab, "You are responsible for supporting and providing me with chakra for combat. Because our chakra is exactly the same in nature, I can use your chakra directly. With PU style strength, you are not qualified to fight him." "What? The boy Sasuke opened his mouth wide. Unbelievable, he is such a dish? Is he so strong in this parallel world? Naruto smiled and watched them stabbing each other, but at a certain moment, their expressions suddenly became serious. Feeling an extremely large chakra atmosphere, Piyushi is here. Chapter 154. In the space not far from Naruto, Uncle Sasuke, and young Sasuke, a dark hole suddenly cracked. A man wearing a white shirt with a pair of pure white pupils, with a wooden forehead protector growing on his forehead, holding a fishing rod with a reddish glow in his hand, and a fish basket of the same color pinned to his waist, stepping through the space channel out. This person is naturally a master of the Tsutsuki clan from the outside world, Tsutsuki Urashiki. As soon as he appeared, he cast his eyes on the three people standing on the beach, and said in a frivolous tone, "Oh, you are not in Konoha, but it makes me look for it for a while, fox, obediently hand over your chakra." After landing in this world, Urashiki wanted to go directly to Konoha to capture Naruto, but in the end he felt that his chakra breath was not in Konoha. So he used Huangchuan Hirazaka and directly teleported to Naruto. However, what embarrassed Piyushi is that the three in the court did not pay attention to his meaning. Naruto moved his hands and feet, and said, "Little Sasuke, you mocked him with words and disturbed his attention. I went up to fight with him. Captain helped you to fight for me and see the right time to join the battlefield." The two Sasuke nodded at the same time, and said, "Okay. Wind style. The airflow accelerates. Magnet style. Magnetic levitation technique. 8 inner gates. 7th gate is shocked, open. 9 tails fairy fox mode. Manjiki Sharingan, come on." At the same time that the two Sasuke responded, Naruto opened a series of buffs, and there was a burst of power flowing in his body. At this moment, all the energy of the whole person was gathered together and entered the most peak fighting state. There is no attempt to use ninjutsu to attack these Tsutsuki, who all have the ability to absorb chakra. Naruto kicked his feet, and a gust of wind blew out of thin air on the beach. In the next instant, Naruto already appeared in front of Piyushi like a change of shape, and hit Piyushi Mian with a punch. The air in front of the fist had already been evacuated by Naruto's control airflow. This punch did not encounter any resistance and its power was maximized. Facing such a punch that was about to ultimate, Piyushi had no time to dodge, and when there was no room for it, he raised the fishing rod in his hand to block. Kang! There was a toothy metal rubbing sound. Huge power exploded from square to inch. Naruto's stature, which was returned by the counter shock, took an uncontrollable step backwards, while the sturdy Piyushi who took the punch turned into a cannonball and went straight. Crashed into the sea. Boom! The violent explosion sounded through the fields, and huge waves tens of meters high were splashed on the sea. At this moment, Piyushi directly pierced the sea water, and his body was embedded in the seabed ground several meters deep. Stabilizing his figure, Naruto didn't think that an attack of this level would be able to win the thick-skinned Tsutsuki clan powerhouse. Without hesitation, Naruto sculpted and rushed towards Urashiki on the bottom of the sea. "Inferior creature, you angered me." Piyu's roar sounded from the depths of the ocean floor. Naruto's punch just now opened his skin to the flesh, but it did so in a very short time. What really made him angry was that he was hit by an inferior creature that looked down upon him. Piyushiji, who was in a state of anger, didn't bother to think about how his uncle Sasuke's hand grew, and why Naruto became so powerful in his teenage years, and he also possessed the Sharingan ability that future Naruto would not possess. At this moment, Piyushi just wants to tear Naruto into pieces directly. The pure white pupils turned into blue Rinnegan at this moment, and Piyushi unlocked his ability to predict the future and greeted Naruto, who rushed over. For this, Naruto had long expected that he also opened up his Manjiki Sharingan's Kunlun mirror ability to observe the future. In an instant, the battle entered a white-hot state. Two strong men with far beyond mortal powers fought, and the air was boiled by the surging power of the two, and the sea water in the offshore was constantly being blown up, exposing the wet seabed that was 100 meters deep in the offshore. Naruto and Urashiki's figures appear in mid-air, and they are madly predicting each other's attacks. Although there are not many direct head-on collisions, every fight can cause earth-shattering, just like a natural disaster. On the beach, the Uncle Sasuke opened his eyes and watched the battle not far away seriously. As long as Naruto showed signs of non-support, he would rush to help as soon as possible. This is the meaning of sweeping a raise. And Sasuke, the young man who wanted to have a bad mouth, stared at a pair of Manjiki Sharingan and looked at the ongoing battle not far away. The boss with an open mouth, it's so powerful, I don't even have the right to intervene. With the powerful dynamic vision brought by Manjiki Sharingan, the young Sasuke can barely see the figure of the two being confronted, and what other moves are used. But he asked himself, in the face of such an intense battle, if he goes up, even if he is in full state, he will be killed by the enemy if he can't walk through 10 moves, and facing such an enemy, Naruto can fight it head-on. I recalled the scene where I quarreled with Kurama about the novel not long ago and fought in End Valley. At that time, Naruto divided a shadow clone and easily defeated him and Kurama. At that time, the teenager Sasuke thought that was Naruto's ultimate strength, but at this moment, he realized that he still underestimated Naruto. Hey, let's be a supply station honestly. On the side, Uncle Sasuke noticed the shock and disappointment on the young Sasuke's face, snorted and sneered unceremoniously. What happened? The blogger heard the huge movement outside and ran out of the Sea View Villa, looking at the scene that looked like a natural disaster not far away, and said in horror. Standing next to me, don't drag your legs and just help. The boy Sasuke pulled the blogger behind him and said coldly. Although I don't know the blogger, but just because he is Naruto's son, it is worthy of the juvenile Sasuke's innate favorability for him plus 50, although this is only the son of the parallel world. Uncle Sasuke didn't say much, nodded to the blogger, motioned him to follow suit, and then continued to focus on the scene in the battlefield. At this time, new changes have taken place in the war. Facing Urashi with weak combat experience, Naruto, who also has little combat experience, can be said to be a good opponent and will meet Liang Ke. After fighting thousands of moves, Naruto, who was engaged in such a high-intensity battle for the first time, gradually became accustomed to the intensity of the battle, and began to use the various styles of play he had usually practiced in the battle. At this time, Kaihapu style, with weak combat experience, was numb. He couldn't keep up with the rhythm, and was driven down by Naruto. Therefore, he chose to enhance his panel attributes and implement the kingly way of breaking all laws. Pushing Naruto back with a punch, Piyushi took out a handful of dan and stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 155. The Tsutsuki clan collects and snatches chakra everywhere, and a big purpose is to refine alchemy. Well, it was the kind of pill that Naruto had seen in Xiaoxian's novels. After taking the pill, you can restore the physical strength and chakra consumed in the battle, in addition to greatly enhance your strength and speed, and extend your life. It is a technique unique to the Tsutsuki family. If it weren't for the Tsutsuki clan's disposition is really too bad, they typically only improve their strength, just in terms of their master's various powers and techniques, they are really similar to the legendary cultivators. After taking a handful of dark pills, Urashiki, who had been beaten up by Naruto, reappeared with a confident smile. He could feel that the physical strength he had consumed in the battle and chakra quickly recovered, the injuries he had suffered were also quickly healed, and his physical strength had gone up a step higher than before. Die to death, lowly humans! The corners of Piyushi's mouth curled up, making a mockery, and his back figure rushed towards Naruto at a faster speed than before. So fast! Naruto raised his hand to block Piyushi's fist, and at the same time tilted his head to avoid Piyushi's attempt to catch his chakra hook. In the next instant, Naruto felt a force erupting in his fist like a mountain, and his figure flew out uncontrollably and slammed into the sea. Although with the powerful defense blessing brought by the Nine Tails Fairy Fox mode, Naruto was not injured. The small damage caused by Piyushi's fist caused the internal organs to vibrate, and it recovered in the next instant, but the rhythm of the battle was undoubtedly transposed at this moment. At this moment, the speed and strength of Ura's hero was much stronger than before, and Naruto, who had had the upper hand just now, was pressed down. How about damn it humans? Do you feel my powerful power? Ura's Hyuga could not change the bad condition of getting the upper hand, and after knocking off Naruto, he did not pursue the victory, but stood still and started taunting. Uncle Sasuke just wanted to go up to help, but found that Naruto raised his hand to stop him. Mangekyou Sharingan Pupil Technique. Kunlun Mirror. Time and Space Shuttle. Naruto flew up from the ground and hit Piyushi with a punch. At the same time, two Naruto suddenly emerged from the void. They are not shadow clone, but come from the same world and the same timeline. Naruto in the past 3 seconds and Naruto in the next 3 seconds have the same power as him. 3 Naruto gather together to face Ura's Hiki at the same time. This is during the battle just now. Naruto has developed a new usage of his Mangekyou Pupil technique. He not only has the ability to predict the past and the future, but also allows the past and future self crossroads to help in the fight. Although this consumes a lot of pupil power, it is undoubtedly a powerful means that can greatly increase combat power in a short period of time. One Naruto can be beaten down by the Urashi after becoming stronger, 2 Naruto and Urashi can also fight, and 3 Naruto can play together, and there is an intimate cooperation. Almost instantly, offense and defense shifted again. This time, Piyushi directly turned into a sandbag and was madly fattened by 3 Naruto pressing them on the ground. Piyushi yelled, constantly swaying this power to fight back, but it was just incompetent and furious, and could not change the fact that Naruto was rubbing against the ground. As the power of the 3 Naruto and the power of Piyu style erupted at the same time, the terrifying shock wave rushed through the sky and the earth wantonly. This sandy beach used by Naruto for normal training, its topography began to undergo drastic changes. The earth was shaking, and countless cobweb-like cracks continued to spread. Sasuke and bloggers are watching the battle next to him. For his own safety, in order not to disturb Naruto in the battle, he can only retreat at this moment. Time is passing, one by one Naruto keeps appearing and disappearing again, and the pupil power in Naruto's Mangekyou Sharingan is passing frantically. Although my pupil power has been increasing crazily since Sharingan was turned on, and simply observing the future can last for more than 15 minutes, but I want to turn it into a passive ability like Piyushi's ability to open pupils all the year round. It won't work. Although my attack on Piyushi can break the defense, it cannot cause fatal damage to it, and cannot kill it before the pupil power is exhausted. It seems that this one-on-one battle can only end here. NS. I still have a long way to go to become a real powerhouse. A minute later, feeling that his pupil power was gradually exhausted, and his physical strength was over half, Naruto finally ended the unilateral rolling battle of pressing Ura's Hiki to the ground. Stepping on his face again, Naruto flew back and returned to Uncle Sasuke. Come on together, I am a beast, you give me a prestige Suzuo. Naruto greeted. Although he can play the beast by himself, his pupils are exhausted at this moment, but there is no way to use it. Susanoo. Okay. Uncle Sasuke, who had been watching for a long time, realized that he still underestimated Naruto's power. But after all, with Naruto alone, he couldn't completely kill Ura's Hiki. In the end, they still need to work together. Looking at the young boy Naruto in front of him, Sasuke felt like he had gone back a few months ago, and joined hands with his uncle Naruto to fight Momoshiki, with blood surging in his body. Although Urashi is not particularly strong in front of him, and Naruto's strength is a lot worse than that of his uncle Sasuke, but his passion remains unchanged. How did Sharingan of Naruto come from? Seeing that he can move freely, it should be his own eyes, and he has such a good relationship with Kurama now? I thought it was just taking chakra in advance to use it. Uncle Sasuke has many doubts in his mind. It's just that it's not the time for small talk. Piyushiji, who had been hit by Naruto for a long time, had almost healed his injury at this moment, and he had new moves. His complexion was extremely gloomy, and his body had a cold-killing intent blooming. Damn, it's humans, humble humans, lowly humans, I will kill you. Piyushi snarled, but did not come forward to attack immediately. As soon as he raised his hand and pressed hard, he already pulled off his 2 blue Rinnegan's, and then chewed them into his abdomen just like eating grapes. Not enough strength. Piyushi screamed frantically, using his own fishing rod and the many looted chakra fish baskets as snacks, and ate them all into his stomach. A powerful force burst out from Piyushi. In the next moment, Piyushi not only regrown a new golden Rinnegan, his legs turned into bird claws, and the shape of the whole body became more gorgeous, but the mark on his face that seemed to be run over by a car wheel was a bit ugly. But on the whole, this gorgeous look, at a glance, you can see that it is full of money. Chapter 156. Although I have watched it once in the anime, watching Piyushi's transformation process at this moment, Naruto still has a groove in his heart. In the Cloud-kun, Naruto murmured, Piyushi's current shape resembles the Leigenzi in the conferred god list, nicknamed Yunzong-kun. Although complaining in his heart, Naruto did not stop cooperating with Kurama's tail-beasting action. With preparations complete, the next moment, the golden chakra spewed out from Naruto's body, and gradually outlined a big golden nine-tails fox. The figures of Naruto and Sasuke were both wrapped in this golden nine-tails big fox. After the body of the nine-tails big fox was formed, purple armor and long swords began to appear on their bodies. Oh! Kurama screamed in excitement, felt the armor on his body and the long sword in his hand, and found that his strength was greatly increased because of the blessing of Uncle Sasuke's pupils. Is this the feeling of wearing gear? It's really good. It doesn't count as if it was controlled by Madara before. Now this is the first time Kurama wears equipment when he is awake. It feels very good, and he can't help but express emotion to Naruto. Yes, it's much stronger than my body's power. Naruto ignored the excited Kurama, as he estimated the power changes after the tail beastization. This brand new physical body has a lot stronger power and attack range than his body. After all, there is a huge difference in body shape. Even Susanoo of Sasuke is far less powerful than this. Looking at the huge nine-tails fox that appeared, Piyushi, who turned into a Cloud-kun, didn't care too much. His mouth was cocked, and his entire face was full of uncontrollable confidence. After the transformation was completed, Piyushi could feel that his strength and speed were several times stronger than before. Although he lost the ability of time and space after switching to the Golden Rinnegan, for Urashiki, who is not very good at using it, he couldn't help much in the battle. It is better to use this real powerful force to crush the opponent and tear the opponent apart in the enemy's fear expression to be more enjoyable. Come on, Fox, let you see what the true power of Satsuki is. Be obediently and be a part of me. Piyushiki laughed wildly, and leaped into the golden body like a shadow. In front of the fox. As soon as he raised his hand and grabbed one of Kurama's tail, Piyu-style arms lifted Kurama directly and hit the ground directly. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the earth cracked again at this moment. The boy Sasuke pulled the boren back so far, and almost didn't fall into the pothole that appeared suddenly. It doesn't hurt at all. Kurama touched his head, and he was unscathed under the protection of Wiizen Suzu. Looking at Urashiki, who wanted to smash himself like a hammer again, Naruto controlled the body after the tail was transformed into a beast, fetched Susa's long sword, and slashed towards Urashiki with a single stroke. This sword is extremely fast, but the Piyu-style strength at this moment is no longer what it used to be. When he put his hands together, he grabbed the long sword that had been split. Although his size is extremely small compared to Kurama, the scene before him looks like a cannon and mosquitoes, but Piyushi stopped him without fancy. Pushing away the Suzu long sword, Urashi also felt that he was weak now, and it was not very convenient to fight. He roared wildly and took a deep breath. The golden light on his whole body was full, and then the whole person swelled like a gas, and soon reached the level of Kurama's body shape. He raised his hand to a hill next to him and grabbed it. Amidst the squeaking sound, smoke and dust filled the hill. The hill was uprooted by Urashiki, and then he slammed it towards Kurama as a brick. Unwilling to be outdone, Naruto swung a huge Suiseo long sword to confront him, and all kinds of swordsmanship were revealed in the battle for the first time at this moment. Rumble! The battle escalated again at this moment. The two giants fought, constantly attacking each other frantically, huge power surging out. Large swaths of forest were affected and turned into flying debris, hills were collapsing, rivers were buried, and the earth was constantly cracking under the power of Kurama and Ura. In a very short period of time, in a large area, the landform was completely rewritten. In Yanbo town, which is only a few kilometers away from the battlefield, people at this time felt the constantly shaking ground and felt the cold murderous air in the air, and they began to panic. Someone ran out of the house, preparing to take refuge. In Yanbo town, Jiraiya, who had just recovered from his wounds, was watching Tsunade teaching his apprentice at the moment. The two also felt abnormal, and when they raised their heads, they could see the terrifying chakra breath that continued to burst into the distance. This feeling is Naruto. Jiraiya said in shock. Who is the battle with? This level of vision, the battle between my grandfather and Madara back then was nothing more than that. Tsunade also lost his voice in shock. I'm going to help. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya rushed toward the battlefield without hesitation. While still on the road, he used summoning to summon two toad sages and asked them to help him enter sage mode. Only in this way could he play his role in such a terrifying battlefield. He can also use the immortal's perception as soon as possible to understand what is happening in that battlefield. Seeing Jiraiya rushing out, Tsunade gritted his teeth and dropped a sentence, Shizuan, look at little Sakura, stay away. Then he followed Jiraiya and rushed out. Although Tsunade looked upset at Naruto for reasons of philosophy, it was her junior, the person who called him Tsunade's sister, and she couldn't just sit back and watch. And just when Tsunade and Jiraiya felt something was wrong, they started rushing to the battlefield. This Naruto and Sasuke teamed up to fight the PU-style battle, and finally came to an end. High-intensity battles, the power to drastically change the landscape, means the terrible chakra consumption. Urashiki was originally such a powerful force that broke out temporarily, and after this consuming battle, he finally felt exhausted. The huge body is gradually shrinking. At this moment, Naruto and Kurama, including the uncle Sasuke, are not in good condition, but after all, they are 3 chakra and Piyushi alone. Although it is also very tired, but it is much better than the Pu style. At this moment, Piyushi looked at the big fox who was still swinging the long sword vigorously, and finally felt scared. The final blow. Naruto shouted loudly, eliminating the beast. Good. Uncle Sasuke responded. Shadow clone technique. Sage art. Wind style. Spiral shuriken x10. Planetary devastation. Nailhead 7 Arrows Book. Chapter 157. As Naruto shouted the final blow, the uncle Sasuke on the side gathered the last chakra and launched a powerful attack ninjutsu. Planetary devastation. As the uncle Sasuke raised his hand to imaginary grip, a gravitational ball flew out and landed in the sky above Piyushi. The huge gravitational force bursts out, attracting the earth and rocks on the earth to converge towards the sky. With the formation of planetary devastation, Piyushi was also sealed. But Piyushi was not reconciled to this failure. He roared wildly, his body bursting with great power, and the entire planetary devastation was constantly pierced with golden light. A moment later, in a loud noise, the entire planetary devastation collapsed. In this regard, Uncle Sasuke is not surprised. And at this moment, the 10 shadow clones of Naruto, with the help of the last chakra condensed spiral shurikens, have also taken shape. Before Piyushi, who had just broken free from the planetary devastation, continued to fight, the next moment he was smothered by 10 spiral shurikens flying in succession, and countless small wind needles erupted. What? Piyushi's defenses were broken, and the infinite wind needles began to destroy every cell in his body. However, Tsutsuki is Tsutsuki. Although he lost a lot of physical strength and chakra, with his tenacious vitality, Urashiki survived the attack of 10 spiral shurikens after all. Although embarrassed, but still intends to gather strength to fight back. Nailhead 7 Arrows Book. At this time, the Manjiki Hitomi art that gathered all of Sasuke's pupil power and vitality was activated. This pupil technique that shouldn't have been effective on Piyushi, at the moment when Piyushi's breath fell to the bottom, it had its due effect. What? The Tsutsuki Urashiki who was gathering power screamed, and was instantly wiped out of consciousness by the invisible curse power, and at this moment his soul flew away. His standing straight body also slowly fell down after losing the breath of life. Uncle Sasuke was just about to take a shot and completed the final makeup, when he saw that little Sasuke, who had used the nail-headed 7 Arrows book, also gradually lost his vitality and fell down. Damn, as for you, you don't want to die for the sake of one person. Only in the next moment, little Sasuke's infinite Izanaki was activated, and he was full of blood and resurrected in an instant. Although it was a little weak after chakra was exhausted, there was no other serious problem. What the hell? Isn't this blind? Uncle Sasuke frowned. First Naruto, then Sasuke, the two people in this world are different from him, and the other Naruto. At this time, Uncle Sasuke felt that he had accumulated too many doubts during this day. Human head dog. Naruto walked over, looked at the little Sasuke with a sullen look, and questioned uncomfortably. You said from the beginning that I was an assistant. Isn't it right to help take the head? Moreover, Piyushi's body has great research value, right? Without me, you can completely kill Piyushi's soul, leaving a shell. Little Sasuke was not ashamed, but lifted his chin, arrogantly. You actually left me speechless. Naruto turned his head and decided not to care about Sasuke. He took out a sealing scroll and put away the remains of Urashiki. Although this PU-style body is about to burn out, and its inherent pupil power and chakra are basically gone, but the pure body genetic structure itself is a good research material and must be preserved. Using this pure Tsutsuki body as a model for research, Naruto's path to the trap should be smoother than initially imagined. Perhaps from the mind of this corpse, some unique techniques of the Tsutsuki clan can be extracted, such as the spatial ninjutsu of Huangchuan Hirazaka, such as their method of collecting chakra alchemy and planting sacred trees. Of course, even if these memories can't be extracted, only the harvest of PU-style body, this boss battle can be regarded as a big explosion. At the same time, with the newly restored chakra, dozens of shadow clone were divided to clean up the battlefield. In the battle just now, Piyushi lost a lot of body tissues such as blood and meat, which must be collected, and after the completion of the incident, all of this area must be roasted over fire to prevent omissions. In this way, it can be ensured that no one else will get these precious biological materials. How about it, am I good? The little Sasuke who took the head was extremely proud, and ran to Captain to help show off. Before, Captain helped to beat his mouth. The most annoying thing was that he had never played. Now it can be regarded as let Sasuke find a chance to perform. Humph! Captain's cheek was so stinky, he let out a cold snort and went to rest while taking a walk, saying that he didn't want to pay attention to Sasuke. On the sidelines of the audience, OB, DPS is 0, but bloggers who have contributed a lot to come. He looked at Sasuke with a look of admiration. Master, you are so amazing. What kind of ninjutsu was that? You killed the enemy far away. Can you teach me? No other master would be like this. Ability. Although the pretense was unsuccessful, there was still a fan, so that little Sasuke was not so embarrassed and smiled and showed off his Mangeki Sharingan ability to the blogger. Outside the battlefield, a Naruto shadow clone stopped Jiraiya and Tsunade who were approaching the battlefield. What happened? Naruto. Jiraiya, who is entering Sage mode, saw Naruto appear at this time, and the fighting there has stopped again, knowing that most of it is all right, and asked eagerly. Are you not hurt? Naruto. Tsunade also asked with concern. Glancing at the two old toads on Jiraiya's shoulders, Naruto shook his head and said calmly, It's okay. It was just Sasuke and Kurama who were discussing with me. It's not a big problem. What about a liar? I obviously felt an extremely strange, but extremely powerful chakra. It was definitely not the fox and Sasuke. Jiraiya turned Byakugan over, complaining in his heart. On the side, Tsunade also had a speechless expression. But Naruto didn't want to say, they didn't ask too much, and it was useless to ask. It's okay to tell them the truth in private, but you can't let these toads know these things. Go back, I will clean up the battlefield, so as not to cause trouble to other people. It is my trouble for the two to worry. Please forgive me. I will invite Jiraiya teacher and Tsunade sister to dinner later to apologize. Naruto smiled and exhorted. Entering Sage mode, Jiraiya glanced at the battlefield with fairy perception. It was like a horrible scene after the natural disaster, and Jiraiya was silent after just one glance. Well, don't delay it too long, I'm hungry. Jiraiya haha and took Tsunade back to Yanbo town. That kind of power, just by looking at it, Jiraiya knew that it was far from a level he could touch. It's hard to be confused as a person. Chapter 158. After persuading Jiraiya and Tsunade away, Naruto's shadow clone has been busy for more than an hour, and finally collected all the PU-style body tissues scattered on the battlefield. Then, the two Sasuke began to wash the ground. After a period of rest, Kurama is in good condition and provides chakra. The two began to continuously use such a wide range of fire-style ninjutsu, such as the dragon flame singing technique, and the extinguishing of the fire, burning the entire battlefield inside and out with high temperatures. Even with the strong vitality of the Tsutsuki clan, their cells cannot survive in this environment after losing the protection of chakra. Then, Captain helped use 3 more planetary devastations to scrape the entire land. At this moment, the work of cleaning the battlefield has come to an end. The blogger on the side watched the whole process with his mouth wide open. He looked at Sasuke, who released ninjutsu like eating and drinking water. Only then did he realize his power is small. Even with the power to kill the wedge obtained by Peach Style, and the eye-cleaning power opened by the blood of Uzumaki and the blood of Hyuga, he is still weak. Not to mention the previous earth-shattering battle, even the power to clear the battlefield right now is beyond his reach. Don't be discouraged, as long as you continue to study hard, sooner or later you will have this kind of power. As if seeing Boren's loss, Naruto patted him on the shoulder and smiled comfortingly. Father! The blogger was touched. At the next moment, I saw Naruto's smile disappeared, turning into a stern face, and said coldly, So, come back to work with me now, who told you to run out just now? Today's game time has been cancelled, and the number of papers has doubled. What? I divided a shadow clone and brought the Boren back to the Sea View Villa. After he cooked some food for him, he took him back to the sealed space and started working overtime and studying. After the series of wars, the two Sasuke, who were already very tired, returned to the Sea View Villa to have a meal together, and then began to sleep and rest. After Naruto settled a few people, he went to Yanbo town. At this moment, the two old toads have gone back to Mount Maiboku. Jiraiya and Tsunade are sitting opposite each other holding their teacups. The house is quiet and no one speaks. They are all waiting for Naruto's arrival. Yet, have you eaten yet? I brought a luxurious seafood sushi dinner, which I made by myself. It's really delicious. After Naruto knocked on the door, he walked into the room with a big lunch box in his hand and greeted with a smile. Looking at Naruto with a relaxed face, Jiraiya and Tsunade were speechless. Jiraiya couldn't help complaining, "UBD, I'm so worried about losing my teacher, but you are like a silly person, really big-hearted." Tsunade nodded in agreement, and asked, "Tell sister, what happened just now? There was a big chakra fluctuation before, is there another enemy coming?" "The matter has been resolved, so naturally there is no need to worry." Naruto smiled and sat down at the table. Opening the bento box in his hand, revealing the food in it, Naruto greeted, "Have you eaten yet? Come and eat, let's eat and talk." Looking at the salmon sushi and eel sushi in the box, and smelling the aroma of the food that diffuses after the box is opened, surprises appear on the surface of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Knowing that Naruto is a prudent temper, since he said that he was okay, he was really okay, so he started to eat. While the two were eating, Naruto concealed the content about the parallel world, and probably talked about what happened before. "You should know that this piece of land under our feet is actually a sphere. I call it a planet. Because of the sun's radiance, life has gradually emerged on this planet, and we have humans. In the night sky, the stars we see are other suns that are far away from us. Beside those suns, there are also planets like the world we live in. Among those planets, intelligent creatures will be born just like our world, and powerful people will be born. The ones who fought with me before were aliens from the outer world." Upon hearing such an explosive content, both Tsunade and Jiraiya opened their mouths unconsciously. Of course they knew about the concept of planets, but they never thought that there would be aliens. At first they thought that the one who was fighting with Naruto was an unknown master hidden in this world, but Naruto told them that the opponent was an alien master from another planet. This is an explosive content that can break their worldview. "No wonder you have been practicing so hard to prepare for these alien masters?" Jiraiya asked with a complicated expression. He had never understood why Naruto's strength had reached such a height, and he was still practicing so hard. Even if you want to bring peace to the world as he said, such power should be enough, right? Is it just pure obsession with power? Just want to keep getting stronger? Jiraiya and Tsunade discussed this question, but there was no convincing answer. It was not until this time that they understood that it was not only the people in this world who threatened world peace, but also the uninvited guests from outside the sky. This is the reason for Naruto's continuous efforts to practice. "Well, you don't have to worry too much, I'll go now." Naruto nodded, activated Flying Thunder God technique and left directly. "It seems we can't be so lazy," Jiraiya whispered to himself. Although more than a month ago, after learning about Naruto's true thoughts, Jiraiya had the idea of becoming stronger, but it was not urgent, and at this moment he had a very heavy sense of crisis. It's nothing to let a junior carry such a heavy burden. I also have to help. No matter what kind of alien master he is, I will blow them up. Jiraiya, your injury is healed, and I will go to Orochimaru tomorrow. Tsunade is also impatient, so he patted the table and said directly. Okay, then I will go back to Mount Maiboku to practice celestial skills. Jiraiya nodded without hesitation. Just the next moment, he was stunned. Didn't the two-person world of Tsunade and I just fall apart? During the past month, Jiraiya and Tsunade's relationship has heated up a lot during the day and night. Because of this, he wanted to be separated at this moment, and he instinctively felt reluctant to give up. Just thinking about the battlefield he saw just now, which looked like a natural disaster, he didn't even have the qualifications to participate. That being the case, why not work hard to become stronger? Just like Tsunade said, you can't let a junior carry such a heavy burden alone. Chapter 159. Is this a surprise? Naruto saw the conversation between Jiraiya and Tsunade through the eyes of Kagura's heart. He had just briefed the two elders who were worried about him about the situation, but he didn't expect that this would arouse their fighting spirit and make them plan to become stronger. It's just a pity, Jiraiya has a good impression of Tsunade, and then his marriage plan has to be postponed again. However, the result is not bad. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Naruto rinsed and went to bed. In a high-intensity battle, the physical strength of Chakra's mental pupils has been consumed a lot, and it is time to take a good rest and recover. As Naruto fell asleep, the shadow clone in the learning space and the sealed space disappeared, and the two Sasuke were sleeping. Among the Sea View villas who are still awake, there is only one Kurama and the blogger who is working hard. The blogger who was doing papers at the desk saw Naruto's shadow clone dissipate, and was delighted. Just about to be lazy, he saw Kurama approaching, picked up the pointer, and said nothing. He just looked at Bo with a smile but a smile. People. I really want to rest, I really want to play games. Boren lamented in his heart, but he didn't dare to stop writing and writing. 3 hours after Naruto fell asleep, the space was distorted in the corner of the battlefield where Uzumaki had previously fought, and a figure wearing a red cloud robe with a black background and an orange Uzumaki mask suddenly appeared. Yo, ALFY. A yin and yang person with half a black face and half a white face emerged from the ground and greeted him. Obito nodded as a response, and then glanced at the surrounding battlefield. Not long ago, Obito received a report from White Zetsu. There was a very intense battle next to Yanbo, a small coastal town on the border of the Fire Country. The chakra atmosphere was as terrifying as a landslide and tsunami. At that time, White Zetsu near the battlefield didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. They were all affected and died. No useful news could be sent out. I don't know what happened here. Only White Zetsu, who was more than 30 kilometers away from the battlefield, survived and passed back the news that a war had taken place here. Obito just glanced at the battlefield from a distance, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. After a moment of silence, Obito entered the Kamui space decisively and left without hesitation. At first, Obito only thought that this was the battlefield where the final battle took place. At most, it was like Deidara in Akatsuki's organization. It used a powerful endurance tool, which caused such a movement. But now I took a look and looked at the torn mountains and rivers, the sword marks and fist marks that stretched for hundreds of meters, the scorched pits burned by the flames, and they were scraped by unknown force. Traces that the ruler can't hide. You can know that this is definitely not a movement caused by a tail beast and a ninja. This is a match between two peerless strong men who are no weaker than Madara in the heyday, and the aftermath of the battle leaked, resulting in a change in the landscape. Only when the strong fight against each other can such an extremely large but extremely irregular battlefield trace be formed. If such a master simply wants to destroy the landscape, it will create a more terrifying scene than it is now. The ghost knows the final result of the battle between these two powerhouses. Does it still stay in this battlefield? To be honest, Obito regrets a bit at this moment. He is a bit careless, and shouldn't appear directly on the battlefield. Fortunately, until Obito escaped far away through the Kamui space, he didn't find any problems, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. In the ninja world, when such a master will appear, we must find out the intelligence of the warring parties and figure out its origin, so that we can know if it will affect my plan. Does it have anything to do with the previous master who unknowingly made Kisame a illusionist? If he was fighting another master of the same level, it would not be surprising that such a movement was caused. Thinking like this, Obito told White Zetsu to gather information around the battlefield, but he hid further. Just a minute after Obito disappeared, Naruto's figure emerged from the void, and Kagura's hard eyes and malicious perception opened at the same time. After scanning it many times, he couldn't find the fleeting breath just now. This kind of spatial fluctuation, running so fast, is Obito? It's a pity. If you give me a little more time, you can catch him. Looking around, Naruto sighed and went back to sleep. Naruto thought about the large and small ninja villages in the ninja world, as well as various organizations and secretly coming to this battlefield to inquire about intelligence, but he did not expect to come so quickly. One is that it takes time to wait for them to react, and the other is that it takes time to rush over. As a result, it happened that Obito happened to be investigating near the country of fire because of the previous Uncle Sasuke's visit to Itaki, and he came over as soon as he got the information. As soon as he came over, Obito was scanned by Kurama's malicious perception. Regarding the breath of Obito, Kurama was unforgettable in his life. He quickly awakened Naruto, who had just fallen asleep, but was a step late after all. The alert Obito slipped away before Naruto came to catch him. Naruto didn't care about this. If he didn't catch it, he didn't catch it. After he was fully prepared, Obito had nowhere to run even if he wanted to. He had the ability to hide in the Kamui space for a lifetime. Even so, Naruto can still find him with the help of the Manjiki Sharingan in Kakashi's eyes. The arrival of Obito is just the beginning. As time goes by, with the exception of the recently tense situation in the water country, which is not very concerned about news on the mainland, other big countries and some small and medium-sized ninja villages have sent people to this battlefield to inquire about intelligence. However, facing this clean battlefield that was cleaned up by Naruto. In addition to the fact that there are two masters who are not inferior to the former gods of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, they have not gained anything other than the battle that took place here. But Naruto, who lives near the battlefield, did not dare to ask. The son of 4th Hokage, who knows Flying Thunder God technique, 9 Tails Jinchuriki, just a few simple information will make them honest. It has only been more than 10 years. They have not forgotten the fear of being dominated by yellow flashes, not to mention that his son is still a 9 Tails Jinchuriki who is not lacking in blue. This is even more terrifying, okay? Only secretly, they will also guess whether the two parties in the fight knew this 9 Tails Jinchuriki, or this 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Of course, guessing is just guessing. Even Konoha only asked Naruto routinely. After Naruto played haha, they didn't dare to say anything more. In the end, the beginning and end of this war has become an unsolved mystery in the hearts of many people. Chapter 160. The next day, as soon as Uncle Sasuke woke up, he planned to leave with the blogger. After hearing the news of Satsuki style, Uncle Sasuke didn't feel much joy even if he and Naruto defeated Urashiki together. Instead, he felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He must go back and find a way to become stronger with his uncle Naruto, so that he can protect his world. But the blogger didn't think so much. The blogger who has been stared at by Naruto to study couldn't help but cheer at this time. He can finally get rid of this horrible tutoring hell. Although it was only a few days away from home, the blogger missed his wasteful father who was once extremely disgusting. With the comparison of the image of Naruto Yan father here, he can realize how good his biological father is to him. Although he doesn't have much time to accompany him, he has always cared for him who indulged his waywardness. When I thought that soon, I could go back to have a happily dinner with my parents and sister Sunflower, the blogger couldn't help but laugh. Stay a few more days before leaving. Only the next moment, the smile on Bo's face froze. He watched as Naruto stretched out his hand and took the tortoise that could travel through time and space from his uncle Sasuke. He wanted to stop, but he didn't have the courage to fight him. The blogger needs to learn, and your body needs to be recuperated. Stay for 3 more days. Naruto undoubtedly said. Although Naruto has been teasing that the little Sakura juicer is too powerful, which caused the Uncle Sasuke's kidney deficiency, this is only one of the reasons. The more reason is that for the past 10 years, Sasuke has been living and sleeping outside, coupled with the physical disability caused by the broken arm, and the injury caused by the final battle with Naruto. The combination of these factors is the reason why the Uncle Sasuke is not in good health. Although there is no way for Uncle Sasuke to cure his deficiencies in 3 days, he can also prescribe some prescriptions for nourishing blood and qi, nourishing yin and kidney to nourish his body during this time. In addition, you can also give him some ways to maintain his body. The fighting power of ninjas is strong, but they are only good at killing, and they are not so grandmaster for the content of health preservation. During this period of time, I got along well with Uncle Shizuke. They also fought side by side against Pushi, and became friends. Naruto didn't want to see his friend die young. Watching Naruto's firm eyes, thinking that the problem of Shizuke and Itachi in this world has not been resolved, and can also take advantage of these few days to discuss, the Uncle Shizuke did not insist on leaving immediately. The blogger on the side couldn't help but wailed. He could already imagine what hell would be waiting for him in the next 3 days. The facts have proved that the blogger's hunch is correct. In the next few days, the blogger's game time was cancelled. Through the chakra link, Naruto madly instilled knowledge of mathematics, physics, biology, chemistry, philosophy, and political methodology from elementary school to university. Every time an item is instilled, the blogger is required to repeat it all to deepen the memory. I wanted not to learn, and whenever a blogger had the idea of laziness, it was Naruto's love pointer that greeted him. In the end, the blogger still aggrieved and remembered all the knowledge that Naruto had given him. As for understanding, that is the future. While educating bloggers, Naruto was not idle either. He assigned a shadow clone to regulate the body of Uncle Shizuke, and by the way discussed with him about Shizuke and Itachi in this world. On the other side, Naruto began to study the tortoise he had brought from his uncle Shizuke. After opening the tortoise shell, he began to remember the complicated structure inside. Although it is not possible to understand the meaning of these structures for the time being, in short, write them down first. This way of crossing the world is very rare. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know how long it will take to encounter it next time. While one shadow clone began to study the space-time shuttle, another shadow clone took out the PU-style corpse and performed the secret technique of reading information from the corpse's brain. This kind of secret technique is not difficult, and it happens to be one of the ninjutsu taught by Kakashi and Jiraiya. Although Urashi was beaten by Shizuke with a nail-headed and seven-arrow book, his brain was well preserved. Although there were complicated techniques in his mind to protect him, he could not stop Naruto. Although I don't know much about this technique to protect the PU-style brain, it never changes. With years of accumulation of the Uzumaki clan, and the majestic seal technique of 6 paths learned from his uncle Shizuke, Naruto began to slowly but firmly decipher the technique in Pushi's mind. According to the cracking progress, it will take about 2 days to crack it open. It takes 2 days to reversely decipher to obtain a brain protection technique and obtain the huge amount of precious knowledge stored in the brain. It is worthwhile to think about it. After little Shizuke woke up, he planned to send off his uncle Shizuke and Boren with Naruto. However, in the end, Naruto kept them and told them to leave after 3 days. Looking at the uncle Shizuke, the little Shizuke thought for a while, a smirk appeared on his face, and while he went to practice, he sent a shadow clone to the direction of Yanbo town. At this moment, Jiraiya has used the reverse summoning technique to go to Mount Maiboku, the holy land of toads. And Tsunade, with Sakura and Shizuan, intends to find Naruto's shadow clone and take them to Orochimaru. In Tsunade's unclear expression, Shizuke pulled Shizuan away from Tsunade and stopped her, who was just about to leave. "The kid from Uchiha's family, why are you looking for me?" Tsunade said with an uncomfortable expression after being delayed. "I have long heard that, Sister Tsunade, you are not only beautiful and beautiful, outstanding in figure, kind-hearted, gentle and generous, but also a world-renowned medical practitioner. Not only are there countless living people, but you also have various pharmacology of Grandmaster. So I took the liberty to come today. I really have something to ask for." Shizuke has Naruto's precepts and deeds. Recently, he has been very slippery. When he saw Tsunade, he patted the past without changing his face. "Wearing everything, not flattering." Tsunade's expression suddenly stretched out, a smile appeared on his face, and he said with interest, "That's a nice boy, then what's the matter with your sister, just say it directly, I will promise you if it's not too much." Naruto is right, no matter how old a woman is, it's not wrong to call her sister anyway. Sasuke muttered in his heart and began to tell Tsunade what he was coming from, and Tsunade looked strange when she heard it, and then furious. Just about to get angry, Sasuke took out a passbook and handed it over. Tsunade looked at it, and his expression suddenly became warm. Chapter 161. The structural memory of this tortoise-shaped space-time shuttle is simpler than imagined. Originally, Naruto planned to memorize its structure in 3 days, but thanks to Naruto's 6 Paths Immortal Seal Technique database in his mind, he found similar content. After the comparison, Naruto remembered it all in just over a day. On the other hand, the PU-style brain protection technique is much slower than imagined. Even if Captain came to help in the end, it took Naruto 3 full days to completely crack it and get this technique named Absolute Mind Barrier by PU-Shi. If you apply this technique to your brain, you will be immune to most of the mind control, mind reading, and illusion arts. Without this technique, the PU-style brain was no longer fortified by Naruto. All the memories stored in it were revealed before Naruto's eyes. Even if the vast majority of useless memories are discarded, only key information is retained. After Naruto sorted out the huge memories of Pu Shiki's life over 1,000 years, it was already the next day. As expected at the beginning, Naruto got the technique of alchemy with chakra from the Tsutsuki clan. I also got Huangchuan Hirazaka, a space ninjutsu that can penetrate the world, as well as the technology of planting sacred trees and transforming chakra fruits. In addition, I also got a lot of information about the Tsutsuki clan. Just as Naruto guessed when he watched Hokage Ninjas, the Tsutsuki clan is a very powerful race in the depths of the universe, and they are born with powerful Byakugan pupil power and physique. Relying on this innate advantage, the ancestors of Tsutsuki slowly rose on the Tsutsuki star, eliminated other races, and stood on top of the entire Tsutsuki star. In the long years that followed, the ancestors of the Tsutsuki clan gradually mastered the method of planting the sacred tree, and by eating the fruit of the sacred tree, they gained strength and life beyond mortals. Makes his bloodline a step further and evolves to a higher level. The sacred tree of that era was not so overbearing. Although it is also growing by absorbing natural energy, it will not cause biological extinction. In order to gain more powerful strength and longevity, the ancestors of Tsutsuki developed the technique of alchemy using chakra. In order to obtain more chakra, the people of the Tsutsuki clan began to go out of their own planet to go to other worlds to plant sacred trees and harvest chakra more extensively. The forerunners are getting stronger and stronger, and they are beginning to call themselves gods. It is divided into the main family, the clan family and the branch house, among which the main family is the highest level. The family members are divided into 2 parts, the guardian and the guarded. The guardian has stronger physical skills than the guarded, and the guarded has stronger ninjutsu. The guarded owns Rinnegan, while the guardian does not have Rinnegan. The guardian has a spirit of self-sacrifice. When the battle is unfavorable, the guardian will transform his guardian into a chakra fruit. After eating, the guardian will not only get the guardian's power, but also a 3rd Rinnegan will be opened on the forehead, which greatly increases the strength, such as Tsutsuki Peach style. The guarded person can also turn on Rinnegan on his forehead by swallowing his own Rinnegan, such as Tsutsuki Urashi. In order to make the sacred tree bear more powerful fruits, they have improved the sacred tree so that it can draw more power and produce more powerful fruits to bring them more powerful strength. Such a sacred tree, in the process of growth, can gradually drain all the natural energy of the entire planet, making the planet's ecological environment completely destroyed, but it will also produce more powerful fruits. And this is why the sacred tree will destroy the world. More than 1,000 years ago, the Tsutsuki family sent Kaguya, Peach, Piyu, Jin, Yoshi, and others to different planets to plant the chakra sacred tree. Kagaya and others were guarding the sacred tree, which would bear fruit only once in 1,000 years, and they also continued to worship chakra to the Tsutsuki clan. After the chakra fruit matures, it is necessary to return to the alien planet and hand over the chakra fruit to the Tsutsuki family. However, after Kagaya came to Earth, she severed her ties with the Tsutsuki clan. She didn't want to return to the original planet to be a wage earner. Not only did she interrupt the chakra that was supposed to be handed over to the three people of Doshi, Jinshi, and Pushi. The fruit of the sacred tree, which can only bear fruit for 1,000 years, has gained strong power and settled the disputes on the earth by virtue of its strength. After that, Kagaya gained the supreme position on the earth and was called the goddess of usse. Since Kagaya was afraid of the chase of the Tsutsuki tribe, she had 2 sons left and wanted to train them to help herself. And launched infinite Tsukuyomi to create a living weapon White Zetsu, in an attempt to deal with the coming Tsutsuki tribe. However, in the end, her 2 sons did not understand her, not only prevented infinite Tsukuyomi, but also sealed it on the moon. Because the sacred tree chakra can only bear fruit once every 1,000 years, the Tsutsuki family did not notice Kagaya's betrayal. However, since Kagaya has not returned and handed in chakra fruit after 1,000 years, the Tsutsuki family sent the peach, gold, and ura to the earth to find the whereabouts of Kagaya. In the process, they discovered Kagaya's betrayal and planned to recover chakra, the tail beast in Jinkraki, to replant the sacred tree. This is also the reason why Peach Style and Jin Style, and Piyushiji have played against Naruto and Sasuke. In addition to these causes, the most important information Naruto learned through Ura's Hiki was about the strength of the entire Tsutsuki clan. Existences like Ura's Hiki Mamaki are also very strong, but they are not considered masters among the entire Tsutsuki clan. They can only be said to be middle-level strength. Kagaya, who has eaten the fruit of chakra, can be regarded as a master in the entire Tsutsuki clan, but a master like Kagaya, looking at the entire Tsutsuki clan, I don't know how many there are. Although there is no specific information in this area in Piyushiji's memory, in the long years of accumulation, the entire Tsutsuki clan like Kagaya has no fewer than 10 masters. Even if they are all practical rookies with no panels, they are still a headache. After reading these memories, Naruto was silent. After a long silence, he raised his hand and punched the Uncle Sasuke on the side, telling him the news. The situation is more serious than I said. There is a long way to go. Come on. Naruto patted the Uncle Sasuke on the shoulder and encouraged with a sigh of relief. He still has more than 10 years to buffer, and he can use this time to grow. But the world where Uncle Sasuke and the others are, they are about to face Tsutsuki, who is no weaker than Kagaya. The road ahead is rugged. Chapter 162. It was finally time for the separation. Outside the villa, Naruto and Sasuke bid farewell to Captain and the blogger. Pass the tortoise that can travel through time and space, and Captain helps to catch it. Naruto and him have said everything these days, and there is nothing to say at the moment, telling Boren, the knowledge I taught you, remember to learn when you go back, don't patronize and play. The blogger nodded honestly, his expression was extremely calm, but his heart was ecstatic. Ah, I finally got rid of this terrible tutoring hell. Study? Learn a ghost, I'll go back and play games for a week. But as far as the blogger is concerned, Naruto guessed what he was thinking from his erratic eyeballs at once. Don't think about being lazy, I have written down this tortoise structure that travels through time and space. After a while, you can build a time and space shuttle, and you can go to your world at any time. I will check your learning progress at that time. If I find you lazy, In the second half of the sentence, Naruto did not say, but the bloggers can already imagine that if Naruto comes over and finds that he is playing Tenten, he will definitely beat him up, and his father may not be able to stop him. I know. I know. Boren replied listlessly. Got it to you, a parting gift. There are hundreds of fun stand-alone games in it. Naruto took out a game console and handed it to the blogger with a smile. The books and objects in the learning space are all similar substances between the illusion and the reality, which cannot be obtained in the real world, and can only be used in the sealed space, which is also between the illusion and the reality. Boren's game console is a shadow clone that Naruto deliberately distributed in recent days, bought some electronic components according to the drawings, and made it for him on the spot. Fortunately, the data and system can be written directly from the unreal into reality with the help of the universal chakra. Otherwise, the blogger still wants to play games, so in the next life, Naruto doesn't have so much time to write programs for him. Boren's mood rose suddenly, thinking that this time he shouldn't travel with the master, but he was beaten by his father here and was also dragged into the hell of tutoring. It was really unlucky. Unexpectedly, this parting gift is so precious. The bloggers have experienced some of the games in Naruto. They are definitely big productions and super fun. I thought they were all gone when I went back this time. I didn't expect Naruto to give him such a parting gift. Thank you, father. At the moment, the negative emotions in the heart of the blogger were all wiped out. In order not to be disappointed the next time my father came to visit him, I made up my mind to study hard, and then I would take advantage of the trend and ask him to update his game. On the side, young Sasuke saw that Naruto had finished giving the gift, and he also handed over a seal scroll. He smiled and said, "The master has nothing to give, and I don't know what you like, so I will load you a ton of gold. Go back and knead it. Buy whatever you want." Aside, Captain twitched his eyes. Damn it, why is this guy so rich? I stayed with Sasuke for a few days. Although it was only a short time to get along with him during the meal, Captain Sook still felt that his mouth had become stinky a lot. 1 ton of gold can be exchanged for at least 400 million taels of cash. The thought that he still owes the mortgage makes Captain Zhou feel a little unhappy. After the genocide, most of Uchiha's belongings were taken away by third generation and Danzo, and Sasuke only left a small part. After he defected, the valuable property left by his parents was basically confiscated. Although Naruto would grant him a huge allowance every year after that, he couldn't stand the mother-in-law in his family and smashed a house when she was excited. Therefore, Captain looked at such a wealthy little Sasuke, but he could only leave poor envy in his eyes. Do you want it? Just say it, don't you tell me how do I know you want it? Do you want it or not, although I may not give it to you, but you can tell me what you think and do you want it? The teasing color appeared on the little Sasuke's face, and she said in pieces. To be honest, he feels a little distressed for spending so much money. This is what he has saved for a long time. However, if you pretend to succeed at this moment, you will not lose money. Anyway, the blogger is not an outsider. Gone. Captain kept his face cold, poured chakra into the tortoise, and turned to leave. Wait, I actually have a gift for you too. Little Sasuke stopped Captain for help. With his back to Sasuke Captain, there was a look of expectation on his face, and he unconsciously thought, are you planning to give me a ton of gold? Turning his head, I saw Sasuke took out another scroll and handed it over, smiled and said, I think you always have kidney deficiency, so I specifically went to Tsunade's sister to customize a kidney maintenance plan. Sister Tsunade's fame, you know it too. In this scroll, there are not only 138 prescriptions for nourishing yin and nourishing the kidney, but also the corresponding tonics. Many precious medicinal materials are used, enough for you to use for a year, but it cost me enough. It's 50 million taels, please accept it. In an instant, Captain's face turned gloomy. Chidori. The thunder and lightning burst in Captain's assistant, making a noisy sound like the chirping of 1,000 birds. Little Sasuke hurriedly hid behind Naruto, poked her head out and said, I'm telling you, don't know what it is, you have a kidney deficiency. To shut up. Naruto yelled, you are adding fuel to the fire, and you are sure to be beaten if you go on like this. Quite your anger, don't worry about the kid, let me see, he didn't lie to you, it is indeed a good medicine, take it, Think about it, although he is disgusting, but he has lost a lot of money, thinking about you that way is it blood earned. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't laugh or cry, and quickly stopped Captain to help and exhorted. It's no wonder that little Sasuke has been laughing every day with yin and yang in the past few days. It turned out to be doing this. I don't know how much of the 50 million he spent is for Tsunade's labor costs. And such words of comfort are obviously useless. In the next second, little Sasuke was hammered on the ground by the explosive Captain. Naruto couldn't stop him. Watching the two scuffle together in an unruly manner, Sasuke got 5 punches on average and Captain got 1 punch. Unable to intervene in this situation, Naruto can only be with the bloggers to cheer for fear that the world will not be chaotic. In the end, Captain helped accept the gift from Sasuke. He glanced at the young Sasuke who had been beaten up and was unable to move. Captain, who was cured by Naruto, took the scroll and walked into the colorfully glowing space-time channel with the reluctant blogger. Goodbye, come over and play sometime. The blogger waved goodbye. Goodbye. Naruto smiled and waved. Captain Help also nodded. Then, seeing the passage of time and space closed, 2 people from parallel worlds left and went back to their own world. Chapter 163. Parallel World, Konoha Village, Water Tank Reading Point. The space-time channel opened, and the Uncle Sasuke and the blogger walked out of it and glanced at the 7 familiar avatars on Hokage Yan. Both the blogger and the Uncle Sasuke relaxed a lot. It depends on the time, or at night, the same as when they left. Ah, I'm back. The blogger said excitedly. Boren is very excited when he thinks about seeing his father, mother, and younger sister. Uncle Sasuke nodded, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, Let's go to see your father, and explain the situation to him. The blogger nodded, and went to the Hokage building with his Uncle Sasuke and found the busy Uncle Naruto. After moving back and forth, he told him what happened after going to Parallel World. Am I so powerful in the Parallel World? It's much better than me at that time. It turns out that the young father I saw at that time was the father of the Parallel World, but why only a few seconds passed after I passed by and then came back? You are the same this time. What is the principle? Uncle Naruto touched his head, a smirk appeared on his face, thinking of crossing into the parallel world through the dragon veins of the Lulin ruins when he was young, and seeing his father Namikaze Minato when he was young. How do I know? Uncle Sasuke muttered in his heart, but didn't say anything. It may be the rejection of different time and space, or it may be the tortoise's time and space positioning function, and it may be that the time flow rates of the 2 time and space are slightly different. There are too many possibilities, and no one can say why. Anyway, the result is that if you go to the parallel world and then come back, no matter how long it has passed, the world has only passed a very short time. Don't ask is quantum mechanics. Your hand, when you look back, let Kurama cooperate with the little Sakura, it can grow out for you, but the process is a little uncomfortable. You also know that we are about to face a strong enemy, and we must strengthen our strength as soon as possible. Recently, you want to exchange chakras with me uninterruptedly. I have to convert this Sharingan into Rinnegan, and I also need to cultivate into a sage body to further my strength. And you, also try to turn on Sharingan, it's best to become Rinnegan as soon as possible. I brought back a copy of PU-style body tissues, and I will let little Sakura study it, and you will come back and allocate a little money. In addition, we must also practice seriously in the future. We can't be so lazy. Let's practice more ninjutsu to increase our own state. There are also physical skills. Those enemies in the future will directly use chakra to attack it is useless. Come on, fist, this is the wind-style practice theory that Naruto in the parallel world asked me to bring you. You have been slack over the years. Except for a spiral shuriken, you have not been able to develop any other wind-style abilities. In addition, there are also some experience in personnel management. You must get away from Hokage's work and spend more time practicing. And Hinata, she can no longer be a housewife with peace of mind. She has the potential to turn on Tensagen and reach the same level of strength as ours. She can't be abandoned, and she doesn't know if she can open her eyes after so many years. Uncle Sasuke talked a lot with Uncle Naruto. Although Naruto looked down upon Naruto, the uncle here, as a thank you gift to Six Paths, Naruto still gave a lot of gifts in return. Moreover, there are no eggs under the covering nest. Naruto has tried it with a tortoise before and can only find a parallel world. This is the world where Uncle Naruto and the others live. If the Uncle Sasuke and their world were ruined by Tsutsuki, with the Tsutsuki Master's technology that can easily travel through time and space, then he might not escape this fate as well. What is Tsutsuki now? This is also a question mark. Is it that the Tsutsuki family of two parallel worlds is now tearing up and swallowing each other, or is it that they have merged and become stronger after negotiation? Or maybe one of the Tsutsuki has already won the war. And these victors, after digesting the Tsutsuki clan in the parallel world, have their strength reached a more terrifying level? In this case, in order to ensure safety, no matter how much you improve your strength, it is not an exaggeration. If you change to the old one, Uncle Sasuke will not have the determination to become stronger, and Uncle Naruto will do the same. In their cognition, their strength has reached the level of invincibility, and there is no need to continue to improve. They only need to complete their ambition step by step, and finally reach a world where people can understand each other. But now, the reality is telling them that their strength is far from invincible, and there are many enemies in the future. Uncle Naruto listened quietly, and a smile appeared on his face. It's been a long time since I feel the blood has risen. I will remember what you said. Let's implement it from tomorrow. Uncle Sasuke nodded. He glanced at the blogger who had been listening quietly beside him, and said, "Then I will go back first, and blogger, please go home with your father." After speaking, he used the body flicker technique and left. The Boren and Uncle Naruto and his son also returned to their homes with their own thoughts. The wife Hinata has already prepared dinner at this moment, together with Sunflower, waiting for the return of the Uncle Naruto and the Boren father and son. "I'm back." Uncle Naruto and Boren's voice sounded at the same time. The wife Hinata smiled and said, "Welcome back, dinner is ready, wash your hands and prepare for dinner." "Okay." The father and son responded, and then greeted the Sunflower who was greeted, and then went to wash their hands and prepare to eat. At the dinner table, the blogger still failed to contain the excitement in his heart and shared his travel experience with his family. Finally, he took out the gold scroll and said, "This is a ton of gold from Master Sasuke in the parallel world. He is kind to me. Not only did he play with me, he also gave me such a precious gift." The blogger kept counting the goodness of the parallel world Master Sasuke, while the Uncle Sasuke and his wife Hinata looked at each other, and they all saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. Children are not sensible. With such a large sum of money, it is easy to develop the bad habit of spending money lavishly. They must be handed over to our adults for safekeeping, and when they grow up, they will be used to marry a wife and children. After reaching a consensus, the two began to unconsciously think about the purpose of the money. You can save part of it. As the future life fund of Sunflower and Boren, the house of the father-in-law has not been renovated for a long time. He is about to celebrate his birthday, and he can take out part of it as a birthday gift, and the mortgage of the Sasuke family can be repaid first. Thinking of this, Uncle Naruto showed a smile on his face, and gently called, "Boren." Chapter 164. Naruto healed Sasuke's injuries. Looking at Sasuke, who looked excited and was not beaten up, he was a little speechless. "Are you too rich? Too much money can help the poor brothers. Next, I will study the PU-style body tissues and the experimental equipment. It will cost a lot of money." Hearing this, Sasuke said, "You can disgust people who I can't beat with a little money. Isn't this very profitable?" Let me take revenge for a little bit. After a few years, when I am strong, I will go and beat him personally. I think the strength of the kid with kidney deficiency is definitely not as fast as me. After being proud, Sasuke smiled again and said, in fact, it is not purely about spending money. You see, the medicine I bought for Captain, he uses all of it. And the gold I gave to the blogger, so heavy gift, will you always thank me? And this money, the blogger must not be able to hold it in his hands now, as long as he is a little sensible, it must be handed over to his family. I have heard from bloggers that the financial situation of Captain's assistants is not very good. Naruto only needs to read a little about brotherhood, and he has to help with so much money? I will pay him directly and he will definitely not ask for it. I'm the one stone and three birds strategy, understand? Hearing that, Naruto took a surprised look at Sasuke, with a feeling of admiration, and asked strangely, when did you learn these human relationships? Awakened by Captain's help, right? EQ plus 100. With that, he touched Sasuke's head pretentiously to make sure he had a fever. It's not to blame you. I have been surrounded by a lot of girls when I was practicing every day. It is too difficult for me to deal with their relationship and prevent them from fighting. Ashura is speechless. Sasuke slapped Naruto's hand away, angrily said. Naruto looked curious and smiled and said, what's unhappy about you? Tell me all to make me happy. Go away, take me back to the waterfall, I'm going to practice. Sasuke said in a bad mood. Tisk, I think you are enjoying it. Naruto shook his head. What's the situation with Sasuke? He uses shadow clone every day to watch movies and eat melons. He is also deliberately yin and yang. Before leaving, Sasuke suddenly remembered something and said with great interest, what are the foreseeable results of studying PU-style body? Convince me that I can also invest. Although Sasuke can wait until Naruto's research results come out, and eat freely. But if he can make a contribution, he will be more justified and confident. The most basic thing is that we are living creatures on the planet. Although we can have the ability to survive in the vacuum of the universe for a short time with the help of chakra, it can't be long. Researching PU-shi can turn this ability into passive. In addition, you can get a more powerful gene structure. After the research is thorough, you may be able to directly create the Tsutsuki gene evolution serum, so that our eyes can evolve into Rinnegan faster, and the body can also evolve into a more powerful sage body. At worst, it can also be used as a tool to clone humans. This kind of body genetic structure can take on the majestic chakra. When that time comes, the dragon vein energy can be poured into him to activate the revolving heaven technique, which is not bad. Naruto stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and thought of several applications. It's a pity that PU-style Taike won't be able to follow the trap. Otherwise, if you study Kagaya's body, you will definitely gain more. Maybe you can create a genetic evolution serum that directly evolves into the trap. Sasuke nodded clearly, and said generously, well, I will invest all the income of my hot spring hotel in the next 3 years to you. Let me buy equipment for research. Don't thank me. Anyway, Sasuke is now making more than one hot spring hotel. Although this is a big one, Naruto doesn't feel bad about it. You are generous. Naruto was surprised. With the increasing reputation and turnover of hot spring hotels, as well as the business expansion of branches, only Sasuke's dividends, earning Tenosuma a year, is not a big problem. While surprised, Naruto was also pleased. Maybe this is the brother, you can do your best in one sentence. That's it, I'm leaving. Sasuke said disapprovingly. He really didn't care about money, and he valued his friendship with Naruto. Naruto used his brain to make it back anyway, and there is no problem in using it for him. Naruto nodded, then used Flying Thunder God to open the portal and directly teleport Sasuke away. Naruto glanced at the deserted beach, sighed, and began to practice. The current Naruto, in addition to the regular physical intensive training, the practice of sealing and six paths, has also added the structural principle analysis of the space-time shuttle, and the PU-style biological material research project. The vast majority of Naruto practiced on the beach, and a small part of them took advantage of the Flying Thunder God marks all over the world to purchase various equipment needed to establish a biological laboratory after dressing up. Although Orochimaru has a ready-made laboratory there, Naruto does not intend to let him get involved in such an important research work. Naruto was able to control Orochimaru because of his strength and his advanced biological knowledge. And if Orochimaru's strength is swollen too much, the ghost knows whether he will leave him alone, and he does not know whether he will change his position and become an enemy of himself, so Naruto chose to eliminate this possibility from the beginning. Unless one day, Naruto finds a better way to control Orochimaru. In the process of setting up a biological laboratory, Naruto also received good news. Believe that the tool that can fuse all organs without any magical physique of rejection has been found. After reading the blog post, Naruto ordered Orochimaru to find this tool man with a special physique, but he did not find this man under his own hands. Recently, in order to learn the cloning technique, the immature Xian found Orochimaru on his own initiative, intending to worship him as a teacher. However, because Naruto was also looking for this useful tool, he did not agree to accept him as a disciple, but notified Naruto. When Naruto came over, by the way, he had planned to study with Orochimaru a few days earlier to see if he could improve his strength, but the Tsunade masters and apprentices who were delayed because of Sasuke's order were also brought over. Listening to Orochimaru's introduction, the pale-skinned boy in front of him has a peculiar physique without any rejection of xenogenic cells, and Tsunade is also interested in his eyes. It is precisely because of the Grandmaster medical ninjutsu that Tsunade is more aware of the value of the boy in front of him. Naruto glanced at the cringing teenager, smiled and comforted, "Don't be nervous, we will conduct a series of medical biological experiments. If you want, you can follow along during the experiment. Of course, if you are unwilling to cooperate with the experiment, please explain in advance, no one will force you." Chapter 165. Naruto is telling the truth. Although he plans to conduct a series of biological genetic experiments, he does not intend to violate his moral bottom line. If you believe that you are unwilling to cooperate, then take some body tissue from him to cultivate a clone, and you can give him some money and ninjutsu in return. Using unconscious cloning tools, Naruto still has no psychological burden. Although it will take a long time to officially start the experiment, Naruto thinks it is worth it. If there is no bottom line, what is the difference between being a human and an animal? Recently, Orochimaru was forced to regulate his experiment process by Naruto. The experiment subjects he arrested, except for those who stayed voluntarily and some criminals who have been vicious and have automatically lost their human rights. The rest was erased, the memory was let go, and he returned to his normal life. Fortunately, the letter finally agreed to Naruto's request, chose to study with him, and volunteered to become an experimental subject. He came here to gain more powerful strength and richer knowledge, so he naturally has to show his own value, so that he can be cultivated by the adult who even Orochimaru highly respects in front of him. In return, Naruto will try his best to teach him biomedical knowledge. However, considering that the letter in the blogger's biography is also a bit problematic, Tenten yells nonsense such as war and reconstruction of the Akatsuki organization, and Naruto may have to take on additional responsibility as a life mentor. Then believe that I will take it away. You can also study the blood he left behind. You can try to find out why it has such a magical function as non-rejection. If this can be studied successfully, it will be a big gain. Naruto glanced at Orochimaru and said meaningfully. Orochimaru licked his lips, grinning sullenly without saying a word. Without Naruto's reminder, he also knew how useful an experimental body like Yuxin could be, and he could use this to try to merge all the blood inheritance boundaries in the world. Then look at what happens in such a situation. Maybe in this process, you can obtain a truly immortal body, and gain the power that can use all blood inheritance boundaries like a god. No matter how much you toss, at best, Hashirama cells plus Mangeki Sharingan and some occult blood continue to fuse. This is not a question of IQ, it is purely a question of genetic upper limit. After all, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. If you want to get stronger power, you naturally need more powerful biological materials as a reference. Naruto glanced at Orochimaru, muttering in his heart. Shizuan, who looked around like Tsunade and a curious baby, greeted little Sakura, and Naruto took the letter to launch the Flying Thunder God technique and walked away, and also marked it on the letter. Naruto's biological laboratory was built deep underground in the End Valley. The letter was also brought here, and after arranging a room for him, Naruto used the chakra link to stuff some common sense content of biology into his mind, so that he could learn it first, and ask him if he understands it. Now this biological laboratory has not been set up, and there is no experiment to be done, so Naruto plans to take the time to train a part-time assistant of the experimental body, a tool person. In the process of teaching him to become a qualified assistant, Naruto also subtly talked about the outlook on life, values, and world outlook, and shaped him a correct 3 outlooks. Anyway, no matter what a person can achieve in the future, in short, the 3 views must first be corrected, otherwise it will only harm others and self. Although only accompanied by a shadow clone, the letter can feel Naruto's kindness. So from unfamiliar to familiar, I gradually accepted the existence of a teacher who was about the same age as me in the next year, but who was hard to beat in terms of knowledge and strength. Time flows slowly in this kind of orderliness. Soon, it was already 3 days later. Naruto, who was practicing, suddenly felt that one of his Flying Thunder God coordinates was lit up. It's Terumi Mei. Naruto muttered, found a nearby Flying Thunder God mark and sent it over. Kagura glanced at her heart and found that Terumi Mei was located not far from Vunin village, waiting for him in a place full of barriers beneath the ground. There were also many ninjas from Vunin village who accompanied Terumi Mei. In addition to Jainin and Chunin, there were also many genin. There were thousands of people in Vunin village, occupying more than half of Vunin village. At this moment, they are all holding their breath, and they are full of murderous aura. In addition, Naruto's Kagura's eyes swept across the Vunin village and found that it was also filled with a murderous atmosphere. There were not a few pedestrians on the street, and a large number of ninjas, both bright and dark, were clearly on alert. It seems that in the Mizukage village at this moment, the conflict between the bloody ninjas headed by Terumi Mei and dissatisfied with 4th Mizukage's rule and 4th Mizukage has reached the point where it is on the verge of breaking out. Both sides knew that there was bound to be a bloody battle next. Are you finally ready for the coup? Naruto muttered in his heart. At this moment, 1 month has passed since the appointment with Terumi Mei. A few days ago, Terumi Mei looked for Naruto once, and said that the actual preparations were a little bit different from what was expected. Therefore, it took a few more days to prepare. Only when they were ready, would Naruto come to join the battle. At that time, Naruto was busy deciphering the PU-style brain protection technique, and he didn't care too much, so he just replied yes. Unexpectedly, many days have passed since this wait. It wasn't until Naruto sent Captain and bloggers away, that he started to set up a biological laboratory, and Terumi Mei completed the final preparations. To be on the safe side, Naruto didn't go to Terumi Mei's position, but used a Flying Thunder God to guide the mind technique, and opened a portal next to Terumi Mei. Seeing the dark void suddenly appeared in front of her, Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, but then she saw that the 3-pointed kunao in her hand glowed and formed a blinking question mark, and she guessed it was Naruto who had come. After thinking about it, Terumi Mei still gritted his teeth and got into this pitch-black hole. The next moment, similar to the feeling of being carried on the Flying Thunder God before, Terumi Mei's scene changed, and the next moment she walked from the underground base to the forest, while Naruto looked at her with a smile. "Oh, long time no see, are you ready? A coup is launched today." Naruto asked with a smile. Terumi Mei recovered, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on her face. Yes, Lord Naruto, we are ready. This is the final payment. Please help me wait. Terumi Mei was also very simple, and directly took out a seal scroll containing a lot of money and handed it to Naruto. Naruto was even more straightforward. He took the money, clicked a little, and started to change clothes to prepare for battle. Chapter 166. In Terumi Mei's stunned expression, Naruto tore off the cloak, revealing the blue-gray cropped shirt underneath and the same blue-gray pants. Immediately afterwards, he took out a lavender single ponytail wig, covered one of his yellow hair, and took out cosmetics on his face and applied it for a while, turning his skin into a bronze color from head to toe. Even the face shape has undergone tremendous changes in this process. Then he stretched out his hand and held the pheasant sword that Shadow Clone had brought in from Orochimaru. The calm and calm temperament of the whole person also changed at the moment of holding the long sword, turning into a sharp edge. Death is like the wind, I always stay with me, and the wind swordsman Yasuo joins, and meets Lord Terumi Mei. Naruto put the sword around his waist, bowed slightly to Terumi Mei, and spoke calmly. In the beginning, what Naruto vomited out of Naruto's mouth was Naruto's originally slightly immature voice, but when it came to the second half of the sentence, it had become a vicissitudes of youth voice. From this voice alone, we can know that he must be a weather-beaten man with many stories. If it weren't for Terumi Mei who watched Naruto become like this, she couldn't believe that the typical Ronin warrior in front of her was a handsome and calm little boy not long ago. Even if you want to hide your identity, you don't have to do such a complicated costume, right? Terumi Mei is a little uncomfortable with Naruto, a sloppy Ronin warrior. She still likes a man with a more refined appearance and looks. It would be better if she could be strong enough to protect her. Even me, I can't maintain the transformation technique in the fierce battle, and makeup is different. Not only can I hide my identity, but it can also save chakra. Of course, if you have the kind of transformation technique that won't show you anyway, you can teach it to me. Naruto maintained the vicissitudes of voice, and spoke calmly. After a pause, Naruto added, the most important reason why I disguised myself like this is that this man contains ultimate happiness, which you can't realize. Terumi Mei twitched the corners of her mouth. What Naruto said, except for the inexplicable happiness, of course she knew that these were almost all basic ninja compulsory content. Without getting too entangled in this topic, Terumi Mei said, then let's prepare, go back to the base first, and then formally call up the manpower to start the battle. Naruto nodded slightly, put his hand on Terumi Mei's shoulder, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and went to the underground base. For the sudden appearance and disappearance of Terumi Mei, several high-level players in the field were not surprised. They took a look at Naruto after dressing. Although they couldn't recognize him at the moment, they could roughly guess his true identity. That's good, if Nine-Tails Jinchuriki helps us spread the news of the coup d'état, it will inevitably lead to unpredictable consequences. He whispered in his heart. This is Height Swordsman, Mr. Yasuo, he is a master I specially invited to help. Although everyone knows Naruto's identity well, the process has to go a bit. Meet Mr. Yasuo. Ching, don't cut again, Chongjuro, Bai and others nodded to say hello. Then, let's pass on the order, and the battle will begin. Terumi Mei's face showed a skillful and cold-killing air, no longer sexy and charming, and became serious and solemn. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, and then filed out of this high-level meeting room, and began to summon the subordinates separately. The captain-level Genin and Genin were first notified, and then the Genin who belonged to each team. It didn't take long for everyone in this base to gather in the large square. Today is when we overthrow the fourth Mizukage tyranny and fight for our living space, so that the light will reappear in this bloody fog. You can have the determination to fight the four. Terumi Mei stood on the high platform with one hand on his hips, and spoke very angry. At this moment, Everyone including Naruto is standing behind Terumime like a shadow at this moment. Yes. Fight to the end and overthrow 4th Mizukage's tyranny. The ninjas below looked at this powerful person on the stage. Although a woman, it also gave them infinite confidence. After all, this is a world that belongs to the strong. Then act according to the plan and strike. Terumime waved his hand, and immediately stood up and walked out first. Behind them, many ninjas whose hearts were filled with blood, followed without hesitation. In the entire Wujin village, many ninjas, 4th Mizukage has been suffering for a long time, revenge and hatred, just today. As the ninjas in this base started to move, news spread out. At first, an elite team rushed towards the village, pulled out the secret whistle along the way, and bought enough time for the ninjas behind to reach the inside of the village as much as possible. Today, all the forces that can be fought have been fought, and the rest are enemies. As for the neutral, just stay at home and do nothing at this time. Therefore, even if it is for these people who are also one village ninjas, these elite squads who are sharp knives do not hesitate. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and when the team led by Terumime entered the Vunin village with the cooperation of the internal response, the troops belonging to 4th Mizukage finally reacted at this time. Within a very short period of time, Terumime's troops collided with 4th Mizukage's troops. Then, a battle that was not lower than the intensity of the national war and nearly 10,000 people participated in the battle began. For these battles, Terumime and other masters did not participate. Under the leadership of Terumime, a group of people rushed straight to the Mizukage building, and the ninjas who tried to stop them were all intercepted by the guards who followed Terumime. What Terumime wants is a misty ninja village as complete as possible, so she definitely doesn't want this war to last too long. For this reason, she formulated the strategy of placing soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, and kings against kings. The subordinates stopped Mizukage's subordinates, and she carried out the decapitation tactics with the elite. Victory in the melee of nearly 10,000 people will allow the surviving Mizukage front and neutral ninjas to see the power of Terumime, and the record of leading the team to kill 4th Mizukage will let people see her formidable strength. And these prestige are the most important elements for her to quickly end the chaos after the coup is over and ascend to the position of Mizukage. Time passed, and finally, Terumime and his party stopped. Ahead, 4th Mizukage Yagura led many Anbu elites, standing in front of the Mizukage building with a cold expression, waiting for the arrival of Terumime and his party. Chapter 167. Terumime, do you want to rebel? Yagura yelled coldly. Although the hostility between the two sides is already on the face of the matter, the process still needs to go a bit. Terumime did not act immediately. She spoke without showing weakness. 4th generation, during your reign, the whole village is going from bad to worse. Sooner or later the village will be destroyed in your hands. If you have shame, you abdicate and let the virtuous I do it. The fact that 4th Mizukage was controlled by illusion techniques could not be said in the public. It was rubbing the face of the entire Mizunin village underground. And this sentence, Terumime said to Yagura. Regardless of whether 4th Mizukage is still under the control of illusion, if 4th Mizukage can actively retreat, it can avoid a lot of bloodshed and sacrifice. Unfortunately, this is just in vain. If Yagura was indeed controlled by illusions at the beginning, he pushed hard into the blood mist and continued to bleed the entire mist ninja village, then by now he is already riding a tiger. If he does not wipe out all the opposing power, then he will be overthrown by the people below as he is now. No one is not afraid of death. Yagura can imagine how miserable his fate would be if he compromised. From the beginning, he had only one choice. And this is reflected in the comics. After Terumime and others successfully completed the coup, Yagura was unlocked by the illusion. It is not known whether he was killed in the battle with 3 tails, or was forced to separate from the tail beast, and died anyway. What's more, Yagura at this moment, belonging to the Sharingan illusion planted by Obito, still hasn't expired. It's useless to say more, take down these traitors. Yagura waved, and immediately many Anbu elites and the shadow guards around him began to attack. In an instant, densely packed shurikens and kunao were thrown out, and there were more ninjas in Jian, ready to release ninjutsu. Seeing hundreds of elite ninjas, even Yagura is ready for battle. Terumi Mei and his party just wanted to do it, but Naruto stretched out his hand to stop him, and spoke calmly, asking for instructions. These clowns are not worth your shots, Terumi Mei, let me come. Since Terumi Mei gave him a reward of 300 million taels and asked him to do it, Naruto must show his worth. If Terumi Mei and Yagura are allowed to fight, the final result is likely to be a terrible victory for Terumi Mei and his party. Then why do you want Naruto? Okay, Mr. Yasuo, then I will trouble you. Terumi Mei's eyes lit up. Although she needs to overturn 4th Mizukage's reputation and become Mizukage to govern the village, she wants to make the whole village less sacrifices, even if it sacrifices some reputation for this, it is not a big deal. From the bottom of my heart, Terumi Mei loves her village. In this case, it is naturally good for Naruto to take over the work. Terumi Mei is assured of Naruto's strength. Anyway, Naruto is now a member of her camp, and the final record still has to be counted on her head, but it would be more shocking without her personally defeating 4th Mizukage. Naruto nodded slightly, glanced at 4th Mizukage Yagura, who was guarded by many Anbu and the shadow guards, and the many ninjas who had already rushed over, and said in a calm tone, let's make a quick fight. In the next instant, Naruto's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of everyone as if changing his shape. The wind barrier. The long sword in Naruto's hand was swung one after another, and the airflow suddenly surged. Under the control of wind-style chakra, dozens of wind walls were formed. Some time ago, when Naruto awakened and Sharingan began to practice swords at the seaside, he had a whim, and decided to help Terumi Mei in the coup d'état this time to cost the wind sword master Yasuo. Swordsmanship, the power to control the wind, isn't this his Naruto? In order to be able to better play the role of Yasuo, the Cos Blast swordsman, Naruto recently used Yasuo's skills to show all his active skills during the process of sword practice. Of course, only the appearance is similar, and the other methods such as force generation are all configured by him according to the actual situation. With Naruto's physical skills and chakra control ability, it is not difficult to do this. Although such a move is useless to face the strong, it is just right to use it to abuse food at the moment. As Naruto used the wind barrier, these wind walls spread across the sky and the earth. As soon as the thrown kunao and shuriken touched the wind wall, they were blocked by the high-speed rotating wind wall. Even the water-style ninjutsu that followed, was twisted into the sky by the high-speed rotating wind blade and flew away. Before stepping. In the next moment, Naruto changed into a phantom and passed through the wind wall and burst into the crowd. Naruto at this moment is like a wolf entering a flock. The figure is moving at high speed, constantly evading attacks, and constantly active attacks. Every time a sword is swung, a ninja can be pierced, killed, or wounded. But those ninjas who reacted and wanted to fight back with Kyuubi were easily avoided by Naruto's agile body. However, these ninjas are elites after all. Although they were hurriedly beaten by Naruto's extremely fast speed at the beginning, they quickly reacted, changed their formation and compressed Naruto's moving space. The wind will stop. Naruto didn't care about this either. When the dodge space was completely lost, he held the sword in both hands and slashed out in all directions. The powerful force came out through the sword, and combined with wind-style chakra to form a milky white sword aura visible to the naked eye. As Naruto swung the sword, it continuously shot out towards the surroundings. In the face of Naruto, who has high movement speed and high attack speed, and will interrupt, most ninjas can't even use ninjutsu defense. In an instant, a dozen ninjas around were torn to pieces by Naruto's fierce sword aura. And Naruto's figure didn't stay in the slightest, and didn't look at the results of his sword aura. He made a vertical leap, avoiding the kunao and shurikens that fell densely around him. Then a sword was swung, and dozens of small tornadoes shot out in front of Naruto. Zhang flashed. The tornado exploded and turned into an impulsive air current. The air was chopped and snorted, and more than a dozen ninjas were blown away by the violent wind, showing Naruto a passage straight to Yagura's side. When he slid forward, he was already stabbed in front of Yagura with a sword. And Yagura deserves to be Hokage. Compared to the previous trash fish, it is not a level. When Naruto's sword stabbed in front of him, a water mirror appeared in front of him. In the water mirror, another gusty sword, Yasuo, appeared, swinging the sword and slashing towards Naruto. Kang! The two swords intersected, and the same power as Naruto came from the sword. Chapter 168. Shuijing Technique. The expression on Naruto's face remained unchanged. The water mirror technique is Yagura's unique skill. After using it, you can copy a copy from the water mirror that has the same power as the attacker and uses the same moves. Unfortunately, Naruto wasn't serious at this moment. He didn't use any techniques to increase his strength and speed. He just relied on his regular physique to fight chakra. Wind style. The airflow accelerates. The gust of wind engulfed Naruto's body, and a stronger force burst out from all over his body. Out of the water mirror, the mirror image that was stubbornly stubborn with him was immediately dissipated by Naruto's explosive power. While using the water mirror technique, Yagura did not hesitate to start the tail beastization. A violent aura spread out, the blood-colored chakra covered Yagura's body, and a tail appeared behind him. He knows that his normal state is not Naruto's opponent, and he can only hope to win after the tail is turned into a beast. At this moment, Naruto attacked, and Shuijing technique launched successfully. A mirror image with the same power as Naruto resisted his attack. A sneer appeared at the corner of Yagura's mouth. After the tail was transformed into a beast, he quickly bypassed the water mirror and appeared behind Naruto. Coral Palm. A palm shot contains the power of the tail beast. After being hit, coral will grow on the body. Not only can it cause great damage, but it can also effectively reduce its speed, which is extremely restrained by the ninja. However, Yagura did not expect that Naruto broke the stalemate with the mirror image in an instant. The moment he took this palm, he turned around and blocked Yagura's palm. With a clicking sound, Naruto himself did not hit the move, but his sword actually started to grow coral, which became extremely heavy. But Yagura's attack did not stop. He stretched out his hands, bypassed the long sword in Naruto's hand, and slapped him on the chest. It seems to be more serious. Kurama can't communicate with Three Tails Isofu. Naruto stepped a little, and flew back to avoid Yagura's pursuit, and asked in his heart. Like this Jinchuriki, it is controlled by illusion and turned into a tool turtle that provides a source of strength for Jinchuriki to fight. In the sealed space, Kurama, who was watching this battle, curled his lips. Since Naruto came to Vunin village, he has been trying to communicate with Three Tails Isosuke through the exclusive chat channel of the Tail Beast, but the news he received has never been answered. As expected, let's solve these miscellaneous fish first. Naruto lifted the sword and shook the coral on it. After taking a look at the many Anbu and Mizuki's shadow guards that were being pushed around, he ignored Yagura, who was chasing after him, and rushed into the pile of fish in a flash. Some distance away from the battlefield, Terumi Mei and others who were watching the battle were stunned watching Naruto use their fourth Mizukage as a dog for a walk, and kill their elite Anbu and the shadow guard as a fish. Although I knew Naruto's powerful strength beforehand, I saw it with my own eyes at this moment, and there was still an unreal feeling like in a dream. Fortunately, we didn't make enemies with this adult. No longer sighed softly, with a rich rejoicing in his tone. On the side, Terumi Mei, Ao, Kojuro, and others nodded in agreement, thinking that the 300 million taels were really worthwhile. By watching from the sidelines, Terumi Mei and others can clearly discover how powerful 4th Mizukage and his shadow guards and Anbu are. If they fight against it, even if they can win, they will inevitably pay a painful price afterwards. It's like it is now, just stand by and watch the show, and then wait for the results of the final success. Fewer people will die, and some strength and heritage will be reserved for Wuren village, which is more than the cost of 300 million taels. Moreover, the current Naruto is obviously not serious. As far as they know, they didn't use the power of Flying Thunder God technique and 9 tails to fight. Naruto is so powerful under normal conditions. How about he who is serious? How strong can it be? And soon, they saw it. With the passage of time, the many loyal shadow guards and elite anbus around 4th Mizukage have all been slaughtered by Naruto, and only 1/4 Mizukage is chasing after him madly. At this time, 4th Mizukage has entered the form of a half-tailed animal. The whole person was wrapped in blood-red chakra, and exoskeletons with strong defensive power began to grow all over the body. He no longer chased Naruto, but stood on the spot. A large number of chakras gathered in his mouth and began to gather tailed beast bomb. Since he couldn't catch up, he would release a range attack. As for this is in Kirigakure, there are many ninjas of the same camp around, and even his clansmen are here. Yagura can't take care of it anymore. In his mind, there was only one thought left at the moment. That is to kill the swordsman in front of you. I'm serious. Naruto said seriously. And with this sentence, Terumi Mei and others who watched the battle also raised their spirits. They wanted to see how powerful this one was. In the next moment, Naruto appeared next to Yagura with the help of the Flying Thunder God imprint left beside him. Click! There was a sound of broken bones. Naruto kicked Yagura's chin. The tailed beast bomb that had just been condensed in his mouth failed to explode on Naruto as he expected, but flew straight to the sky with the heavy kick. Boom! The shocking explosion sounded, attracting the attention of many people. In Vunan village, many people who were fighting stopped fighting unconsciously, watching the flames that filled half of the sky. In front of the Mizukage building, with the help of the Flying Thunder God imprints all over the surrounding space. At this moment, Naruto disappeared and reappeared. The long sword in his hand was constantly dancing, cutting out an attack speed that was 10 times higher than the limit of the human body. Chiang chiang! The sword rubbed against the hard bones of Yagura's body, and there was a harsh metallic tremor. With powerful chakra and physical strength, Jinchuriki Yagura was completely immobile at this moment. He was hit by successive attacks and floated in the air. His body was hit hard, but he could not resist. The exoskeleton shattered, and deep sword marks began to appear on Yagura's body. The powerful healing power brought by the tail beast chakra is working, but it can't keep up with the speed of Naruto's wound creation. Naruto's figure is constantly jumping, because of the extremely fast speed, it is like there are dozens of Yasuo attacking Yagura at the same time. Time passed, and when the damage suffered reached a critical point, it finally changed. The tailed beast chakra on Yagura is dissipating, revealing a body covered with deep sword marks, and he is already dying at this moment. This is Flying Thunder God 9999/. Glancing at Yagura on the ground, Naruto whispered to himself. Chapter 169. On the side, Terumi Mei and others, who watched the entire battle, were surprised at this moment, closing their mouths together. When everyone was active in the ninja world, Naruto's father, Yellow Flash, had passed away. Although they had heard of the prestige of Yellow Flash, it was the first time that they saw Flying Thunder God technique being applied to actual combat. In that short period of time, Naruto didn't know how many displacements and attacks were launched. Even the extremely powerful Jinchuriki could not fight back under an attack of this intensity. This kind of nerve reaction speed is really terrifying. If I replace it with me, it won't be used for Flying Thunder God. Such a high-speed displacement will make you dizzy, let alone use it in actual combat to accurately hit the enemy. On the body. On the side, I could not help but smile bitterly. Terumi Mei and others nodded in agreement. The Flying Thunder God technique is powerful, but the Namikaze Minato people are also powerful. Only the combination of the two is the famous yellow flash of the ninja world, otherwise it is just an ordinary space transmission ability. Although rare, it is not powerful. And Uzumaki Naruto, as the son of Namikaze Minato, has a good inheritance of his father's excellent talent. However, today I still haven't been able to see the full strength of Naruto-kun as Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I don't know how strong he will be after using the power of Nine Tails. Terumi Mei feels a little regretful. After sighing, they remembered the business. The fourth Mizukage Yagura has been given the lead. The fourth generation remnants can lay down their weapons and surrender, so they can avoid death. Terumi Mei shouted, her voice echoing throughout Ninja Village. As soon as this voice sounded, all the ninjas who belonged to the Terumi Mei camp suddenly cheered loudly. Their morale is stronger, and they fight like godly help. As for the ninjas who belonged to the 4th Mizukage Yagura camp, they were panicked at this time. They didn't know if they should believe the news. Although they were still fighting, their momentum was inevitably weakened by 3 points. As time passed, Terumi Mei called out more than 10 times in succession, and their 4th Mizukage Yagura hadn't come out for a long time to show the sense of existence, and the trade-off between this kind of aura was still intensifying. Reminiscent of the tailed beast bomb that was hit in the air just now, many people suddenly felt timid. They began to retreat gradually, instead of going to fight the enemy, trying to leave the battlefield to see the after effects. And more wall-to-wall grass, or ninjas who were already forced to participate in the battle, did not hesitate to abandon their weapons and surrender at this time. Terumi Mei and others ignored the dying Jinchuriki 4th Mizukage Yagura, and began to take people to clear the battlefield, while Naruto squatted beside Yagura and picked up his own spoils. Gifu, hello, Gifu, wake up. Naruto suspended the dying Yagura temporarily, entered Yagura's sealed space, and began to call the 3 tails in his body. After being unlocked by Naruto, Isosuke quickly woke up. He glanced at Naruto and then at the little fox standing on Naruto's shoulders, and curiously asked, Kurama, is this your Jinchuriki? Well, your Jinchuriki is dying, do you want to come to me? Kurama invited. Isofu thought for a while and slowly said, I'm fine, but if I can, I would like to find a quiet place to stay in the mud. In recent years, he has been in a state of being controlled by illusions for a long time. He has no feelings for his Jinchuriki, and there is no special place he wants to go. It is best to stay alone quietly. But if Kurama invites it, then it's not impossible to be a roommate with him. Naruto was a little speechless while listening. At first, he just wanted to get some chakra from 3 tails. He didn't expect Kurama to be so real, wanting to fool the whole turtle. The tail beast that can exist in Jinchuriki's body is not limited to one. The reason why the previous Jinchuriki could only seal one-tailed beast in his body was because it was very difficult for them to suppress one-tailed beast, and if 2 were likely to die on the spot. But Naruto is different, Kurama in his body doesn't do anything. And if the other tail beasts are willing and don't mind being in the same room with Kurama, they can naturally stay in his body. After all, in the body of Sage of 6 Paths back then, there were 9 tail beasts at the same time. The reason why I met Gaara and didn't directly guard the crane is because Naruto and Gaara are friends, and the second is that Kurama guarding the crane, the little brother who always tries to provoke him, is not very pleasing to the eye. But Kurama wouldn't mind if he changed to the honest and quiet temperament of 3 tails. Kurama ignored the second half of Isosuke's words, jumped off Naruto's shoulders, returned to his original shape and walked to Isosuke in 3 or 2 steps, raised his hand and clenched his fist towards Isosuke, and said, Come on. All right. Isofu, who was at ease, didn't want to argue, and raised his hand to fist Kurama. In reality, Naruto pressed the hand on Yagura's chest, illuminating a rich khaki light. The earth-yellow light flowed into Naruto's body, and finally converged into a huge tortoise in the sealed space. While the turtle moved in, Naruto felt a powerful force burst out of his body. Compared to the changes brought by the absorption of 1 tail and 8 tails chakra before, Naruto could hardly feel the changes. At this moment, there was an additional 3 tails in his body, and Naruto clearly felt that his strength became stronger. In addition to its own wind and yang attributes, the arrival of Isofa brought Naruto the power of water style and ice dung. From then on, Naruto can use water style and ice dune, just like his own attributes. There is no need for attributes like acquired practice to do more with half the effort. I tried to turn on the 9 tails fairy fox mode. Naruto found that because of the existence of Gifu, his 9 tails fairy fox mode has got a certain degree of bonus. If half of the 9 tails brings Naruto the attribute bonus is 1, the full version of 9 tails brings the attribute bonus is 3, learned that Sage mode activates its own chakra 9 tails bonus is 4, then at least change now it became 4.5. Kurama, you teach Isofa to learn immortality and activate your own chakra. This might bring a greater bonus to my strength. After thinking about it, Naruto suggested to Kurama. Good. Kurama can understand the meaning of Naruto without even thinking about it. After all, the power of the tail beast and the perfect Jinchuriki are one. And Yagura, because of the tail beast in his body was taken away. He, who was severely wounded and dying, immediately lost his breath of life and turned into a corpse, thus ending his sad life of being controlled. Naruto glanced at him, then closed his gaze, thinking in his heart, speaking of which, 6 Tails Seiken is also in Vunin village, so I can get some chakra now. Chapter 170. After deciding to look for Seiken, Naruto opened up Kagura's eyes and enveloped the entire Vunin village inside and outside. At this moment, with the death of 4th Mizukage, the Terumi Mei camp has a big advantage. Those who followed 4th Mizukage's old department, a small part fled when the situation was bad, and most of them surrendered. The remaining stubborn diehards are gradually being wiped out by the ninjas who follow Terumi Mei. According to this trend, within today, the entire Wurin village can be calmed down, and then starting from tomorrow, a new chapter will be opened, sweeping the blood mist into the dust of history. For these, Naruto did not pay much attention. He asked Kurama to share the chakra breath of 6 tails, but he swept the entire Vunin village in and out with the eyes of Kagura, but he still couldn't find the chakra breath belonging to 6 Tails Seiken. I remember that Jinchuriki of 6 Tails Seiken is called a bubble, Grandmaster Water Style Bubble Ninjutsu, but after becoming Jinchuriki, people in the village looked at it with strange eyes and lived a painful life shared by Jinchuriki. His master wanted to pull the tail beast out of his body in order to help him get rid of this painful life. Foam thought that the master wanted to kill him, but after the tail beast became a beast, he killed the master and escaped. Not only that, because of this misunderstanding, it also left a knot in my heart. The first time I played was at Shippuden, when I was 16. There are still more than 3 years left from that point in time. As a result, I am not in Vunin village. Have you defected so early? Naruto frowned and thought, but his expression relaxed quickly. According to the plot description, Vunin village has paid attention to the news of the escaped Jinchuriki bubble. After Terumi Mei succeeded to the throne, she is also working hard to retrieve the Jinchuriki who is living outside and the strong men of Vunin. That being the case, just wait for a while, wait until the inside of Kurinin village stabilizes, and then find Terumi Mei for the coordinates of the bubble. When the time comes, use Flying Thunder God directly, just find some chakra bubbles, simple and straightforward. Now, I don't need to mess around. After a short period of time, Naruto squatted boredly on the roof of the Mizukage building and had a fire and barbecue. The ingredients were taken by Shadow Clone from the Hot Spring Hotel and transferred using the Flying Thunder God Guide Thunder technique. The reason Naruto hasn't left yet is to wait and see if Obito will appear. For this reason, Naruto killed the White Zetsu who was trying to peek at him to draw Isosuke, but he did not move the other White Zetsu in Kairinin village, just waiting for Obito and Black Zetsu to get the bait. As a result, I haven't waited for anything until now. At this moment, Terumi Mei finally calmed down the entire Wurin village, and began to take over important materials and supplies from the village with his subordinates. The Mizukage building is naturally an important part of it. Fourth generation, it's dead. Terumi Mei glanced at the front door downstairs, lying on the ground, with sword marks all over her body, no life alive. Fourth Mizukage Yagura, who was being collected by her men, said in a somewhat complicated tone. At one time, many of Terumi Mei's tribe friends died under Fourth Mizukage's cruel policies. Many outstanding young people in Wuren village also died because of this, so that she was so old that she could not find a suitable age and personality. Ruyi Lang-kun, it is really damn it. An enemy who hated her for many years and delayed her life just died, which made Terumi Mei sigh with emotion. Well, it's dead. Naruto bit on the skewers and answered vaguely. Have you seen Three Tails? Legend has it that Jinchuriki will die if the tail beast is dead. I don't know what will happen. Terumi Mei asked, with some scrutiny in his eyes. Although he was busy fixing the battle before, there was no time to deal with Fourth Mizukage's body. But some of her men saw that Naruto was playing around with Fourth Mizukage for a long time, and she had reason to believe what Naruto did. After the death of Jinchuriki, the sealed space will gradually darken, and because of the existence of the seal, the tail beast will not get out, and will die as the sealed space collapses. There will be no special phenomena. The three tails in Yagura's body is probably dead right now, but the tail beast will not really die. I don't know that it will be resurrected in the natural energy-rich place in the ninja in a few years. You can ask someone to check it. Naruto bit the meat skewers, his face unchanged, and he opened his mouth to talk nonsense. Some things you guess I did, and I admit that I did it are two concepts. For example, now, Naruto can pretend to be stupid. After a few years, it doesn't matter if he exposes three tails on his body. What does my catch of wild three tails have to do with your Vunin village? Even if you have to ask me for an explanation, it's a big deal to stop Terumi Mei with some money, so that everyone can live a good life. And if he admits that he has taken three tails now, even if Vunin village doesn't say anything now, he will definitely get involved in the future. Although Naruto is not afraid, it is also troublesome. He also expects that after Terumi Mei takes over, the government and businessmen will collude to make a fortune. Yes. Terumi Mei guessed a bit, but didn't say anything, and replied, and stopped entanglement on this topic. Attention was attracted by another thing, and asked curiously, natural energy. Natural energy is a high-end knowledge that only a few people know in this world. Although Terumi Mei is a powerful ninja, he doesn't know this thing. Well, natural energy, you should know the principle of energy conservation. The chakra used by our ninjas is composed of mental energy and physical energy, while physical energy and mental energy are converted from food we eat. But the tail beasts, without eating, can continuously refine chakra. They also need to follow the principle of energy conservation, and what they restore to chakra is natural energy. The so-called natural energy is a kind of energy that flows between heaven and earth and is more advanced than chakra. People who can use this energy are called immortals. Naruto briefly explained a few words, but Terumi Mei was even more interested. She blinked and asked curiously, what then? Then, congratulations in advance for becoming the 5th Mizukage. I have something to leave here. When Mizukage's succession ceremony, I will come to attend and give you a gift at that time. Cleaned the meat skewers in his hand, Naruto wiped his hands, but didn't answer her question, and was about to leave. Don't go. Terumi Mei stopped Naruto. Eyes flowed, her voice charmingly said, Sister is very curious. How will you tell your sister about me? Chapter 171. Looking at Terumi Mei, who was constantly approaching, almost sticking to her body, a faint scent of sweat mixed with sweat came from her nose. It seems that even though it is only cleaning the battlefield, the woman who will succeed the 5th Mizukage also has experienced a hard fight. As if I didn't feel Terumi Mei seducing herself intentionally or unintentionally. Naruto stretched out her hand and pressed Terumi Mei's shoulders, pushing her away, her expression unchanged, and her tone of voice calmly said, "Sister Ming, you are not young anymore, so don't behave like a little girl." After that, I wanted to activate Flying Thunder God technique to leave. As I said before, natural energy in this world belongs to high-end knowledge that only a small part of the people know. It is Naruto who can give Terumi Mei a simple science popularization. 30 million 2. Watching Naruto's imprint, launching the false action of Flying Thunder God. The corners of Terumi Mei's mouth twitched, and it was hard to keep the smile on her face unchanged, and she gritted her teeth and spit out these words. I thought that after the overthrow of 4th Mizukage's tyranny, she took over the finances of the entire village, as well as the gains from the ransacking of the house, she would be able to make a lot of money, and at least be able to earn back the 300 million taels she gave to Naruto. As a result, during the cleaning just now, even though I took a lot of important materials and forbidden technique, the money was very small, and the entire village's capital reserves could barely maintain the entire Kirigakure's operation. As for the family that finished copying 4th Mizukage, there was no change in the result, and it was still poor jingle. The family of dignified authority 4th Mizukage lived as tightly as ordinary ninjas. The man behind the scenes who secretly controlled 4th Mizukage has a lot more control over 4th Mizukage than Terumi Mei imagined. It is a 100% puppet who can search the entire Vunin village so cleanly. Instead of what Terumi Mei guessed at the beginning, there is both control and cooperation. However, the poor go to the poor. As long as the village is still there, the money will be earned back sooner or later. Missing Naruto this time is a rare opportunity to talk about. The next time I want to gain such precious knowledge about natural energy, I don't know if there is a chance. Seeing that Naruto still didn't stop the knot, Terumi Mei gritted her teeth and said, "Our ninjutsu reserves in Vunin village, as long as they are not top secret, can be opened to you." In the next second, Naruto turned around, with a gentle smile on her face. "I just said that people who can use natural energy are called immortals, and what are the characteristics of immortals compared to ordinary ninjas? Ninjas that integrate natural energy will become chakras of immortals. When chakra is present in the body, not only will the power of ninjutsu be used to increase geometrically, but also the ability to resist hitting, recovery, movement speed, strength and other attributes will also increase geometrically. It's like this is an ordinary raise nan, and a raise nan injected with celestial power." As he spoke, 2 raise nans appeared in Naruto's hands respectively, and they didn't look very different in appearance. Standing not far from Naruto, Terumi Mei can clearly feel the difference between the 2 ninjutsu. The destructive power of raise nan injected with sage art is several times stronger than ordinary raise nan. Seeing this, Terumi Mei couldn't help but look envy and longing in her eyes. As a ninja, one naturally desires stronger power instinctively. It's just that Terumi Mei has reached his peak a few years ago. Although his experience as a ninja is still increasing and the amount of chakra is slowly increasing, his overall strength has not improved for a long time. At this time, Naruto dissipated raise nan from his hand, and continued with a smile, "In addition, the immortal who has learned the magic has the characteristics of prolonging life and being youthful." Hearing that, Terumi Mei's desire has reached ultimate. As a woman, instinctively will love beauty. Compared with ordinary people, the ninja who constantly squeezes the body to extract chakra is aging faster. Although only 27 years old this year, Terumi Mei already feels that his body is beginning to age. At this time, I heard that immortality still had such an effect, so I couldn't help asking, then how can I learn immortality and become an immortal? The most basic element for learning immortality is to have a huge chakra. Sister Ming, your chakra measurement is barely qualified, and the second thing is to have a teacher carefully teach it. Naruto answered with a smile. Then who can be my teacher of immortality? Terumi Mei spit out these words subconsciously, and then saw a successful smile on Naruto's cheek. With a sigh in my heart, I felt bad. Good news, good news, the Naruto Zainichi crash course is now open. The tuition fee is only 1 billion taels. I have not learned to refund half of the tuition in 3 years. What are you waiting for? I don't want to act. Come and sign up. In a serious voice, Naruto read out lines similar to a roadside fraud. Terumi Mei twitched the corners of her mouth and muttered, I know, you guys who see money, don't you want to refund me half of the tuition fee and just run away? Naruto's eyes lit up, and he clapped in admiration, why didn't I expect it? After learning, I am worthy of being a big sister, and my life experience is richer than me. If you think it is too expensive to learn immortality, I also have a full set of beauty, self-cultivation programs that can be sold to you, and it only costs 10 million taels. I just discovered that Sister Ming, your skin is very rough. This kid. Not cute at all. Terumi Mei touched her exposed shoulders, her eyes jumped. After making complaints, Terumi Mei still intends to learn immortality with Naruto, and that said, such opportunities are not common. Condensing the superfluous expression on the face, Terumi Mei earnestly said, no kidding, I really want to learn fairy art, can I pay in installments? I don't have so much money now. Naruto did not know where he took out a scroll, picked up a pen and filled it in a few strokes, and handed it to Terumi Mei. Smiled and said, the cost of science popularization for basic knowledge of Zainichi is 30 million taels, and the cost of learning about Zainichi is 1 billion taels, which will be settled in 10 years, with a total of 1.5 billion taels with zero interest. In addition, there will be a gift of beauty, and a self-cultivation program. Thank you for your patronage. Terumi Mei raised his hand, pointed at Naruto, and said angrily, you count me. If it hadn't been prepared for a long time, why could the complete contract be drawn out so quickly at this moment? Naruto smiled silently. Terumi Mei was silent for a while, and finally lifted the pen and signed on the scroll. Chapter 172. To charge high tuition fees to teach Terumi Mei to learn fairy skills was what Naruto had planned from the beginning. After owing a huge debt, Terumi Mei will automatically lose most of her right to speak when facing herself. After all, cannibalism is short and soft. So, when she can't beat herself and still owes money, Naruto's request is not excessive, then Terumi Mei has only room to accept. In this case, Terumi Mei is bound to find a way to make money quickly and pay off the debt, so as to ask Naruto to restrain him. In that way, Terumi Mei will certainly not refuse the many economic proposals put forward by Naruto, and will even actively cooperate. In this case, Naruto can indirectly control the entire Vunin village behind the scenes, making it operate according to his own ideas, and earning a lot of benefits. And in this process, we have collected enough talents for our own organization development. There have been so many things that have happened recently that Naruto has only now had the opportunity to plan the layout for his future pursuit of unified goals. And the plan went smoothly. A stronger force is a powerful weapon against ninjas, and youth is permanent and longevity is a lure for female ninjas. Finally, Terumi Mei clearly knew that Naruto had other plans, but did not refuse, gritted his teeth and signed the contract. This is Yangmu. Anyway, adding one piece to the entire Vunin village is not necessarily enough for Naruto to fight alone, and Naruto is not the kind of unreasonable person. That being the case, what is there to worry about? After receiving the contract signed by Terumi Mei, a scroll appeared in Naruto's hand after it was collected. It wrote a complete package of beauty, self-cultivation, and several matching skincare products. Passing this scroll over, a smile appeared at the corner of Naruto's mouth, then, the cooperation is happy. After you have been busy for a while, I will teach you fairy art. If something directly lights up Kyuhyavugwan, I will leave. Well, that sister won't give you away. After receiving the scroll that Naruto handed over, Terumi Mei couldn't wait to open it and read it. Compared with the major events in the village, it is true that your skin condition and beauty are more important. The major events in the village can be dealt with at any time. If the beauty is gone, then it is really gone. Of course, the actual situation is that Vunan village is still in a state of cleaning the battlefield, and there is nothing to be busy for the time being. And when the revival and the development of the village begin, it will be the time to lose hair. Otherwise, Terumi May doesn't have time to be here now, so she will stand here with Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto shook his head, not staying, activated Flying Thunder God technique and left. It was already evening at the Sea View Villa. Naruto had just removed her makeup, changed into a pair of black slacks and a blue plaid shirt on her upper body. Naruto thought about it after redoing her hairstyle. It happened that I had been busy for many days without rest, so I decided to give myself a short half-day vacation, so I didn't go to practice. Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared at the entrance of the Hyoga mansion. Seeing Naruto's arrival, one of the Hyoga guards hurriedly went in to report, while the other invited Naruto into the living room and offered him fragrant tea. This is the kind of treatment that Naruto can only get after Hayashi's mentality has changed recently and he decided to work hard to practice the trumpet. Before that, Hayashi, who was extremely upset with Naruto, directly ignored his existence. If you want to wait, just wait for me outside the gate. Although this is not in line with the rules of hospitality of the famous family, Hayashi is happy in his heart. Naruto sat down in the living room, and Hanabi's maid Hyoga brought tea to Naruto. Before he had time to drink, he saw Hinata rushing over with a flushed face. Look at her practice clothes, as well as the sweat that hasn't been wiped off her cheeks. She should have been practicing just now. Naruto-kun! Hinata called happily. Hinata! Naruto smiled, said hello, and handed over the teacup in his hand. I'm tired, drink some tea to add moisture, I'm here, don't worry. Because my sister retired early, the spark of inability to practice just came over and saw this scene, and suddenly felt a little support in my stomach. Her cheeks bulged up uncomfortably, like a bun. Naruto-kun, I'll change my clothes first, see you later. After Hinata took the ice drink that he had just learned from Naruto, he drank the tea with a moderate temperature, but his cheeks became more ruddy unconsciously. After drinking, the shy Hinata put down the cup, found an excuse and ran away. By the way, Hanabi, who was about to come up to find the fault, was also taken away with an unhappy expression. It didn't take long to see Hinata dressed up again. The girl at the moment, with her hair curled into a G hairstyle, is wearing a sky blue kimono, her head is slightly lowered, she is a little shy, she does not dare to look directly at Naruto. And Hanabi, who wanted to keep up with being a light bulb, was taken away by her father for training. Naruto smiled forward, took the girl's hand, and nodded slightly to the maid Hyoga who was accompanying him, and then pulled Hinata out of the Hyoga mansion. I don't want to date Konoha, just go to Fenjai City. It happens that Fenjai City will host a celebration tonight, and there will be a firework display in the evening. I will show you around, okay? Hinata. At the door, Naruto asked. Knowing that Hinata was not the kind of assertiveness in front of him, Naruto decided on the date, of course, as respect, and finally asked Hinata symbolically for his opinion. Hi. The girl naturally couldn't have any opinion on this, but she just responded softly. After being held by Naruto, Hinata's heart was beating like a deer. At this time, he still had the ability to think. Then go. Naruto smiled and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. The next moment, the two appeared in the commercial street in Fenjai City. Led by Naruto, who had been here once, the two began a dating journey from street food to the end of the street. During the period, occasionally some traditional celebration programs of throwing darts and fishing for goldfish will be held. As night fell, Naruto took Hinata to a secluded place on the wall, but with a wide enough view. At this moment, the moon is high in the sky, and the silver-white moonlight illuminates the earth. On the ground, colorful fireworks began to be set off. In the entire Fenjai City, many people stopped at this moment to watch this rare beauty. So good. Hinata stared at the fireworks dreamily and sighed. Yes. Naruto responded. Unanimously, the two looked at each other at this moment. The two looked at each other, and Naruto read some mixed emotions of shyness and expectation from Hinata's shy and timid face. So, facing the pair of crystal eyes, he lowered his head. As the two got closer, the shadows finally overlapped slowly. Chapter 173. Send Hinata back to Hyuga Mansion. Watching her turn around in 3 steps and walk in reluctantly, Naruto turned and left. Going home, thinking nothing, took a good night's sleep. The next day, Naruto began his daily practice and study. By the way, I called a shadow clone to Vunin village and went to their ninjutsu data storage library for further training. Because there was an extra 3 tails in his body, Naruto also got the water attribute and ice escape blood follow-up boundary. It just so happens that Vunin village is very good at ice escape and water style. Although Naruto had learned some from Kakashi and Jiraiya before, the two of them weren't specialized in this technique after all. Naruto benefited a lot from the library in Kiribati village. These knowledge about water style and ice stun, although it is not helpful for Naruto to improve combat effectiveness now, but when he grows up to the height of the truth-seeking ball in the future, it can come in handy. The so-called truth-seeking ball is a combination of the 7 attributes of yin, yang, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind, as well as their derived attributes. If you don't know enough about the chakra attributes of Sen Luo Vientian, you will not be able to condense truth-seeking ball on your own. And if you want to train into a bloody trap like Kaguya, and evolve the essence of life to a level that is stronger than the general Tsutsuki, research on the power of the sun is also indispensable. While studying at Naruto, Kiranin village, under the leadership of Terumi Mei, quickly settled the chaos caused by the coup. Then, began to cleanse forth Mizuki's irons and those ninjas who committed unforgivable crimes. Except for a very small number of people who knew the extremely confidential content, most of them were used by Terumi Mei to conduct secret transactions with Naruto. These ninjas were used by Naruto as waste and used as materials for the upcoming biological genetic experiment. In their sinful life, they will finally shine. Naruto didn't have any psychological burden for experimenting with these people who had died. For this, the current high levels of Wurin village have acquiesced. After the waste is used, the village has also obtained a large amount of funds and used it in the village, trying to make the whole village function normally. In this way, after half a month, the entire Wurin village has finally stabilized initially. The closed villages were also reopened, and news was released to the outside world to take over tasks. The trembling civilians in the village also started a new life at this moment. It was also at this time that Terumi Mei, who was initially free, found Naruto's shadow clone reading a book in the library. Notify your body to come over, I want to learn immortality now. Terumi Mei said expectantly. Naruto looked at Terumi Mei and shook his head, no, I can. Come on, meditate first and feel the natural energy. While talking, this Naruto divided another shadow clone out and continued reading, while he started to teach Terumi Mei to practice celestial arts. Terumi Mei sat cross-legged across from Naruto, wondering, what then? She is there for all to see how powerful Naruto is, but a shadow clone can teach her to practice immortality, which makes her wonder if Naruto intends to fool her. Naruto didn't say much, walked up to Terumi Mei and put one hand on her shoulder. Let go of body control, follow my guidance, and mix the physical energy, mental energy, and perceived natural energy in a ratio of 1 to 1 to 1, and extract chakra. Naruto talked about the essence of sage mode. I have been practicing celestial arts for several years. Naruto has already been able to enter sage mode in seconds, which is a bit troublesome for beginners. And the moment Naruto put her hand on Terumi Mei's shoulder, she didn't resist. Immediately, I found my chakra and Naruto's chakra were linked together, and a kind of energy that had never been felt before began to emerge in the perception. This energy is majestic and vast. Under the guidance and demonstration of Naruto, Terumi Mei began to try to mix her own mental energy, physical energy, and this vast natural energy in a 1-to-1 ratio to refine chakra. After that, Terumi Mei felt an unprecedentedly powerful chakra in his body. As time passed, Terumi Mei, with the help of Naruto, blended all her mental energy and physical energy with natural energy and refined it into chakra. Is this a fairy? What a powerful feeling! Terumi Mei glanced at her palm, wondering if it was an illusion. She felt her skin glowing at this time. Terumi Mei's original strength, relying on the 2 types of blood heirs on her body, is probably slightly better than Yagura, who is 3 tails Jinchuriki. At this moment, a powerful sense of power is flowing in the body, which makes Terumi Mei feel that she can easily suppress 3 tails Jinchuriki Yagura. This feeling is extremely intoxicating. On the side, Naruto affirmed, "Your current combat power is probably 2 or 3 times higher than before. Like the Yagura who fought with me yesterday, it should be easily defeated. But your battery life is not very strong, you must fight quickly if you want to kill him." Hearing this, Terumi Mei nodded and quickly calmed down. After all, he is a mature cage-level ninja, who has gained such a powerful strength by virtue of his own practice, but he is not the hairy boy who swells when he first gains strength. He glanced at Naruto, who turned into a fox with vertical pupils and orange eyeshadow in the corners of his eyes, and then glanced at himself. After entering Sage Mode, he has the same characteristics, and he muttered in his heart. It seems that I still underestimate Naruto-kun. He has a strong physique. It is a grandmaster for wind style, flying thunder god technique, and has the power of 9 tails. Only now I know that there are fairy powers. I don't know when there will be a chance, but when Naruto-kun is fully open. At this time, Naruto said, "This is just for you to experience the changes after you have cultivated into Sage Mode. Next, I will not help you refine chakra. I will only help you perceive the natural energy. You can perform the chakra by yourself." Refining. Terumi Mei nodded. At the next moment, Naruto is not helping Terumi Mei to refine chakra. At this time, Terumi Mei realized the difficulty of practicing fairy magic. Natural energy is very violent and not very well controlled, so it is very difficult to even introduce it into the body, let alone combine it with its own mental energy and physical energy to extract chakra. Many times, Terumi Mei's body began to show signs of alienation, but Naruto interrupted him in time. In this practice, time slowly passed for 3 months. Chapter 174. In 3 months, Naruto emptied all the reserves of water style and ice drain ninjutsu accumulated in the past dynasties of Wu Ninja Village. Unfortunately, because he wants to teach Terumi Mei Zianshu, he can't leave for the time being. Therefore, the shadow clone who taught Terumi Mei the magic trick, in his spare time recently, began to teach himself the cultivation of summoning beasts with various water attributes and the methods of making various poisons. During this period of time, Terumi Mei's celestial practice has improved a lot. Although she can only spare half a day every day to practice immortality, but immortality is not something that can be intensively practiced, and the state is very important. Under the hand-by-hand guidance of Naruto, a powerful teacher, he lost control when he refined chakra from the beginning, and now he can perceive the natural energy by himself, and then he can refine chakra on his own. At this moment, what Terumi Mei is trying is to enter Sage Mode with his own ability. At this moment, she seemed to be immersed in nature. Although she was in the library, she would not be aware of her existence if she was not seen by the naked eye. To be honest, Terumi Mei is very good in both physical talent and learning ability. Coupled with his hand-to-hand teaching, it is normal to be able to do this in 3 months. After all, it seemed that it only took him less than a month to practice Zianshu. Although the 2 physiques of the blood legacy boundary were not as good as his sage body, they were far superior to ordinary ninjas. Looking at the chakra accumulated in the body, Terumi Mei was very close to success, and Naruto couldn't help thinking about a somewhat unrespectful question. So, what did Mr. Jiraiya do all these years? I remember that he started practicing immortality when he was a child, but now that he knows the fate of heaven, immortality is still half-toned. Even if Mr. Jiraiya's physique is normal, it wouldn't be too bad to be able to practice fairy skills. Is it because people lost contact in the ninja world, and there are too many distracting thoughts in their hearts, so the progress of cultivation is slow? Or is there a lack of a teacher like me? The toads of Mount Maiboku are not good. But when Naruto was racing in his head, Terumi Mei finally accumulated enough chakra. Under Naruto's gaze, a powerful breath emerged from her body, which was a sign of successfully entering sage mode. Immediately afterwards, there was a slight alienation of the body, and it began to change to the form of a fox. After all, it is the Nine Tails magic technique developed by Kurama. It is normal to use imperfections to become a fox. Even the relatively perfect ones like Naruto will have the characteristics of fox pupils. Just when Naruto was about to interrupt Terumi Mei to prevent her from alienating further, she saw that she had stabilized her breath. I have practiced sage mode. Now I am also a fairy, Naruto-kun. Opening his eyes, Terumi Mei turned his gaze to Naruto and said excitedly. However, Terumi Mei, who was in a state of excitement, did not notice that Naruto's eyes were a little strange at the moment. Is something weird about me? Terumi Mei, who was uncomfortable being seen by Naruto, touched her cheek subconsciously, nothing strange except for the slight fox beard marks that appeared at the beginning of practicing immortality. This mark will be gone when the chakra in the body is exhausted. Naruto didn't say much, and pointed to the mirror next to him. Terumi Mei cast his gaze subconsciously. Then, I saw in the mirror a delicate face, exquisite figure, fair skin, a fox with erect pupils, charming eyes, fox ears, and a fox girl with 9 swaying tails behind her. The fox's tail and ears are orange, and even Terumi Mei's original brown hair has turned orange at this moment. Suddenly, Terumi Mei was taken aback and took a step back unconsciously. The fox girl in the mirror also took a step back at this moment. Raising his hand, touching his ears and tail, it is a real body organ, not an illusion. Terumi Mei twitched the corner of her mouth, pointing to the mirror and said uncomfortably, "Why did this happen? I clearly feel that I successfully entered sage mode, just like you helped me enter sage mode at the beginning. Although it looks pretty good, it always feels weird. I learned this fairy technique from a fox. It may vary from person to person. I have practiced with no other characteristics except for the fox's erect pupils, and it has become like this in your place. Of course, it may also be because your fairy skills are not perfect enough. Practice more and improve your chakra control ability. Your fox ears and tail will be gone." Naruto looked at Terumi Mei, whose charisma value had risen by at least 50 points, and said with a serious analysis. And secretly, Naruto was laughing crazy. In the sealed space, Naruto stabbed Kurama with his elbow on the side and was struggling to write, clapping the table and laughing wildly, "Ha ha 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 ha, come out and see Daji, ha ha ha." Kurama was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Naruto, practicing swords at the beach. Only his eyes turned to Naruto in Kiranin village, and when he saw Terumi Mei, Kurama couldn't help but stunned. Then, he reacted with Naruto, clapping the table and laughing wildly, "Ha ha ha, it really looks like Daji, 9 Tails Demon Fox Girl, all over the country, confusing all beings, it smells like that, ha ha ha. This is too fun." Both of them discovered for the first time. It turns out that the two of them combined their own 9 Tails magic tricks based on the comics. If they practiced imperfectly, they would become like this. But compared to Jiraiya's ugly toad, Terumi Mei's appearance has not become ugly, but her charm value has risen a lot. Terumi Mei looked in the mirror for a while longer, and looked more beautiful. After getting through the initial discomfort, I actually felt a little bit happy, this look really fragrant. Although this is a bit narcissistic, Terumi Mei looked at herself in the mirror and felt that she was about to fall in love with this woman. However, this outfit doesn't match the way it is now, so turn around and change it. Terumi Mei counted. On the side, Naruto opened her mouth and interrupted her, this sage mode, you are considered to have practiced, and then you only need to familiarize yourself with it. When you want to enter sage mode during the battle, you will be divided into a shadow clone to help collect natural energy. Remember to practice more. It's a great success to be able to enter sage mode in seconds. That's it, I'm going to go first. After all, without waiting for Terumi Mei to stay, she took the initiative to lift the shadow clone and disappeared. If you don't leave, Naruto is probably going to laugh. After Shadow Clone was released, Naruto, who was practicing swords at the beach, couldn't help laughing. However, he forgot that he was practicing swords. The waves hit him and shot him directly on the ground. However, this still did not relieve Naruto's smile. Loud laughter, constantly echoing on the beach. Chapter 175. After that day, Naruto wanted to laugh when she saw Terumi Mei. In order to avoid embarrassment, Naruto stopped going to Funin village. However, Naruto wanted to avoid it, but Terumi Mei didn't give him a chance. On the 7th day when Terumi Mei practiced fairy skills, she lit up Naruto's flying thunder god mark and called him over. This time, the location was not in the library of Kiranin village, but in Terumi Mei's house. It was dinner time, and Naruto had just finished a day of practice, so this time it was the main body. Terumi Mei prepared a table of delicacies, including steamed king crab, steamed sea fish, steamed squid, steamed prawns. But all of them are steamed, so you don't know how to cook at first glance. Upon seeing Naruto appear, Terumi Mei smiled and said, Naruto-kun, it's just time to come. I've prepared dinner, let's eat together. As soon as she saw Terumi Mei, who had changed into a red and white kimono, similar to a witch costume, Naruto couldn't help laughing. Just a little bit of brainstorming, this dressed Terumi Mei enters sage mode, the fox demon little matchmaker? Ha ha ha. Terumi Mei put down the plate in his hand, touched her cheek, and said strangely, Naruto-kun, what are you laughing at? Is there anything weird about me? Or do you think the food I make is funny? At the end, Terumi Mei's voice became low. Naruto waved his hand quickly, holding back a smile and said, it's okay, I just think of happy things. Then, it seemed to prove that she had no complaints about her and the food she cooked, and Naruto didn't care that Terumi Mei prepared steamed food that was tasteless. I took the initiative to make 2 dips in the kitchen and started to eat. Not to mention, although these foods are simple to cook, they taste good because of the good ingredients. Seeing that Naruto was eating deliciously, Terumi Mei also let go of her heart and began to eat. After the meal, Terumi Mei made 2 cups of tea and asked Naruto to sit down on the balcony. The two looked at the stars in the sky and drank tea. The atmosphere was quiet and leisurely. After a while, I felt that the time was almost up, and then I started talking about the business. In the last 3 months, thanks to the efforts of my colleagues and I, Wuren village has gradually cleared away the haze caused by the previous blood fog policy. Has also become active and open. It's just that because the village has been closed for too long, we have no diplomacy with other countries and villages. Except for the national defense mission issued by the daimyo of the water country, there are not too many employers who come to us to issue missions. Although we are working hard to change all of this, but little effect has been achieved. Recently, there are many ninjas in the village idle at home, as well as civilians. Although they are a lot more active than before, they are still poor. This is not the way to go. Naruto-kun, do you have any idea? Terumi Mei worriedly talked about her worries. Although she is not incapable of solving these problems, it takes a long time. Before that, the entire Wuren village would still be in the current state of poverty and backwardness. If possible, Terumi Mei wants to develop Funin village more quickly. He also uses this to make more money, and pays back the 1.5 billion taels owed to Naruto as soon as possible. He is always worried. Undoubtedly, Naruto has the ability to help Kiranin village in this way. It's very simple, go to catch seafood and take the initiative to kill the bandits when there is no task. Naruto put down the teacup and said. In order to accumulate financial power, he has long studied Wurin village itself, including the surrounding situation. To sum up the current situation in Wurin village, there are nothing more than two. The first is the job opportunity, that is, the task, and the second is the external image, that is, to let people realize the new, not the Wurin village in the blood mist. However, Naruto did not take the initiative to do anything, but was waiting for Terumi-Mei to speak. Active planning and being requested are two concepts. The former is ambitious and easy to be jealous of, while the latter is the use of force to push the boat along the river and get twice the result with half the effort. As it is now, when Naruto spoke, Terumi-Mei listened to her heart and asked curiously, "Why did you say this?" Naruto pointed to the seafood wreckage on the dining table that had been eaten just now and had not had time to clean up. You know, how much does a seafood meal made of such a table of ingredients cost in the country of fire? 3,000 taels. Terumi-Mei guessed a higher number in her opinion. These ingredients can be seen everywhere in Vunin village. Terumi-Mei bought such a table and spent 600 taels of the time she spent cooking on her own. Since Naruto said it's a big meal, considering that there are so many seafood in the country of fire and the country of water, plus the chef's cooking skills, wouldn't it be too much to double it? But Naruto shook his head, stretched out 5 fingers and said, 5,000 taels. Terumi-Mei opened her mouth wide in surprise, and at this moment there was a feeling of collapse of the 3 views. Terumi-Mei had no idea that the ingredients found everywhere in them could be sold at such a high price on the mainland. These 50,000 taels sell not only ingredients, but also services, but simple ingredients cost at least 10,000 taels in the country of fire, and the reasons for all this are complicated. In addition to the geographical advantage of Wurin village's proximity to the sea and abundant seafood, the more important thing is that the country of water is closed from the mainland, and traffic is blocked from the mainland. In addition, there are other reasons for the platform of high-end consumer places that sell these seafood. Naruto took a sip of tea and explained in a calm tone. After his Heaven on Earth hot spring hotel became famous, it opened a lot of branches throughout the country of fire, almost covering the entire high-end consumer group of nobles and wealthy businessmen. Recently, it has also begun to expand its business towards the country of wind. In the country of fire, he paid Konoha taxes in Hyaga's face, but no one was looking for trouble. In the kingdom of wind, paying taxes to Sand Shinobi village has the face of Gaara. Although the shop has just opened, it can make a lot of money in the future. As a result, he is bound to have a very high demand for high-quality seafood in the future. And Wurin village can meet Naruto's demand for high-quality seafood. Take this table dish that Terumi-Mei made tonight as an example. He bought the goods from Vunin village at the price of 5,000 taels, and then sold them at his own chain hotel. Then he left with a cost of 5,000 taels, which is equal to more. Earn 5,000 taels. And Wurin village sold the original 600 taels of seafood for a price of 5,000 taels, which is equivalent to an extra 4,400 taels. Both parties have earned it, which can be described as a win-win cooperation. For the ninja, it is also profitable. You don't have to fight and kill, and you can easily earn a lot of money and live a better life without having to fight or kill. In this case, Vunin village, which needs a lot of job opportunities, mobilizes all their free ninjas to catch seafood, which is completely no problem. Not only ninjas can catch seafood, ordinary people can also catch seafood. When they all have made money, they can naturally lead a better life, and the village will have more money to cultivate more ninjas. Having said that, Terumi-Mei understood why Naruto asked them to catch seafood. And the reason for taking the initiative to suppress bandits without any circumstances is also roughly understood. Genins can go to catch seafood, and the stronger Chunin and Jainin, as the cards of Shinobu village, can go out to fight the bandits. One is to leave a good impression on the surrounding people and promote that their ninja village has been completely changed, so as to attract more people to Wu Ninja Village to release tasks. Second, the bandits in the water country have been doing harm to the other side for a long time. They had no intention of managing the civil strife and autism before. But now killing them all and scrapping their accumulation over the years is also a lot of wealth. In addition, it can pave the way for the future development of Wurin Village and provide a peaceful environment. Without Naruto to say more, Terumi May can guess that after they get through this initial dilemma, he has more development plans behind him. When you make money and eat meat, you can take them to Wunin Village to have a mouthful of soup. This strategy of suppressing the bandits can be said to be a strategy of 3 birds with 1 stone. Coupled with the previous plan of catching seafood, it can be said that the entire Wurin village has been revitalized at once. Wonderful! Terumi May stared at Naruto with shining eyes, and couldn't help but clap in admiration. Chapter 176. After talking about business, Naruto left. Although Terumi May kindly invited Naruto to stay for a while, she could have a supper together later, so we could chat more before that. However, Naruto still refused. When it's okay, staying in the house of an unmarried young woman at night is not so good after all. Not to mention that this is still a vixen, although Naruto thinks that his concentration is very good, but there is no need to trouble himself. After that day, the ninjas of Wujin village received many missions from the 5th Mizukage in the mission hall. First of all, Chunin and Jainin, all taking the rewards provided by the village, began to use Wunin village as the center to suppress the bandits in the entire water country. After the bandits on the land were almost cleared, Wurin village again targeted many islands along the coast. In the process of suppressing the bandits, news of Wurin village's policy changes slowly spread out, making many people who are afraid of blood fog daring to come to Wurin village to post tasks, and even a lot of businessmen began to come over. The circulation of materials has made the lifeless Wurin village a lot more active. The whole Wurin village began to get on the right track with this. In addition, in the process of suppressing bandits, not only did the security of the entire water country begin to improve, but also made a fortune by taking advantage of it, which greatly eased the financial pressure on the village. For genins, there is another set of mission systems. Unlimited purchase of king crabs, sea cucumbers, octopus, squid, salmon, tuna, shellfish, and other seafood. For every 100 kilograms of seafood, submit a task, settle the reward, and calculate the task resume. In the beginning, the ninjas rejected such a task. I am a powerful ninja honed in blood and tears, cold and emotionless. How is it possible to do this kind of task for you that only the novice genin can do? It's just that if you don't do these tasks, there are no other tasks for them in the village. Ninjas are also humans, and humans also have to eat well after all. In the end, among these proud ninja groups, some ninjas who were about to run out of money still pinched their noses and took the task reluctantly. However, after a period of time, the number of ninjas in the mission hall that took over the seafood task began to show a trend of exponential growth, and even many chunin joined them. Ordinary ninjas who just want to support their families, find that this kind of seafood catching task is not only very profitable, but also not dangerous at all. For ninjas who have chakra and can tread water, the sea is not a particularly dangerous place. Although I'm a little tired from catching seafood, compared to the past few missions a month, I spend most of my time waiting, but I don't know how much it is stronger. This also makes the monthly income of the ninjas in Wunin village enough. More than 5 times. With increased income, there is no need to lick blood like before and worry about family members. Is there anything more fragrant than this? For ninjas who want to become stronger in practice, catching seafood is not a chore. When making money, because of standing on the surface of the sea for a long time to catch seafood, or diving into the deep sea, in the process, not only chakra's control ability has been greatly increased, but even the will and physique have been exercised. Can you exercise yourself and make money? Is there anything more beautiful than this? After arriving, many ordinary people also joined the seafood catching industry, but their efficiency was far worse than that of ninjas. And these collected seafood, Naruto did not choose to use Flying Thunder God to directly transport it back, but sent a supervisor from the Fire Country's own industry to come under the protection of Hokage Ninja. The seafood will be stored in refrigeration and shipped on board. In addition to seafood, there are also many pearls, minerals, handmade products, and other special products from the country of water. Although Naruto's money was spent on buying these ships, recruiting personnel, hiring guards, and building a warehousing logistics network, it was spent like flowing water. However, with the ship of materials transported from the country of water to the country of fire and the country of wind, it has become a delicacy on the table of the heaven and earth customers, and it has become a rare and fresh thing in the market, rather than spending it out. Need more funds to begin to close. And these escort missions for transport ships leading to the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Fire have added a lot of job opportunities to Warren Village. After all, some people don't like to catch seafood. Under this circumstance, the funds held by the people of Warren Village, as well as the funds held by the villagers, are increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This also makes their consumption level start to continuously improve. So, under this circumstance, the hot pot restaurant partnered by Kakashi and Jiraiya, the Heaven and Earth branch of Naruto, and all kinds of fashion brand clothing stores are also naturally open to the water country. In this case, although Naruto still doesn't have a lot of money in his hands, the assets on the books are showing a trend of daily surge. It is worth mentioning that in this process, some small episodes occurred. Looking at the thriving Warren Village, the lucrative transportation industry and the seafood fishing industry, many nobles and lords in the water country were greedy, so they united to put pressure on them and wanted to take this industry chain over. However, at night, I found that all my hair was gone on the head of my bed. The guard ninja they requested seemed to be non-existent. They didn't find out when the assassin appeared or left. Under this circumstance, even if these nobles and great names, who were anointed by the people's anointing and fattening their brains, are brainless, they know that this is not a place where they can monopolize their hands. Otherwise, only the hair will be lost this time, and the head will probably be lost next time. In the end, you can only honestly treat it as nothing happened. Although they have organized manpower to participate in this industry chain, they no longer dare to talk about monopoly or seizure. Naturally, Terumi did it. Although these nobles and daimyo are surrounded by many Jonin-level ninjas and samurai guards. But for Terumi, who is now practicing sage mode, it is not difficult to invade these nobles and daimyo's rooms silently and give them a hairstyle. Of course, she wouldn't dare to kill people directly if it was not necessary. In the Kingdom of the Wind, almost the same thing happened, and the person who made the shot was Gaara. However, he is not as reserved as Terumi. He just touched the door at night and made a new hairstyle for someone, instead he went straight up and blocked the door simply and rudely. Chapter 177. During the recent period of time, Moraizu was honestly autistic in the sealed space, completely ignoring the phone calls that Kurama called from time to time to try to communicate. Just feel relieved to be a civet cat that provides chakra. Gaara, Jinkraki, asks chakra to give it, but he just ignores it if he wants to talk. He plans to wait until the embarrassment of being beaten by Naruto last time is relieved. Gaara, who was lonely since childhood, wanted to be friends with Shao'erhi very much, but in this case, she had no choice but to give up. Without the constraints of Shao'erhi, plus Gaara, who has listened to Naruto's suggestion and practiced physical skills, her maneuverability has become much stronger, and she can easily enter the state of tail beastization, and her strength will be completed in a very short time. Metamorphosis. In this case, after the death of his father fourth Kazekage Luasha, Gaara, who has advanced in strength, relied on her hard power to become an agent. You only need to do enough more tasks to obtain the title of Jonin, and you can officially succeed to the throne and become Fengying. Although this is basically just a form, the process still has to go. Without the humanoid money printing machine, Sand Shinobi Village's recent economic situation has been deteriorating. Naruto's industrial expansion and trade with the water country have greatly eased this situation. In this case, Gaara's reputation in Sand Shinobi Village continues to increase. Although he is still hated by many people because of his identity as Jinchuriki, these dissatisfaction can only be suppressed forcibly in the face of interests and strong strength. When Gaara learned that Naruto's transport ship was blocked in the port, a noble's retainer wanted to confiscate it directly under the pretext of a spy. Ran directly to the door of this nobleman's house. After the tail beast turned into a shower he directly used a sand waterfall to bury the nobleman's house, including fields and shops. Turned into sand. Although there was no murder, this behavior directly led to its bankruptcy. For these nobles who are accustomed to the extravagant life, letting them go bankrupt is more uncomfortable than killing them directly. The so-called that it is easy to change from frugality to luxury, and it is difficult to change from luxury to frugality. And such a heart-wrenching action directly shook the rest of the people who wanted to reach out. Why do they want to reach out? Isn't it just to earn more profits? Now, it is not certain whether you can make money or not, but if you dare to reach out, bankruptcy is quite possible. I wanted to sanction Sand Shinobi Village, but received unanimous protests from Sand Shinobi. As the economic situation of Sand Shinobi Village continues to improve, the support rate of the agent Feng Ying in the village is very high. And the nobles and big names of the Kingdom of Wind did not dare to really provoke Sand Shinobi Village. Under this circumstance, the other nobles and the Wind Kingdom daimyo who were secretly ready to move were silent, and in the end they just rebuked Gaara, the agent of Sand Shinobi Village, without pain. Regarding this, Gaara was also extremely perfunctory and the power of the tail beast did not control the response. As for why I went wherever I went, it can only be said to be a coincidence. Compensation? That's impossible, you are unlucky. And this incident happened 1 year after the end of the Vunin village coup. That night, Naruto, who was called over for dinner by Gaara's flying thunder god Mark, heard Gaara talk about it, and then smiled and said, "How did I handle it? You taught me how to beat the mountain, and I used it to pay for it. Not bad, right?" After getting to know Naruto, Gaara got the consent of his elder brothers and sisters, and invited Naruto to come over as a guest every other time. When chatting, Naruto would occasionally tell him some principles of being a person and doing things. In such a chat, Gaara listened to Naruto's words. Regarding these contents, not only Gaara loves to listen to it, but Temari and Kankuro also love to listen to it. I am happy to have such a knowledgeable and powerful friend for my brother. And until now, they thought that Gaara had met during the last encounter with Konoha. Before replacing it, Gaara killed the matter directly by what kind of damning method. But this is of no use except to make people fear and hate, and then intensify confrontation. It's great. No matter what the method is, it is a good way to solve the problem, but then we still have to send more guards in our industry. They will not do anything on the surface, but we must prevent them from secretly making small moves. Naruto smiled. As the industry of the Kingdom of Wind grows bigger and bigger, it's not good to always trouble others for free. This is not a long-term way to be friends. Favors will eventually run out, so Naruto also pulls Gaara's sisters and brothers. Came in as a shareholder. Although Luosha is dead, as a gold miner, his own inheritance, plus the funds prepared for his children, is still quite a lot. However, it has eased the financial pressure of many expansion industries for Naruto. While talking, Naruto raised the glass with a half glass of watermelon juice, smiled and said, "Cheers." Gaara also raised his glass and got Naruto's approval, which made him laugh happily. Temari and Kankuro, who were eating together, looked at Gaara who was smiling happily, and then raised their cups and said with a smile, "Cheers." Putting down the cup, Gaara asked, "Naruto, is nothing wrong with you?" Upon hearing this, Naruto was shocked. What can happen to me? Then I understood what Gaara meant. It was to ask him whether there were any vicious incidents similar to his side after his business grew. Regarding this, Naruto shook his head and said, "That's not true. The Hyuga family has a lot of face, and the courtesy to those big names and nobles is also comprehensive, plus the face of my master Jiraiya, no one will find fault." One more sentence, Naruto didn't say, he paid Konoha taxes. If they don't want to give themselves an excuse for Nine Tails Jinchuriki's rampage, then they won't make this kind of thing disgusting him. It is estimated that those big names or nobles have been warned by Sarutobi Hiruzen a long time ago. Hearing this, Gaara nodded. Next, the few people stopped talking about these work matters, but started chatting while eating. Although it may be a bit wrong to say that, but without the existence of Luasha, a cold father, the home of only 3 siblings has become much warmer and harmonious. In this environment, the ice in Gaara's heart is gradually melting, which makes the smiles on Temari and Kankuro, who are sisters and brothers, gradually increase. Time passed by silently. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Naruto declined Gaara's invitation to stay overnight and chose to go home. When he just launched Flying Thunder God and returned to Konoha's own home, Naruto was taken aback. In the room, without turning on the light, Sasuke sat at the table, staring at him. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Chapter 178. As you can imagine, in the quiet and deep night. In a quiet and unmanned home, when you just came back, you found a pair of scarlet eyes in the dark, staring at you, staring straight at you. What did others feel about seeing this picture? Naruto didn't know, but he was taken aback by surprise. If it weren't for Sasuke's breath, Naruto almost instinctively reacted with a spiral shuriken past. Turn on the light, and the bright light illuminates Sasuke, who is sitting at the table with his chin on his hands and staring at the front in a daze. Naruto suddenly couldn't help but complained, "Why did you come to my house at night? Even if you come, don't turn on the lights, who are you going to scare?" And Sasuke, who had obviously been waiting for Naruto for a long time, recovered from the light at this time. Then I brushed it and stood up, ignoring Naruto's complaint, rushed to grab Naruto's arm, and shouted with excitement, "Naruto, I have developed the electromagnetic cannon technique. What are you doing so loudly?" Naruto frowned, and subconsciously used the airflow control to obscure Sasuke's voice from spreading. Otherwise, not only would his ears suffer, and Sasuke's voice would be heard half of Konoha. "Come on, let me show you the electromagnetic cannon technique. I will tell you that this technique is so powerful that it will disappear after one shot." Sasuke was obviously in a frenetic state, and he planned to pull Naruto. "Go out." However, Naruto stood there, motionless, and kindly reminded, "Don't you feel tired?" Naruto probably also knows the progress of Sasuke's research, so he is not particularly eager. After all, he has a shadow clone by Sasuke's side, and he will be used as a power bank every 3 to 5, to transmit Kurama's yin and yang chakra to supplement his consumption, and occasionally discuss math problems with him. At the moment, Sasuke's image is not very good. Her hair was messy, her body was dusty, her complexion looked very pale, her eyes had dark circles under her eyes, and she looked like a little panda like Gaara who hadn't slept all day before. From this look, he knew that he had been living continuously for many days. In fact, this is also true. Since Naruto and Captain, who had seen the peak state about a year ago, joined forces to fight Urashiki with their best efforts, Sasuke has become more desperate in his practice recently. It is precisely because I have seen the power of the strong man and realized the gap between himself and his existence, that is why he can burst out a stronger power of cultivation. In the most recent year, except for necessary rest, Sasuke has devoted the rest of his time to practice. When walking, I think about high numbers, and during the intermission of physical training, I think about high numbers. Even when she slaps her sister, he subconsciously substitutes formulas to calculate the body curve of the girl and the trajectory of the arm that feeds him. With this kind of mindlessness, Sasuke's learning progress is very fast. Not only completed the learning content clearly arranged for him in advance, but also used this rich theoretical knowledge and powerful chakra control ability to make a base, and developed the electromagnetic gun technique that can be applied in actual combat in one go. Especially recently, the liver is even day and night, and even the sultry girl can't take care of it. Because of this, Sasuke has become this embarrassed look. Compared with the estimated 2 years to complete the development of the electromagnetic cannon technique, the time has been almost 40% ahead of schedule. Tonight, after Sasuke confirmed that he had completely completed this ninjutsu, he happily ran over to share the joy with Naruto. It's just that Naruto is not at home, but he doesn't particularly care about it. I even forgot to turn on the Flying Thunder God and tell Naruto to come back. I just sat down at the table and continued to improve the algorithm, trying to make the newly developed electromagnetic gun technique more accurate and less energy consuming. At this moment, when Naruto returns, Sasuke can no longer contain the excitement in his heart, just like a kid who can't wait to show off his new toy. Not tired, I am very energetic now, let's go. Sasuke shook his head firmly. Naruto remained unmoved, curled his lips, glanced at Sasuke's hand that was trying to pull himself, and teased, "Go eat first. You don't even have the strength to pull me. Are you tired? Is it because of kidney deficiency? The prescriptions that you used to find Tsunade can also be used on your own. You spend a share of money, but it comes in handy twice in a row. You make money with this wave of blood." Hearing this, Sasuke flushed angrily, and his unbelieving hands tried to pull Naruto away. But I felt my body was suddenly hollowed out, my whole body was sweating profusely, my feet swayed, and I couldn't even stand steady. Excessive liver burst. As soon as this spirit relaxes, the sequelae suddenly come out. Although yin and yang chakra can make up for the body's consumption, humans are not machines after all and cannot continue to operate at high intensity. Seeing this, Naruto shook his head and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Sasuke to the main store of the Heaven on Earth Hot Spring Hotel. Looking at the two lovely maids who came up, Naruto threw Sasuke, who was slipping in his hands, looking at him who was being supported by the two maids and trying to struggle, with a playful tone, "Give him a good wash." Wash. The two maids took Sasuke and their eyes lit up. For individuals, they may not be willing, but if it is Sasuke. This night, Sasuke grew a lot. The next day, Sasuke, who had a good night's rest, appeared in front of Naruto. Just looking at the sorrowful expression on his face that had been played with the yellow girl, he knew that his emotions were very complicated at the moment. Although the two little maids didn't do anything to Sasuke in the end, they inevitably had some close contact in the process of helping him take a bath. Ashamed to say, Sasuke reacted. This is the first time Sasuke feels that in addition to the role of inheriting the family, the existence of girls is also quite good. From the bottom of my heart, Sasuke became interested in girls, not just because of Naruto's persuasion as before, thinking that he should marry a wife and have children, and fulfill his obligations. Naruto didn't know what Sasuke was thinking. Seeing that Sasuke had a good look after resting all night, he stuffed him with a yin and yang escape, chakra, to replenish his state. Then, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and took Sasuke to the End Valley. Standing on the head of Senju Hashirama's statue, Naruto pointed to the distant mountains and the lake at the foot, and said to Sasuke standing on Uchiha Madara's head, "Come on, let me see how powerful your electromagnetic gun technique is." Hearing this, Sasuke's face showed a confident look, "It will definitely make you admire." While talking, he took out a special coin from the ninja bag and threw it into the sky. Immediately afterwards, his body was thunderous. Chapter 179. When Sasuke was about to release the electromagnetic cannon, Naruto had already turned on Manjiki Sharingan, and even the brain's computing power was activated at full speed at this moment. With the blessing of powerful dynamic vision, Naruto clearly saw the movement trajectory of every arc blooming on Sasuke's body at this time. These arcs are connected together to form an acceleration orbit similar to an electromagnetic weapon. The composition of this track is not difficult for Naruto to understand, and he will soon remember it. The moment when the coin thrown by Sasuke fell in the sky, the force field formed by thunder and lightning directly knocked it out, and through the continuous acceleration of the acceleration orbit, it reached an ordinary invisible to the naked eye in just an instant. Degree. Boom. There was a loud explosion, and among the distant mountains, a large amount of fire suddenly spread out accompanied by the shock wave. A small mountain nearly 100 meters high was directly cut off by this violent explosion. The external manifestation is that a blue light is excited from Sasuke's hand, and then after flying a certain distance, it is burned red due to the friction between the coin and the air, so the light completely turns into a fiery red color. And because the coin is made of special metal, its strength is much improved, so it does not melt in high-speed friction. Naruto can clearly see that the coin fired from Sasuke's hand accelerated to 1,500 meters in a very short time, and it was increasing crazily. In the end, when it came into contact with the small mountain bag, its moving speed had reached nearly 4 km per second. And this was just the beginning. As Sasuke hit the first coin, the second time he directly took out a large handful, which was more than 10 meters long. As the thunder light flickered on his body, Sasuke raised his hand and threw all the coins in his hand. This time, a more violent explosion sounded from the distant mountains. Almost a large area where you could see was covered by fire and shock waves, directly raising a radius of several thousand meters to the ground. More than a dozen potholes were left on the earth. Immediately afterwards, Sasuke took out a dozen coins in each hand and aimed at Lake End not far below the statue. As Sasuke threw out the coin in his hand, an explosion sounded even more violently than before. At the bottom of the entire lake end, it seemed that there was a huge monster turning over at this moment. The water of the lake became muddy in an instant, and then the huge waves were lifted by a huge force and flew straight into the sky tens of meters. Naruto glanced at the lake of End, which was deep out of thin air at the bottom of the lake, and the innocent fish churning in the air. He didn't know how many were blown into ashes at that moment. However, it is foreseeable that after this time, the water storage capacity of Lake End Lake will increase substantially, and more new lives should be bred from it at that time. After the third attack, Sasuke stopped temporarily. Sasuke's face was not red, and he turned around without panting. According to Sasuke's chakra measurement, not counting the recovery during the battle, at least he could use an electromagnetic cannon 100 or 80 times. He raised his chin and said triumphantly, "How about it, Naruto? My electromagnetic cannon technique is a cheat. I tried it. Even if I drive Susanoo, I won't be able to stop it a few times and I will be blown up." But after speaking, Sasuke raised his own question, "But I am a little confused. When launching the electromagnetic gun, obviously the ball-shaped marbles are better to calculate the orbit. Why do you have to let me use coins?" Naruto clapped and exclaimed, "It has indeed achieved the expected power, and the shooting accuracy is also high, and the consumption of chakra is not particularly large. It can be seen that you have indeed spent a lot of time studying to achieve this effect recently." Sasuke heard that Naruto hadn't hit him, so he was very happy to be praised. The corners of his mouth could not help but widen, and his mouth almost burst into laughter. At this time, Naruto paused and continued, "As for why you have to use coins, think about when you activate the electromagnetic cannon technique, what adjective should you use for that action? Throwing coins? What's weird?" Sasuke didn't finish saying a word, and he realized that, relying on the 8th level of Hyuxia that he had practiced in Xiuan's matchup, he instantly understood Naruto's intentions. Lightning style. Coin throwing technique, it's okay. Sasuke touched his chin, and instantly felt that the name was good. When he was reciting moves, he could curse people without a trace, which was in line with his aesthetics. Naruto deserves to be his good brother. He knows him so much that he can find a perfect name for him in an instant. At this time, Sasuke was a little eager to try, and planned to discuss with Naruto to see if the gap with him had narrowed after he had practiced the electromagnetic cannon technique. Naruto, come. At this time, Naruto also jumped onto the head of Uchiha Madara's statue, stood beside Sasuke, took out a projectile in his hand, and condensed the magnet-style simulation in addition to the electromagnetic acceleration orbit. At the next moment, a fiery red light radiated from Naruto's hand. This is an electromagnetic gun that is not weaker than Sasuke. Although it is driven by magnet style, the effect is almost the same as that of lightning style. Boom! In the distance, the ground that had just been ravaged by electromagnetic guns cracked again at this moment. And the challenge words that Sasuke had not had time to spit out, also choked at this moment. FK? Just look at it and learn it. At this moment, Sasuke seemed to have thousands of horses rushing past. He patronizes the skills Zyuxin learned, but forgets that Naruto also has Manjiki Sharingan now. The other Manjiki Sharingan possessed the electromagnetic cannon technique. Even if he could understand the whole technique, he couldn't use it. One was that he didn't have the powerful chakra control ability, and the other was that he didn't have the corresponding theoretical knowledge. On the other hand, Naruto satisfies all the conditions. Like him, he possesses profound theoretical knowledge. He also knows magnet style himself, and has been continuously strengthened in the past few years of practice. So, at a glance, he learned Sasuke's electromagnetic cannon technique. Both of them know this technique, which is considered to be offset, and Naruto is already better than Sasuke. This is a fart. At this time, Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who was very uncomfortable. As if nothing had happened, he smiled and asked, "Sasuke, what did you want to say just now? Do you want me to help you?" Sasuke blew a whistle to relieve the embarrassment in his heart, and pretended that nothing happened. "It's nothing, just that this newly created electromagnetic gun technique still has many flaws. There is still a lot of room for improvement in release speed and attack intensity. So I would like to ask you to study it with me, so that the results will be faster." Chapter 180. Seeing Sasuke like this, Naruto couldn't help but laughed. It was so fun to pretend that nothing happened and relieve the embarrassment by yourself. At this time, Sasuke realized that Naruto knew everything. Knowing that he would challenge himself after practicing the electromagnetic cannon technique, he was deliberately teasing him. "Naruto, you..." Sasuke pointed at Naruto angrily, wanting to breathe fragrantly. But after measuring the difference in combat effectiveness between the two sides, he held back. After helping with Captain, you can find Naruto to treat him, but if you talk to Naruto, then no one will treat him. He didn't want to delay his practice time because of this. Then he would only be widened by Naruto, who was also working hard. "Ha ha ha, okay, no kidding, I learned the sage artillery technique that you worked out hard, so in return, I will teach you a new ninjutsu, sage mode. Do you want to learn it?" After laughing, Naruto said seriously. Although Sasuke, a tool man, planned to help develop the electromagnetic cannon technique from the beginning, Naruto didn't intend to treat his friends badly, and had already thought of a compensation plan. Had it not been for the death of Sasuke last time, he would have taught Sasuke Sage Mode a long time ago, and now he would teach more advanced Yin and Yang escape. And Sasuke, who didn't know this, was a little surprised at this time, just the one that can use natural energy. Tenten looked at Naruto's cultivation of immortality. He knew how powerful Sage Mode had increased in strength, but Naruto used to focus on the development of Sharingan and electromagnetic cannon technique, and did not intend to teach him cultivation of immortality. Naruto nodded. "I didn't teach Sasuke fairy art before because he couldn't learn it at all. Practicing immortality requires an ethereal state of mind, and you can guard against arrogance and impetuosity, but Sasuke a few years ago was full of impetuosity caused by the destruction of his parents and relatives, and the paranoia of the Uchiha clan's ancestors. In such a state, even if Naruto taught him fairy skills, he would not be able to learn it. It's not that with Sasuke's talent, he can't control chakra, but he can't perceive natural energy at all. In recent years, with Naruto's beat and help from time to time, Sasuke has absolute confidence that he can take revenge, his impetuosity is disappearing, and his paranoia has no room for survival. With the continuous exchange of chakra with Naruto, Sasuke's physique is also changing to the direction of sage body. Under the harmony of yin and yang, this also fundamentally changes the paranoia brought by Sasuke as a Uchiha ultimate yin attribute. Under this circumstance, after developing the electromagnetic cannon technique, the next immortal cultivation will become a new direction for the rapid growth of Sasuke's strength. Then what are you waiting for? Go back to Zyuxian. Sasuke eagerly asked. Naruto nodded and took Sasuke to the waterfall where they usually practiced. Here, Naruto began to teach Sasuke Sage Mode, which is no different from the process of teaching Terumi Mei to practice celestial arts before, so I don't need to go into details. It's just that Sasuke, who has guarded against arrogance and rashness, has a much faster progress in cultivating immortality than Terumi Mei. Under the guidance of Naruto, a great master of fairy art, Sasuke learned Sage Mode faster than Naruto did. It only took 2 weeks to enter Sage Mode autonomously. After all, Sasuke at this moment is much better than Naruto, who was a beginner at the time. If you change to the current Naruto, it won't take a few days to cultivate into a fairy art. And with the blessing of the ultra-high chakra control ability that Sasuke itself possesses, by 1 month, he will be able to skillfully apply Sage Mode to combat. Of course, if you want to be able to enter Sage Mode in seconds like Naruto, it is not a question of talent. Next, what is needed is to rely on time to adapt to the existence of natural energy more fully and thoroughly, so as to reach the realm of fairy magic, and enter the Sage Mode with the movement of the mind. And if the talent is not enough, this running-in period is likely to be a lifetime. Of course, for Sasuke, there is no such problem. While Sasuke was practicing immortality, Naruto was also observing the changes in his body, and found that his guess was not wrong. After practicing Sage Mode, Sasuke's physique is changing to a sage body like his faster, and after a long time, he will completely transform into a sage body. At that time, Sasuke will not only increase the amount of chakra significantly. Even the Sharingan of oneself evolves, no longer has to merge the pupil power of blood relatives to evolve into eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, but can naturally evolve into Mangekyou Sharingan like Naruto. At that time, Sasuke's comprehensive strength will have a leap-forward improvement, steadily reaching the strength level close to 6 paths. Of course, it's useless for Sasuke's chakra volume to reach Naruto's level. His massive chakra volume is not only the credit of Sage Body, but also the credit of Kurama's years of nourishment from chakra and his hard work. However, in the end, Sasuke's chakra volume should reach 60% of Naruto's level, which is much stronger than it is now. Successively practiced into electromagnetic cannon technique and Sage Mode, which made Sasuke have a great degree of confidence in his own strength. Although he still has no confidence in challenging Naruto, he has full confidence in the other thing. In the 4th month of practicing the electromagnetic cannon technique and the 3rd month of Sage Mode, Sasuke, who consciously temporarily reached the limit of the current stage in the practice of these 2 types of ninjutsu, found Naruto. Under the waterfall, Sasuke said very seriously, "Naruto, I plan to set out tomorrow to look for Itachi, and ask him to understand his true thoughts at that time. As I said before, if he has difficulties, let him go with me to find the masked man to avenge his parents and relatives. If he is purely pursuing stronger pupil power, then kill him first. Get revenge on that masked man again. I will take revenge myself, but I have to make sure that no one can interfere with the matchup between Itachi and me. So, help me, Naruto. Looking at Sasuke who reached out to him, Naruto did not hesitate, and did not hesitate to reach out and hold it. Okay. 7 years ago, under this waterfall, the boy in front of him, his only friend, reached out to Naruto, told him that he wanted to become stronger, and asked him for help. In a blink of an eye, 7 years have passed. They are no longer weak and small, and their strength has undergone earth-shaking changes, and they can even determine the future direction of this world. However, although 7 years have passed, they are still friends. Naruto hopes that even after 70 years, they can still be friends. Chapter 181. The ninja bag engraved with a special seal technique on his wrist was filled with special coins, and he put on a windbreaker embroidered with the Uchiha clan emblem, picked up the Kusanara sword that came from Orochimaru, and Sasuke set foot on it and searched for it. Itaka's journey. On the same road, Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura, who came back to visit relatives, coincided with the meeting. This is the long-lost collective dispatch of the 7th class. In recent years, Kakashi has been busy expanding the chain of hot pot restaurants. Although he has not neglected his practice because of this, he has taken genins out to perform tasks, including performing tasks by himself. It was a long time ago. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had great opinions about this, he finally chose to shut up due to the high taxes and fees brought by the chain of hot pot restaurants opened by Kakashi. Here at Naruto, Kakashi has found the way forward, and his career and personal strength are also constantly improving. Recently, he has been proud of the spring breeze. Naruto and Sasuke are also in a very good state of mind. Among the group of people who want to say they are depressed, only Sakura is young. After leaving Konoha for a long distance, the 7th squad still maintained a formation in which Sasuke was alone and solemnly holding the sword in front, while Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura followed behind. Until Naruto spoke and broke the silence, I said, "Sasuke, do you know where Itaki is?" "I don't know." Sasuke turned his head and answered confidently. The 3 people behind have question marks on their faces. "You don't know where the target is? What way are you leading?" Seeing your expression so calm, I thought you knew it. In this regard, Sasuke is not ashamed, but rather confidently said, "This is simple. We can go to the nearest gold exchange and spend some money to check the traces of Uchiha Itaki. After finding his approximate range of activity, we can use chakra to perceive the carpet search to determine his location." This remark fully demonstrated what is meant by a rich and powerful local tyrant. Then, he turned his head to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, take me to the nearest gold exchange. You should know this." Kakashi twitched the corners of his mouth, "And you didn't even know where the money was exchanged, just so calm and calm," it really made him wonder how to complain. Seeing the two interacting, Naruto thought for a while, but finally did not say that he knew Itaki was there. After all, revenge is Sasuke's own business, it's up to him to toss. There are some things that can't be done for, otherwise the brothers won't have to do it. If Sasuke can't find Itaki, then Naruto can help. As a result, the 7th group finally stopped in Fenjai City, and Kakashi, an old driver who knew everything about the ninja world, dressed up and brought Sasuke in the same disguise and went to the gold exchange to inquire about it. The news is gone. As soon as the two of them left, Sakura, who had found the opportunity, quickly walked to Naruto. The girl had a sad expression and said with tears in her eyes, "Naruto-kun, remember that before I went to study with Tsunade-sama, but I asked you to help me look at Sasuke-kun. I didn't expect, unexpectedly. Recently, Sasuke-kun, there are more and more girls around." More than a year ago, little Sakura asked Naruto to look at Sasuke, and don't let other girls take advantage of it. Naruto agreed at the time. As a result, young Sakura recently had a few days of vacation. It is rare to go back to Konoha to reunite with his family, and it is also rare to spend some time with Sasuke, and then found that the number of girls around Sasuke has increased exponentially. Not only Ino, but there are many cute ninja school sisters and school girls she has seen, but are not named. Judging from their looks, they all have a very good relationship with Shizuke, at least not worse than her relationship with Shizuke. Facing little Sakura's question, Naruto's expression was calm. Not to mention that he was perfunctory and casually promised, not even a promise. Sakura should have heard it, but she paralyzed herself and placed hope on Naruto. What's more, Sakura's request is very unreasonable. Even if it is purely about closeness, he will help Shizuke instead of helping Sakura. Sit down at the table and stretched out her hand to signal that Sakura sit down and talk slowly. You should know that the Uchiha clan, now there are only two brothers, Shizuke and Itachi. Naruto said calmly. Hearing these words, little Sakura probably understood what Naruto was going to say. Sure enough, Naruto's next words confirmed what she thought in her heart, and soon, the Uchiha clan will probably only be left with Shizuke, and his goal is to revive the Uchiha clan. Do you know that? As for the revival of the family, the most basic requirement is that people are prosperous. Shizuke himself is aware of this. This is the reason why he will take the initiative to contact girls and increase the goodwill of both parties. Naruto glanced at little Sakura's low expression and continued, Shizuke is my friend, and you are my friend, little Sakura. What I can do is not to use violent means to prevent Shizuke from contacting other girls, but to call you back to Konoha to date him when you have time, so that he will not feel in his heart before you make a final decision. It completely lost your position. Hearing this, little Sakura's expression slowed down, and Naruto was able to achieve this level, which is considered to be the most benevolent. If Naruto is unwilling to help her, then she can't take her back to Konoha in her free time. After a few years, she will come back from school, and it is estimated that Shizuke didn't even know that she was married to that girl. As a friend, I can give you my advice on this matter now, if you want to listen. After a while of silence, Naruto looked at the complex little Sakura and added. Speaking. Little Sakura raised her head and looked at Naruto seriously. At the moment, she was in a state of confusion, and she didn't even know what she was thinking. Naruto's words were a life-saving straw for her. Actually, you have two choices now, and you have to ask your own heart what choice you can make. Naruto spoke slowly. The first is to keep a distance from Shizuke while she hasn't fallen too deep, so that no matter if she marries that girl in the future, it will have nothing to do with you, so you won't be hurt. Although it will be uncomfortable at first, long-term pain is not as good as short-term pain. Time will change everything. The moment he heard this choice, little Sakura instinctively resisted it. She fell in love with Shizuke when she first saw him since she was a child. She has been liking him for so many years, and her heart has never changed. How could she give up and give up? No matter what happens, I will never give up Shizuke-kun. Before Naruto could say the second option, little Sakura said in a hurry as if to strengthen her own mind. Chapter 182. Looking at the little Sakura whose expression is gradually firm, a hint of playfulness appeared on Naruto's face, and said in a mocking tone, even if Shizuke has you, he still has relationships with other girls. Even he won't like you at all, or after he gets you, he will always give up on you. Even so, wouldn't you give up Shizuke? Every time Naruto said a sentence, the expression on little Sakura's face became a little distorted, and by the time Naruto said the last sentence, little Sakura couldn't restrain her anger and shattered the table in front of her with a punch. Glancing at the table that was almost broken into powder on the floor, Naruto muttered in his heart, this strange power has improved very quickly. Not only is it strong, but it also has good control. It seems that I have been practicing very seriously with Tsunade's sister recently. After a long silence, little Sakura calmed down completely. She raised her head and said in a serious tone, Shizuke-kun is very good in character and strength. I believe that Shizuke is not the kind of person who will always abandon girls, and I will try to become better and make him like me too. Naruto read little Sakura's seriousness and trust at the moment, but looked at her with admiration. Compared with the immature little girl he knew in the comics and a few years ago, little Sakura has grown a lot in the past 2 years. Not only is her strength growing, but her mind has also become a lot more mature. Then if Sasuke has to marry many girls in order to grow the family? If you refuse, he won't choose you. What should I do? A smile appeared on Naruto's face and asked the torturer problem. I will defeat all the girls who dare to approach Sasuke-kun. I will not give them a chance, and I will give birth to many children for Sasuke-kun. Little Sakura shook her fist. At this moment, she was extraordinarily strong and confident. But at the end, it is inevitable to blush. After all, she is only a 14-year-old girl, so she is still very shy when she talks about future marriage issues. Naruto nodded and said clearly, well, it's rare for you to have such a determination. I have some books here. I think you should read them beforehand. This can help you achieve your goals better. While talking, Naruto pulled out a large stack of books. Bride Training, Catch a Man's Stomach to Catch a Man's Heart, Cooking Art, Miyato 36 Strategies, How to Defeat Love Rivals Fashionistas, How to Maximize Your Feminine Charm. 101 Kinds of Knowledge in Family Economic Management, How to Become a Man's Indispensable Helper, How Should Childhood Sweethearts Cope with the Heavenly Fall. Looking at these books, little Sakura felt a little dizzy. Just by looking at the title of the book, she knew it would be very helpful for her to catch Sasuke. After flipping it slightly, Sakura couldn't help showing his gratitude to Naruto. Although I only read a little, Sakura feels that after learning all these books, he should have a crushing advantage even in the face of Ino, a strong competitor. Naruto deserves to be my good brother, this is a great help. But at this time, Naruto continued, you can save the book first, and take the time to read it all, but remember to practice first. Sasuke still prefers strong girls, and what I told you just now. The second choice, do you still want to listen now? A question mark appeared on little Sakura's face. Isn't the second choice my current choice? If you can't beat other competitors, if you can't give birth to enough offspring for Sasuke, then how should you choose? Naruto said, speaking in a calm tone, saying that it was not in the mind of Sakura. Development that dare to think. Glancing at the stunned little Sakura, Naruto said, this is the second choice. At this time, if you don't want to lose Sasuke, you must accept to share his facts with other girls. To be honest, I don't like you very much, other competitors can be ignored, but Ino is a very good girl, she is more beautiful and gentle than you, people will spend more time with Konoha and Sasuke than you, and at home. The big family of Konoha. I suggest you give up directly. After all, as a friend, I can only help you with these books. In the end, it depends on Sasuke's own choice. It's just that Naruto's persuasion didn't seem to have had its due effect, on the contrary, it inspired little Sakura's rebellious psychology. Humph, I will defeat them all. Little Sakura snorted, stood up and went back to her room with the book in her arms. However, the little Sakura who returned to her room did not calm down. Although she resolutely rejected Naruto's proposal, she unconsciously began to worry about gains and losses. It just so happened that among the pile of books that Naruto gave her, the top one caught the eyes of little Sakura, Personnel Management, Houses of Noble Wives. Turning over the title page, little Sakura found out that this was teaching how to manage her husband. The knowledge of the concubine. Before he knew it, little Sakura was fascinated. On the other side, Naruto watched Sakura leave, and finally couldn't help but laugh wildly. Ha ha ha. In the sealed space, Naruto's mental body moves almost the same. Kurama, who was watching the whole time, curled his lips. Seeing Naruto, whose skin has become fair after a long period of maintenance, and even the beard on his face has disappeared, Naruto couldn't help but vomit. This person, is really bad. I guess I will take you as a whole. Cut open, it's darker than coal. Naruto ignored Kurama's complaints and continued to laugh wildly. The side turned into a meter in size, and he was lying on the sofa watching TV and turned his head. After a while, he reacted slowly and asked, "What is Naruto laughing at? Is what happened just now so funny? Isn't it the Naruto who helped the little Sakura friend solve problems and discuss together how to pursue another human named Sasuke? Is it so funny?" Isao is very curious. If you know that the girls around Sasuke, the other party, are all Naruto's frustrations, and even Sasuke is interested in these girls because of Naruto's frustrations, then you wouldn't say that. Kurama looked at the naive tortoise on one side, and turned Byakugan speechlessly. Isao. At this time, Kurama said again, "Not only that, the books that Naruto gave to Sakura just now, he successively distributed to other girls around Sasuke a few days ago, everyone gave a copy." Isao. Although he is just a tortoise, he has seen many human lives in his long life. A group of grandmasters of various palace fights, and girls who are especially good at taking care of others, surrounded the protagonist Sasuke and started the Shura field. That picture is so beautiful that Isofa can't think about it.